Chi Sui, once revered as the supreme deity eons ago, now stands condemned, a pariah scorned by all. In a twist of fate, he becomes bound to save the villain system. 681. Your mission is to prevent the villain from succumbing to darkness and collapsing the world. Initially, it was assumed that the villain would retaliate with fervor. Chapter 1. Hush, do not defy the young master of the aristocracy. 1. Ding. You have arrived at the first realm. Ding. Unlocking target information. Fuzhong. Part 1. Yet, Buddha is but a product of earthly desires. Young Master Fu, the tides of fortune shift. Why maintain your lofty pretense at this juncture? Our young master's attention upon you is a stroke of luck. Indeed, when the tiger falls to the ground, it is but a dog that dares to bully. You be wise to serve our young master well. Perhaps he might even reward you with a few coins. Can't even muster a proper shout? Just lie there, pants down. What outrageous banter is this? Chi Sui, upon opening his eyes, found himself captivated by the man before him, bearing a tray laden with wine. He was distinguished in appearance, yet wine had been poured over his head. With a gaze filled with resentment from humiliation, Fu Zhang's fierce glare was fixed on the man, lounging on the sofa. Chi Sui frowned, locking eyes with him. Irritated, he asked, "What are you staring at?" The other remained silent, fixated on him as if he owed him a fortune, capable of piercing him with his gaze alone. What audacity! Irritated, Chi Sui kicked the coffee table, exclaiming, "Quit staring at me, or I'll have your eyes gouged out." As soon as the words left his mouth. Warning, warning, villain's corruption value, 5. Current villain's corruption value, 85. Chi Sui. Shift, 681, timidly peered out, gently reminding him within his consciousness. Host, our mission is to save the villain, and the objective is to reduce the corruption value to 0. If it reaches 100, the small world will collapse, and your mission will fail. Chi Sui. How was I to know he was the villain? 681. You didn't ask. Chi Sui. What a useless system. Indeed, just moments ago, as a once feared entity in the divine realm, Chi Sui was forced to bind himself to a system named Save the Villain to escape captivity. By reducing the villain's corruption value to 0 and averting his tragic fate, he could earn points, break free of his shackles, and return to the divine realm to overthrow the obstinate old guard. The transmission of plot initiated. 681 acknowledges. 681 is at your service. The original host, Chi Sui, was a notorious young rake in the imperial capital, reveling in the pleasures of life, surrounded by consorts. Everything was splendid until he crossed paths with the realm's villainous overlord, Fu Zhang. Lavishing wealth, he boldly proclaimed, "I shall support you." However, Fu Zhang's fall from grace was but temporary. His pent-up resentment was profound. And on the very day he reclaimed his former glory, he cast the original host from his bed. Without mercy, he ended him. Just 2 minutes before Chi Sui's arrival, the original host had flung a card at him, exuding arrogance. "Fu Zhang, you're now nothing but a stray dog. You'd do well to submit to me and become my pet. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll treat you to a meal." Upon absorbing the plot, Chi Sui felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was the original host merely courting death, thereby complicating his mission? If looks could kill, he would be riddled with wounds. Chi Sui averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. "What the pradikamin?" Fu Zhang stood there, unyielding. Zhang Yuansheng, irritated, kicked him, saying, "Are you mute? Get over there and serve our young master." Fu Zhang lowered his eyes, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He approached Chi Sui, holding the wine tray. In a husky voice, his dark eyes shimmering, he inquired, "Young master, how may I serve you?" Chi Sui. "It's my first time. I lack experience. What should I do?" 681. It is advisable to follow the original storyline for now. With a dismissive smile, Chi Sui replied, "What do you think? Become my pet, and you shall want for nothing." The villain's expression remained unchanged, concealing the anger he had just displayed. Pouring him a glass of red wine, he asked, "Is merely wanting for food and shelter enough?" Truly, the villain of this collapsing world retained an air of nobility, even in his desolation. When his dark gaze bore into Chi Sui, an indescribable suffocation enveloped him. With a smirk, Chi Sui extended his long leg, resting it on the coffee table, and questioned, "What more do you desire? How much is in your account?" He referred to the card that had just been used to humiliate him. After a moment's thought, Qi Sui replied, 50 million? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuanqing immediately objected. Fu Zheng, what do you mean? Does it fall to you to negotiate? Did I ask you? Fu Zheng's gaze turned icy, and the interruption left him visibly displeased, radiating an oppressive aura that rendered the man speechless. You. Silence. Qi Sui lifted his eyelids, glancing at him. Do you find 50 million insufficient? It should be noted that Fu Zheng had amassed all the capital for his resurgence from the original host. Thus, he was merely digging his own grave. Fu Zheng's audacious demands would surely lead him to an early demise. Fu Zheng regarded him with a gaze that was deep and complex. Yet his words were clear. What if I were to accept the young master's offer? Conditions? 5 million for a night. Ah, indeed. Before Qi Sui could respond, Zheng Yuanqing erupted. 5 million? For a night? Are you selling yourself? Wait, it truly seemed he was. The conversation took a turn. Have you lost your mind over money? Is this what it means to become an immortal? Do you not accept? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. With that, he seemed disinclined to waste further time. Then I shan't press the young master. The villain's expression darkened, and he picked up the wine tray, turning to leave. Did he ever say he wouldn't agree? After taking a few steps, Qi Sui called out to him, come back. Qi Sui cast a glance at Zheng Yuanqing, saying nonchalantly, I haven't even felt regret. Why are you so anxious for me? Let alone 5 million. When the original host was around, Fu Zheng had him wrapped around his finger, daring to throw millions and billions his way. A mere 5 million was inconsequential. Calmly sipping the red wine from the table, Qi Sui raised an eyebrow. Tonight, you shall provide me with a satisfactory performance. Yes? Fu Zheng bowed, placing one hand on his waist, executing a perfect gentleman's salute. I am at your service, young master. Excellent. Qi Sui produced the room card from his pocket, tossing it in front of the man. With a playful smile, he said, 6319, I shall come up in half an hour. As Fu Zheng departed, Zheng Yuanqing quickly approached. Young master, are you out of your mind? What do you mean? Qi Sui took another sip of wine, pondering that his sexual orientation posed no issue, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. Does sleeping with a man bother you? Zheng Yuanqing was truly anxious. As if he were the emperor and the eunuch was panicking, the Fu Zheng clearly is not one to submit easily. Though the Fu family is bankrupt, he possesses a strong will. Allowing him to remain unchecked would surely lead to future turmoil. Turmoil? Qi Sui scoffed. And what of it? I can just as easily have him at my beck and call. Chapter 2. Hush, do not offend the young master of the aristocracy. 2. The original protagonist would submit for love, but he would not. How could the mighty god of war ever lower himself? Zheng Yuanqing wiped his brow, stammering a reminder. 5 million can secure all the services tonight. It would be a genuine loss for Fu Zheng. Qi Sui nodded thoughtfully, considering the varying qualities of the escorts. If Fu Zheng were a mere escort, then I would choose him alone. Zheng Yuanqing fell silent. Everyone knew that Qi Sui was gay, a frequent visitor to the world of pleasure, and famously known in the gay circles of the imperial capital as a dominant figure. He believed in Qi Sui's prowess, yet Fu Zheng was not to be underestimated. There was a genuine fear that the two might come to blows over who would take the lead. Perhaps fueled by too much alcohol, Qi Sui suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered to his feet and turned back to Zheng Yuanqing with a smile. I am off to indulge in my 5 million. My lord, are you truly going to spend the night with the antagonist? He is the antagonist. If you engage with him, how will you face the future? If you cannot even safeguard your own life, how can you hope to save the world? The voice of the system roared within Qi Sui's mind, intensifying his headache. I have abstained in prison for 348 years. If I do not indulge now, I shall become a monk. The mission can be discussed tomorrow. A single night will not matter. He favored men. His last indulgence had been ages ago. Moreover, his task was to eliminate the antagonist's dark tendencies, essentially allowing him to feel the existence of true love in the world. But love is not merely spoken. Ding, ding, ding. Qi Sui rang the doorbell of 6319. Fu Zheng answered the door, having just emerged from the shower, shedding his servant's attire, exuding a faint fragrance of shower gel, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His physique was the epitome of perfection, dangerously alluring. Fu Zheng smirked slightly, greeting him, "Young master, all cleaned up?" Chi Sui raised his gaze and pushed past him into the bedroom. The man followed closely, his deep, sensual voice resonating. "Young master, I must remind you, should any situation arise tonight, provided no lives are lost, you shall bear the consequences." Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying? Yelling for help is not an option." Chi Sui discerned the implications in his words, clearly indicating his intention to take the dominant role. He paused mid-motion as he prepared to open the drawer. With a sharp gaze, Chi Sui retorted, dripping with sarcasm, "I have heard that young Master Fu is not fond of women. I assume you possess little experience. What are your feelings about serving a man for the first time?" Fu Zeng stood while Chi Sui sat, the former towering over the latter with an air of absolute superiority, his sensual lips parting and closing. "Young master, you merely mentioned providing for me. You did not specify who plays the dominant role. Or do you believe that I cannot satisfy you?" Fu Zeng. Chi Sui's voice grew low, exuding an icy chill. Did this rebellious child wish to contest his position? 5 million would not be squandered so easily. The man disregarded the threat in his tone, taking a long stride to stand before Chi Sui, opening the drawer of the bedside table. With a tantalizing smile, he inquired, "Strawberry flavor or mint?" Fu Zeng. Chi Sui could no longer restrain himself. He leaped up, elbowing the man and locking him by the throat, pushing him down onto the bed. He glared at the man with gritted teeth, demanding to know if he truly understood the situation and who the real benefactor was. Did he think 5 million was so easy to earn? Fu Zheng's gaze darkened, and he swiftly turned over, pinning Chi Sui down. Their strengths were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. "Young master." Fu Zheng's ink-black eyes drew closer, his cool lips brushing against Chi Sui's ear, exhaling softly. "Shall we test my skills?" Warning. Warning. Villain's corruption value, 5. Current corruption value, 90. A sense of alarm surged within Chi Sui. Was he to be corrupted for not complying? 681 weeping. "My lord, why not just yield to him? If the corruption value hits 100, the little world will collapse." Annoyed, Chi Sui silenced the system. He parted his lips to speak, but a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him as he recalled the drink from downstairs. Had something been slipped into it? It appeared the young master was not as foolish as he seemed. Fu Zheng reached out, tearing off the man's tie, revealing an expanse of delicate, fair collarbone. The sight was intoxicating, causing one's pupils to constrict in response. "Damn it, Fu Zheng, how dare you plot against me?" Chi Sui, inadaze, felt a flush creep across his cheeks, his voice soft and incongruous with his striking features. Such temptation wielded an undeniable visual impact. Fu Zheng confined him beneath his body, tearing open the packaging of a condom with his teeth. "Since the young master has taken a liking to me, I merely added a spark to our kindling." He articulated slowly. Can the young master not withstand this? The effects of the drug surged within him, overwhelming Chi Sui with a sense of lightheadedness, his body ablaze. He gasped for breath, his words still defiant. "Enough chatter. If you're going to do it, just do it. If not, I'll find someone else." At that moment, Chi Sui was in no condition to concern himself with such matters. The torment was becoming unbearable. "Younger master." Fu Zheng's voice was hoarse as he leaned close. A teasing whisper, "You must plead with me to act, yet you ought to say something sweet." "What?" Beg me to." 681. Breaking news. The divine beauty and war god descends to the mortal realm for love. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Wait, seriously? Lord Chi Sui has actually left prison? How could the divine realm, which despises him, set him free? It is said that Lord Chi Sui devoured 8 head of cattle in one sitting. The prison could not afford to keep him, thus banishing him to undertake tasks in the mortal realm. 1,348 years ago, when Lord Chi Sui was with God of War Chu Ci, he never engaged in such activities. How is it that he is now being manipulated in the mortal realm? God of War Chu Ci has been in seclusion for quite some time. Should he learn of Lord Chi Sui's actions, cough cough. Chi Sui, a celebrated war god in the divine realm, was known for his pride and composure, resembling a beautiful tree swaying in the wind, evoking admiration from all. Yet, his character was notoriously eccentric, willful, and tyrannical. cloaked in beauty but spoiled within. 1,348 years ago, Chi Sui's powers spiraled out of control, leading him down a dark path. Wielding a sword that vanquished celestial beings across the 9 heavens, he fought against gods and Buddhas alike, resulting in 4 years of flooding and 10 years of drought in the mortal realm. The following day, when Chi Sui awakened, he felt utterly disoriented. Fu Zeng, oblivious to the gravity of his actions, seemed intent on inflicting torment, reveling in a night filled with revelry. How absurd! He could hardly believe it. He had failed to achieve the rank of 1 in the divine realm, and yet in this desolate place, he was reduced to a mere 0. Congratulations, host. The villain's corruption value has reached 10. Current corruption value 80. Chi Sui, is this the compensation for having spent an entire night as a 0? 681 timidly poked its little white head out. My lord, are you all right? What are the tasks ahead? Chi Sui, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, a man must not admit to weakness. He braced himself, rising from the bed and surveying the faint marks scattered across his body. The tumultuous events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind. 681 murmured softly, my lord, you were rather loud last night, making it impossible for me to rest within your consciousness. Chapter 3. Hush, do not contradict the young master of the aristocracy. 3. With a cold glance, Chi Sui swiftly dealt 2 slaps to 681. A sinister smile crept onto his face. Although you are the lowest-ranking ruler of the realm, I do not disdain you. Just refrain from spreading rumors about me in the divine realm. That clamor of selling newspapers. Does he think I'm deaf? Those old-timers in the divine realm have always looked down upon me, and now they are well aware of my exploits in the lower realms. 681, looking pitiful, rubbed its face, nearly on the verge of tears. I merely wish to supplement my household expenses. My salary is low, and system maintenance is quite costly. And by the way, my name is 681, not Nyoboi. My system must be Nyoboi. Chi Sui stood up, glancing at the scattered condoms strewn across the floor, the corners of his mouth curving downward. Were it not for my recent arrival in the 3,000 realms, with my soul still fragile and unable to wield divine power, do you think Fu Zheng could ever compete with me? Well, naturally he could not. 681 responded with evident reluctance. Chi Sui retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and lit one, exhaling a perfect ring of smoke. What is the situation with Fu Zheng? Everything is normal. He is currently working a cafe. Chi Sui replied absently, his gaze fixed on the scene. He discarded the cigarette, but, gathering a surge of energy in his palm, and with a casual sweep of his hand, the bed shattered with a resounding crash. Chi Sui's eyes brightened. While it was but a fraction of his full divine power, it was sufficient in the 3,000 realms. 681 instinctively shielded its head in fear. My lord, didn't the main system prohibit the host from wielding any divine power in the 3,000 realms? How do you still possess it? Chi Sui scoffed coldly. The inept officials of the Management Bureau. Once we return to the divine realm, I shall be the first to take down your main system. What kind of deranged host is this? Just as those words left his mouth, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Duan Yu. Chi Sui, are you inside? Duan Yu, the male protagonist of this realm, is also the object of the original host's subtle affections. He is cunning and ruthless, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. According to the plot's trajectory, Duan Yu constantly incited the original host to suppress Fu Zheng. But once the villain awakened, he distanced himself entirely. In the end, he even exploited the original host's demise to personally send the villain to prison. Emerging as the greatest victor of this realm, Chi Sui glanced at his battered body and casually picked up a white shirt from the ground, fastening the buttons as he walked. As the door opened, Duan Yu found himself momentarily breathless. The man wore only a thin white shirt, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing ambiguous bruises on his exquisite neck. Particularly striking were his long, straight legs, glaringly enticing. Duan Yu had never witnessed such a flirtatious side of Chi Sui. A moment later, his gaze darkened as he coldly remarked, "Did you sleep with Fu Zheng?" "Indeed," Chi Sui responded with calmness, leisurely fastening the last button, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Duan Yu's anger ignited instantly. It was known that Qi Sui typically trailed behind him. How could he be entangled with Fu Zheng? Qi Sui, did you not say you would merely humiliate him, trample on his pride? You professed that your heart held only me. How could you conspire with Fu Zheng? Interrupting him with a cold laugh, Qi Sui leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and languidly replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? You fancy women, yet expect me to remain chaste for you? What a delusion!" It was unclear whether it was Duan Yu's protagonist aura that was overwhelming or if his own thick skin was to blame. Rather than being the object of the original host's affections, Duan Yu appeared more as a straight man, charming the original host into unwavering devotion, only for the original to end up empty-handed and meet a tragic fate. Duan Yu's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed as he retorted, "I merely intended to deal with Fu Zheng first, then approach you openly. Enough with the idle chatter. You're disturbing my rest." Qi Sui began to close the door. Suddenly, Duan Yu thrust his leg to block the door. Impatiently, he inquired, "Qi Sui, Fu Zheng has been thoroughly disgraced, lacking both wealth and power. What is it about him that appeals to you?" If Qi Sui wavered, resolving matters with Fu Zheng would prove quite challenging. "What is it that appeals to me?" Qi Sui boldly opened the door, revealing a broken bed and a pile of used condoms on the floor. Duan Yu's eyes widened in shock. He had never encountered someone who could so thoroughly collapse a bed. Qi Sui emphasized each word distinctly. "His skills are exceptional. He knows how to please me. Though Fu Zheng may be simplistic and brutish, one must admit he is not lacking in certain respects." The primary aim was to dissuade Duan Yu from pursuing him further. Yawning, Qi Sui waved him off, stating, "Do not seek me out again. Let us part ways amicably." "Qi Sui," Duan Yu called out, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Have you considered the consequences of betraying me? Fu Zheng is my enemy. Do you dare to assist him?" "Oh," Qi Sui sneered, disdainful of threats. "Is it merely because he declined to invest in your project that you seek his demise, feeling looked down upon?" Duan Yu, filled with rage and humiliation, felt his pride trampled. "Qi Sui, you shall pay for your actions." Being the illegitimate son of the prominent Duan family, he had endured disdain and hardship, finally clawing his way to his current position. What he resented most was Fu Zheng's refusal to invest in him during his time of need, which had wounded his fragile self-esteem. To hold a grudge for so long was indeed impressive. "Let us wait and see," Qi Sui replied. Duan Yu turned to leave, but as he descended the stairs, his foot was suddenly ensnared by a rope. Unaware, he tumbled down, the sound of his fall echoing painfully. Qi Sui, regaining his composure, coldly shut the door. After the bankruptcy of the Fu family, Fu Zheng worked tirelessly to support himself and his mother, Su Rong, earning a meager salary. He spent his days toiling in a cafe and his nights serving drinks at an entertainment venue. At noon, Qi Sui's car stopped in front of the cafe. Despite a long night, Fu Zheng appeared remarkably energetic, clad in attire reminiscent of a butler. He looked soft and obedient, quite pleasing to the eye, a stark contrast to the fierce demeanor he had displayed the night before. With a stoic expression, Fu Zheng handed over the order slip. Devoid of any warmth towards the customer, his tone icy. "Sir, may I ask what you would like to drink?" Qi Sui languidly crossed his legs. "I've already transferred 5 million to your account for the night. Is it not sufficient that you must earn a few hundred here?" Fu Zheng cast a glance at him, unimpressed, his voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, are you feeling better? Have you come to seek my amusement deliberately? 5 million for a night. And yet you vanish upon waking. How unfortunate. At the very least, you ought to tidy up before leaving. Think of the impression it leaves." Fu Zheng's gaze fell upon Qi Sui's marred neck, a slight scoff escaping his lips. "Did I not satisfy you last night?" Chapter 4. Hush. Do not contradict the young master of the aristocracy, for, and so what? Qi Sui narrowed his eyes, his interest waning. This man was provoking him. Much like the deity from the divine realm, he strategically cleared his throat. "Fu Zheng, as I have stated, my intention is to support you, which includes your clothing, food, shelter, and you need not expose yourself to the world daily. Without my presence, I cannot guarantee you will remain untainted by ulterior motives." The antagonist let out a low, contemplative laugh, his thin lips parting and closing with curiosity. Pity for me, still wishing to maintain control? Chi Sui's hands rested beneath his slender chin, a languid smile gracing his lips. With the Fu family in ruins and your father deceased, you surely require financial assistance to restore the Fu family to its former glory. The Qi family wields power and influence. With just a word from me, it would be a simple matter. Fu Zheng remained silent, his dark eyes watching him warily. The rivalry between Duan Yu and himself was as fierce as fire and water, and Qi Sui's relationship with him was anything but ordinary. He found it hard to believe that the other party would utter such words of assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coldly, "There is no need. The antagonist, ever cautious, never easily trusted others." Qi Sui remained unperturbed, casually stating, "Fu Zheng, you will come to seek my help." "Seek your help?" The man raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with disdain. "Young master, do not forget who sought whom last night, and who is the one to declare it impossible. Is it truly my fault for your frail stamina?" Fu Zheng, unwilling to engage further, brushed off the imaginary dust clinging to him. Maintaining an icy demeanor, he declared, "Since you have not placed an order, kindly leave and do not disturb my work. Do not go to the club tonight. I will pick you up after work." Chi Sui stood to leave when a girl's cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the kitchen. "Fu Zheng, come here for a moment. The grinder is broken. Quick, come see what's wrong." "All right." Chi Sui raised an eyebrow as he brushed past him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Be careful not to throw out your back." Fu Zheng felt a lump in his throat, frowning in realization. Why the sourness? Was he feeling jealous? Just as Chi Sui stepped out of the cafe, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host. Villain corruption value increased by 5. Current corruption value, 75. Upon returning to the Qi residence, an unusual stillness enveloped the air. He changed his shoes in the foyer. Faint sobs from a man echoed from the living room. "I know the young master is typically unperturbed by trifles, but what will others think of me in the future? Woe is me. Qidong, you must seek justice for me. I was merely working at the club, and yet the young master treated me so harshly." At this, Chi Sui furrowed his brow in irritation and bellowed from halfway across the room, "Who the hell mistreated you?" Though the original owner frequently mingled in the world of pleasure, he was always discreet. Not everyone was worthy of his attention. Fu Zheng was the sole exception, primarily due to his striking appearance. Hearing the commotion, Chi father was instantly enraged. "Unfilial son, how dare you return? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused?" Qinwan exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally come back." The man's tearful lament abruptly ceased as he averted his gaze, feeling guilty at Chi Sui's advancing presence. From his elevated position, Chi Sui cast a disdainful glance at him and asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Cheng choked back tears, wiping his face, and with a trembling voice said, "Young master, do you not remember? Just a week ago at the club, we—" Before he could finish, Chi father interrupted vehemently, "Enough. Sui, I do not care if you prefer men, but how could you treat him in such a manner? What will become of our family's reputation?" His primary concern was his own dignity. Losing a son and a daughter, he feared becoming the subject of ridicule. Chi Sui's gaze remained indifferent as he scrutinized Zhou Cheng from head to toe, delivering a scathing retort. "Mistreated you? With that appearance of yours, I could have a whole venue to myself and still throw you out." Did he not possess any self-awareness? Zhou Cheng's expression faltered briefly before he resumed his pitiful facade. "Young master, a week ago, you did not say such things. Speak plainly, how much?" Chi Sui settled onto a seat beside Qinwan. "Young master, I am not that kind of person." Zhou Cheng hesitated, then quickly changed his tune. "But I have family to support, so just 5 million would suffice." Upon hearing this, Qinwan could no longer remain composed. 5 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Though they were not lacking in funds, casually handing such an amount to a stranger felt akin to charity. "Sit down," Chi Sui commanded, grasping her arm and retrieving his phone. He motioned to Zhou Cheng with a nod. "Take it out." "What?" Zhou Cheng asked. "My phone. I will transfer the funds." Zhou Cheng's face brightened, but before he could even retrieve his device, Chi Sui cast a cold smile after glancing at the screen. "I never went to the club a week ago. Who mistreated you, Duan Yu?" The man's face turned ashen as he flipped his phone over, revealing a record of a transfer from Duan Yu, along with the accompanying message. Cause a ruckus at the Qi residence. Do not allow Qi Sui to live too comfortably. Zhou Cheng's complexion drained of color as he abruptly stood up. Cursed be it. How could his chat records appear in Qi Sui's possession? In an instant, he stumbled unexpectedly and fell heavily to the ground. Qi Sui mercilessly stepped on the back of his hand, repeatedly grinding it down. Do you dare to extort me? Have you measured your worth? Zhou Cheng cried out in pain, desperately pleading with tears in his eyes. Young master, this has nothing to do with me. It was Duan Yu who sent me to stir up trouble. I swear I won't dare again. Had he known it would be so easy to be exposed, he would have preferred to eliminate him beforehand. Qi Sui retorted, if you're going to extort money, at least come up with a plausible excuse instead of claiming I assaulted you. I've seen confidence, but never such foolish arrogance. Zhou Cheng lay on the ground, wailing repeatedly. I'm sorry, young master. I overstepped my bounds. I am unworthy. You would never look at someone like me. I beg you, spare me. Chifu se mood swung wildly, visibly enraged. Someone, throw this ungrateful wretch out. No, I shall handle this myself. Qi Sui revealed a gentle smile, causing Zhou Cheng to gasp in fear. He had no doubt that his life was in peril. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, Qi Sui lifted him as if he were a mere chick, kicking Zhou Cheng out through the door. Go back and tell Duan Yu to stop seeking his own demise. After saying this, Zhou Cheng felt a sharp sting on his face, as if he had been slapped twice, a fiery sensation coursing through him. In the blink of an eye, blood streamed from his nostrils. Qi Fu sat on the sofa with an unkind expression, casting a glance at the man leisurely sipping tea across from him. I've heard you're involved with Fu Zheng? Indeed. And Duan Yu? Too ugly, lacking taste. I find him unappealing. Qi Fu was utterly baffled. What on earth was this youth thinking? The Fu family has gone bankrupt. What future could you possibly have with him? Qi Sui retorted, displeased, who is with whom? It is he who is with me. Do you think 5 million is a joke? Preview. Fu Zheng. Shall we continue tonight? Qi Sui. Let us continue. Chapter 5. Hush, do not contradict the young master of the aristocracy. 5. Fine, I cannot argue with you. Qi Fu, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. I do not care how you and Fu Zheng are involved, but if you cause any trouble outside that affects the Qi family, you and your sister will find yourselves without support in the future. After the original host was dealt with by the antagonist, the Qi family would inevitably suffer the consequences. Qi Sui curled his lip. He would never engage in such mindless acts. Before leaving, Qi Fu recalled something important. By the way, in a few days, there will be a charity gala in the business circle. I have prior engagements that day, so you will represent the Qi family. Remember, do not cause any trouble. Understood. After Qi Fu departed, Qin Wan linked her arm with the man, smiling brightly as she asked, Brother, will you stay over tonight? I can have the maid tidy up your bedroom. In the original plot, Qin Wan and the original host were full-blood siblings. She was innocent and still pursuing her studies. Qi Sui gently ruffled her hair, a rare display of tenderness. No, I will go to Linjiang tonight. I have matters to attend to. I see. Qin Wan's expression dimmed slightly. You haven't returned in quite some time, and you're not going to the company, spending all your days at the club. Father may not say anything on the surface, but he is quite dissatisfied. Qi Sui clicked his tongue, deep in thought, furrowing his brow. Tonight is not feasible. I shall surely return in a couple of days. How about this? Since you are here, let's invite Father to join us for a meal. Really? Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qi Sui glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Well, let us leave a bit later. There is still ample time. After finishing dinner, he could take a nap before heading to the cafe. Fu Zheng had nowhere else to go. He always felt uneasy without keeping a watchful eye on the antagonist. All right, I shall arrange for the chef to prepare dinner right away. Later that evening, after dining, Qi Sui timed his arrival perfectly at the cafe's entrance as Fu Zheng finished work. He nonchalantly held a lollipop between his lips. His long legs stretched out as he leaned casually against the hood of the car. Upon seeing someone approach, he let out a playful whistle. Hey, wifey. Fu Zheng paused momentarily, the term bouncing around in his mind. Fuming with indignation, he shot back. Who is your wife? Chi Sui relished this flustered expression, teasing. What is this? You've already slept with me, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Fu Zheng shoved his hands into his pockets, regarding him with a cool stare. Continuing tonight? Indeed. Chi Sui smirked, feeling the urge to reclaim the honor lost from the previous night. He opened the passenger door, bowing slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Cool, my dear wife, take a seat. To his surprise, Fu Zheng didn't even glance his way and instead headed straight for the driver's seat. Chi Sui touched his nose, dismissing it as he pulled the passenger seat and settled in. Fu Zheng buckled his seatbelt, his voice calm. Where to? To the villa by the river, my property. You will reside there from now on. The man's expression faltered for a brief moment before he awkwardly pressed his lips together. No need to be so troublesome. I'm always at your service, young master. Chi Sui playfully tapped his tongue against the roof of his mouth, his lips parting gracefully. Isn't it better to be available at all times? As you mentioned, last night was quite delightful. Now, it was Fu Zheng who found himself at a loss for words. He had underestimated Chi Sui's boldness. He stared at Chi Sui for half a second before suddenly leaning down, his long arm reaching high above his head. Chi Sui was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the man before him, whose meticulously crafted features radiated perfection, igniting a storm of hormones within him. Unable to resist, he instinctively leaned in. Chi Sui. Fu Zheng's hand froze. At that moment, as he fastened his seatbelt, the sweetness of strawberries enveloped their lips. Sweet. Exceedingly sweet. The rest of his words were silenced. Fu Zheng's pupils dilated, feeling the tingling pain between their lips. He should have rejected the kiss, yet surprisingly, he did not push Chi Sui away. The evening breeze cooled the air, but the temperature inside the car soared. Both were losing their composure. Chi Sui's breath quickened, and when he finally found his voice, it was hoarse. Not heading back to the river. It's easier to conduct affairs there. He was pinned beneath him. This position felt all wrong. Fu Zheng's gaze darkened as he bit down on Chi Sui's lip. Not returning. The car will suffice. Young master, is it my fault for not being vigorous enough last night that you are tempting me now? He reached out, attempting to untie the constraints around Chi Sui's waist. But before he could proceed, a sharp ringtone abruptly shattered the moment. Why now of all times? What could be so urgent? One moment. Chi Sui pushed him aside, intending to retrieve his phone. Fu Zheng snatched the device away, poised to turn it off. His gaze, however, was immediately ensnared by the headline on the notification page. Shock. Chi Sui and Fu Zheng spotted together at the club, unseen for a night, suspected of being in a relationship. Accompanying images showcased last night at the club, alongside candid shots at a cafe. The high-definition coverage left no angle unexamined, even capturing the kiss mark Chi Sui had deliberately concealed. Once the esteemed future heir of the Fu family, he now found himself reduced to the plaything of a debauched young master. Who could possibly endure such a stark psychological contrast, especially one destined to become a formidable antagonist? As expected, Fu Zheng's eyes darkened in an instant. Gripping the phone, a sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Little master, you truly have gone to great lengths to humiliate me. Do you suspect I am behind this? Chi Sui, realizing further interaction was futile, spoke in an unfriendly tone. Fu Zheng remained non-committal, glancing once more at the humiliating trending content. You approach me solely to demean me. Do you not? But it matters not. For a night's indulgence of 5 million, I am hardly a loss. Warning. Warning. Villain's darkness level. 10. Current darkness level. 85. Chi Sui. You say it doesn't matter, but do ensure you don't succumb to darkness. Chi Sui's face turned ashen as he fastened his belt and exited the vehicle. In a low voice, he declared, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter. You drive back to Linjiang. I will return home later. Fu Zheng ignored him, leisurely adjusting his collar. With the closing of the car door, he walked away with an air of indifference. Damn it. Chi Sui, in a fit of rage, kicked at the air. 681 trembled within his consciousness, asking, Master, what should we do next? The villain is displeased, and you will surely suffer the consequences. All of me belongs to him. What more could he possibly be unhappy about? Does he have to turn dark, must he? Earning those points is not an easy task. Then what should we do next? Chi Sui withdrew a lollipop from his pocket, placing it in his mouth, his voice icy. Of course, we will seek retribution. He has ruined my good fortune. It cannot be left unpunished. The sole purpose of this trending topic was evident. Even if they could not bring about their ruin, at the very least, it would sow discord and provoke a rift between them. Meanwhile, Duan Yu sat in his study, a computer before him. He watched his posts about Fu Zheng being supported by Chi Sui rapidly ascended the trending charts, the comment section rife with mockery. An indescribable sense of satisfaction filled him. Chapter 6. Shu. Do not oppose the young master of the aristocracy. 6. Those who dared to confront him deserve to become targets of public scorn. Delighted, Duan Yu prepared to uncork a bottle of wine to celebrate. However, upon returning with his glass, he discovered that his computer had been hacked. The screen was awash with chaotic code, infected with a virus that he could not eliminate. Who is scheming against me? No sooner had he uttered these words than a tremendous crash erupted from the balcony, glass shattering everywhere. Chi Sui, lollipop in mouth and phone in hand, appeared before Duan Yu, a menacing smile lurking beneath his facade. Duan Yu, did I not warn you not to court disaster? Chi Sui, how did you end up here? My computer. Is this person a devil? This is the 12th floor. How did he ascend? Chi Sui disdainfully refrained from engaging in idle conversation, channeling divine power into his palm. It was as though a shackle had tightened around the man's throat. You have ruined my plans. Even 10 lives would not suffice to compensate for your folly. Duan Yu was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You are not human. Sensing the murderous intent rising in Chi Sui's gaze, the system's broadcast suddenly blared. Warning, warning. The primordial law of the 3,000 realm states that celestial beings descending to the mortal realm must not slay mortals. Otherwise they shall face retribution, resulting in mission failure. Chi Sui paused, the lollipop in his mouth crunching into fragments. The sensation of being threatened was truly unpleasant. 681 was in a state of panic, fearing that the host would lose his composure, his head radiating a crimson glow, thoughts tumbling chaotically in his mind. Master, remain calm. Please do not act impulsively. The mission is incomplete. Chi Sui furrowed his brow, relaxing his divine power and releasing Duan Yu. In the next moment, he struck the man's neck, rendering him unconscious. Chi Sui cast a cold glance at the man gasping for life on the ground, his words resonating with clarity. The divine mercy extends to all living beings. This has been the celestial realm's rule for millennia. Yet, I have fallen from grace. Sparing you is for my own sake. Duan Yu had lost consciousness, his face bearing a pallid stillness. 681 was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly bowing in reverence. Thank you for your mercy, Master. If you were to breach the heavenly laws, I too would be dismantled by the main system. Chi Sui had indeed contemplated murder this evening. To him, anyone who was not a target of the mission held no value. All were merely NPCs. However, upon kicking the unconscious man, a playful thought emerged. Sparing him was one thing, but a lesson needed to be imparted. 681 timidly inquired, what lesson? Erase all memories of our encounter from him tonight. Leave the rest to me. Understood, Master. At the Linjiang Villa, Fu Zheng had just finished cooking and emerged from the kitchen. Steam wafted from the dining table. He removed his apron and picked up his phone. The previous trending topic had inexplicably vanished, along with its historical entries, leaving no trace behind. Fu Zheng furrowed his brow. This was the satisfactory response Chi Sui had mentioned. He had initially assumed Chi Sui shared a unique bond with Duan Yu, and that the humiliation was to be expected. Yet now, uncertainty lingered. Fu Zheng smirked, pondering that it could be some other ploy. He grasped his chopsticks when a front door swung open. Chi Sui entered, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Glancing around, his eyebrows lifted slightly. You truly are unreserved. Fu Zheng smiled lightly, his fingers deftly gripping the bamboo chopsticks, and remarked, since you brought me here, I trust the young master would not mind sharing a meal or two. Chi Sui acknowledged with a sound, taking a seat before him, presenting the demeanor of a domestic chef. He lifted his chin, his appetite piqued by the evening's meal, and inquired, is there nothing for me? Fu Zheng maintained his composure, lifting his bowl to take a bite, offering no further response. I had thought the young master would seek entertainment after concluding his business. Yet he returned instead. The implication was clear. There was none. The atmosphere was tinged with an air of sarcasm, proving to be quite exasperating. Chi Sui, prideful and haughty, found his appetite lost in an instant after being rejected. With a derisive scoff, he lazily lowered his eyelids and remarked, "I've already withdrawn from the trending topics, so you needn't worry about any repercussions." Fu Zheng let out a cold hum, calmly picking up a pair of chopsticks to serve himself some food. "Young master, this is merely a transaction of money, or, to put it bluntly, a transaction of the flesh. There is no need for you to go to such lengths." Chi Sui's face darkened with displeasure. "If you speak so eloquently, have the courage not to turn to darkness." Unable to contain himself, he stood up, placing both hands on the edge of the table, gazing down at Fu Zheng with an imposing air. "Fu Zheng, listen closely. Since you have acknowledged our arrangement of mutual support, it implies you are now mine. Act like a docile canary and do not dare challenge me." The man's eyes narrowed dangerously at the insult, his response dripping with flippancy. "Young master, are you aware of the consequences of provoking me? Fu Zheng, do not pretend you harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, why did you drug me last night? Just as you said, it was a matter of kindling and flames? How absurd. Did he take him for a gullible child? The antagonist had been scheming from the beginning, intent on exploiting the original occupant of this body. That glass of wine was prepared specifically for him. The two locked eyes for several seconds, their gazes colliding like turbulent waves, concealing ulterior motives beneath the surface. Chi Sui, strikingly handsome, possessed a beauty so captivating that one would recognize him instantly even on a crowded street. Especially his enchanting almond-shaped eyes, which seemed to possess an innate ability to ensnare hearts. Fu Zheng snapped back to reality, nearly falling into the allure, and feigned composure with a cough. "Is young master here to seek retribution? You see me as your prey, having entered your trap. But what if I am the true hunter lurking in the shadows?" Chi Sui reached out, his slender fingers lifting Fu Zheng's gaunt chin. Fu Zheng's gaze faltered for a moment. What did he want? Chi Sui chuckled softly, his voice light and airy, akin to the gentle dawn light brushing against a heart. "I am weary tonight. Let us refrain from further actions." Upon uttering these words, Fu Zheng, seemingly entranced, suddenly reached out, his palm pressing against the back of Chi Sui's head, pulling him down to capture his lips in a kiss. What is Fu Zheng doing? Chi Sui's pupils fluttered as the warmth of the moment evaporated in an instant. Within mere seconds, it was a fleeting taste, a recompense for the debt incurred in the car. Fu Zheng's deep-set gaze flickered back to rationality. His heart remained steady, and he thought, one kiss, 50,000. Chi Sui muttered, "Heavens, am I losing money here?" Taking a deep breath, Chi Sui reminded himself to strategize, suppressing his fury as he transferred a series of numbers into Fu Zheng's account. His tone was displeased. "Please check." He glanced at the calm and collected antagonist, who displayed no hint of emotion. His gaze fell upon the dark, lustrous wooden beads entwined around Fu Zheng's wrist. "Do you still believe in Buddhism?" "Yes." "The Buddha will bless me," Fu Zheng replied casually, turning to ascend the stairs. Chi Sui. Fu Zheng stared at his retreating figure for a couple of seconds before unexpectedly speaking up. "Is there something you need?" Chi Sui turned back. Their eyes clashed, akin to a spark igniting a hidden tension. Fu Zheng smiled faintly, the mirth not reaching his eyes. "If you behave, I shall not take any action against you." "What did you possibly do to me? Raising the price arbitrarily to swindle him?" Fu Zheng rested his hands, interlaced beneath his chin, a playful, teasing smile gracing his lips as he spoke just at the moment when Chi Sui felt he might suffocate. Chapter 7. Hush. Do not confront the young master of the aristocracy. 7. He formed a very subtle shape with his lips. "Up you." Chi Sui. Is he being teased? This antagonist is merely frolicking upon his boundaries. Chi Sui's expression soured, yet he did not forget his mission to conquer him, relinquishing his resistance. He ascended the stairs without a backward glance. What pretense of innocence? Fu Zheng observed the man's hasty retreat, his elongated fingers brushing against his warm lips. the soft sensation lingering still, igniting a fire within him. After several days of interaction, he had discerned Chi Sui's nature. Merely a paper tiger without its claws. It could only mewl, a creature suited to be pampered and adored at one's side. He would not become a caged canary. On the contrary, Chi Sui would come to regret his current actions. Fu Zheng smirked, picked up his phone, and dialed a certain individual. "Yu Hang, assist me with a favor." "Congratulations, host. The antagonist corruption value is at 10. Current corruption value, 75. The man before the floor-to-ceiling window stood tall, igniting a cigarette, calmly observing the antagonist through the surveillance panel. Chi Sui raised his head, breathing heavily. Amidst the swirling smoke, he flicked his fingertip. "Has it dropped so soon?" 681 obediently nodded. Indeed, the antagonist's heart is inherently dark. If someone guides him towards the river of love, the corruption value will decrease. If his corruption value reaches 0, does that not mean he will fall utterly in love with me? 681. Is that the interpretation? That works. So, host, unleash your utmost charm. Chi Sui extinguished the cigarette, growing increasingly vexed. His voice, cold and deep, reflected his frustration. Were it not for the need to earn points to return to the divine realm, who would endure such indignities across the 3,000 realms? To conquer the antagonist while also tending to his emotions, he was accustomed to having others cater to him. Even lifting a finger felt burdensome. 681 scratched its head, the white orb suspiciously displaying 2 rosy blushes. "As long as we prevent the antagonist's corruption, Lord Chi Sui, you may do as you please." Sensing the electromagnetic waves from 681 within his consciousness, Chi Sui's eyelids twitched. He could not help but chuckle. "Niobua, you have quite the imagination. Is this not a blatant suggestion that he may engage in nefarious deeds?" "No, absolutely not. It is not as you think." The live version, of course, was far more exhilarating than the little illustrated book. Chi Sui's expression darkened, resolutely deciding, "Next time I conduct my affairs, I shall block you. I have no interest in live broadcasts." "Please don't, my lord. Trust me." Recently, Qinwan had taken a break, inviting several socialites from the capital to join her for drinks at a club and requested Chi Sui to accompany them. Seeking a diversion, he agreed. "Chi Sui, I want to be returning to Linjiang tonight." Fu Zheng responded swiftly. "All right, then I shall go to the club." Typically, when Chi Sui did not invite him, Fu Zheng would frequent that place. "Chi Sui, you've certainly amassed an 8-figure sum from me. Is it for a few thousand that you remain there?" The other side fell silent for a moment. In the end, it seemed that his meaning was misconstrued. "Young master, now that I have made an agreement with you, I shall not serve another." He assumed that Chi Sui had misunderstood his intentions, thinking he was seeking another benefactor. However, Chi Sui was well aware of his purpose for remaining there. The clientele of the establishment consisted primarily of prominent figures within the business circle. Fu Zheng was merely searching for a suitable fool to assist him in reaching new heights. "Do as you please. The matter of the 3 of you does not concern me," Chi Sui declared, casting aside his phone, lacking the desire to respond further. As the clock struck 10, the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. The dance floor was alive with figures swaying, the pulsating music rising like a tidal wave, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Chi Sui nestled in a booth, raising his glass while engaging in casual conversation with several young ladies beside him. When Qinwan returned from the restroom, she sat next to him, her expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chi Sui glanced over, feigning ignorance. "Is there something on your mind?" "Isao Fu Zing," Qinwan replied. Chi Sui calmly sipped his drink, perceiving nothing unusual. It was entirely normal for him to see Fu Zheng while working there. However, Qinwan leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Duan Yu is also there." He called for Fu Zheng to bring drinks to the neighboring private room, and when I passed by, I heard them arguing. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow, his gaze becoming increasingly enigmatic as it flickered over the liquid in his glass. Within the private room sat Duan Yu, legs crossed, observing the man before him who appeared as pitiful as an ant, his heart swelling with pride. "Fu Zheng, look at you now." Fu Zheng bore bruises on his lips, remnants of a recent encounter with Duan Yu's associates. He seemed oblivious to the pain, maintaining a stoic facade. "Mr. Duan, do you have any further instructions?" The onlookers found amusement in his demeanor, akin to a lost dog. "Fu Zheng, despite your previous airs of superiority, look at you now. Has your spirit been devoured by dogs?" It was evident that they were deliberately tormenting him, yet he swallowed his pride without protest, a level of endurance unseen before. "Seeing you serve drinks appears quite arduous. If you call me grandfather, I might just reward you with a small tip," one of them jested, pulling out several red bills from his pocket and tossing them at Fu Zheng's face. The sound of money scattering across the floor was unmistakable. Fu Zheng did not flinch. The bills struck him, cascading around him. He lowered his eyes, a silent mirth bubbling within him. "What are you doing? Show some respect for our young Master Fu." Duan Yu interjected, rising with a somewhat awkward gait, and sneered, "He is not the same as before." The man grasped the implication, letting out a drawn-out "oh," with a mocking grin. "Indeed, after all, he has climbed up to young Master Chi's side. It must be quite delightful to be with a man." Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the private room was flung open with force. The individuals present froze, staring in astonishment at the man leaning against the doorframe. Chi Sui crossed his arms, exuding an air of audacious confidence, yet speaking in a congenial tone. "Excuse me. I just happened to pass by. Were you discussing me?" The man was taken aback. How could Chi Sui be there? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, the dark depths of his eyes reflecting the tall, elegant figure of the man, his smile abruptly vanishing. He bit down on his lip, drawing forth a trickle of blood. "Were you speaking of me?" Chi Sui stepped forward, hardly allowing the man any time to react. He raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. "Damn it, Chi Sui, you bastard." Before the words could escape his lips, a piercing pain shot through his arm, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chi Sui pressed down fiercely, mercilessly grinding his foot. He bent slightly, amusement flickering in his gaze as he regarded the flailing puppet on the ground. "Who gave you the audacity to utter my name? Do you think you're worthy?" 800 meters to the left upon exiting the club, there lies a key shop. Go and ask the owner for a key, and he will inquire how many you wish to have. The man was consumed by rage, yet the pain rendered him speechless. He was aware of Chi Sui's notorious arrogance, but he never anticipated such utter disregard for his presence. It was sheer lawlessness. Duan Yu's complexion paled as he was also taken aback by the scene, attempting to maintain composure as he sternly questioned, "Chi Sui, what are you doing on my territory?" "Your territory?" Chi Sui's eyes turned icy. He withdrew his leg and glanced back at the injury on Fu Zheng's face. "Did you do that?" Chapter 8. Hush. Do not challenge the young master of the aristocracy. 8. Duan Yu replied defiantly, "And what if I did?" Despite his bravado, he could not shake the uncertainty of whether Chi Sui would truly become his adversary for Fu Zheng's sake. How amusing, Chi Sui mused, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to unleash his power upon them. In an instant, he realized, where was his power? "Nyobo, what is happening? Why is my ability not working?" Chi Sui roared in his mind, feeling as though he was being publicly humiliated mid-performance. "Impossible. Absolutely, unequivocally impossible." Frantically flipping through the myriad laws of the realms, he finally stumbled upon an obscure rule. The Heavenly Path law explicitly states that, to ensure the integrity of the 3,000 realms, no external abilities shall function in the presence of the task target. Chi Sui mattered. Dreading the sudden silence that enveloped the air, Fu Zheng patiently awaited Chi Sui to avenge him, standing obediently to the side, only to see him turn around. He seized a nearby stool and forcefully smashed it down in front of Duan Yu, the wooden seat splintering upon impact. "Don't let me see you again," he declared fiercely before turning and dragging Fu Zheng's arm, storming out. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly as Fu Zheng stood puzzled. The club was equipped with separate dressing rooms for employees to store their personal belongings during work hours, and Chi Sui led him there. He took a seat, but Fu Zheng was firmly pressed onto the stool. Chi Sui retrieved a first aid kit meant for treating employee injuries from the table, his brow furrowed, his mood soured. Who could remain in good spirits after being interrupted mid-show? He pushed the iodine solution towards Fu Zheng, indicating for him to take care of himself. Fu Zheng grasped Qi Sui's hand as he attempted to retract it, recalling the earlier scene with a fleeting, narrow smile. Young master, are you feeling sympathy for Duan Yu? Don't tell me he missed because of his Parkinson-S, making him unable to hit even a person. Does he take me for a fool? Qi Sui raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Did this fellow mistakenly believe there was something more between them? Fu Zheng stared at him, his deep eyes akin to thick ink that could not dissolve in the night. If the young master does not feel compassion, then I may take action. As Qi Sui discerned the jealousy lacing his words, he felt a surge of interest. Suddenly, he leaned in, grasping the man's collar, and yanked him forward with fervor. Exhaling sharply, Fu Zheng, you did this intentionally, didn't you? The other, unfazed, replied with a low chuckle. Are you angry out of shame? You think too highly of yourself. Qi Sui scoffed, his gaze landing on the bruised corner of his lips, faintly stained with blood. You question whether I care for Duan Yu? Qi Sui smirked, their shared tension thickening the air as he leaned closer to Fu Zheng's ear, his soft lips brushing against the sensitive skin, sending a shiver coursing through him. Why would I care for him? I care for you, don't I? His words were deliberate, drawing out each syllable. Was he foolish? Today's events were clearly orchestrated by Fu Zheng. If he aided Duan Yu, he would surely face dire consequences later. Fu Zheng's half-lidded gaze suggested skepticism, yet he remained silent. Nestled against the man's neck, he nuzzled slightly, laughing softly. Young master, I fear tonight may not be feasible. Qi Sui felt a tickle, pushing him away. Are you being coy? Besides, I'm not prepared for tonight. However, Fu Zheng rose, his tall, handsome figure blocking the light. He lowered his gaze, his hands bracing against the table, casting half his face into shadow. What are you doing? Before the words fully escaped Qi Sui's lips, he felt a sharp sting on his mouth. The metallic taste of blood filled his senses. Fu Zheng. Qi Sui pushed back but found he couldn't escape. What was this guy up to? If he wanted to kiss, why bite? The table was behind him, and Fu Zheng ensnared him in his embrace, forcing Qi Sui to lean back, nearly pinned against the surface. The rounded beads on Fu Zheng's wrist pressed painfully against his spine, contorting his expression in discomfort. Damn it, you little brat, this is too much. Qi Sui growled. Fu Zheng, let me go or I'll count to 3. Clenching his fists, his chest heaved, his eyes shimmering with anger. Just as he was about to strike, Fu Zheng released him. Breathing heavily, Qi Sui wiped the blood from his lips, his tone laced with irritation. You're late. I got hurt. Consider this your punishment. What the hell? Qi Sui furiously wiped the moisture from his mouth, reminding himself to remain calm as he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for me, do you think you could escape? Fu Zheng chuckled, observing Qi Sui's delicate demeanor. His mood considerably brightened. You're not wrong. Thus, this kiss is complimentary. The audacity. Qi Sui's anger turned to incredulous laughter, realizing he was outmatched this time. Accepting his defeat, Qi Sui chose to ignore him, standing up. Handle it yourself. I have matters to attend to. Yet, as he took 2 steps away, someone grasped the hem of his clothing. What now? He asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Fu Zheng hummed, his voice dry. Could you pour me a glass of water? Qi Sui yanked his clothing back with a forced smile. Fine. Exiting the booth, he encountered a familiar figure approaching him. The man exuded an elegant aura, clad in high-end fashion, radiating a mature and competent charm, smiling and nodding at him. Young Master Qi, what a coincidence. It was Duan Rong, Duan Yu's elder brother. The legitimate eldest son of the Duan family found himself in a fierce rivalry with Duan Yu. Qi Sui cast a glance at him, yet offered no response. Their interaction was devoid of unnecessary conversation. Their eyes met briefly before they passed each other. Qi Sui paused, turning around just in time to see Duan Rong enter a private room, where Fu Zheng was also present. A smirk played on his lips, for the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. That cup of water remained unoffered as he drove back to Linjiang. 681 struggled to comprehend his actions. Sui, that's Duan Rong. The system has identified him as a gay as well. Aren't you concerned? Had he been outmaneuvered? Qi Sui lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a film, seemingly unconcerned. If he were so easily swayed, he would not be the antagonist. While this reasoning held some truth, 681 felt a twinge of conflict. Our darkening value has dropped to 60. Shouldn't we press our advantage? Unfazed, Chi Sui watched the male protagonist of the film poised at the edge of an aircraft, preparing for a parachute jump. The landing site was a forest, signifying that survival would rely solely on oneself. He spoke slowly. One should not rush to achieve results. Patience will yield greater rewards. As a rather ineffectual overseer, 681 struggled to grasp this line of thought. Nevertheless, since Sui Sui had voiced it, obedience seemed a prudent course. The little white creature emerged from his consciousness, transforming into a docile plush cat, curling up beside Chi Sui and dozing off. Fu Zheng sent a message. "Where are you?" Chi Sui glanced at the screen, sensing his irritation even through the digital barrier. "I've gone home," Fu Zheng replied. "I'm waiting for you." In Chapter 9, Hush. Do not contradict the young master of the aristocracy. 9. After concluding his conversation with Duan Rong, Chi Sui had yet to arrive. Time passed until the establishment closed for the night. It was as if Chi Sui had evaporated from existence. Fu Zheng pondered what could be taking him so long. Upon encountering Qin Wan on his way home, he inquired about his brother. Qin Wan responded, "Brother?" He said he was hit by a car on the roadside and now wants me to retrieve his body. Fu Zheng questioned, "Does he appear foolish to you?" Chi Sui yawned, his eyes half-lidded as he answered, "What did Duan Rong want to discuss with you?" Fu Zheng replied guardedly, "Nothing." He was deliberately avoiding the subject. Chi Sui, sensing his irritation, provocatively remarked, "Duan Rong is a gay. If you have the will, your efforts will surely be rewarded." His intention was to probe further. Unaware of the extent of Fu Zheng and Duan Rong's collaboration. After all, one could never know when he might meet his demise at the hands of the antagonist. After a prolonged silence, Fu Zheng finally responded with confusion. "What?" Annoyed, Chi Sui chose to disengage, not wishing to placate him further. With a swift motion, he pulled 681 closer and dozed off on the sofa. Meow. Had it known it would endure such indignity, it would have remained hidden in the depths of consciousness. At 2 in the morning, Fu Zheng stood at the entrance of the club, the surroundings eerily quiet. He stared at his screen, hesitating for an eternity, unable to type a single word. Everything had seemed fine before. Why the sudden anger? Was it because of Duan Rong? Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, uncertain yet not dismissive. If that were the case, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Fu Zheng slightly curved his lips and put away his phone. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. The door closed, yet the vehicle did not start, and the driver made no inquiry about his destination. The atmosphere was rather peculiar. Fu Zheng noticed another person seated in the front passenger seat. A glance in the rearview mirror brought forth a chuckle. "Mr. Duan?" Duan Yu waved his hand, signaling the driver to commence the journey. He spoke with a calm demeanor. "I hadn't anticipated that after your fall from grace, you would still manage to surround yourself with so many individuals willing to shield you. I had underestimated you." "Whom do you refer to?" Fu Zheng maintained his composure, fully aware that Duan Yu dared not take any action against him. The corners of his thin lips lifted slightly. Chi Sui or Duan Rong? Duan Yu, having been trodden upon since childhood, held his pride with utmost tenacity. He would never allow anyone to seize everything from him. The internal strife within the Duan family positioned him and Duan Rong at odds, and now, with Fu Zheng entangled, the situation had indeed become chaotic. As the saying goes, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Despite the bankruptcy of the Fu family, it was unlikely that Fu Zheng lacked connections to facilitate his resurgence, especially with Chi Sui in the picture. The mere thought of returning to the days when he was scorned by all filled him with a desire for oblivion. Duan Yu clenched his fingers tightly. Although he felt a profound unease, his words exuded a casual arrogance. "Fu Zheng, remember this. Today I stand over you. And in the future, I shall as well. I will not grant you the opportunity for redemption. Let's wait and see." "Oh, and Chi Sui." Duan Yu elongated his tone, his gaze fixed on the man in the rearview mirror, a chill emanating from his eyes that could induce shivers. This was an intolerable predicament for him. The man who once chased after him had now switched allegiances. Who could endure such a stark contrast? Leaning back, Duan Yu intentionally sought to provoke him. a wild grin adorning his face, relishing the moment. Fu Zheng, you might not realize, but do you recall how he once implored me? A hint of emotion flickered across Fu Zheng's typically impassive face. His brows knitted together as he scrutinized Duan Yu through the rearview mirror. Oh, imploring him? I find that hard to believe. On the first night, Chi Sui nearly succumbed to torment before uttering that phrase. His resolve was stronger than his bones. I merely offer a kind reminder. Do not overestimate your own importance. Chi Sui is someone anyone can engage with. I am unaware of the methods you employed to draw him to your side, but since he dared to betray me, none shall find respite. At these words, Fu Zheng's fingers moved ever so slightly. Chi Sui. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Duan Yu in the rearview mirror. Fu Zheng's lips curled into a smile, his emotions concealed within a fathomless abyss. His voice was scarcely above a whisper. You shall not see that day. Chi Sui slumbered until midday, awakening in a haze, his breathing somewhat labored. Realizing he might have caught a chill, he paid it little mind, casually taking a couple of pills before heading out. Sui, where are you going? Chi Sui, with a mouthful of sandwich, mumbled indistinctly, to find my mother-in-law. What? Mother-in-law? Fu Zheng, having sustained injuries the previous night, did not present himself at the club, and Chi Sui did not invite him to Linjiang, nor did he respond to his messages. He took a car back to the residential building. Fu Zheng was somewhat distracted, nearly missing his stop. Throughout the journey, he reflected on the events of the previous day. Aside from being a bit forceful in the compartment, it seemed there was little else to note. He frowned, disliking the feeling of being swayed by others' emotions. Su Rong had left the door ajar, and as he changed his shoes at the entrance, he heard her call from within. Xiao Zheng, you're back. Why didn't you go to the club today? Take a break. Come in quickly. Your friend is here to see you. Fu Zheng gepaused momentarily. Friend? Which friend? The home was sparsely furnished and simply arranged. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Upon entering, Fu Zheng was greeted by a thick, acrid smoke seeping through the tightly closed kitchen door. Coughing slightly, he called out, Mom, are you practicing sorcery? What nonsense are you talking? Su Rong pulled him closer and whispered, It's your friend in there. He insisted on coming inside and said he would cook this afternoon. I couldn't stop him, so I let him go, but Su Rong's expression turned troubled. She had thought he was merely being polite, not anticipating that he would actually roll up his sleeves. At this rate, an explosion in the kitchen seemed just a matter of time. Friend? Which friend? Su Zhong Bonde. 7? What's 7 years old? Chi Sui. Fu Zheng frowned. Yes, that's the name. Chi Sui was busy cooking, holding a spatula in one hand and a lid in the other, leaning precariously against the wall as he watched the oil bubbling in the pan. Fu Zheng walked in to witness this comical scene. With a stoic expression, he approached and turned off the gas. If you can't cook, then don't. Don't blow up the kitchen. Chi Sui silently set down the lid. I'm just trying to learn. I thought if you came back, you might get to taste my cooking. His earnestness tugged at Fu Zheng's heartstrings, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared at him. Chi Sui, adorned in a floral apron with a smudge of soot on his face, presented a stark contrast to his otherwise cool demeanor. A pampered young master would surely lack such skills. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together and moved behind Chi Sui, deftly untying the knot at his back. I'll handle it. You just wait to eat. Chi Sui suppressed a laugh, curiosity piqued. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? Fu Zheng smirked, his broad palm gliding over Chi Sui's slender waist. In a low voice, he replied, to meet the mother-in-law? Preview. Fu Zheng, it's free tonight, no charge. Chapter 10, Shu. No contradicting the young master of the wealthy family. Huh. He knew he shouldn't engage with such a person. Chi Sui, with a cold expression, pushed him away and exited the kitchen without looking back. Cook, I'm hungry. I'll be staying here tonight, not going back. Fu Zheng did not refuse. Casting a glance at the chaotic kitchen, feeling inexplicably as though he were being manipulated. After the events of last night, Chi Sui understood that targeting the antagonist directly was far too slow. Instead, it would be more effective to approach those close to him, employing a strategic maneuver to allow the antagonist to feel his pure heart of 24K gold from the inside out. Little Chi, come here quickly, stop dawdling. Su Rong was an amiable host, serving the finest pu'er tea. Nearby, someone remarked, "It's rare for you to consider our little Zheng a friend." Ever since the Fu family fell into bankruptcy, those who walked away have scattered like leaves in the wind. How desolate. Not at all. We shall always remain good friends, came the reply, though Chi Sui felt an awkwardness that left her feeling exposed, as if she might be struck by lightning at any moment. Friends? If she only knew the dealings her son was involved in with him, she might very well be driven to despair. Chi Sui managed to smile, attempting to deflect the conversation. Just then, Fu Zheng appeared with a platter of dishes, announcing, "Dinner is ready. Come and eat." Chi Sui approached, reaching for the chopsticks, but Fu Zheng was quicker to offer them her. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Why are your hands so cold?" "It's nothing, just a slight cold," Chi Sui replied, subtly withdrawing her hands, embodying a mix of refusal and invitation. Su Rong ladled several bowls of vegetable soup, beaming as she encouraged, "Little Chi, since it's your first visit, you must sample Xiao Zheng's culinary skills. Though it may not rival that of a five-star chef, it certainly holds its own." "Thank you, Auntie," Chi Sui responded. The meal progressed pleasantly, with Chi Sui engaging in cheerful conversation while Fu Zheng occasionally chimed in, though he remained somewhat reserved. Nevertheless, it was evident that his mood was bright. Su Rong retired early, heading to bed by 8. This left Chi Sui in the living room, staring blankly at Fu Zheng, asking, "Where will I sleep?" "In the bedroom," he replied after a moment's pause, adding, "My bedroom. Does your house lack a guest room?" She thought to herself that he was here to strategize, not to indulge in romantic pursuits. Sharing a bed might lead to unforeseen complications. Consequently, Fu Zheng showed his discontent, grumbling softly, "Young master, why abandon your splendid riverside abode to endure hardship in my humble dwelling? If you wish, you may return home." Chi Sui's expression darkened, and she turned sharply towards his bedroom, thinking that she was determined to assert her presence today. Exhausted, she closed the door behind her and lay down on the bed. Her head was spinning, and soon drowsiness enveloped her. As she drifted into a hazy sleep, she felt a depression beside her. Nestling closer, she felt the heat of the person behind her, a large hand resting on her waist, his voice low and teasing. "Are you sulking? Are you angry? You didn't tea come last night, but now you're here, and you're being so distant, knowing I wouldn't dare confront you, right?" Chi Sui, heavy with sleep, lacked the energy to respond. "Leave me alone." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a jolt as something was thrust into her mouth, a bitter taste quickly spreading. "Fu Zing." Chi Sui turned, ready to strike, but he deftly dodged her fist. "What did you give me?" "A fever reducer. Haven't you noticed you're running a fever?" The room was dimly lit, obscuring her view of his expression. Remembering her discomfort earlier that morning, she gradually relaxed her taut nerves, muttering, "It's just a mild fever. It's nothing serious." She couldn't blame him for being cautious. One could never be too sure of a villainess' intentions. "Young master," Fu Zheng perched at the head of the bed, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You still haven't answer my question. Are you angry with me?" Chi Sui retreated, pressing against the wall. She didn't respond but rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a USB drive and tossing it into Fu Zheng's hands. "I'm not curious about your relationship with Duan Rong, but I can do what he does, understand?" Fu Zheng weighed the situation. "What is this?" "Information from Duan Yu's computer. You will find it intriguing. Last time he infiltrated the Duan family. Although he failed to take Duan Yu's life, he certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. So this is the purpose of your visit today?" Chi Sui rested his hands on his knees, laughter bubbling from his throat. "Fu Zing, I am here to bring you warmth. Do you know that? As long as I reasonably assist the antagonist in regaining his peak without leaving any incriminating evidence. Even if Duan Yu is the protagonist of this realm, it matters not." "Warmth?" Fu Zheng rolled the word on his tongue. Suddenly, he grasped Chi Sui's ankle and pulled back sharply. "With this, do you think you can warm me?" Chi Sui's alarm bells rang, shrinking back. "Fu Zheng, are you insane? This is your home. I may have no shame, but I still have some dignity." Su Rong is in the next room. How would he explain any noise that might arise, claiming they were merely indulging in the whims of ordinary friends? Ridiculous. Not even a dog would believe that. Yet, it was clear that Fu Zheng had no intention of letting him off easily. He leaned in, pinning him firmly into the bedding. Fu Zeng. In the confines of the small room, the atmosphere thickened with ambiguity. He lowered his head, his throat slightly hoarse, recalling Duan Yu's words about their past together, begging him. The moonlight danced outside, and Chi Sui stared at the man's distinguished jawline for a moment before bursting into laughter. What? Do you want me to strip and beg you? Fu Zheng's gaze darkened, the beads of the rosary pressing against his waist, causing discomfort. The words were far too explicit, yet he showed no signs of retreat. With a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips, he challenged, then begged me. Are you afraid I want to give you pleasure? Chi Sui fell silent. This guy was as shameless as that old man. Fu Zheng suddenly tightened his grip around Chi Sui's waist, the beads pressing into his flesh. Whispering softly, my relationship with Duan Rong is merely one of collaboration. There is nothing between us, do not misunderstand. He vanished unexpectedly yesterday, and, to be honest, he was quite anxious. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. Why explain anything to me? Chi Sui, I have told you, behave yourself, and I will not harm you. Chi Sui's expression turned cold. Then what are you doing now? Playing house. Fu Zheng replied, not quite. Chi Sui, already running a slight fever, was thrown into disarray by a sudden kiss. Realizing the man's intentions, he reached out. Your mother is next door. Are you out of your mind? Fu Zheng lowered his head, rubbing against his face with a soft laugh. Then keep your voice down later. You have such an astonishingly thick skin. Chi Sui frowned. It's pointless. I want to pay. Tonight is free, no charge. Is that the point? Chi Sui paused momentarily, instantly falling under the other's control. All right, he conceded. Unable to resist, Chi Sui asked in a hushed voice. No protection? None at home. Who keeps that kind of thing at home? Chi Sui, furious and embarrassed, exclaimed, Are you trying to kill me? Chapter 11. Shoo. Do not confront the young master of the wealthy family. 11. Finally finding an opportunity to refuse. Chi Sui seized it. Get away, you spoiled brat. I want to be coming back next time. Fu Zheng's expression darkened as he seized his wrist and pulled downward. He retrieved a small bottle from the bedside table and thrust it into Chi Sui's hand. What is this? Fu Zheng Lingding, his tongue brushing against Chi Sui's slightly warm earlobe. It's 6 gods flower water. Chi Sui exclaimed, What? Not suitable for children, cannot be broadcast. For details, click here. The next day, Chi Sui accompanied Fu Zheng on a shopping trip. After a night of exertion, Chi Sui felt utterly drained. As they walked, his legs felt weak, almost causing him to stumble. Fu Zheng glanced at him, brimming with energy. What do you feel like eating? I'll make it for you at home. Anything, Chi Sui replied curtly. If it weren't for Su Rong being at home, he wouldn't have agreed to accompany Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng chuckled softly, noticing the supermarket ahead. Why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll be back as soon as I finish shopping. All right. Chi Sui casually found a bench and sat down. Pulling out his phone, he noticed the latest Weibo notification. Duan's new project has failed to sign. Suspected information leak. The funding chain has suffered a severe blow. Chi Sui squinted, surprised by the swift turn of events. Just last night he had provided the USB drive, and by afternoon, the issue was resolved so neatly. In the original storyline, Duan Yu was poised to rise as a new figure in the business world through this project, shedding the label of an illegitimate child. His ascent marked the downfall of the antagonist. Should the project fail, the narrative would plunge into an irreversible phase. Chi Sui Muzed, Niubo. What is the blackening value now? The plot is progressing smoothly. It has currently dropped to 45. Finally below half. If it doesn't decrease further, he would truly be at his wit's end. Chi Sui suddenly felt a surge of indignation. As if mountains were collapsing and heroes were perishing. It was more exhausting than fighting in the divine realm. Just then, a shadow loomed beside him. Young master. Chi Sui turned to see the man who had caused trouble at the Chi residence last time, Zhou Cheng. Frowning, he became alert. What do you want? Nothing, Zhou Cheng replied. A forced smile on his face, clearly anxious. I presume the young master is aware of the failure of young master Duan's project? Chi Sui narrowed his eyes, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. His failure was due to his own incompetence. What did it have to do with him? As for you, Chi Sui crossed his legs, smirking, Didn't you learn your lesson last time at the Qi residence? Yet here you are, assisting Duan Yu? Zhou Cheng gulped nervously, stammering. Young Master, I merely came to relay a message from young Master Duan. He said he knows you are the one responsible for the document leak. This project has been his labor of love, and he will make you pay the price. Pay the price? Qi Sui found it amusing that, even at this juncture, he remained so arrogant. What could he possibly make him pay? Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out from within the supermarket, followed by a chorus of screams. Qi Sui froze for a moment, then immediately dashed inside. Fu Zheng was still in there. The supermarket had erupted into chaos, with countless people fleeing in panic. Their target was Fu Zheng. Qi Sui pushed against the tide, pursuing the sound of gunfire. Fu Zing, where are you? If you're alive, make a sound. Niu Bu, what are you dawdling for? Quickly locate him. Should the villain perish, his first task would be deemed complete, and without a return to the divine realm. He would obliterate the 3,000 realms in his wake. System initiating target search, locking on a target. A map unfolded within Qi Sui's consciousness. He dared not delay and entered the safety passage, ascending with urgency. The distance closed, and the gunfire grew increasingly pronounced. Although the leak of confidential documents was attributed to Qi Sui, it was ultimately Fu Zheng who precipitated the failure of the project. Moreover, from the outset, Duan Yu's objective had always been Fu Zheng. Rushing to the 8th floor, Qi Sui's breath caught in his throat as he caught sight of several suspicious shadows in the stairwell. In an instant, a hand covered his mouth and nose, dragging him into a shadowed corner. Ugh! Qi Sui struggled fiercely, his elbow striking the intruder's abdomen. It's me. Don't make a sound, Fu Zheng murmured, his breath warm against Qi Sui's ear. Qi Sui relaxed, and Fu Zheng's grip loosened. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Was there movement just now? Let's investigate. Alarmed, Qi Sui lowered his voice and tugged at Fu Zheng's coat. Give me your jacket. Fu Zheng frowned. You can't just act recklessly. Qi Sui choked on his words, exasperated by Fu Zheng's assumptions. I'll distract them. You stay put. If you die, I won't fare any better. Qi Sui Fu Zheng grasped his hand, breathing heavily. I won't allow you to throw your life away. He had envisioned countless scenarios of Qi Sui coming to his side, yet he never anticipated that Qi Sui would be willing to sacrifice himself for him. This was unforeseen, yet not in the realm of possibility. The footsteps approached, ever closer. Qi Sui had no time to explain. He turned and pressed Fu Zheng against the wall, swiftly stripping him of his coat. With piercing eyes, Qi Sui whispered a spell-like incantation. Fu Zheng, remember this. It is what you owe me. Before Fu Zheng could fully comprehend, Qi Sui had donned his coat and dashed outside. Gunfire erupted, and countless shadows flitted before him. The man's fingers tightened and relaxed repeatedly. Qi Sui, if that's the case, Fu Zheng smirked, then I shall trust you this once. Qi Sui sprinted to the rooftop, with towering buildings behind him offering no escape. Gasping for breath, he leaned on his knees. The masked assassins appeared before him at a startling pace. Their eyes lingered on Qi Sui's face for a moment before they realized they had been deceived. He isn't Fu Zheng. Let's retreat. Wait, Qi Sui called out, sealing the rooftop exit instantaneously. The assassins were struck with terror at the sight. Help! What monstrous being is this? Having severed ties with Fu Zheng, Qi Sui's divine power surged, allowing him to dispatch them with ease, akin to crushing an ant. In an instant, numerous tendrils of restraint shot forth, firmly locking around their throats. Qi Sui regarded them with disdain, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm, yet devoid of any compassion. Just as Qi Sui unleashed his wrath upon the assassins, the stairwell reverberated with Fu Zheng's urgent call. Qi Sui. Preview. Qi Sui. Let go of me, it hurts. Fu Zheng. No more of this. Chapter 12. Hush, do not disrespect the young master of the aristocracy. 12. Qi Sui's heart sank instantly, feeling utterly defeated. His strength dissipated in a heartbeat, leaving him vulnerable. Several assassins collapsed to the ground, gasping in agony. Before Qi Sui could flee, the leader raised his gun, aiming directly at him. Bang! Qi Sui was struck, the bullet piercing his right arm and leaving a small, hollow wound. Fortunately, It did not damage the bone, and with some rest, it would heal. Leaning against the hospital corridor wall, Chi Sui hung his head, his left hand clutching a lit cigarette, drawing on it absent-mindedly. Upon returning after settling the bill, Fu Zheng noticed Chi Sui's despondent demeanor. Approaching him, he snatched the cigarette from Chi Sui's hand, his tone cold and firm, forbidding him from smoking. "Don't bother me." Chi Sui glared at him, wishing he could strip Fu Zheng of his skin and swallow him whole. Who could have imagined that the group of assassins had treated Fu Zheng with such deference when he ascended to the top floor? He had harbored a strong desire to eliminate him. Damn it, he risked his life to protect Fu Zheng, only for Fu Zheng to seek his demise. How infuriating. Fu Zheng's gaze was unwavering as he discarded the cigarette into a trash bin, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Get lost." Chi Sui's expression was grim, filled with the displeasure of being manipulated. "I have no time to play with you, believe it or not." With a long stride, he headed toward the door, his injured right arm, now bandaged, throbbed painfully. It was humiliating. Chi Sui had never felt so defeated before. As night fell, the streets bustled with traffic. Chi Sui, simmering with frustration, walked along the road when Fu Zheng caught up with him, grabbing his arm. "Come home with me." "Home? Where is that?" Chi Sui frowned. "To Lingjiang or to my place. Either is fine." Fu Zheng felt uncertain, as the events had unfolded because of him. Chi Sui, in a fit of anger, laughed sarcastically, shaking off Fu Zheng's grip. "I don't want to see you right now. Don't come looking for me during this time. Do you think I suffered this injury for nothing? Testing me. Why didn't you let me die there? There won't be a next time." Fu Zheng's face was etched with guilt. The day's events were not solely his machinations. Duan Yu had indeed sent those assassins to take his life, intending to test Chi Sui only after the betrayal. He never anticipated that Chi Sui would be harmed. Had he known, he would not have acted so recklessly. If forgiveness were possible, it would be ideal. If not, he would seek it. Chi Sui pressed on, sneering, "Let us in here, Fu Zheng. You need tea come to Lingjiang anymore." "Chi Sui," Fu Zheng exclaimed, his voice breaking as he grasped the man's wrist tightly. Forced against a lamppost, Chi Sui, filled with rage and humiliation, shouted, "What are you doing? Let go." Fu Zheng's voice was low and steady, his deep gaze fixed on Chi Sui. "What do you mean by end it here? Must I spell out for you?" Choked with emotion, Fu Zheng's eyes brimmed with crimson veins, his jaw clenched tightly. Just when Chi Sui feared that Fu Zheng's anger might escalate, Fu Zheng suddenly bowed his head, embraced him, and spoke softly, "Sui Sui. There won't be a next time. Trust me, will you?" The tone was humble, yet tinged with caution. Chi Sui inquired, "What is happening?" Fu Zheng repeated, "Sui Sui. Is that all right?" Since the troubles of the Fu family began, everyone around him had ulterior motives. And Chi Sui was the first person to approach him without any hidden agenda. He was reluctant to let go. 681 bared his teeth. "Sui Sui, just this once." The antagonist is inherently suspicious. Testing is inevitable. Although it is difficult for me to watch, we can certainly torment him later. Pin him down and rub his face in it. Chi Sui struggled. "Let go, it hurts." Fu Zheng stubbornly insisted. "Not until this is over." Chi Sui responded with a perfunctory Of course, it wouldn't end here. They had already slept together, and he had gained nothing from it. In due time, he would make sure to give Fu Zheng a taste of his own medicine. Only then did Fu Zheng release him, concern etched on his face. "Where does it hurt?" he asked. "My waist," Chi Sui replied. Fu Zheng paused, then laughed. "What does my dear one like to eat? I shall cook for you when we return home." Chi Sui arched an eyebrow, the intimate term causing him to smirk nonchalantly. "I'm going back to Linjiang tonight." Fu Zheng bared his head, leaving a gentle bite mark on the man's neck, chuckling, "As compensation, I shall attend to you tonight." Shortly thereafter, a charity gala was held in the business district, where the scions of noble families and influential financiers gathered. Fu Zheng's plans were steadily progressing. A return to prominence was imminent. Conversely, since the failure of the recent project signing, Duan Yu's standing in the business world was precarious, compelling him to win over allies. This charity gala presented an opportunity for him. Chi Sui could not allow him to succeed. As the gala reached its zenith, the host passionately delivered a speech from the stage, while Chi Sui discreetly followed Duan Yu, trailing behind him. Mr. Wang, Duan Yu found his target. Raising his glass to toast with the man before him, long time no see. Ah, isn't this young Master Duan? It has indeed been a while. The man eagerly shook his hand, and they engaged in lively conversation. Chi Sui fiddled with his drink, eavesdropping from a position of absolute safety, approaching them without drawing attention. Pretending to pass by, he accidentally spilled a drink on Duan Yu. My apologies. You, Duan Yu exclaimed in shock, hastily grabbing a nearby towel to wipe himself off. Chi Sui, you did that on purpose. Ignoring him, Chi Sui turned to the man, smiling. Mr. Wang, it has been a while. Who are you? The man stared into Chi Sui's eyes, his gaze gradually losing focus, as if he had fallen into a whirlpool, unable to escape. He became dazed, as if enchanted, murmuring, Long time no see, young Master Chi. Mr. Wang, you shouldn't linger here. Someone is looking for you over there. All right, the man, entranced, stiffly moved in another direction. Duan Yu, regaining his senses, shouted from behind, Mr. Wang, stop calling. Chi Sui leaned against the bar, watching him with amusement. In the game of kings, one must accept victory or defeat. Give it up. Duan Yu's eyes widened with rage as he turned, seizing Chi Sui's collar, shouting, Chi Sui, for Fu Zhang's sake, do you intend to cut off my retreat? He had lost everything. The Duan family rejected him. Duan Rong obstructed him. He truly had no way to rise again. To my utter astonishment, he has fallen to such depths. Chi Sui narrowed his eyes and calmly stated, Duan Yu, I have warned you not to touch Fu Zhang. I shall not spare you. How so? Duan Yu scoffed, gripping his collar and gradually closing the distance. Are you so addicted to him that you follow him so devotedly? What he can achieve, I can achieve too. Why not test me? Chi Sui furrowed his brow, almost instantaneously gathering his spiritual energy. Duan Yu felt a sudden constriction in his chest. In the next moment, he was violently thrown to the ground, gasping in pain. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers. Isn't that the second young master of the Duan family? Why is he in such a sorry state? Indeed, not long ago, he botched a project. Now no one in the business community is willing to collaborate with him. The illegitimate son of the Duan family has struggled to reach this point. With such grand ambitions, it is only fitting that he stumbles. Chapter 13. Hush, do not contradict the young master of the aristocracy. 13. Each word cut like a knife, tearing apart Duan Yu's remaining shred of dignity. He struggled to rise, his eyes reddened, gritting his teeth in hatred towards the man before him, Chi Sui. The speed was so swift that he scarcely saw it coming. For a moment, he doubted whether the other was even human. Chi Sui brushed off the imagined dust from his attire, a wicked smirk playing at his lips. Second young Master Duan, take care. You will pay a price for this. I will ensure you do. Duan Yu trembled, growling as if making a vow of vengeance. All of this is Chi Sui's doing. Had it not been for him, had he not stolen the confidential documents, the project would not have failed, and Fu Zhang would not have had the opportunity to exploit it. We shall see. Chi Sui remained indifferent. Given the current situation, the investors in the business community might not wish to collaborate with him again. He turned and collided with the deep, enigmatic eyes of Duan Rong, concealed beneath gold-rimmed glasses, reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Young master, Duan Rong elegantly bowed. The Duan family's standing in the business realm was inferior to the Qi family. Thus his respectful demeanor was not unexpected. Chi Sui offered a courteous smile, Mr. Duan. With no further conversation, the two parted ways. This cunning fox, a unique presence in the unfolding narrative, intriguingly appeared to take an interest in Duan Yu. Duan Rong regarded the man before him, lofty and imposing like a ruler. You, at this juncture, do not struggle. Duan Rong, you are a madman. You actually side with Fu Zhang against me. Are you satisfied with what I have become? Duan Yu lost his composure, erupting into fits of manic laughter. Against me? You are being too presumptuous. As the crowd dispersed after witnessing the spectacle, Duan Rong stepped forward, his slender fingers lifting the man's gaunt chin. His gaze rife with disdain. His voice dripped with temptation. I told you, you cannot defeat me. It would be wiser to accept reality and become my captive. I can grant you anything you desire. Get away from me. Duan Yu, filled with repulsion, longed to sever any ties with him. A homosexual, disgusting, utterly revolting. Is there anything more unfortunate than being targeted like this? No, there shall not be. Duan Rong was not angered. He raised his wristwatch to check the time, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yu, I believe you will come to seek me out. Duan Yu felt a wave of nausea, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. I cannot lose. I will certainly prevail. No one can defeat me. Duan Rong, you cannot control me. Yu, Duan Rong should. Regarding him as one might a mischievous child. His tone was laced with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Once you've had your fun, feel free to return. I shall always be waiting at home. Duan Yu glared at him coldly, retorting, You lunatic. I could never lose to you, never. He fled in a panic. Duan Rong smirked, leisurely fastening his cufflinks, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of the man, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Yu, I will have both the Duan family and you. Chi Sui had just entered the restroom when he was startled by a dark figure before him. Fu Zing, are you out of your mind? Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Zheng rushed in. The stall door was locked, and Chi Sui found himself pressed against the wall, caught in an aggressively passionate kiss, utterly defenseless. In the cramped space of the stall, Chi Sui struggled to breathe. Fu Zheng, have you lost your mind? I have no time for your toilet games. Let me out. Fu Zheng's voice was husky as he fixed his dark gaze upon him. What did you just say to Duan Yu? They were both entangled now. Was he dead? Fu Zheng's lips were warm and damp, suppressing the fury within him. You said you had severed ties with Duan Yu. What were you just doing? Oh, are you jealous? Chi Sui teased, raising an eyebrow. Fu Zheng's expression hardened, his eyes darkening further as he gripped Chi Sui's chin tightly. Was that intentional? Are you deliberately provoking him, dancing around his boundaries, betting on his soft heart, wagering that he wouldn't dare act against you? Chi Sui's muked. They stood there in a charged standoff when an unexpected sound echoed from the restroom. Duan Yu stormed in, phone in hand, clearly agitated. I will say this one last time. You must resolve this tonight. If you fail, pack your things and leave. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his lips brushing against Chi Sui's neck, whispering sweet nothings. Where's your little lover, Duan Yu? Shoo, don't make a fuss, Chi Sui murmured, focused intently on eavesdropping. What business is this? Is he stirring up trouble again? What did you say? Duan Yu scoffed. You need me to teach you how to handle such trivial matters? Just slip a little drug into the wine and send her straight to my room tonight. Chi Sui vaguely recalled that in the original narrative, Duan Yu had indeed bedded the daughter of a financial mogul to secure family alliances. It seemed that moment had arrived. Lost in thought, Chi Sui felt an unfamiliar surge of anger from Fu Zheng. Was he still thinking about that man outside? A sharp bite unexpectedly pierced Chi Sui's shoulder, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, igniting a wave of electric thrill. He gradually lost his patience. Fu Zheng let go. Has the decrease in your dark aura made you so clingy? He merely wished to complete the task at hand without entangling himself further. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Are you truly so inept? Duan Yu continued to rage outside. Fu Zheng stubbornly held him in his embrace, his breaths heavy. With your little lover present, are you so eager to sever ties with me? You cannot endure this jealousy. Were it not for the constraints of divine power, I would show you the harsh realities of society. Chi Sui endeavored to maintain his composure. Did you not say you trusted me? Indeed, I trust you, Fu Zheng scoffed, his fingertip pressing harshly against Chi Sui's lips, his eyes ablaze with insatiable desire. Call out. Let him hear. Chi Sui's eyes widened, nearly gasping for breath. Have you lost your mind? If this gets out, what will become of my reputation? Yes, I've lost my mind. Chi Sui, who in the business circle doesn't know how deeply you once loved Duan Yu? Have you considered my feelings? Feelings? What nonsense! Who is truly considering whom? Fu Zheng's possessiveness reached an extreme. Though he was the antagonist, his brazen appropriation was rather excessive. Could he not contemplate the circumstances of the parties involved? Chi Sui forced a polite, yet awkward smile. My past with him is just that, past. Now I love you. Ugh, love? Those infatuated with romance should go forage for wild vegetables. Love? Fu Zheng's cold laughter echoed, his long leg brushing against Chi Sui's inner thigh. Then prove it to me. Chapter 14. Hush, no defiance against the young master of the aristocracy, and Chi Sui's hair stood on end in an instant. In a confined space, a wave of intense stimulation surged, compelling him to push Fu Zheng away. Not now, perhaps tonight. Chi Sui was infuriated. This madman had him firmly in his grasp. How long would this continue? Fine. Fu Zheng relaxed his grip slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Since you don't love him, I shall ruin him. Chi Sui was indifferent. As long as he didn't perish, all was well. After finishing his call, Duan Yu soon exited the restroom. Chi Sui pushed Fu Zheng away, preparing to leave, only to be yanked back by Fu Zheng. A card was pressed into his palm. 6319, I'll be waiting for you tonight, darling. Fu Zheng gazed at him with a smile. Chi Sui's back stiffened. He found a string of numbers oddly familiar. He dismissed the thought and departed. Fu Zheng's smile froze as he took out his phone, dialing a number. Mr. Duan, as you wish, let the plan commence. When Chi Sui found the woman mentioned by Duan Yu, she was in the back hall of the banquet, drunkenly sprawled over a table. Shadows loomed nearby. Two men behaving suspiciously. Chi Sui tapped the table, his voice sultry and alluring. Hey, madam, do you have time to join me somewhere? Zhou Ying, slightly inebriated, blinked blearily. Handsome, are you flirting with me? Do you want to take me on a date? Chi Sui smiled, pushing a glass of wine toward her. With a flick of his fingers, he presented her with a rose, a charming smile gracing his lips. It would be my utmost honor. Thus, are you willing to accompany me? A flush of color, not entirely attributable to intoxication, graced Zhou Ying's cheeks as she unsteadily rose, draping her arm over Chi Sui's shoulder. She murmured in a dazed manner, no turning back. Okay? Of course. Chi Sui cast a wary glance towards the corner, whereupon both of them instinctively averted their gazes. His initial intention was merely to divert Zhou Ying, sparing her from Duan Yu's malevolent grasp. Upon exiting the hotel room, he encountered Duan Rong, who remained as composed and elegant as ever. Young master, Chi Sui said, pulling the door shut and eyeing him warily. What brings you here? Duan Rong produced a brocade box, his demeanor notably humble. A gift for you, young master. I hope you will find it to your liking. Upon opening it, Chi Sui discovered a land contract from the auction held during the evening, a prized possession that he had not expected Duan Rong to acquire. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What is your intention? I am aware of the personal grievances between you and IU, Duan Rong replied. Tonight, he is bound to face retribution. I only hope you will not let compassion sway you to intervene. What do you mean? Duan Rong's smile bring him down utterly. Chi Sui scolded. Anyone who could align themselves with Fu Zheng must be deranged. His desire to control Duan Yu seemed to entail a complete and utter disgrace, reducing him to mere subservience. I too have a condition. Speak. Keep your distance from Fu Zheng. Whatever he desires, the Qi family can provide. Duan Rong acquiesced readily. To him, Fu Zheng was merely a disposable pawn. Duan Yu was his ultimate objective. Fu Zheng harbored similar sentiments. Yet, in order to ensure that the antagonist would not instigate further chaos, Chi Sui devised a comprehensive strategy to keep him firmly under surveillance. Such as previously mentioned, he would become a gilded canary. Niu Bo, how much has the antagonist's corruption diminished? Congratulations, Sui Sui. There are currently only 10 points of corruption remaining. Victory is within our grasp. Chi Sui arrived at room 6319, hesitating before knocking. The other party seemed to have sensed his presence, swiftly pulling him inside. He was pressed against the door and kissed deeply. Fu Zheng, wait a moment and tell me what you conspired with Duan Rong about? Chi Sui protested, skeptical of any claims of innocence between them. Fu Zheng halted, his breath quickening. What we conspire is of little consequence. What matters is he desires Duan Yu, while I desire you. Is this a love quadrangle? Chi Sui felt dizzy. I mentioned my ties to Duan Yu. Fu Zheng interrupted, his lips brushing against Chi Sui's, the familiar taste of rust flooding his mouth. I know. You wish for me to remain by your side, never to leave, though I do not comprehend your reasoning. For what purpose? For the mission. Fu Zheng pressed his hand against the back of Chi Sui's head, deepening the kiss. A transparent barrier of water separated them. Yet he declared, If it were you, I would willingly become, as you said, a caged bird, a cherished sparrow. Chi Sui replied, then we have an agreement. I shall grant you everything you desire, but you must remain obediently by my side and go nowhere. Fu Zheng chuckled, relishing this possessiveness directed at him. With a heart full of joy, he responded, very well. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Thunderous footsteps echoed, as if they would shatter the floor. What is happening? You took Zhou. Then I shall send someone else in. However, his downfall has arrived. He is besieged by reporters from all sides. Not only has he incited the wrath of the Duan family, but he has also drawn the ire of the capital magnates within the business district. Soon, shocking scandals about Duan will emerge. In his ruthless quest for ascendance, he will face collective ostracism, leaving him with no hope for redemption. It is at this moment that Chi Sui comprehends the underlying meaning of Duan Rong's earlier words, to utterly dismantle him. Truly, what a lunatic. Mr. Duan, may I ask if, following your recent project failure, you genuinely intend to forcefully pursue Miss Zhou Ying for your eyes? She is the daughter of Chairman Zhou. Have you considered the repercussions of your actions? Please answer my question. Mr. Duan, open the door. Are you capable of accomplishing your ambitions, yet lacking the courage to acknowledge them? Chi Sui found himself momentarily distracted. Fu Zheng pinched his waist, murmuring, last time you picked me up from the cafe, you called me your wife, but I would rather not hear that. Chi Sui shot him a glance. Then what would you prefer to hear? Darling? One should not presume that just because he is the submissive one, he can act with impunity. The other one? Which one? Chi Sui fin de ignorancia. Fu Zheng gritted his teeth, pinching his face, deliberately teasing. Chi Sui chuckled softly. If you wish to hear it, let me take charge tonight. After being under pressure for so long, it's time for me to counterattack. Wouldn't you agree? Fu Zheng narrowed his eyes, a deep sound escaping his throat after a moment. Fine, go ahead, let me hear it. Chi Sui called out swiftly and earnestly, husband. With no fluctuation in tone, he remained utterly unfazed. It was merely a casual utterance, as effortless as letting water flow. Fu Zheng could no longer suppress his laughter, utterly enchanted. He bent down, nuzzling his lips against Chi Sui's. Why are you so delicate? I'm a young master. What is wrong with being a bit spoiled? Not much, just indulging you. Fu Zheng smirked, bending his waist, lifting Chi Sui and tossing him onto the soft bedding. A large shadow loomed over him as his clothes were gradually pulled off. He struggled momentarily. Weren't you the one who said tonight I should? Fu Zheng pressed close to his ear, chuckling softly. The Fu family's financial chain has begun to operate. It will eventually be under your name as my betrothal gift. What did you say? I am the one marrying you. Please. That 5 million from the previous night was not spent in vain. Fu Zheng paused thoughtfully, then leaned down, his warm lips grazing the man's earlobe. Very well, darling. Chi Sui. With that single utterance, he was tormented throughout the latter half of the night. Leaning against Fu Zheng, the tingling sensation lingered as he wearily inquired. Fu Zheng, aren't you a believer in Buddhism? The teachings of Buddhism emphasize purity of the 6 senses, the emptiness of desires. Why does it feel like your desires are so intense? It's painful. Fu Zheng kissed the corner of his lips, pouring out his deepest yearnings, and replied slowly. But the Buddha is, after all, a product of human desire. And I shall only convert to you. In time, Duan Yu was imprisoned on charges of attempted bodily harm, intentional injury, and attempted infringement. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng, relying on that 10 points of dark transformation value, enjoyed a tranquil life with Chi Sui for a century. Although he certainly did not resemble a true disciple of the Buddha. That string of prayer beads had been utilized in the most bizarre and novel ways. Congratulations, host. The villain's dark transformation value has been reduced to 0. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points. The first dimensional task has been successfully completed. The first dimension, Volume 2. Help. This eunuch has a slightly extraordinary talent. Chapter 15. Help. This eunuch has a slightly extraordinary talent. 1. Beep. You have arrived at the second dimension. Beep. Unlocking information about the rescue target. Qin Shu. Part 2. You are the deity, and I shall be your fervent devotee. Have you heard? His Highness the Crown Prince was caught by the Emperor while visiting a brothel, and has been confined to the eastern depot, with an edict ordering Qin Shanggong to discipline him. It was General Chun himself who apprehended him at the brothel, and the emperor was furious. It seems His Highness will be unable to return to the Eastern Palace for quite some time. The Eastern Depot is a place where the pampered crown prince will undoubtedly struggle under Qin Shanggong's strict supervision, likely reduced to tears from the ordeal. As Qi Sui arrived in this world, parched and disoriented, he vaguely overheard a few young eunuchs gossiping at the entrance. A chill swept through him, the wind biting at his skin. Struggling to sit up, he realized he was in a corner of the woodshed, completely unclothed. Achoo! Qi Sui sneezed, hastily grabbing a garment nearby, puzzled as to who had stripped him of his clothes. What a twisted mind! Shyly covering his face, he thought, Qi Sui, how fair your complexion. In a flurry, he tied his clothes, pondering what lewd remarks the system might be spouting. Had he inadvertently led Nyobo astray? The white dumpling of suspicion rose to rosy hues. Such a benefit, I would like a dozen. Qi Sui retorted, get lost. You lecher. Without encountering the task target, the system could not transmit the plot. Qi Sui, not in a hurry, decided to investigate his surroundings first, perhaps indulging in some snacks along the way. The woodshed door was locked, but he adeptly climbed through the window. Just as he landed, a cool, crisp voice echoed from around the corner. Is everything in order? Yes, my lord. The speaker was a shadow guard, hands clasped, exuding utmost respect. We have laid our hidden lines at the hunting grounds, waiting for Prince Qi to hunt, so we may strike him down in one fell swoop. The man's voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of fingers gliding over coarse sandpaper, his words evoking the commanding presence of a ruler. At that time, Chun He will undoubtedly be close by. We must exercise caution. No high-ranking officials shall be spared. Qi Sui eavesdropped with keen interest. Beep. Plot successfully loaded. Transmitting plot now. The original host, Qi Sui, was the crown prince of the great Qi kingdom, second only to the emperor. However, his nature was frivolous, often lingering in brothels. A figure of squandered potential. Just yesterday, he had been dragged out of a brothel by the old emperor's envoy and, in a fit of rage, was thrown into the Eastern Depot, where Qin Chu was to discipline him. Qin Chu, the antagonist of this world, was known for his ruthless nature. He was a prince of the neighboring Great Zhou, exiled to the common folk, now risen to a position of power within the Great Qi, inciting fear among many. He schemed to overthrow the Great Qi. In the end, he would meet his demise at the hands of the righteous protagonist, General Chun He, who would sever his head and display it on the city wall for 3 days as a warning. Detected antagonist of this world, current corruption value 70. Task requirement: reduce corruption value to 0. Alter the tragic fate of the antagonist. Qi Sui murmured to himself, what the East factory master, merely a eunuch. Before the words could settle, a sharp pain coursed through Qi Sui's neck, a chilling sensation penetrating to his very bones. A gleaming sword was poised against his throat. Qin Chu had appeared behind him, his chiseled features shrouded in darkness, resembling a predatory wolf lurking in the shadows. Your Highness, why are you prowling about at this late hour? Qi Sui remained motionless, fearing that a mere slip of the blade could spell his doom. He swallowed hard, his expression darkening. I just awoke and sought something to eat. Qin Chu, what is your intention? Qin Chu let out a cold laugh, retracting his sword. So, your Highness has finally regained consciousness. It dawned on Qi Sui that he had been sent to the East factory by the old emperor, still reeling from intoxication when he was brought back from the flower house. Seeing this, Qin Chu wasted no time in stripping him of his garments, dousing him with a bucket of cold water, and ultimately confining him in the woodshed. Since the emperor has tasked me with properly disciplining your Highness, I shall not show any mercy, he declared, disdain evident in his voice. How audacious! Qi Sui huffed, wrapping himself tightly in the single piece of undergarment he had left. What business do you have here at this hour, Qin Gongong? Although the original owner was notorious for his flirtations, he possessed an exquisite beauty, untouched by the harshness of life. His skin was delicate, akin to that of a lovely maiden. In the capital, where male affections were openly expressed, many had fantasized about their prince, though he seemed particularly fond of beautiful women. Qin Shu's gaze roamed over Qi Sui's face without reservation, a mocking smile curling his lips. It appears your highness has overheard my conversation. Qi Sui frowned. Are you aware of the consequences of betraying Qi Gua? Do you not fear my reporting you to Father Emperor? If your highness truly wishes to report me, why engage in this standoff with me? Qin Ju deeply, a dark amusement coloring his tone. Moreover, your highness is now under my watch in the East Factory. Every move you make is observed by me. Should you dare act recklessly, I will ensure your demise. How arrogant! The villain dares to tread upon him. Qi Sui seethed with indignation, but recognized the necessity of prudence. He swiftly redirected the conversation. I am hungry. Fetch me something to eat. Your highness seems to have forgotten that your presence here is a punishment. His Majesty has ordered that all provisions be strictly regulated, Qin Shu replied, implying that he would have to share the meager rations with the eunuchs. Very well. He would endure. This was the villain. He could not overpower him. Qi Sui clenched his fists, understanding that patience was paramount. Before leaving, he spat a vengeful retort. Eunuch, what a pity it was for such a handsome face to be so misused. Just as he turned away, a warning echoed in his mind. Warning, warning. Villain's corruption value. 5. Current corruption value. 75. What the hell? Was he not even allowed to speak the truth? Qi Sui turned back, ready to engage in a debate. Yet Qin Shu appeared all too prepared, a smirk playing upon his lips. Little prince, you call me a eunuch, yet I see you as frail and delicate. Tomorrow, you may find yourself educated in the harsh realities of life. What did that mean? Your clothes were stripped by him. He was exposed. What the hell? Qin Zhu, as Qi Sui fumed with indignation, tightening the ties of his inner garments, he exclaimed, How dare you show such disrespect to this prince? Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He was but a eunuch, devoid of any carnal desires. Qin Shu cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone devoid of inflection. Your Highness, the night has grown late. You should return to your quarters and rest. Tomorrow, an early rise awaits us. With clenched teeth, Qi Sui stormed off in a fit of rage. Qin Shu watched the young man's retreating figure, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the sheath of his sword. Oblivious to the presence of the shadow guards who had silently appeared, a vivid memory surged forth. This morning, the inebriated youth had collapsed before him, tugging at his trouser legs. A scene so tantalizing it lingered in his mind. Indeed, it was not as unappealing as the rumors circulating in the capital suggested. Master, a voice broke the silence, pulling Qin Shu from his reverie. The crown prince overheard our conversation. Why did you not eliminate him? If this matter comes to light in the future, what shall we do? He has just arrived at the East Factory. Should anything happen on my watch, will the Emperor let it slide? Though the Shadow Guard harbored reservations. Qin Shu interjected, his voice icy. This matter shall not be broached again. By my command, none are to touch him. Yes, my lord. Back in his quarters. Qi Sui kicked over a bamboo rack in the corner. What sort of rogue is this villain? How dare he lay hands on my attire? Surely, he did not go so far as to assault me? For heaven's sake, he is the crown prince, the sovereign of the Eastern Palace. How could I allow a mere eunuch to trample upon my dignity? A voice murmured softly, by all accounts, he did nothing untoward. What do you mean by all accounts? Qi Sui seethed. What if he had acted otherwise? I was not prepared to be at the mercy of the antagonist. Take it easy, Sui Sui. You are the ultimate victor. The actions of the villain are inconsequential. You are undoubtedly the one in command. Qi Sui found solace in these words. Indeed, he was the one, a formidable warrior who could never be relegated to a subordinate role. Moreover, Qin Shu was devoid of humanity. Everything must be orchestrated by him. Very well, I shall seize the opportunity to assert my dominance. His days of glory were on the horizon. Qi Sui reveled in dreams of triumph. Presently, he was the victor, and in the unfolding tasks ahead, he would remain the victor eternally. Suddenly, Qi Sui was jolted awake, drenched in cold water from head to toe. Suspended from a tree, Qin Zhu, he glared at the man holding the bucket. What are you doing? Release this prince at once. How audacious. Dressed in a black and gold official robe, his ink-black hair neatly tied with a jade hairpin, Qin Shu nonchalantly discarded the bucket onto the ground. Your Highness, The eunuchs and maidens of the East factory have risen at the crack of dawn, yet you not only remain in slumber, but also hurl insults. Will you acknowledge your error? Chi Sui, still grappling with the remnants of sleep, recalled how he had snapped at the eunuch who had come to rouse him. Who could have anticipated that Qin Shu would personally come to apprehend him and hang him from a tree? His arms ached, and he quickly exclaimed, "I admit my fault. Qin Gong, please lower me." A wise man does not suffer in the present. One day, he would make him rue his actions. Qin Shu scoffed, circling around him. "Where did you err? By not rising on time. And what else?" Qin Shu crossed his arms, lifting his gaze to meet him. "Is there anything else? What more is there?" Chi Sui, suspended in midair, struggled as his inner garment was tugged upwards, revealing a glimpse of his fair waistline, shining brightly. Qin Shu's eyes swept over him briefly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a tone that brooked no argument, he declared, "How would I know?" "You guess. Guess. What is there to guess?" Chi Sui kicked out in frustration, attempting to land a blow on his face, but Qin Shu effortlessly evaded, instead striking the sword sheath against his thigh. "If you cannot guess, continue to guess." Qin Shu. Qin Shu's grip tightened, causing Chi Sui to wince in pain, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Is this man a dog?" "Qin dog." At this moment, the sun was high, and Qin Shu had just returned from court. The palace attendants of the Eastern Depot had been assigned to various palaces, leaving just the two of them in the courtyard. Chi Sui hung from a tree, calling out to the heavens in vain, his pleas falling on deaf ears. "Nyobo, can't you grant me a favor and cut this rope?" "No. The system cannot interfere with the host's interactions with the task subject, violating the system's regulations. Enough with the explanations. Let him bask in the sun until he becomes a dried husk." Chi Sui was utterly exhausted, his throat hoarse, emitting faint whimpers, and he resorted to swinging on the swing instead. Qin Shu stood beneath the tree, arms crossed, observing him with a smile that was almost mocking. "Your Highness, haven't you guessed yet?" Chi Sui resigned himself to his fate, admitting defeat. "Guessing all day long. I might as well say your house is on fire." Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, not wishing to make things difficult. "Fine, I will say one thing, and you will repeat after me." Chi Sui, with a blank expression, regarded him, curious to see what pearls of wisdom would emerge from his lips. "First, you should not be lazy in the morning. Second, you should not act on a whim. Third," Qin Shu deliberately paused, his dark eyes lazily lifting, his thin lips leisurely emphasizing, "you should not visit brothels." Chi Sui repeated the lines without a hint of disapproval. What a wretched brothel, ruining his innocence and subjecting him to punishment. Qin Shu huffed, his tone inexplicably delicate. Reiterating the third point, "I didn't hear you. Your voice was too soft." Chi Sui opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Suddenly, a sharp voice of a young eunuch pierced through the air. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you. Hurry." Qin Shu's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, almost instantaneously severing the rope that held Chi Sui aloft. With a gasp, Chi Sui tumbled to the ground, feeling utterly limp. "What is the matter?" The young eunuch entered the courtyard and was taken aback to find the usually imperious crown prince in such a disheveled state. His eyes widened in surprise. "Truly, our Qin Depot is formidable. Your Highness, today the noble sons are gathering at the training ground. The Emperor has sent me to inform you to go there." "All right. You may leave now." "Yes." The young eunuch couldn't help but glance back at the crown prince, only to be met with a fierce glare from Chi Sui, prompting him to scurry away in fright. Qin Shu observed him, retrieving a small black vial from his waist and tossing it into Chi Sui's arms. "Wound ointment. Remember to apply it to your wrist when you return to change." Chi Sui had been suspended for an hour, his wrist slightly reddened, leaving a distinct mark. "Damn it, you little brat." Chi Sui seethed with barely contained rage, his gaze directed upward, ready to berate him. "Congratulations to the host. The villain's corruption value is 5. Current villain's corruption value, 70. Is this the onset of pity?" Chi Sui, unwavering in his resolve, pinched his own thigh, desperately squeezing out 2 tears, even in the absence of genuine sorrow. The pain was excruciating. "Gin Jiang Gong, Gin Ju," soft and delicate, a sight that could soften the hardest of hearts. Chi Sui believed that to conquer different individuals, one must employ varied approaches. He was unconvinced that Qin Chu possessed a heart of stone, impervious to his charms. Half a second later, Qin Chu frowned and turned to leave. "Your Highness, do hurry. Do not dawdle." Indeed, a eunuch incapable of feeling. Chi Sui, infuriated, stepped into the woodshed. "Congratulations to the host. The villain's corruption value is 5. Current villain's corruption value, 65. Chi Sui's eyes twitched. It appeared he was dealing with a proud individual. In the grand kingdom of Qi, to nurture suitable talents, the palace summoned the sons of nobles to the martial arts arena each month for competitions. Chi Sui and Qin Chu arrived fashionably late, where the archery contest was already underway. "Greetings, Your Highness." The fifth prince, Qi Yu, spoke, his tone sharp and caustic, always eager to spar with the original host. Chapter 17, Help. This eunuch has a bit of skill. 3. He drew his bow, aiming at the target. Upon releasing, the arrow struck true, hitting the bullseye. Qi Yu laughed boisterously. "Did you tire yourself out at the brothel yesterday, brother?" This remark elicited raucous laughter from the crowd. Qi Yu, known for his acerbic temperament, despite being a bastard, was well-versed in the arts and possessed worldly wisdom, maneuvering effortlessly through the political arena. This made Chi Sui, who had entered the East Palace under the title of legitimate heir, appear somewhat inept. Indeed, quite the waste. Chi Sui narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Yu, his tone unperturbed. "You are correct, fifth brother. However, I am destined to be the king of this grand Qi. The women I desire from the brothel will be welcomed into my harem, and you shall obediently call me Empress Sister. It is the custom." Qi Yu choked, glaring at him. "How utterly disgraceful." Qin Chu coughed, promptly stepping forward. "Your Highness, please conclude the martial affairs swiftly and return with me to the East Factory, as per the Emperor's command." He wished to avoid Chi Sui's incessant chatter with these simpletons. "Oh, is that not Qin Shanggong, our esteemed eunuch chief of Qi?" Qi Yu redirected the crowd's attention towards the noble offspring present. Qin Chu held a significant position within Qi, his authority surpassing that of many noble families. Whispers circulated among the populace about the eunuch's rise to power, sowing seeds of discord and apprehension within the royal family. Qi Yu, sporting a mischievous grin, continued, "Brother, since father has sent you to the East Factory, devoid of companionship from the brothel's courtesans, you must be feeling quite lonely." He gestured, and immediately a South Jiang woman was brought forth, delicately greeting Chi Sui. "I pay my respects to your Highness." She was a graceful beauty, with rosy lips and a slender waist, a rare gem from the South Jiang region. However, Chi Sui favored men. Instinctively, he glanced at Qin Chu, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Your Highness, it appears you are displeased," Qi Yu mocked. "Brother, this is the beauty I present to you. What is Lord Qin doing? Is he to indulge in the pleasures of both genders?" "Ha ha ha." Qi Chu merely curled his lips, falling into silence, though his eyes darkened. "Warning, warning. Villain's darkening value, 5. Current villain's darkening value, 70. Chi Sui was taken aback. "What? Does this villain turn dark simply upon being called a eunuch?" His fists clenched tightly. He steadied himself and turned to Qi Yu. "I'm currently being punished at the Eastern Court as per father's orders. You disregard his commands by sending me a beauty. If I were to report you for disregarding authority and disrespecting filial piety, how do you think father would react?" Qi Yu's expression changed slightly. When did this useless fool become so eloquent? A faint smile appeared on Chi Sui's lips as he casually picked up a bow and arrow. "Fifth brother, since we are here for a martial arts contest, shall we engage in a competition? You and I?" Qi Yu pointed between them, as though he had heard the greatest joke. "Brother, who doesn't he know that you indulge in pleasures and excel at nothing? You come to the training grounds merely to make up the numbers. Don't cry later." Chi Sui was too disinterested to engage in banter. He was determined to prove himself. Ascending to the divine realm and traversing the myriad worlds, Chi Sui would not allow anyone to outshine him. The original prince was known to be a foolish wastrel, and Chi Yu was brimming with confidence as he drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of erratic shots at the target. Nevertheless, 6 out of 10 arrows struck the bullseye. The young scions of noble families praised him. Fifth Prince is remarkable. Chi Yu scoffed, his tail almost wagging in delight. Brother, it is your turn. If you cannot manage, perhaps let Lord Qin take your place. We would not mock you for it. Ha ha. Your Highness. Qin Shu attempted to step forward, but Chi Sui halted him. There is no need for that. Such a splendid opportunity to shine must not be squandered on an outsider. He then drew his bow, squinting at the target ahead. Qin Shu noticed Chi Sui's pale wrist, marked by the grip of the bow, and unconsciously bit his lip. Chi Yu looked down on Chi Sui with disdain, convinced that he would struggle to hit even the outer rings of the target. With a swift release, Chi Sui let the arrow fly. Amidst the hushed breaths of the onlookers, a resounding thud echoed as it struck the bullseye. That must be luck. Surely it is mere fortune. Chi Yu swallowed hard. Impossible, this cannot be. Before he could comprehend, Chi Sui knocked another arrow. Thud, thud, thud. In merely a few seconds, the remaining 8 arrows found their place in the center of the target. In a daze, it felt as though the target had willingly drawn closer to Chi Sui, accepting the 9 arrows as offerings. How could this skill in archery belong to Chi Sui? A mere fool. Brother, you cannot possibly be cheating. Chi Yu's face shifted through shades of disbelief. Who would believe this? I do not care whether you believe it or not. Chi Sui's gaze turned icy as he suddenly raised his hand, knocking the final arrow and aiming it at Chi Yu. Your Highness, what is your intention? Chi Yu exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Chi Sui narrowed his eyes, pulling the bowstring to its utmost limit. Chi Yu, listen closely. Qin Shu is under my protection. If you dare to call him a castrated slave again, I shall have you disposed of. With that, he released the arrow with a swift whoosh. It pierced through the air, embedding itself firmly into the youth's hairpin, causing long strands of hair to cascade down. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Oh! Chi Yu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon further inspection, he realized he had soiled himself in fear. Chi Sui burst into laughter, his demeanor more audacious than before. Fifth brother, who is truly the one crying now? It seems you have wet your pants. The crowd fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. When had the crown prince become so unruly and domineering? Chi Sui snorted dismissively, uninterested in further entanglement. He relaxed his grip and lowered the bow. Ginju, we shall take our leave. Chi Sui, stop right there. Chi Yu exclaimed in sudden alarm. At that moment, Qin Shu dashed forward, wrapping his arms around Chi Sui's shoulders to pull him aside. Your Highness, be careful, he warned, using his body to intercept Chi Yu's lethal arrow. Ugh! Qin Shu let out a muffled groan of pain. The training ground erupted in screams, disbelief causing many to cover their mouths. How dare Chi Yu commit fratricide? The heavens had turned upside down. Chi Sui's gaze turned icy as he forcefully pushed Qin Shu away, drawing his sword from his waist. He aimed it directly at Chi Yu, ready to strike. Your Highness! Chi Yu, frightened, recoiled. Royal brother, I acted in a moment of impulse. However, Chi Sui's sword did not descend. It was intercepted by another sword that had suddenly appeared. The clash of metal rang out sharply. The force behind Chi Sui's strike indicated his murderous intent. Chen Yi struggled to contain Chi Sui's fury with both hands. Your Highness, Fifth Prince did not mean any harm. Considering his youth and that he is your brother, please do not act impulsively. Chun He, the male protagonist of this realm, was the valiant general of the great Qi kingdom who had devoted his life to the battlefield, conquering vast territories. Chapter 18, Help. This eunuch is a bit capable for, due to the presence of the male lead, Chi Sui refrained from drawing his sword against Chi Yu. After a moment of hesitation, he withdrew his hand and coldly stated, General Chun, I trust you have witnessed the fifth brother's treacherous intent. I acted solely in self-defense. I hope you will report the truth to our father and restore justice. Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Highness. Chen Yi replied, bowing deeply. Qin Shu had sustained an injury. The arrow had pierced through his shoulder blade, blood oozing forth while cold sweat poured from his brow. Summon the imperial physician. A flurry of activity ensued as the medical team rushed into the eastern factory, only to quickly exit again, their old bones nearly worn out from the commotion. By the time they finished, it was already the hour of the pig. Chi Sui swaggered into the inner chamber, where the candlelight flickered. Qin Chu, his back turned, was wrapping bandages around his exposed, muscular torso, radiating strength. Upon hearing the movement, he hastily grabbed a garment to cover himself. "Your Highness." His swift actions made Chi Sui question whether he was a rogue. "Please, have a seat. There is no need for formalities." Chi Sui smirked slightly, an amused glint in his eye. Fortunately, no bones were harmed. "Take good care of yourself in the coming days." Qin Chu sat at the edge of the bed, his deep-set eyes reflecting the candle's warm glow. "Thank you for your assistance today, Your Highness. If it weren't for, no need for gratitude. Had it not been for the scornful label of a eunuch that this fellow bore, he would have been eager to enhance his favorability." Chi Sui, with a rather impassive expression, interrupted him. "Do you regret punishing me?" The youth extended his wrist, still marked by a vivid redness. "How delicate." Qin Chu held back a smile, his gaze fixed on him. "My prince, shall you punish me?" Chi Sui's eyelids flickered, sensing a hint of sentimentality. The heart, tainted by its own desires, listens with impurity. He licked his lips, nonchalantly humming in response. "Today, you saved my life. I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. However, if I were to assist you in avenging that arrow, how would you express your gratitude?" Qin Chu squinted at him. Chi Sui leaned closer, suddenly bridging the distance. Qin Chu did not shy away, steadfastly gazing at him. "My prince." The two shared an intimate warmth, merely inches apart. The youth's rosy lips parted and closed, to offer oneself entirely. "My prince." Qin Chu blinked, a smile glimmering in his eyes. "I shall not take your life." One could pretend that nothing transpired last night. He had ample reason to suspect that Chi Sui's excessive attentiveness stemmed from having witnessed his indiscretion. Chi Sui's expression stiffened. "I am not motivated by that. Not motivated by that." Qin Chu lightly scoffed, his gaze laden with meaning. "Unless, my prince, you have taken a liking to me?" Quite an astute guess. Chi Sui neither confirmed nor denied, indeed. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "My prince, I am but a eunuch, unable to provide you with what you desire. Furthermore, you are destined to be the future king of the Qi. Do not let fleeting novelty hinder your future." Qin Chu tugged at his collar, appearing quite troubled. "I am not quite suitable." Chi Sui's face darkened at the implication. It seemed that he was not easily persuaded. "Very well, let us drop the matter." He took a deep breath, opting for a more roundabout approach. "The night is late. Lord Qin, you should retire soon. My prince, you ought to rest as well." Chi Sui remained rooted in place. Qin Chu tugged at his lips. What was my prince doing? An unsettling premonition lingered. Autumn had deepened, and the woodpile was cold. "I wish to sleep here with Lord Qin." As expected, Chi Sui crossed his arms, indignation fueling his voice. "Lord Qin, can you bear to let your savior endure the cold in the courtyard? My prince, come sleep on my bed." As Qin Chu attempted to rise, Chi Sui pressed him back down. "Together we shall sleep." He dared not move, paralyzed by the moment. Chi Sui swiftly removed his shoes and climbed into bed, casting a glance at the rigid figure beside him. Teasingly inquired, "Lord Qin, are you shy?" "Not at all." Qin Chu swallowed hard, extinguishing the candle. The surroundings fell into silence, save for the slivers of moonlight that streamed through the window. Chi Sui claimed that sleep meant merely resting, devoid of any ulterior motives, and soon the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Conversely, Qin Chu found himself unable to sleep. He had anticipated Chi Sui might stir him awake in the dead of night. Turning onto his side to face the sleeping Chi Sui in the dimly lit room, he reached out to caress the youth's delicate cheek, gently stroking it. The pampered prince could hardly endure any hardship. Qin Chu, accustomed to wielding a sword, had roughened fingertips. Chi Sui murmured softly in his sleep. Qin Chu, feeling a twinge of guilt, retracted his hand. In the next moment, the youth's hand gripped him by the neck, pulling him closer with an undeniable force. The soft sensation was fleeting. A rush of warmth surged through Qin Chu's body. It was overwhelming. Chi Sui frowned, sleepily murmuring, Qin Shanggong, why are you so warm? Qin Chu's breath quickened, his mind a blank canvas. Your Highness, I feel cold. Qi Sui tightened his embrace, pressing closer to Qin Chu's chest. You're not cold. Not at all. Qin Chu was compelled to lift his head, resting his chin atop the youth's crown. The man's gaze was shrouded in mystery, an unnamed fire igniting within him. He panted softly, whispering, Your Highness. Why are you helping me? Qin Chu had endured humiliation all his life. A derided, illegitimate child, never having received a shred of warmth from anyone. He could scarcely believe that someone would be kind to him without reason. Could it be that the young prince had visited a brothel and was now possessed by a spirit? Qi Sui remained silent for a long while. Just as Qin Chu thought he had drifted off, the youth murmured, Because you are mine, Qin Chu. You are mine. Qin Chu's heart raced, and for a moment, he was unable to discern reality from illusion. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the young prince was simple-minded and lacking in guile. It was likely genuine. Congratulations, host. Villainous corruption value, 15. Current corruption value, 55. With one eye open, Qi Sui nearly burst into laughter. The act of feigning sleep was infallible. The timing was just right. Qi Sui's mood lifted as he smirked, preparing to drift off once more. Suddenly, Qin Chu lowered his head, his lips grazing the flushed earlobe of the youth, affectionately licking it like a puppy. His voice was laced with seduction. Good, my master. Qi Sui. This little rascal. Qi Sui shuddered, nearly losing his composure. No, he must not be discovered. He continued to feign sleep. Your Highness, there's a custom in the state of Zhou. When love runs deep, one must exchange courtesy names with their beloved. I am called Qin Chu. Courtesy name you Gui. As he spoke, Qi Sui felt a sudden pain on his lips. An unexpected surge of electricity coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Qin Chu's hand grew restless. Your Highness, this rascal is plotting against me. Qi Sui, feeling the heat rise, pretended to awaken from a nightmare, forcefully pushing Qin Chu away. It's hot, get away. A eunuch so consumed by desire. Hasn't he been castrated properly? Qi Sui turned his back, pressing against the wall. Progressing too quickly could lead to a collapse. He would address it another day. After a moment of silence, Qin Chu suddenly leaned in again, his long arm wrapping around the slender waist of the youth, pulling him into his embrace. He murmured softly, Your Highness, you are reacting. Preview. Qin Chu, just punish the prince. He will cry once, 3 times. Chapter 19. Help. This eunuch possesses a touch of skill. 5. Qi Sui had a restless night. The following day, he appeared lethargic, seizing a whip from the woodshed, while Qin Chu attended morning court. Yesterday, Chunyi had reported the matters of the training grounds to Prince Qi, inciting Prince Qi's furious wrath, leading him to confine Qiyu for 3 months. Qiyu was despondent, weeping and begging to meet with the prince. Your Highness, the emperor is in a foul mood. Your visit may only exacerbate the situation. Counterproductive. A young eunuch advised nearby. I will not listen. Qiyu wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face, evoking both heaven and earth sympathy. He seized a teacup and hurled it to the ground. Clearly, it was Qi Sui who had provoked him first, even attempting to take his life. Why then? Did Father Emperor punish only him and not his brother? Because you committed fratricide. The young eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow, too fearful to speak. And that Qin Chu, a mere eunuch, dared to shield himself with his body. Once I escape this place, I shall make him pay dearly. Who do you wish to make pay? A youthful voice, icy and distant, drew nearer, casting a shadow at the door as a figure appeared, brandishing a whip. Qiyu, taken aback, pushed the young eunuch aside, retreating in fear behind him. Qi Sui, what brings you here? Feeling guilty, he was now quite flustered. What brings me here? Qi Sui smirked, taking a seat on a nearby stool with a casual swagger. What do you wish for me to do? Qiyu glared fiercely. Qi Sui, do you dare to harm your brother? Father Emperor is reluctant to punish you, so I will take matters into my own hands. But do you think the future king of the Qi would allow you to jeopardize my position as heir? With that, the whip cracked sharply against the ground. Qiyu recoiled in fear. Qi Sui, do not act recklessly. Qi Sui, filled with fury, had no desire for further conversation. With a swift crack of the whip, The young eunuch, terrified, fled in a tumble. "Your Highness, take care. I will fetch someone for you at once. This unjust burden is not one I shall bear. You worthless fool. Get back." Chiyu gasped, feeling the sting of the whip across his leg. Blood welled forth, and the pain nearly caused him to faint. "Chisue, how dare you strike me? You dare lay hands on me as well. Let us settle this one-on-one, and I shall not let you escape." Another lash fell. Chiyu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat beading upon his brow. Chisue smiled lazily, idly playing with his long hair. "Chiyu, do you truly believe I came here today out of boredom?" Chiyu, proud and defiant, held back tears, biting his lip in frustration. "Chisue, what benefits did that eunuch offer you, that you would resort to violence against me?" He could hardly believe such a day had come. That was Chinshu, a eunuch. Surely the crown prince has always preferred women. Chisue's expression darkened as he raised the whip and struck him again. "Do not refer to him as a eunuch." Chiyu, delicate and precious, could no longer withstand the punishment. Brother, I understand my errors. I shall never again act against you. I implore you, spare me. I truly will not. A true hero does not suffer in silence. Another blow could cost a life." Chisue retracted the whip, ordering him to apologize to Chinshu. Apologize? Chiyu nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. "I am the 5th prince of the Qi. You cannot ask me to apologize to a eunuch. Brother, you cannot tarnish our royal reputation because of your dalliance with Qin Shanggong." "Dalliance?" Chisue frowned. That fellow could not even perform, after such a long night. "All he did was hold me. Nothing more." "Wait, is he insulting him?" Chisue raised the whip once more. Chiyu immediately rushed forward, clinging to his brother's leg, weeping profusely. "Brother, I will do as you say. I shall go and apologize to Qin Shanggong at once." Having achieved his objective, Chisue discreetly sought a place to indulge in idleness. Upon awakening, he found that night had fallen. While on his way back to the Eastern Depot, he overheard several young eunuchs whispering amongst themselves. "Have you heard? The 5th prince brought several ducks and geese to the Eastern Depot today to apologize to Lord Qin. Is that true? The 5th prince has always been rather arrogant. How could he possibly offer an apology for a mere arrow, even to someone as esteemed as Lord Qin? You don't know? The crown prince sought out the 5th prince today, and that whip was quite long, leaving the 5th prince bloodied upon his exit." The conversation faded as Chisue could not discern the rest, for Chinshu was not in the inner chamber. He inquired of a passing young eunuch and learned that Chinshu was soaking in a medicinal bath to tend to his injuries. The man stood half-naked, brow furrowed. Amidst the steam rising from the pool, droplets glistening as they cascaded down his sculpted chest. The air was thick with a sultry essence. Hearing the commotion, Chinshu opened his eyes, addressing him as "Your Highness." Chisue loosened his sash, donning only an undergarment, and looked down upon him from the edge of the bath. "Lord Qin has indeed received the 5th prince's apology. I passed by the courtyard, and those ducks and geese were quite cheerful." Chinshu lifted his gaze to meet his, arms outstretched, palms resting on the ground behind him. "Your Highness, do you wish to join me in a shared bath?" "A shared bath? How dreadfully mundane," Chisue retorted, stepping down the stone steps with his toes gliding like jade. He waded into the water until he stood before Chinshu, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "Lord Qin, we had an agreement. I shall avenge you, and you shall offer your body in return. A deal is a deal." Chinshu raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness desires to engage in a clandestine affair?" The phrase "spoiled by favor" was embodied in him with exquisite flair. Chisue, captivated by his demeanor, felt a sudden urge to laugh, his hand intentionally brushing against Chinshu's chest. "Isn't a secret romance far more exhilarating? Just a little game?" The depths of Chinshu's eyes darkened as he grasped Chisue's hand firmly. Chisue, unabashedly revealing his intentions, mused that Lord Qin, being a man without roots, might as well let him take charge this night. The hour of high had passed, and the wind stirred the branches, brushing against the moonlit pond. Within the chamber, desires surged forth, with Lord Qin committing countless transgressions against propriety. The young prince curled up under the covers, intermittently pleading for mercy. Wait, you scoundrel. Aren't you a eunuch? How can this be? Qin Shu's eyes widened in surprise as he pulled down the curtain to shield himself. What else is there? Qin Chu, you're killing me. I shall end your life and annihilate your entire lineage. Let go. Damn it. I shall dismantle you. Confusion reigned as he pondered why the information was erroneous. Was he not a eunuch? Who was orchestrating this treachery against him? Qin Shu comprehended only the first half of the statement. According to their agreement, Your Highness, you may enjoy yourself before dealing with your servant. This chapter has been delayed for 2 days, transformed beyond recognition, and the next chapter is under revision. It is quite absurd. If you truly wish to read it, I shall compile a collection to share later. For now, this will suffice. Chapter 20, Help. This eunuch is a bit capable. 6. Chi Sui silently muted the noise, shouldering his burdens and fleeing into the night. Qin Chuyu, Qin Chulinit Kalo, Wheatspun Sopti, Chi Sui. The night stretched on into the early hours. Chi Sui curled up in the corner, clutching the blanket, his clothes hanging loosely to one side. His back turned towards Qin Shu, trembling ever so slightly. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from the backyard. Your Highness, I seek an audience. I apologize for the intrusion. Qin Chu's gaze darkened. Chunhe? Chi Sui, as if he had seen his savior, tears glistening on his face, exclaimed, Let me go. If he doesn't rest soon, he truly will lose his life. No running, Qin Shu said, stepping away and gently kissing his lips, warning, if you run, I shall go to the Eastern Palace to bring you back. Once more, you little rascal. Chi Sui hurriedly grabbed his inner garment and dressed in haste. As he burst through the door of the inner chamber, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Your Highness. Chunhe stepped forward to support him. Qin Shu opened the window and, upon witnessing the scene, his expression darkened. I am fine. I'm merely awakened feeling unwell. Chi Sui waved his hand, regaining his balance. At this late hour, what brings you here? Chunhe, oblivious to his unusual state, stated plainly, today. The fifth prince descended from the palace to apologize to Qin Gong for the East Factory, and the news has spread throughout the harem. His Majesty is also aware. So, Chunhe displayed a troubled expression, contemplating for a long while before deciding to speak. His Majesty believes you have acted too recklessly. How could the fifth prince of Deqi apologize to a eunuch? Furthermore what? Chi Sui felt a heat rising within him. Could you speak without such pauses? Our spies sent to Dezhou have reported that Qin Shu is the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Dezhou, lying in wait within our royal family. Now that Deqi and Dezhou are engulfed in war, this Qin Shu cannot be allowed to remain. I implore you, Your Highness, to leave the East Factory as soon as possible. Chi Sui's head buzzed, unable to comprehend Chunhe's words. Instead, he was tormented by the peculiar sensations within his body. General, Chi Sui bit his lip, feeling the shame wash over him, wishing to disappear into the ground. Leaning on Chunhe's arm, he feigned composure. What you say, General, I shall ponder. You first take me inside. I can barely stand. Chunhe sensed something was amiss. Your Highness, what is wrong? You seem so weak. You are weak. Your entire family is weak. Chi Sui clenched his fists. But before he could finish his retort, a shadow suddenly burst from the inner chamber, seizing the youth from Chunhe's grasp. Coldly, it declared, General Chun, your late-night visit has disturbed the prince's peaceful slumber. Since the matter is settled, you may return, coming at such an hour to entice him. Does he not regard him at all? Chi Sui's complexion paled, fearing a confrontation between the two. Quickly, General, you should leave. I will return to the Eastern Palace tomorrow. Chunhe gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to comply and departed. A mocking tone in his voice. The prince seems to be enjoying a pleasant conversation with General Chun, yet the servant appears at an inopportune moment. Release me. Did I not say so? What kind of wicked amusement does this person derive from such games? Do not? His exquisitely beautiful fingers shimmering under the cold moonlight. Wait, Qin Shu brushed off his garments, leaving traces upon the fabric. He spoke softly. Dare to return to the Eastern Palace. It seems the prince is still not enough. Disobedience deserves punishment. The following day, Chi Sui hurried back to the Eastern Palace, disregarding his own disheveled state. He was acutely aware that if he did not flee, his life would surely be forfeited. The Eastern Palace was heavily guarded, and he had little faith that Qin Shu could scale walls with ease. However, it turned out that Qin Shu indeed possessed such acrobatic prowess. In the dead of night, while Qi Sui was in a deep slumber, a figure suddenly intruded upon his inner chamber, deftly tucking away the loose strands of hair by his ear with long, delicate fingers. The breath was warm, a gentle whisper. "Your Highness, running away so decisively leaves me quite displeased." Qi Sui was jolted from a numbing nightmare, awakening to find the instigator standing at the foot of his bed. "Ginju!" Qi Sui exclaimed, his face paling in shock, with a sharp pain in his backside. He leaped to the far end of the bed. "What the hell, this is no dream." The flickering candlelight illuminated Qin Shu, who had arrived unadorned. His waterfall of ink-black hair casually gathered and pinned with a jade hairpin, a sight most pleasing to behold. He spoke leisurely. "Your Highness, you previously spoke of our clandestine affair. Why abandon me, this rogue of an admirer? Are you not afraid of being discovered?" Qi Sui's cheeks flushed slightly. His lips pressed together in a delicate line. He replied earnestly, "If I do not return to the Eastern Palace, my father will undoubtedly come searching for me. I do not wish to embroil you in such injustice." "Falsehood," Qin Shu retorted. "If it meant completing my mission, I would gladly dispose of you first, you insufferable dog." "Is that so?" Qin Shu chuckled with amusement. "Indeed." Qi Sui nodded emphatically, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "Do you not trust me?" The mention of Yugui caused Qin Shu to pause momentarily. The way the name rolled off Qi Sui's tongue was utterly enchanting. "I certainly trust you, Your Highness." Qin Shu produced a dark green vial from his sleeve, seated himself at the head of the bed, and beckoned him closer. "Come here and remove your clothing. Stay away from me. Do not touch me. Qui suis defensis crumbled. How can I possibly survive until tomorrow? Fear not. I shall not engage in any activities with you today. I overindulged yesterday, resulting in some inflammation that requires treatment." Qi Sui glared at him, clearly unwilling. While his words sounded reassuring, who could predict what would transpire next? Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, smirking lightly. "Do not glare at me, Your Highness. If you do, I may very well perish." It seemed that every event had to conform to the whims of the antagonist, and Qi Sui suspected he could not escape this predicament. With no other choice, he reluctantly removed his inner garments, revealing the traces of last night's escapades. "Ginju gesto dites mi sin." "Your undergarments." Qi Sui complied, his expression frosty. "When will this wretched scenario ever conclude?" "Sui sui, uldon." Qin Shu chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "You see, the Eastern Factory is far from inept." Qi Sui, filled with humiliation, turned his face away, biting his lip to avoid looking at him. "What do you call me?" "Your Highness?" "Yugui. Qin Yugui." Qi Sui relented, on the brink of madness. He felt as if he were confronting a replica of that scoundrel. "Chu Ci, Qin Yugui. You are finished, truly finished." Qi Sui exclaimed, his voice breaking as he clawed at Qin Shu's arm, leaving red marks in his wake. "Qin Chu Chuka Lao Li," unhurried and maliciously smirking. "Your Highness, why are you so delicate?" That evening marked the beginning of several days without a visit from Qin Shu. It was rumored that Prince Qi had arranged for numerous individuals to infiltrate the Eastern Depot, intent on fracturing his power. While Qin Shu was caught in the midst of these machinations, overwhelmed by the ensuing chaos. Undercurrents swirled between the factions, and Prince Qi relished the tranquility. Occasionally, he received letters from a young eunuch, the contents of which were decidedly inappropriate, replete with both words and illustrations. The blush-inducing prose was unmistakably penned by Qin Shu. Such audacity was intolerable. As the day of the royal hunt arrived, the court assembled at Fengming Mountain. Within his tent, Prince Qi lounged with an air of leisure, munching on sunflower seeds, when Shun he unexpectedly sought an audience. "Enter," he commanded. "Your Highness, the Emperor has dispatched me to inform you that during the hunt, you must not approach the banks of the River Lin," Shun he stated. Prince Qi paused mid-snack, intrigued. "Why?" After a moment's hesitation, Shun he replied, "The Emperor has sent men to surround that area, intending to lure Qin Gong in, at which point I shall apprehend him." I implore you, do not wade into this murky water. Prince Qi narrowed his eyes, recalling that last time when he had overheard Qin Shu's plans to harm Chun He and eliminate Prince Qi during the hunt. Yet, both Chun He and Qin Shu's lives were paramount and must be preserved. After a thoughtful silence, he nodded. I am aware. You may withdraw, General. As Chun He exited the tent, a young eunuch approached, evidently one of the Eastern Depot zone. Your Highness, I have a matter to discuss. Prince Qi donned his outer robe, inquiring, what is it? This is a gift from my master for you, the eunuch said, presenting a brocade box. Inside lay a white jade hairpin, delicately designed with cloud and cypress motifs, exuding exquisite craftsmanship. Upon further inspection, a note was discovered to the little prince. A token of affection. Prince Qi raised an eyebrow, impressed by the gesture. He casually inserted the hairpin into his hair. The master also instructed me to remind you to remain in the tent and avoid the banks of the River Lin at all costs. Understood, Prince Qi replied dismissively. The length of his legs afforded him the freedom to choose his own path. Once the eunuch departed, he promptly dashed out of the tent, stealthily making his way to Prince Qi's quarters. Seizing the opportunity, he rendered Prince Qi unconscious. You little rascal. Prince Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you mount an ambush on your own father? My apologies, brother, Prince Qi said with hands clasped in a gesture of feigned contrition. He then forged a decree forbidding Chun He from participating in the impending operation. Although the others were perplexed, they had no choice but to comply. The palanquin carrying Prince Qi was lifted, heading towards the banks of the River Lin. 681 shook his head. My dear, what scheme are you concocting this time? Delivering warmth. Prince Qi replied, it has only been a few days, and my darkening disposition has risen to 60. If I do not keep an eye on things, what will happen if the mission fails? 681 inquired. So you intend to confront the antagonist at the River Lin? Qin Shu's target was Prince Qi, while Chun He aimed for Qin Shu. Both parties understood the stakes of this assassination attempt. Regardless of its outcome, Qin Shu could no longer remain within Qi. I must accompany him, Prince Qi resolved. The white dumpling within his consciousness rolled about, gleaming with mischief. Are you planning to elope with the antagonist? That would be exhilarating. Prince Qi's lips twitched, finding the question rather absurd. Do you wish for me to purify his darkened value from afar? Indeed, slumbering may be soothing, yet emotions remain elusive. Qi Sui engaged in lively conversation with the little system within the palanquin. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth, cleaving the air. The sound pierced through the wooden boards of the palanquin. Assassins, quickly protect his majesty. Swiftly, before long, weapons clashed, and the air became thick with blood. Qi Sui furrowed his brow, the palanquin swaying precariously. He sprang into action, seizing a long sword from the ground. A flash of crimson glimmered in his eyes. In the presence of the rivers and mountains, reveal my divine light. May the heavens be clear and the earth tranquil. I shall vanquish the ominous break. The blade gathered divine power, shimmering silver, resembling a keen edge. Where it passed, blood splattered. In an instant, Qi Sui realized he was a deity born from the snow-capped mountains eons ago, coexisting with nature, governing mountains and lakes. In this region of Lingjiang, where the river flowed incessantly, his previously meager divine strength would be amplified infinitely. Within a brief span, all assassins sent by the Qi nation fell. Qi Sui grasped one of them by the collar. Where is Qin Shu? Where is he hiding, daring not to show his face even for an assassination? This scoundrel, he hasn't fled, has he? The assassin shook his head, and in his fury, Qi Sui delivered a kick that rendered him unconscious. The soldiers swallowed hard, incredulous. Your Highness, is not his majesty within the palanquin? Qi Sui, agitated, retorted, do not inquire about matters of the world. Though he did not fully comprehend, it sounded reasonable enough. Estimating that the assassination attempt had reached a temporary halt, Qi Sui hastened to find Qin Shu, instructing the soldiers to return to the camp. Just then, a whistle echoed from the woods across Lingjiang. Orders were issued, and countless arrows soared into the sky like a net. Damn, a trap. I knew this assassination could not conclude so easily. Chi Sui attempted to erect a protective barrier, but it failed to materialize. Where could that scoundrel Qin Chu be hiding? As soldiers fell around him, Chi Sui swiftly darted to the back of the palanquin. Your Highness, flee. We shall handle this. Alas, it was too late. Suddenly, a troop emerged from the forest, advancing like a tidal wave. Chi Sui swallowed hard. Was it still possible to escape? The first prince of Zhou rode forth on a tall steed, clad in fox fur, exuding arrogance. Since Prince Qi is absent, let us slay the crown prince of Qi as a sacrifice to our Zhou banner. In an instant, a long sword whizzed through the air, striking before Zhou Jin. Amidst the shock, a shadow emerged from the woods, rushing toward the youth behind the palanquin, seizing his arm. Qin Chu, Chi Sui called out. The scoundrel finally revealed himself. Qin Chu's expression was stern. Come with me. Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes, retrieving a bow and arrow from his steed. The vast expanse of Lingjiang offered little cover, leading Chi Sui to believe they aimed for him, urging Qin Chu to flee first. Suddenly, Qin Chu grasped his arm, pulling him down. An arrow pierced through his back. Qin Chu, Chi Sui gasped, are you mad? Zhou Jin retracted his bow and coldly issued a command. Qin Chu has rebelled against the great Zhou dynasty. His crimes warrant execution, and there shall be no discussion. Unconcerned with anything else, Qin Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and, without a second thought, plunged into the nearby dense forest with Chi Sui. Pursue them. Chapter 22. Help. This eunuch is somewhat capable. 8. They were all soldiers trained in combat, relentlessly pursuing their quarry, and soon it became apparent that there was no escape. Qin Chu pulled Chi Sui into a thicket, pressing his hand against his wounded chest. Your Highness, I will draw them away. Once the reinforcements arrive, you must return to the camp. Qin Chu, you are mad. If anyone should go, it is I. Chi Sui exclaimed, grasping his clothing tightly. You are gravely injured. How can you divert them? They will kill you. Your Highness, do not act recklessly. You are the future king of Qi. You must take responsibility for yourself and for your people. Qin Chu gasped, vibrant blood seeping from his tightly pressed wound, his unsteady form suggesting he might collapse at any moment. He bit his lip, his gaze sweeping over the cypress branches above the youth. Your Highness, trust me. I will not let anything happen to myself. Just as Chi Sui attempted to seize him, Qin Chu burst forth from the thicket, stumbling as he led the pursuers away. Why aren't you chasing after him? 681 asked anxiously. Why the rush? Let him suffer a bit, Chi Sui replied, concealing his earlier reluctance. Reclining lazily against the tree with his hands behind his head. When the time comes, I shall descend like a divine being to rescue him from peril. That will be truly moving. The darkening of his character value will plummet. Moreover, if the antagonist were so easily vanquished, they would not truly be an antagonist. 681 clicked his tongue, nearly bursting with pent-up frustration, his expression mournful. The antagonist is truly unfortunate to have you. Upon awakening, Qi Wang immediately sought out Chi Sui, learning that Zhou Jin had led his forces to Linjiang, resulting in countless casualties. Chi Sui returned to the camp with the reinforcements and proposed sending troops to find Qin Chu, only to be met with harsh scolding from Qi Wang, who ordered him confined. Qin also came to advise him. Your Highness, at present, the two nations of Qi and Zhou are at war. Qin Chu is an undercover agent from another country, deliberately conspiring against us. As the crown prince of the Qi, how can you maintain a personal connection with him? Because I am on a mission. Chi Sui's eyes twitched in irritation. He despised hearing such grandiloquent reasoning. Changing the subject, he inquired, Chun-He, how far has the Zhou army advanced? Your Highness, do not worry. In a few days, I shall set forth to the border to station troops, ensuring that the great Zhou does not encroach upon our territory. In the original narrative, Chun-He achieved a resounding victory in this battle, defeating the Zhou forces and gaining promotions, earning the support of the populace. Conversely, Qin Chu was captured and met his demise, his head severed by a sword. Chi Sui waved his hand dismissively. That will be all. You may leave. Yet Chun-He remained, unconvinced and rooted in place. Qi Huang had stated that the matter concerned the survival of the state, and he must ensure that nothing befell the crown prince. As Qi Sui stepped behind the screen, he calmly remarked, "Rest assured, General, do send additional troops. I cannot escape." Indeed, though he wished for Qin Shu to endure some hardship, both Qi and Zhou were currently searching for him, and given his injuries, the risk of unforeseen events loomed large. That night, Qi Sui incapacitated the guard outside the tent and donned a black cloak as he ventured into the nearby mountains by the river. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Qi Sui held a torch, following the tracking signal of 681, in pursuit of Qin Shu. This was how it was portrayed in idol dramas. At such a moment, the lone and forsaken antagonist required a savior to descend like a light. Unwavering in their resolve to rescue him, Nyobo, I feel that my return to the divine realm is imminent. Qi Sui reveled in his thoughts. 681 was merely a lowly subordinate from the lowest echelon of the subordinate realm. Ordinarily, it would take centuries of training to undertake a mission. Although it had been granted an exception and assigned to serve this fallen deity from a millennium ago, it possessed only the most basic identity information of its host. The rest was beyond its access. It was perplexed. Why are you so eager to return to the divine realm? Is it because of Lord Chu Ci? Is he your husband? These were snippets of gossip it had overheard among other subordinates, and they were undeniably thrilling. What are you saying? Qi Sui bristled, nearly dropping the torch as he retorted, "What does this have to do with Chu Ci? I have no connection with him whatsoever. After centuries of separation, blood may be thicker than water, but should have faded by now. Oh, if he is not your husband, then is he your wife? Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. When he was imprisoned, 681 didn't he even have a circuit board yet." Continuing on his path, Qi Sui finally received a clear red dot signal from the tracker in front of cave. Qin Shu was within, just as Qi Sui was about to enter. A sudden commotion arose inside. "My lord, having betrayed the great Zhou, do you now regret your decision?" The voice belonged to an assassin by Qin Chu's side. The original plan had been for Qin Shu to rally the Eastern Factory's forces to disrupt the great Qi's governance. But unexpectedly, he had altered his course at the last moment. He even thwarted Zhou Jin's attempt to assassinate him. Although the reasons were unknown, it was evident that Qin Shu had become the target of many. "I do not regret it." Qin Shu coughed, his breath weak, and sent word back to Zhou Jin that he would no longer assist him in his endeavors. The assassin's gaze turned cold, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. "Do you think the great Zhou will still harbor a traitor like you?" With that, the assassin swiftly raised his sword. "Unam, ginchu instinquito the guy," assuming a defensive stance as he witnessed the blade descending upon him. Suddenly, a dagger flew forth from the shadows. The assassin felt a sharp pain in his neck. His movements froze in midair. In an instant, blood poured forth, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Ginchu!" Qi Sui rushed forward, assessing his injuries. At last, "I have found you. Are you unscathed?" The same pitiable expression adorned Qin Chu's face. Furrowing his brow, Qin Chu pushed him away, his lips pale and nearly translucent. "How did you find this place?" Qi Sui did not answer this question. Instead, he pulled out a vial of medicine from his pocket. "You are injured. Allow me to tend to your wounds first. Who permitted your arrival? Do not concern yourself with me. Return." Qi Sui chose to overlook his agitation and continued his actions. Qin Chu's expression stiffened, suddenly filled with rage. "Qi Sui, do you not understand my words? I command you to leave. Return to Qi Kingdom and resume your role as the Crown Prince. Do you comprehend what your search for me signifies? I am a traitor to the Zhou Kingdom and a wanted criminal in the Great Qi. Do you wish to ascend to the throne only to be scorned by others for the rest of your life?" At that moment, he shielded Qi Sui's escape without anticipating such a predicament. The mountains were high and the waters deep, and it seemed unlikely they would meet again. Yet, the young prince had come searching for him so swiftly. Qi Sui gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate the incessant clamor of the brat. With a single punch, he sent the boy's head lolling to one side, demanding silence. How could he still chatter so much with such grievous injuries? Qin Chu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. How fierce! He resembled a little wolf cub, throwing a tantrum, yet being firmly subdued. Clearly, he was not one to yield easily. With a frigid expression, Chisue tore away the boy's clothing, revealing a gaping, bloody wound on his chest, exposing the mangled flesh beneath. Chin-Chu winced, a muffled groan escaping his lips. "Bear with it. I shall tend to your wound." The young prince's demeanor was earnest as he delicately applied the powdered medicine to the injury with his pale fingertips. Chin-Chu's forehead beaded with cold sweat, and he suddenly felt parched. "Young prince, what about other discomforts? Will you take responsibility for those as well?" Chapter 23. Help. This eunuch is remarkably capable. 9. Chisue lifted his gaze, instantly discerning the implication in Chin-Chu's words. He grasped the boy's chin, drawing him closer, and sneered. "In your current condition, do you still dare to think of me? Do you believe I won't cut off your lineage tonight, ensuring your line ends here?" Chin-Chu raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain non-committal. "You wouldn't dare, my prince. After all, you need me, don't you? You insolent wretch." Chisue dismissed him, attending to the wound before shedding his cloak and tossing it into Chin-Chu's arms. "Keep warm." Chin-Chu weakly accepted it, asking, "How much longer do you intend to stay here? You must have snuck out. You should hurry back." "I want to leave," Chisue replied. "Ginju Thawen," puzzled by his meaning. The young prince had resolved to remain by Chin-Chu's side, gradually building rapport as being in the palace felt too constricting. "I said I won't return. From now on, the honor and disgrace of Great Qi are no longer my concern. Having you is sufficient for me." While those words were undeniably touching, Chin-Chu was displeased. "My prince, do you realize what you are saying? Wealth and luxury are not to be trifled with, and neither is evasion." The fire was dwindling. Chisue squatted nearby, idly striking a flint to rekindle the flame, seemingly unconcerned. "I don't mind. Why are you being so melodramatic?" He certainly did not act this way when teasing him previously. It felt as if they were on entirely different wavelengths. Chin-Chu fell silent, fixated on the frail silhouette of the young prince, as if foreseeing the dire straits they might face together. Unconsciously, he tightened his robe. How could the crown prince of Great Qi endure such a life? As Chisue successfully reignited the fire and turned around, he found Chin-Chu had fallen silent. The latter's eyes were closed, his brows knitted tightly, a visage heavy with unspoken worries. "Ginju." When there was no response, Chisue called again, "Chin-Yugui." Still, there was no answer. What was happening? Had he fallen asleep mid-conversation? Realizing something was amiss, Chisue reached out to check the boy's forehead, startled by its scorching heat. Goodness! He.S. burning up. With only external wound medicine at his disposal, Chisue felt utterly helpless. He hastily tore off a piece of his garment, wetting it to place on the boy's forehead, then set about boiling some water. In the unfortunate event that he became confused, he certainly did not wish to spend his life with a fool, a fate too humiliating to bear. His Highness, Chin-Chu, murmured, leaning against the mountainside, clutching himself as he trembled. "I am cold." Even in such a charred state, he felt the chill. Chisue set down the firewood, contemplated for a moment, and directly pulled him into his embrace, hoping to share his warmth. Chin-Chu shivered incessantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, nuzzling against him like a delicate wife. The two were almost pressed together. Chisue sighed. "Indeed, in critical moments, I still transform into a noble creature." 681. Emerging from the sea of consciousness, morphed into a regal ragdoll cat, licking its soft, white fur. Chisue, cradling his beloved, imperiously commanded, "Hurry and fetch me some more firewood. We are running low." "Meow makat. Meow meow meow." 681 fluffed up indignantly, regretting its decision to step outside for fresh air. What is wrong with being a cat? Does that exempt one from work? Hurry. If Chin-Chu perishes, you will have to accompany me through several reincarnations. 681's round feline eyes gleamed with anger. Its claws unsheathed momentarily before it reluctantly retreated, pouting as it exited the cave. "Fine, I shan't provoke it. I shall endure. Remember, dry wood burns better than wet." Thus, throughout the night, the two remained entwined in each other's warmth. While 681 tirelessly tended to the fire, the atmosphere was thick enough to consume 10 spirits alive. The following day, a sudden clamor of urgent hoofbeats and the jarring clash of weapons echoed through the nearby woods. Chi Sui was alert, and at some point, Qin Shu had also awakened. Your Highness, it is the pursuers. They are likely from the state of Zhou. Chi Sui swiftly helped him to his feet, extinguishing the still burning embers of the fire with his foot, catching a glimpse of another exit from the cave. We must hurry. Simultaneously, the pursuing soldiers surged into the cave. The fire was still warm. They have just departed. Let us pursue them quickly. Qin Shu, still feverish, gasped every 3 steps and coughed every 5, resembling a frail willow in the wind. Chi Sui feared he would collapse mid-escape. Your Highness, you must go on without me. I cannot continue. Cannot continue? Chi Sui raised his hand, intending to slap him. When you were in the Eastern factory manipulating me, did you ever utter such words? Hold on. Your Highness, if this is how we must live, hiding and fleeing, you, being of delicate constitution, should not endure such hardship. Silence. Speak again, and I shall truly render you incapable. Chi Sui was baffled. Despite being unable to run, how could he still muster the strength to utter such despondent remarks? And being rendered incapable? What of you, Your Highness? Have you perhaps taken a new lover outside, eagerly seeking to indulge in infidelity? Curse be it. Chi Sui activated his hidden prowess, skillfully evading the pursuers before leading Qin Chu to a village near the river. With little silver left, he sold all his valuables, tending to Qin Chu's wounds and locating an abandoned thatch cottage. In the dead of night, as Qin Chu's fever subsided, he awoke to find Chi Sui tossing him a few cold buns. Make do with these. Your Highness. Qin Chu's voice caught in his throat as he discerned the grime on a young man's face in the moonlight, a far cry from the esteemed prince of the Qi. Chi Sui leaned against the pillar, curling his lips in disdain. Now that we are in this wretched place, refrain from calling me Your Highness. Just call me by my name, Azhui. His eyes flickered slightly, and he added, Qin Shu. Munching on a bun, let his gaze drift over the cloud-like branches above Chi Sui's head, suddenly bursting into laughter. Azhui truly abandons the throne to elope with me, a mere eunuch? What is there to it? In chaotic times, who wishes to bear the burden of an emperor? He detests trouble above all, while Chi Yu is far more suited for the revered position. Do you not regret it? Regret what? Must you prattle on incessantly? Chi Sui retorted irritably, striding over to shove the bun into Qin Chu's mouth. Once you are healed, hasten to earn a living for us. After serving you for so long, it is time for you to repay me. Qin Chu smiled with his eyes crinkled. All right, my husband. Chi Sui's face flushed crimson. No hiding away private funds. As per your command, I shall not dare to disobey. Qin Chu replied, leaning against the wall and tugging at the tightness of his attire. But this bun is rather tough. Is there anything else to eat? None left. Make do with this, Chi Sui stated with utmost seriousness. I must save some money for your medicine tomorrow. Still picky? Reduced to eating buns. Tomorrow you shall feast on wild vegetables. Qin Chu suddenly reached out, grasping the young man's wrist and pulling him closer. Chi Sui was compelled to lean in, meeting those deep, obsidian-like eyes. What is going on here? A low, resonant chuckle whispered in his ear. My husband, you are not secretly fooling around outside, spending all our money on a mistress, are you? Abandoning me must be punished. Chapter 24, Help. This eunuch is a bit competent. 10. The village they resided in was named Shangyun, situated on the border between the Qi and Zhou kingdoms. Nestled amid mountains and rivers, untouched by worldly affairs for many years. After Qin Chu recovered, he sought a means of earning, joining the local hunters on their excursions into the mountains, returning home at dusk. Chi Sui reveled in the leisure, spending his days in the courtyard, gossiping with the local matrons and eagerly listening to the latest rumors. For instance, Mrs. Wang's hen had laid a few eggs, though in truth, they had been pilfered by the rooster from Mrs. Su's household, or how the daughter of Aunt Li had fallen for a faithless man, who had been caught stealing oil and beaten nearly to death by her family. One day, Chi Sui awoke late only to hear gossip concerning himself. Hey, have you heard about the new family in the village? The topic was raised by Aunt Shun, known for her incessant chatter. Are you referring to Qin Shu and Azhui? Onsu Inquit? Chi Sui had concealed his true name, so when Qin Shu addressed him, the others followed suit. I heard these two are, how shall I put it, cut sleeves, and they eloped. On the day they arrived, Qin Shu was all battered and bruised, nearly unable to walk. Look at Azhui, so charming and vibrant. Usually so lazy, perhaps Qin Shu has wooed some young gentleman, spoiling him beyond measure. Just the other day, I caught a glimpse of him basking in the sun in the courtyard. Now that you mention it, I recall that night when I arose at the third watch to knead dough. The lights at Qin Shu's house were still shining brightly, and Azhui was, at this point, Chi Sui, hidden by the wall, gnawing on a pie, could no longer contain himself. He stood up, startling the group of women. Azhui, what are you doing hiding here? In a fit of anger, Chi Sui kicked over the wooden sieve in front of them. Is it polite to gossip behind others' backs? So what if one is a broken sleeve? Does that impede your ability to eat 2 bowls of rice? And who called for you? The last question was the crux of the matter. Upon seeing her beans scattered across the ground from the morning's sun-drying, Aunt Chen's ire was instantly ignited. With hands on her hips and a defiant expression, she declared, I heard you. I certainly heard you. You and Qin Shu came to our Xian town, yet we know nothing of your background. And you expect us not to question it? You might very well be a fugitive. A fugitive? Chi Sui chuckled, rolling up her sleeves and appending another sieve of beans in a fit of defiance. Yes, I am indeed a fugitive. If you have the guts, report me to the authorities. Hey, you little rascal. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think of me as a sickly cat. With that, the two engaged in a tussle in the courtyard. When Qin Shu returned from hunting, he found the courtyard of his home and Aunt Chen's yard surrounded by villagers, a sign of impending trouble. Asui, Asui, he called as he rushed inside. Chi Sui had just concluded the first round of their skirmish, her attire disheveled, with a sizable bite mark on her arm, now bruised. Aunt Shun, with her hair in disarray, lay on the ground, rolling and crying, claiming that a man was bullying her, a weaker woman. Chi Sui, unwilling to back down, retorted, Who told you to speak ill of me behind my back? Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Chen's husband hurried over, and she immediately took the opportunity to complain, crying, Husband, help me beat her. Upon hearing this, Chi Sui clutched Qin Shu's sleeve, desperately squeezing out a couple of tears. Husband, look at her. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, utterly uncomfortable. Asui. Qin Shu tenderly lifted the hem of the young girl's sleeve, revealing the bruises beneath. We should go home. Chi Sui turned back, shaking her fist at Aunt Chun, unilaterally declaring herself the victor. Aunt Chun spat, You little vixen. Sit down. The two returned home, where Qin Shu skillfully fetched some ointment from the cupboard. Did we not agree that you would behave and wait for me at home? Why did you run off to fight? She was gossiping about me. Chi Sui grinned, baring her teeth. Next time, I will surely subdue her within 3 moves. You indeed? Qin Shu said, poking his forehead. This is not the first time. The last altercation with Aunt Sue arose because she took some of our firewood. Chi Sui was upset and confronted them, only to be blamed in return. Qin Shu allowed her to have her way, knowing he would eventually clean up the mess afterward. Such trivial neighborhood disputes were hardly significant. The next day, both families behaved as if nothing had happened, sharing harmonious moments together. Chi Sui huffed this time. You are not to apologize to them. This is far more serious than before. If you do not expect to sleep in the house tonight. All right, I won't go. Qin Shu replied, suppressing a smile. He could hardly withstand the tantrums of his little wife. Chi Sui withdrew her hand, somewhat irritated. Go cook for me. Qin Shu obediently complied, having been spoiled to the point of recklessness. Chi Sui lounged with her legs draped over a stool, yawning lazily. Qin Shu, when will this war come to an end? Soon, he replied. Who do you think will win this battle? Qin Shu momentarily halted his vegetable chopping. It matters not who prevails. I cherish our current days, simple yet filled with joy. Having you is enough for me. It occurred to him that his dark tendencies had diminished to a mere 20. If all went as anticipated, the task of enjoying a peaceful retirement would soon conclude. With this thought, Chi Sui's spirit soared. He tiptoed behind Qin Shu and wrapped his arms around his waist, nuzzling against him affectionately. Once the war concludes, Let us embark on a journey to explore the mountains and rivers. After being confined within the palace for over a decade, I have yet to glimpse the world outside. Will you accompany me? Qin Shu found himself unable to resist Chi Sui's charm, his heart aflame with affection. He embraced the youth, planting a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. So, you seek to appease me after causing trouble, do you? You are not typically this obedient. I have always been quite well behaved, Chi Sui replied innocently, blinking his eyes. So tonight, please spare me from punishment. I'm still recovering from last night. His primary concern was the prospect of Aunt Shun eavesdropping in the dead of night, which would likely stir up a tempest in the village the following day. If the villagers discovered his secret, where would he hide his face? Qin Chu nodded, contemplating that indulgence must have its limits. They would retire early tonight, sharing a tender embrace and a kiss. Suddenly, a sprightly young girl with 2 playful pigtails entered, her charming visage belonging to the granddaughter of Elder Wang from the village's end. She held a delicate box in her hands. Brother Sui, this is a gift from Brother Zhuang. He specifically brought you these delicacies from the Fuzhai building in the city, and I'm certain you will adore them. Panic washed over Qi Sui, and he dashed away with a speed that could have set a Guinness World Record. Before Qin Chu could react, the boy had vanished. Frustration simmered within Qin Chu as he muttered, "Ah, Sui." That night, Qi Sui wept uncontrollably in his bed. I don't know. I merely strolled near the village's end, and he took a liking to me. Qin Yugu, was it not promised that I would not be punished tonight? I shall never trust you again. Don't bite, don't bite. You are more troublesome than Aunt Shun. Chapter 25. Help. This eunuch is slightly capable, 11. I cannot go to the village's end any longer. Now he sought mercy, but Qin Chu would not hear it. He licked his lips, wiping away the burning tears from the boy's eyes. My dear, should one dare to seek another outside our bond, do you believe they should be punished? He continued to provoke. If you are so bold, let them meet their end. Qi Sui stubbornly remained silent. Qin Chu's gaze darkened, a warning evident within. Yes, it should be, but outside, it seemed as though a fire had ignited. Flames and fierce winds scorching the thin bedding. By the early hours of the morning, Qi Sui was utterly exhausted, curled up in a corner, gasping for breath. Qin Chu wrapped his long arm around Qi Sui's waist, drawing him into an embrace, his deep voice caressing like a tender kiss. Ah, Sui, why are you so disobedient? If you continue to cause mischief, I shall devise a new method of punishment that will leave you unable to cry. My little wife, always stirring up trouble. So alluring yet troublesome. I dread the thought of someone stealing you away. It is quite exhausting, in a state of confusion. Qi Sui could only discern the sound of breathing around him, gradually accompanied by a dull buzzing that caused him some irritation. Qin Chu, be quiet, he murmured, opening the window by his bedside. A dazzling blaze of light flooded his eyes. The village square was ominously filled with a dark mass, resembling soldiers. Next door, Aunt Shin's voice boomed. Oh my goodness, what a calamity. What do these scoundrels want in our Shangyun village? Uncle Zhang's house has already been burned down. We must gather our belongings and flee. Ah, Sui, get up quickly. Enough already. I told you not to be so reckless. Qi Sui's legs felt weak, and he hastily threw on his clothes. Are they here to capture us? Is it Qi or Zhou? Logically, Shangyun village lay at the border of 2 nations. Although it was under the jurisdiction of Qi, both nations tacitly recognized it as a no-man's land. Uncertain, Qin Chu's expression hardened as he began to gather their belongings. We cannot linger here. We must seek refuge elsewhere. Just as he grasped the youth's arm and prepared to exit the door, it was suddenly burst open. Several soldiers disguised as Zhou troops blocked their path. Qi Sui contemplated taking decisive action against them, but noticed a large contingent of soldiers outside the yard. We must deliberate carefully. With Qin Chu by his side, he could not wield his powers. Confronting this group unarmed would only lead to their own detriment. Thus, the villagers of Shangyun town were herded together, crouching in a circle with their heads held low. The leader appeared to be injured, and the soldiers scoured each house for medicine, kicking items aside at the slightest provocation or seizing anything of value. This prompted distress among the village women. Why has our Shangyun fallen into such misfortune, encountering these malevolent beings? Surely, they won't slaughter us. Don't speak such morbid words. I believe that man is merely injured. Perhaps he will leave once he recovers. Crouching in a corner, Chi Sui nibbled on a pancake he had surreptitiously taken from the table as he listened absently. As long as he did not reveal his identity or attract pursuit, all was manageable. "Mother, I'm hungry," he heard a small voice say, turning to see a girl of tender years nestled against a woman, her round, grape-like eyes fixated on him, not on the pancake in his hand. Chi Sui pursed his lips, thinking it was rather frivolous to be concerned about hunger at such a time. "No need to worry, little one. It will be fine soon." He extended the half-eaten pancake toward her. "Here, if you don't mind." After glancing at her mother and receiving a nod, the girl gingerly accepted it, her voice soft and sweet. "Thank you, brother." Chin Chu's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to the youth, teasing, "My dear, I too wish to hear you call me brother. Go away. Aren't you tired of always wanting to play?" Chi Sui replied, somewhat exasperated, saving that for another time. The thatch hut at the village's edge blazed ever more fiercely, flames reaching skyward, and with the wind's gusts, it soon consumed the adjacent houses in a sea of fire. They chose to ignore it, as did the villagers, fearful that not only their possessions but their very lives could be lost. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room, surveying the captive on the floor before commanding, "The general has been injured and now requires a maiden to attend to him. Someone from your village step forward." "What? After burning our village, you still demand our daughters? Is this not the act of a bandit?" I vehemently protested. The soldier, upon hearing this, swiftly drew his large blade and with a swift swoosh, severed the head of the man who had spoken. Blood splattered everywhere, instilling terror among the crowd. He menacingly declared, "This is the fate of those who defy the general. I shall grant you but a stick of incense worth of time. Otherwise, the entire village will pay the price." How dare they go so far? Chi Sui felt a surge of rage, clenching his fists, ready to stand and argue. Chin Chu pulled him back. "Asui, they number at least 200. We must find a way. We cannot act impulsively. Burning, killing, pillaging. How are they any different from robbers?" Chi Sui's eyes reddened, memories from the divine realm surfacing, emotions overwhelming him as he bit his lip until it turned crimson. "Asui, trust me. I will find a way. I will risk my life to ensure they come to no harm." Chi Sui's voice trembled with emotion. The panicked villagers clasped their hands in prayer, trembling in fear, murmuring, "May the heavens protect us." People beseech the divine, yet to whom can the divine turn for aid? With but half a stick of incense remaining, a maiden from the crowd stood up, tearfully declaring, I will go." "Very well, you shall do," the soldier replied, beckoning her forth. Chi Sui could no longer contain himself. This girl was the granddaughter of old Zhao from the apothecary, who had previously lent her assistance when he had no money to procure medicine from Chin Chu. He could not allow her to suffer this fate. Chin Chu, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, did not attempt to stop him this time. He opened his bundle and discreetly passed a dagger to him. "Go with confidence. I will keep an eye on the others and ensure their safety. Asui, take care of yourself." Chin Chu could be quite the rogue when the situation called for it, and at that moment, Chi Sui felt a stirring of emotions he could not quite articulate. "I will return." Upon saying this, Chi Sui stepped out from the crowd, seeking an excuse to head to the restroom. "What restroom? You are to stay right here." The soldier barked. "Do not attempt to pull any tricks on me." Chi Sui's expression darkened. "Is there anyone here who will speak up?" he demanded, preparing to force his way through. At that moment, the commanding guard emerged from the building, furious. "What are you shouting about? The general is resting inside. Do you not value your lives?" "Commander Wong, this individual wishes to go to the restroom, and we are preventing it," came the reply. "What restroom nonsense?" Commander Wong roared, his gaze landing on Chi Sui, causing him to pause, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This charming young face is simply a dream come true. Gulme, Gulme. There is no need to refuse. I shall accompany you." Chin Chu narrowed his eyes dangerously, surveying Commander Wong's greasy visage with disdain. "Who are you, young master? Where does one reside? How many members are there in a household? And is there a marital arrangement?" The slender waist, that figure, with lips as red as cherry blossoms and teeth as white as pearls, is far more enticing than the courtesans of the flower houses. especially when one catches a whiff of the curious sweetness and faint fragrance emanating from a youth. It is utterly soul-stirring. Chi Sui, disinclined to engage, noticed that the general's residence was not far ahead and sought to dismiss the individual. "I must attend to the restroom," he declared, turning away. The man feigned loosening his belt. "Oh, why turn away? What is there to be embarrassed about between two grown men? What you possess, I possess as well. What harm is there in revealing it?" General Wang grinned maliciously, extending his hand towards the youth's rear, imagining the sensation of that touch was exhilarating. By the heavens! Chi Sui could tolerate no more. He swiftly turned and landed a punch squarely on the man's forehead. In an instant, he drew a dagger from his waist, plunging it with precision into the man's throat. The speed was astonishing, the move elegant. General Wang's eyes rolled back, and before he could react, he collapsed to the ground. Chi Sui disdainfully wiped the blood from the dagger onto the man's body. "Retching, perverse fiend, do you think I'm someone you can touch at will? Qin Chu will hear of this and ensure you are bedridden for 3 days." With a surge of irritation, Chi Sui kicked General Wang. Then, he hurried toward the general's quarters. At that moment, the young woman had just entered the room, crying inconsolably. The general, being of an impatient disposition and still nursing wounds, immediately beckoned her to attend to his needs, unbothered by the implications of his condition. "Enough delay. I have been in the military for so many years without tasting the pleasures of a woman. Come here at once." The girl stood frozen in place. The general, like a ravenous wolf, lunged toward her, demanding she remain still. Such a foolish creature, what a buffoon, Chi Sui thought to himself, concealed beneath the window sill. Clutching his dagger tightly, he made a decisive cut across the back of his hand, allowing droplets of crimson to emerge. He focused his spiritual energy, inscribing strange runes in the air. "With this blood offering, spirits of the heavens, heed my call." As he completed his incantation, thunder roared and rain poured down, while several dark figures emerged from the corners of the room. Were these things ghosts, phantoms? This ritual was tainted, and the summoned souls, drawn by the blood offering, risked attracting the wrath of the heavens. 681 recognized the danger and attempted to break through the barrier of consciousness. "Sui, cease at once. You will suffer backlash. Stop this immediately." Using magic in the 3,000 realms was already a transgression, and forcibly employing dark arts to meddle with the natural order could not go unpunished by the divine realm. In urgent need, Chi Sui could not ponder the consequences further. He pushed open the window, witnessing the general ensnared by malevolent entities, gradually being consumed, his form becoming a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. The girl stood petrified, horrified by the pool of blood melting on the ground, too frightened to weep. "Zhao girl, Asui." Chi Sui extended his hand. "Come with me, quickly." Meanwhile, soldiers burst into the inner quarters upon hearing the commotion. The evil presence had dissipated, leaving behind only a chilling skeleton. They shouted in panic, "Someone, come quickly! The general has been slain. Not a single one of those wretches shall be spared." With a furrowed brow, Chi Sui swiftly ensured the safety of the young woman before charging toward the gathering of villagers. The night was filled with the cacophony of cries, both large and small. Scattered across the ground lay numerous soldiers, each felled by a single stroke, their deaths swift and merciless. Clearly the work of Qin Chu. The leaderless troops scattered like headless flies, while Chi Sui safeguarded the remaining villagers, guiding them to safety. The thunderstorm raged on, the winds howling fiercely. Chi Sui raised his sword, severing the heads of soldiers to clear the path for the villagers, blood staining his white garments in a ghastly display. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the ground beside the youth, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. Black smoke billowed as a pale figure emerged from the clouds. It was the heavenly Tao. "Chi Sui, you are no longer the god of war. You have come to endure tribulations in my 3,000 realms. While I shall not pursue you for your use of sorcery, do you dare employ dark arts? Have you forgotten the tragedy of 1,000 years ago?" The youth stood tall amidst the torrential rain, gripping the hilt of his sword, the last flicker of compassion in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a fierce malevolence. "I become a fallen deity. How I act is of no concern to you. According to the 15th decree of the heavenly Tao, those who wield dark arts to harm others shall suffer the punishment of 9 heavenly thunderbolts. Chi Sui, do you acknowledge this? Strike me with thunder? Chi Sui's eyes narrowed in icy resolve as he leaped, breaking through the clouds. Before the heavenly Tao could react, a punch landed squarely on its handsome face. I don't acknowledge you, you big-headed spirit. You tortured me in prison, denying me Australian lobster, and now you dare to meddle in my affairs across the 3,000 realms. I desire a European-style penthouse, yet you insist on thrusting a luxurious suite upon me, just like those old fogies. Will you strike me or not? Without the use of sorcery, he grappled with the entity, pummeling it amidst the clouds. Left jab, right cross, and then a heavy hook. Ow! Chi Sui, how dare you strike me? The heavenly Tao, clutching its head and sporting a bruised visage, tumbled through the clouds, entangled in a twist of misfortune, crying out under the youth's onslaught. Do you think you can speak to me like that? Iae me Chi Sui. After enduring such prolonged imprisonment, suffering poor sustenance and daily lightning punishments, nothing frustrated him more than being struck by thunder. The heavenly Tao proclaimed, I shall inform the divine lord. Let him deal with you. Startled, Chi Sui's thoughts turned to Chu Ci. In that fleeting moment, the heavenly Tao executed a swift maneuver, kicking the youth down from the heavens. Summoning a fierce thunderclap, it struck down mercilessly. Damn it, I've been ambushed. Chi Sui cried out as the thunder struck his abdomen, sending him plummeting from the sky, sparks erupting from his body. Another bolt of lightning struck, and he crashed into the filthy mire below, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chi Sui seethed. You wretched spawn, you dare to defy the heavens. This was his end. He was finished. The heavenly Tao, rubbing its bruised face, smugly declared, Humph. You thought you could run rampant over me? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Curse it. The first thing I'll do upon returning to the divine realm is to dismantle your lair. Chi Sui's eyes deepened with determination as he wiped the blood from his lips, disregarding the pain in his body, ready to gather his divine strength for a final stand. No matter what, I shall bring that wretched spawn down today. Asui. Chi Sui's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the imminent danger. This is bad. Qin Shu, panting heavily, emerged from the torrential downpour behind him. His dark robe was drenched in blood, exuding an alluring and enchanting aura. At that moment, a thunderbolt struck. Chapter 27, Help. This eunuch is surprisingly capable. 13. A Sui. Chi Sui stood frozen, watching in disbelief as a beam of white light descended from the heavens. Suddenly, Qin Shu lunged forward, pulling him beneath him. The lightning struck fiercely upon Qin Shu. The heavenly Tao's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing in panic. God, the deity, is in trouble. He turned and fled. Ginju. Chi Sui's composure shattered, wailing in despair, Don't die. What will I do if you perish? Please come back to life. Despite being a mere mortal, Qin Shu's spiritual essence remained intact. The 9 heavenly thunders could not claim his life. This fool had recklessly intervened, causing his divine powers to dissipate. And now he had put himself in jeopardy. What a calamity. Oh no, will my mission fail? Ginju, gi ni ugui. Don't scare me. It hurts. It really hurts, be gentle. Qin Shu grimaced in pain, yet his initially pallid complexion began to recover. My dear, you're quite the handful. I'm fine. Chi Sui, unconvinced. Sniff the charred air, it's burnt. Qin Shu immediately adopted a pitiful expression, whimpering, I need artificial respiration, a kiss. He gestured with a pout. Crazy. Chi Sui's face darkened as he pushed him away. If you're fine, then get up and stop taking advantage of me. How foolish of you to show your true feelings. He thought. It seemed the heavenly Tao was of little use, unable to even strike down a mere mortal like Qin Shu. Perhaps it was a protective mechanism for villains? What about the villagers? I have already settled them. Qin Shu replied. They are merely a group of deserters from the battlefield of Zhou, not a cause for concern. After a brief pause, Qin Shu gazed intently at the blood-soaked youth, unable to discern whether he had been injured himself. A pang of anguish struck his heart, and he bent down to embrace Chi Sui. Asui, sorry. It's all my fault for arriving too late. if that lightning had struck you. He had not seen the heavenly Tao on his way. A mortal could not perceive it, yet the lightning was undeniably real. If it had truly come down upon him. Oh, then it would have been the end. I would have lost my beloved. What are you doing? Chi Sui, unable to tolerate such sentimentality, felt goosebumps rise and pushed him away. Get off me. No need to be so melodramatic. Why did you shield me? You won't die. Seeing Chi Sui spirited and vibrant again, Qin Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He playfully teased. When did you sneak off and vandalize someone's temple? Even heaven couldn't bear to watch and sent down lightning upon you. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. I'm a deity, envied by many. That divine being. I'm in so much pain. Will you consider compensating me? Qin Chu smiled, intentionally swaying his robe, appearing flirtatious and bold. Damn it, get away. Chi Sui, flustered, covered his chest, feeling his own pain intensify. Without a backward glance, he dashed into the courtyard. Qin Chu chased after him, calling A Sui. Asui, my beloved, it hurts. Following the calamity that befell Shangyun village, the community suffered extensive damage, yet the villagers united in their efforts to rebuild their beautiful home. The aunts and uncles of the village ceased to trouble Chi Sui, occasionally bringing food to his doorstep. One moment they were feeding chickens, the next pigs, fabricating all manner of excuses, yet unable to swallow their pride. They were all well aware of gratitude, for had it not been for the young couple, the village might have faced a far graver fate, perhaps even homelessness. As autumn deepened, news reached the capital. The war had ended, and Chigua emerged victorious. The couple had resided in the village for a year, careful not to reveal themselves, but this time they were determined to explore the city. Ginju, anxious for his safety, insisted on accompanying him. In the capital, a storyteller had set up a few benches outdoors, drawing a large crowd of eager listeners, merrily munching on sunflower seeds. Chi Sui, cradling candied chestnuts, yearned to join the lively gathering. Qin Chu scanned the tightly packed crowd and, with a flourish, produced a piece of silver from his waist, tapping the man in front of him. Brother, may I trouble you for a seat? The man turned, eyeing Qin Chu and then the delicate youth beside him, a lewd grin spreading across his face. 5 taels. Are you robbing me? 5 taels could secure an entire venue. He turned, spotting his petite wife, straining to reach up, and retrieved another piece of silver. Get lost. The man's laughter grew bolder. 10 taels. He could clearly see the two were a couple, attempting to flaunt their wealth for appearances. Well then, let us see how long you can keep up the charade. Ugh, how I detest such pretentiousness. Qin Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Seriously? We could easily just take the 10 taels. He was torn between giving in or standing his ground. Money was merely a material possession. Nothing mattered more than his wife's happiness. With gritted teeth, he resolved to hunt a bit more in the mountains. He reached for his waist again, only to be halted by a bony hand. Chi Sui, with a cheerful glint in his eye, addressed the man. Brother, could you repeat that? How many taels? The man hastily retreated, stammering, Never mind. You can sit. As he caught a glimpse of what lay concealed in the youth's sleeve, he gasped and fled in panic. Who is who in this scenario? Chi Sui Muzed, casually concealing the dagger. He settled onto a bench, muttering, prodigal son, utterly inept at managing life. Qin Chu felt aggrieved, his head drooping like a scolded pup. My dear, was I wrong? Had I known I'd be scolded, I would have kicked that shameless fellow before leaving. Meanwhile, the storyteller on stage animatedly recounted the tale. Our General Chun, he displayed unparalleled bravery in this battle, charging to the front lines as the enemy approached, victorious in every encounter. With such a formidable general to protect our nation, neither the treacherous officials hidden within the palace nor the prince who eloped with them could pose a threat. The narrative was enthralling, stirring the hearts of all present. Overy! The villagers applauded. Chi Sui's tooth broke, getting stuck in a chestnut shell. Wait, what does this storyteller mean? Although he is not a benevolent prince, is it truly right to label him as a treacherous rebel? This is simply slander. Qin Chu noticed and quickly reached into the chestnut bag, peeled a shell, and handed it to the young man's mouth, saying, My dear, eat. Go away, stop bothering me. Qin Chu replied, feeling scolded. At that moment, the listening townsfolk inquired, How could His Royal Highness elope with that rebel? Isn't he usually fond of the women from the flower houses? Moreover, Lord Qin is a eunuch. Good question. The storyteller struck the wooden block dramatically, pretending to ponder deeply as he stroked his beard. It is said that Lord Qin seduced our prince and took him to the Eastern Depot, and thus the young prince became a broken sleeve. Qin Chu's eyelids twitched. Nonsense. It was clearly the young prince who seduced him. Another person asked, so, who is on top and who is on the bottom? The townspeople laughed. It must be our prince on top. Lord Qin is a eunuch. It's obvious who is beneath. Chi Sui's eyes brightened. They thought this way. Well said, well said. Qin Chu pursed his lips, feeling a pang of jealousy, thinking this was utter nonsense. Where's the city guard? The little wife turned her back, reached into his waist, and pulled out a piece of silver, slamming it onto the storyteller's table. This is for you. Thank you, esteemed guest. Qin Chu felt a surge of pride, thinking that despite being told he couldn't manage his affairs, a few compliments had lifted his spirits. He quickly took the little wife away from the performance. Behind them, the storyteller shook his head and lamented. This prince must have been abducted by that rebel to some remote corner to forage for wild vegetables. We, de Qi, must change our prince. Hey, what are you doing? Qi Sui was pulled out of the crowd, and the branches on his head swayed. That was quite a good story. Let me listen a bit longer. It's far more interesting than the gossip in the village. Qin Chu, with a serious face, admonished, do not listen to those charlatans. They are nothing but frauds. Qi Sui bit into the chestnut, his eyes rolling mischievously. What? Are you unhappy that I'm on top? Qin Chu deeply? Is that what this is about? Qi Sui huffed, stuffing the chestnut bag into his embrace. If you're unhappy, fine. There are plenty of courtesans in the capital. I'll go find a young male. Upon hearing this, Qin Chu exclaimed, what? This cannot be allowed. He hurriedly pulled him back, apologizing while holding him close. My mistake, my mistake. You're on top. You're on top. I'm below. Do not go find a young male. If you do, I will. You will what? I will kill them all. Qi Sui recalled, while still a prince, the extravagant life he led, and thus knew Qin Chu was not jesting. This behavior must be eradicated at its roots. Tell me, what could those young males possibly offer that I do not? Are they more handsome, more enduring, or larger? You big pineapple, how absurd! Qi Sui's ears flushed with embarrassment, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he slapped a hand over Qin Chu's mouth. Have you lost your mind? How shameful! We are in public. A person values their dignity just as a tree values its bark. Yet Qin Chu seems utterly devoid of both. What use is there in feeling shame if one cannot even secure a spouse? Qin Chu extended his tongue, deliberately licking his palm, gazing at him with a touch of grievance. I won't seek a courtesan. I truly won't. Qi Sui, bewildered, thought. How can this person take it so seriously? Qin Chu, displaying the traits of a loyal pup, wagged his metaphorical tail at the promise made. Gulme, what does Ah Sui enjoy eating? I shall take you. Just as Qi Sui was about to respond, a sudden commotion echoed down the long street. On a magnificent steed, Chun He, clad in armor and holding the reins, exuded an air of authority, flanked by a retinue of soldiers, causing passers-by to part ways. Chun He, astonished, exclaimed, Your Highness! Moments later, within a tavern, the three sat across from one another, each lost in their own thoughts, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Qi Sui eyed the plate of beef and a small flask of wine before him, finally picking up his chopsticks. Chun He broke the silence with a sardonic tone. Your Highness, you have not returned to the palace for over a year. Once, you scorned delicacies, yet now you disdain these modest dishes even more. Qi Sui frowned. Is that so? Qin Chu, displeased, interjected. What do your words imply, General Chun? How can you presume to judge what Ah Sui enjoys? Ah Sui, Ah Sui. Qin Chu continued. Is that a title a mere eunuch can utter? Ah, Qin Chu deeply. Warning, warning. Villain's corruption value at 10. Current villain's corruption value. 15. Qi Sui's hand trembled, nearly choking on his drink. How many times must he endure this? Calling him a eunuch and still experiencing corruption. Chun He persisted. Qin Chonggong is a spy for the state of Zhou. Our great Qi is a traitor, failing to assassinate at the riverbank. He even abducted our great Qi's prince. Such crimes warrant punishment. Enough. Enough. Speak further, and I shall succumb to corruption. Chi Sui quickly interjected, "General, do not be angered over such trivial matters. It is not worth risking your health." These two individuals were indeed forces he could not confront. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with Qin Shu, a mere rogue whose wanted posters adorned the streets. Such audacity was astounding. Frustrated, he resorted to emotional appeals. "Your Highness, you are the prince of our great Qi. How can you associate with such lowly scum? Since your departure, His Majesty has been consumed with thoughts of you." His hair turning white. "Do you truly wish to abandon your princely duties to endure hardship with Qin Shu?" Upon hearing this, a sensitive part of Qin Shu's heart was struck hard, and he lowered his head, remaining silent, his fists clenched. He was indeed correct. The esteemed prince and a mere country bumpkin. Who could possibly weigh more heavily? Even a blind man could see the truth. Chi Sui glanced around, contemplating. Was he truly suffering? He seemed to be living quite happily. After all, he was not the original occupant of this body. Moreover, the original owner was wild at heart. Such a cage-like palace was hardly a comfortable abode. He had met his untimely end at the age of 26, suffocated in sleep by a palace concubine. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chi Sui too opted to wield the emotional card. "General, you must understand. I spent 18 years in the depths of the palace without a single achievement, nor the support of the people. I may not be suited to be the future ruler." "Your Highness, what nonsense are you speaking?" Chun He, filled with excitement, slammed his palm onto the table, causing the wine glass to tremble thrice and spill its contents. Chi Sui instinctively shielded it. Ordinarily, Qin Shu would not allow him to indulge in alcohol, deeming it a waste. "Your Highness, let me be frank. The Eastern Factory is in disarray, and the streets are plastered with wanted posters of Qin Shu. The Emperor has commanded us that anyone who discovers Qin Shu's whereabouts is to be executed without mercy. And Your Highness, please accompany me back to the palace." "Why must you be so obstinate?" Chi Sui exclaimed in frustration. "I've told you countless times that I have no desire to become this wretched emperor. Why persist? Qi would be a far more suitable choice. If he were given the chance, he would be grinning from ear to ear." Chun He, resolute in his stance, coldly commanded his men to secure all exits of the inn and laid down the law. "Your Highness, you must return today, whether you wish to or not. Should you dare resist, I will kill Qin Shu." "Fine," Chi Sui replied. "I will grant you the night to contemplate. I expect an answer by morning. Your Highness, sleep well." With that, Chun He turned and exited the inn without a backward glance. It was only then that Chi Sui noticed the night had fully descended. With the door closed, the once bustling hall was left in silence, occupied solely by the two of them. Qin Shu remained silent, and Chi Sui, oblivious to his emotions, enjoyed his drink, only to be met with the words, "A Sui, you should return with him." "Huh?" Chi Sui esse grip zleckend, causing the wine glass to tumble from the table. What was this fellow thinking? Qin Shu, with a heart heavy with sorrow and a face etched with reluctance, lamented, "By following me, you will not have a good life. You deserve better than this hardship. I will only let you down." This had always been his inner turmoil. Although Chi Sui never voiced it, every time he saw him alone in that shabby hut, his heart ached. How could the crown prince of the Qi endure such a life? Chi Sui understood his concerns, yet he genuinely cherished that sense of freedom. In the palace, he felt constrained. "By the way, what constitutes a good life?" Chi Sui inquired. "Huh?" Qin Shu struggled to respond, holding up his chopsticks. Chi Sui savored a piece of beef and slowly articulated, "A good life need not be adorned with gold and silver. If I could plant a few vegetables in the yard, and you could hunt in the mountains, as long as we do not go hungry and live joyfully, I would be utterly content." Plant vegetables? Absurd. That land in Shangyun village was all cultivated by Qin Shu. Chi Sui, undeterred, earnestly painted a rosy picture for him. "You are the most skilled hunter in all of Shangyun village and my absolute favorite. Even Zhang Dainyu pales in comparison. I believe that in no time, we shall soar to great heights." Soar to great heights? Dream on. The game that can't be sold will surely be fed to him. 681 silently gave a thumbs up. "Sui Sui, this year's Oscar for the host category is mine to claim. I must help you secure it." Chi Sui replied, "Keep it low-key applause." 681. Chi Sui then pinched his own soft cheeks, which could easily yield a handful of flesh, and playfully pouted, "Look, I've only been out for a year and have gained 5 or 6 pounds." Qin Chu couldn't help but chuckle. "So you truly wish to come with me? You resemble a kidnapper of a wealthy young master, filled with guilt." The youth nodded, extending his hand to remove the branch of the cloud cypress from his head. "Behold, this is the token of affection you bestowed upon me. Should you dare to abandon me today," he declared, brandishing a hairpin with resolute bravery, "I shall die before your very eyes." "Asui." Qin Chu was taken aback. "Have you made your decision?" A fierce gaze from Chi Sui met his, straightening with determination. Qin Chu declared, "I, Qin Yuhui, vow here today to protect Chi Sui's peace and joy throughout this life. He is my sky, my earth, my cherished sweet treat. When he beckons me east, I shall never venture west." Chi Sui, satisfied, inquired, "If I command you to stop, will you?" Qin Chu swiftly replied, "I shall not stop." "What use is that?" Chi Sui exclaimed, exasperated. "Wait for fingers? Is this a salute for joining a party?" Chi Sui was in a fury, unable to digest this absurdity. At the hour of the pig, Chun-He stood vigil outside the inn, unable to sleep. Due to Chi Sui's special status, the inn had been entirely reserved, leaving only the two of them inside, while the soldiers stood guard outside. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "The water has broken." Chun-He was startled, feeling a rush of heat course through him. Turning around, he saw the inn engulfed in roaring flames. "Your Highness, please come quickly. We need help to extinguish the fire." "Your Highness is still inside." The inferno consumed the inn entirely, reducing everything within to ashes, with not even a trace of bones found. Thus, the storyteller gained new material. It was said that after the Crown Prince and Duke Qin were captured by General Chun-He, the lovesick couple vowed to resist to the death, claiming they had no fondness for the palace's tedious formalities, preferring the leisurely country life. General Chun-He, of course, was unwilling to accept this, believing the Crown Prince should never be associated with simple country folk. Consequently, the Crown Prince, seeing no way to be with his beloved, set the place ablaze, choosing to perish alongside Duke Qin in their tragic romance. Someone inquired, "Sir, if the Crown Prince has fallen, will our future monarch be replaced?" The storyteller struck the table with his hand, causing a stir among the audience. "Excellent question. You may not know, but Prince Qi is already preparing to bestow the title of Prince Yu upon the fifth prince. Thereafter, General Chun-He ensured the tranquility of our nation, and the former crown prince became mere fodder for post-meal discussions. In Shangyun village, as the sun set behind the mountains, the sky blazed with fiery hues, the sun dipping below the horizon, crushing golden embers into a deeper intensity. Qin Chu had just returned from hunting in the mountains when his young wife rushed out of the courtyard with a bamboo basket, her laughter mingling with the wind. "Qin Chu, you're back." "Oh." Qin Chu set down his bow, an arrow, striding forward to embrace her. "What are you doing? You're too sweet." Aunt Chun from the neighboring yard rolled her eyes at the display, muttering, "So young, yet so shameless," before retreating into her house, preferring not to witness the scene. Chi Sui paid her no mind, shaking the basket in his hand. "Miss Zhao brought me some eggs this morning, saying I should hatch chicks to alleviate my boredom." "But how does one hatch chicks?" Qin Chu burst into laughter, taking the youth's hand and leading him inside. "You know, old hen, how could you possibly hatch chicks? You are often absent from home, and I am nearly bored to death, always in need of a companion. You refuse to let me go out. What am I to do?" "Oh." Qin Chu elongated his tone, his voice tinged with a teasing lilt, as his warm lips brushed against the youth's neck. With a playful hum, he pouted, "I also desire to go out. Tonight." Chi Sui, feeling vexed, slapped his hand down, exclaiming sternly, "That is not what I meant. I want to go out and have fun. Can't you understand such an obvious hint? It seems those with a heart only hear what is impure. You promised me before that you would accompany me to explore the mountains and rivers. I wish to go now. Are you going to break your promise?" Despite being struck, Qin Chu still managed to smile. He lowered his head and pecked the youth's face, contentedly stating, "I shall not break my promise. Wherever you wish to go, my dear, I shall follow your lead. We shall set forth tomorrow. To where? I haven't quite decided. Recently, I have merely been eating and sleeping, nearly exhausted. Chi Sui tossed a question back to him. Where do you think we should go? Qin Shu pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled, before I came to Qi country, I left some savings in Zhou country. Not much, just a few estates and several chain stores, and what else? How dare you hide your private funds from me? Chi Sui laughed, tugging at his ear and twisting it playfully. As the saying goes, when a man acquires wealth, he turns wicked. After all, he was a concealed antagonist. What if he were to rise again? No, I absolutely cannot allow that. Such occurrences must be resolutely prevented. Qin Shu shook his head vehemently. No, my dear. I am innocent. That was years ago. I had nearly forgotten it myself. Chi Sui paid no heed, dragging him indoors to begin packing. Quickly now. We shall set off for Zhou country immediately. I intend to uncover your entire fortune. Not a single coin shall be left. Qin Shu followed eagerly. Off to my family home. As twilight settled, a crescent moon traversed the sparse shadows of the sky. Two elongated figures tread along a forest path, illuminated by the moonlight. Chi Sui, fatigued from walking, allowed Qin Shu to carry him leisurely. The countryside was alive with the sound of crickets, and the youth comfortably peeled a hard-boiled egg on his shoulder, humming a tune absent-mindedly. Suddenly, Qin Shu inquired, Asui, you have yet to tell me how that great fire erupted at the inn, and how I returned to Shangyun village. Chi Sui playfully nibbled on his ear. Because I'm a deity. Regrettably, he could not demonstrate his divine powers in his presence. Otherwise, he would have surely shown him his might. Gintutuka, shaking off his shoulders, lifting the youth closer, pressing him against his broad and sturdy back. He replied, If you are a god, then I shall be your fervent believer. Congratulations, host. The antagonist's darkening value has been reduced to 0. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points. The second dimensional task has been successfully completed. Second dimension, complete, volume 3. The top alpha is again desired by the beta chapter 30. The top alpha is again desired by the beta. 1. Additional update. Beep. You have arrived at the third dimension. Beep. Unlocking target information. Jiang Sui. Part 3. I cannot control my pheromones, but loving you is my lifelong duty. Please provide me with your pheromones, Omega. I possess no pheromones. Alpha's throat is hoarse, and the turbulence of the rutting phase forcibly extracts one's reason, causing one to drift aimlessly in the abyss of desire. The room is saturated with the rich scent of brandy-like pheromones. He has been in this realm for half a month, yet has yet to find any trace of the antagonist. As a super S-class alpha, the monthly rut has arrived, and despite administering 3 suppressants, they have proven entirely ineffective. More crucially, he does not feel like he is in a rut at all. Instead, he is in a fever phase. Chi Sui is on the brink of madness from the torment. Without the calming essence of pheromones, he violently shoved the youth before him aside and collapsed onto the floor. Get away from me. Don't touch me. The suppressants. Where are my suppressants? Jiang Sui loomed above, his deep-set features obscured by the dim light, his tongue grazing the thin blood on his lips as he coldly remarked, The suppressants are futile. You need me. Damn it, what have you done to me? The youth seized Alpha's arm without hesitation, forcefully pushing him onto the bed, restraining all of his movements. His voice was hoarse, low, and seductive. Chi Sui, you're in heat. Do you know that? I'm an alpha. How could I possibly be in heat? Chi Sui reacted fiercely, the instincts of an alpha in rut compelling him to desperately seek the soothing presence of Omega's pheromones. Jiang Sui felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Hiss, the glands were the glands. The imagined Omega pheromones did not emerge. Chi Sui's heart sank, and he suddenly realized, damn it, he S.A. beta. Jiang Sui smirked, a malicious grin spreading across his face as his slender fingers pinched Alpha's gaunt chin, trailing down the delicate curve of his neck. What does it matter if you're a top alpha? Your pheromones cannot control me. You will obediently be my exclusive Omega. Get off. Who the hell are you? The heated breath engulfed him like a fire, emanating the potent scent of brandy-like pheromones, growing ever stronger, ever more intense. In the shadows, the light of a camera flickered on and off. Chi Sui, can you smell it? Brandy, this is your pheromone. Your pheromone. Jiang Sui was merciless. Infused with a vengeful intensity, asserting his dominance over Alpha. The next day, Chi Sui awoke, as if he had just emerged from the suffocating grip of drowning. Struggling to breathe, feeling a wave of soreness and numbness, Jiang Sui stood by the bed, leisurely fastening his belt. No emotion in his thin lips. Have you awoken? Chi Sui gritted his teeth, enduring for 2 seconds. He then seized the pillow from the bed and hurled it at him. Who the hell are you? Jiang Sui. I don't know you. Chi Sui was taken aback. The curse that had nearly escaped his lips suddenly stifled. Don't know me? Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. A hint of mockery flickered across his cold countenance. Mr. Chi, you seem to forget easily. Perhaps you don't recall the incident at school where you conspired with Song Zhuiyun to slander me. But it's fine. Didn't you say I was an inferior beta? What is it like to be humiliated by an inferior beta? Chi Sui remained silent, quietly grasping the blanket beside him to cover his marred skin. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his face betraying a profound sense of guilt. The system had yet to convey the plot, leaving him unaware of the twisted deeds the original host had committed against the antagonist. Thus he refrained from taking any rash actions. Jiang Sui narrowed his eyes, producing his phone from his pocket and brandishing it provocatively. Chi Sui, tell me, if an S-rank alpha were to be taken down by a beta, what would the world think of you? You. Chi Sui's agitation surged, and he retorted furiously. Are you out of your mind? Why are you taking pictures? How disgusting. Jiang Sui scoffed, swiping across the screen twice. His gaze was predatory, nearly consuming. Chi Sui, you look rather exquisite when you're flustered. A top-tier alpha in heat. How I wish to witness that every day. Chi Sui, overwhelmed by both shame and anger, felt the veins on his forehead throb with rage. In heat? How could I, an alpha, possibly be in heat? Jiang Sui smirked, replying, because I am an inducement-type beta. Before Chi Sui could fully process the shock, Jiang Sui had opened the door and exited with the confidence of a victor. In this world, betas are the most commonplace of beings. They possess no pheromones and cannot detect them either. However, inducement-type betas are an anomaly, a 1 in a million mutation. They can perceive pheromones but are not governed by them. On the contrary, they can even incite alphas to alter their instinctual heat cycles, inducing a state akin to that of an omega. Chi Sui seethed with impotent rage. Nyobo, hurry and transmit the plot. The antagonist has appeared. What about my identity? And the male lead of this realm? 681 trembled, its little hands anxiously entwined. What if I told you that you're the male lead? What? I am the male lead. Chi Sui nearly choked on his own blood. What kind of absurd world was this? What kind of ludicrous life? In his previous 2 worlds, he had been a mere side character, devoid of any direct conflict with the antagonist, allowing him to act without reservations, disregarding the narrative's integrity. But now it was different. He was the male lead. This meant that the antagonist would surely strive to bring him to ruin. Chi Sui exclaimed, Are you suggesting that I should brawl with the antagonist? Am I to live or die in the end? The system has encountered an error. It misidentified the host. For now, we can only do our best. Under certain conditions, the male lead can also redeem the antagonist. Family ties are quite splendid, aren't they? What a stroke of fortune. No, this cannot be. I must not die, nor should the antagonist. But what if one day his primal instincts take over and my mission fails? Chi Sui was on the verge of madness. What a ridiculous arrangement. Surely, he must have offended the heavens in the previous realm, and now they were exacting revenge by manipulating the 3,000 realms against him. Going insane, he thought, isn't the goal to save the antagonist? Then could I not arrange for someone else to do the saving, as long as the darkening value reaches 0? 681 pouted perhaps. Maybe it could work? Oh dear, even was encountering this for the first time. Titi Chisei, not daring to delay, swiftly turned over and stood up, beginning to dress. Please enlighten me about the events that transpired between the original protagonist and the antagonist. Transmitting plot details. The original protagonist, Chi Sui, is an exceedingly powerful alpha of the Empire, classified as an Ultra S grade. To what extent is his prowess? Excluding those of the same rank. Other alphas are compelled to take a detour upon encountering him, while Omegas worship him on the spot, exclaiming, truly remarkable. No wonder he is the most formidable Ultra S grade alpha. In Chapter 31, the top-tier alpha finds himself the object of a beta's covetous gaze, too. As the male lead of this narrative, his life has been one of fortune and transparency. He graduated from the Empire's most prestigious academy and now presides as the CEO of his family's enterprise. However, he is now in the unfortunate position of having been seduced by a beta. Moreover, this was done during a period when he was unable to resist due to being induced into his heat phase. The root of all this chaos lies with Song Zhuiyun, one of the male lead's dubious friends. Jiang Sui is the illegitimate half-brother of Song Zhuiyun, bearing the surname of their beta father, and has been looked down upon since childhood due to his status as a bastard child. Ever since Song Zhuiyun became aware of his existence, he has been on high alert, fearing that Jiang Sui might one day usurp everything that belongs to him. Recently, Song Zhuiyun has been covertly spreading malicious rumors about Jiang Sui's alleged depravity and chaotic personal life. To shield himself from discovery, he has been using Qi Sui's name to stir up trouble regarding Jiang Sui's status as an inferior beta. As a result, Jiang Sui, still a fourth-year student, has been ostracized on campus, missing out on scholarship opportunities and suffering from bullying. Consequently, he has developed a strong desire for revenge against the male lead, believing that all his misfortunes are orchestrated by Qi Sui. Thus, he sought out Qi Sui last night, taking advantage of his status as an induced beta to trample upon the pride of the alpha. The outcome was that the recorded video was leaked, leaving an indelible psychological scar on the male lead's life. The antagonist was subsequently imprisoned and tormented. Now, he has two missions. First, to safeguard his own life and dignity as the male lead, and second, to rescue the antagonist. What a dramatic turn of events. Qi Sui is agitated, wondering when the video will be disclosed. It is primarily due to the embarrassment of being overpowered by a beta as an alpha. He questions whether he can still maintain his dignity. 681. No opportunity found. The antagonist will not take action. The current level of the antagonist darkening is 95. Keep it up, Qi Sui. At a distortion level of 95, it is no wonder he is psychologically disturbed, resorting to such self-destructive tactics as filming a video that harms both his enemy and himself. No, I must urgently seek someone to warm and rehabilitate him. Otherwise, we shall both face ruin. Qi Sui declared. Are you going to find the antagonist? Qi Sui. I will not. Am I seeking death? Jiang Sui, is it? Just wait. You better not have a car accident, trip over power lines, or be struck by lightning before I find you. For nearly half a month, Qi Sui has meticulously chosen 3 high-quality males with ABO attributes using his wealth, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to have Jiang Sui take one home. Today, Song Zhuiyun has approached him to discuss work, and fortuitously, there is a restaurant nearby that boasts a delightful menu. The two individuals arranged to meet at the designated location. 2 S-class alphas entered the restaurant, their formidable presence immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. Song Zhuiyun approached and graciously pulled out a chair for him, smiling as he said, Sui, it has been quite some time since we last met. I reached out to you recently, but you kept insisting you were busy. Qi Sui tugged at his lips, retorting, Did you expect to see me? If it weren't for your incessant slander about Jiang Sui behind his back, would he have pinned you down? He continued, I've been occupied. We were supposed to discuss work, so let us begin. Song Zhuiyun's expression shifted slightly as he waved to summon a waiter, not wishing to engage further. Qi Sui, constrained by his role, understood the necessity of discussing business. He took a sip from his glass of water. The waiter approached, inquiring, Gentlemen, may I take your order? Song Zhuiyun was taken aback, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he stood up abruptly. Jiang Sui, what are you doing here? Almost instantaneously, the man instinctively emitted an S1 class warning pheromone, which visibly affected the more vulnerable patrons in the restaurant, some of whom fled outside in distress. However, Jiang Sui, being a beta, could sense it but remained unperturbed, casually responding, Working. You. Song Zhuiyun began, but Qi Sui interjected. We are here to dine and discuss work, not to stir up trouble. Please sit down. Song Zhuiyun, his face darkening, lifted his glass to drink. Qi Sui picked up the menu and casually flipped through it, asking, What is good here? Care to recommend? Look for yourself. Jiang Sui replied coldly, displaying a demeanor that suggested he was unwilling to serve. You little rascal, Chi Sui muttered, tossing his hand dismissively before listing the dishes: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, stewed salted duck, sauced chicken, cured meat, pine flour, pork belly, dried meat, sausages, assorted platters, smoked chicken, white belly, steamed treasure pig, sticky rice, stuffed duck. Jiang Sui's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pen he had prepared for noting the order. Is this some deliberate provocation? He thought. Sir. Jiang Sui strained to smile. Could you slow down a bit? Can't slow down, Chi Sui retorted, pulling out his phone and intentionally waving it as if to mimic Jiang Sui's earlier behavior. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the details. Jiang Sui, aware of his unique circumstances, hesitated. If he were to entangle himself with Chi Sui, he risked becoming an outcast. Song Zhuiyun, unable to remain composed, interjected, Sui. Do you know Jiang Sui? What is your relationship? Just acquaintances. Is there a problem? Chi Sui replied. No, Song Zhuiyun said, feeling uneasy. He was acutely aware of his own misdeeds, having spread rumors about Jiang Sui under the guise of Chi Sui's influence at school. And he was determined to keep that information hidden. At that moment, a group of jovial boys entered the restaurant, likely students from the nearby Imperial University. Jiang Sui emerged with 2 bowls of ramen, expressionless as he placed them before the 2 individuals. Please enjoy, he said. Hey, isn't that Jiang Sui? Called out a group of boys at the adjacent table. We've heard you've been working hard outside for your studies. We didn't know you were here. If only we'd known sooner, we could have come to support you. Their laughter rang out, echoing through the air. Chi Sui remained silent, grasping his chopsticks. He observed Jiang Sui as he approached the counter, his already frigid countenance now cloaked in an additional layer of frost. May I take your order? Jiang Sui inquired. Order what? Ha. Aren't you usually quite arrogant at school? Don't you win scholarships every year? What happened this year? Oh, turns out you're just a lowly beta. And your private life is such a mess. How embarrassing. The words were unbearable. Jiang Sui lifted his gaze coldly, his grip on the pen tightening. Say that again. Warning. Warning. Villain's corruption level. 3. Current villain's corruption level. 98. The small world is about to collapse. Host, please prepare. Chi Sui, caught up in the moment, suddenly choked, the ramen sliding down his throat, forcing tears to brim in his eyes. Never mind, let us just move on. Chapter 32. The top alpha is coveted by a beta. 3. Several boys sense the threat emanating from the beta, with 2 alphas releasing S2 class suppressive pheromones in an attempt to dominate. Did we say something wrong? Aren't you just a lowly at that moment? Jiang Sui was poised to strike. Lowly beta? An alpha from the corner interjected, rising slowly. Simultaneously, S3 class aggressive pheromones spilled forth from his glands, flooding the restaurant with the overwhelming scent of brandy. The alphas present were taken aback. Even Song Zhuiyun found himself weakened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The attack power of an Ultra S-Class Alpha was not to be underestimated. Chi Sui swiftly advanced, delivering a punch to the very boy who had been the loudest in his mockery. He raised his hand mercilessly, bending the boy's wrist. Amidst the cries of pain, he coldly remarked, calling someone a lowly beta. What right do you, an A-Class Alpha, have to act so arrogant? Should I measure how large your face is with a ruler? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiang Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was Chi Sui? An Ultra S-Class Alpha, the future heir of the Chi family. How could he be fighting for a lowly beta? The beaten Alpha, incredulous, swallowed hard. Mr. Chi, is there some kind of misunderstanding? It was impossible. How could someone of Jiang Sui's lowly status be connected with Chi Sui? There must be some mistake. Chi Sui leisurely adjusted his cufflinks, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. With a long arm, he rested it firmly on the boy's shoulder. There's no misunderstanding. Jiang Sui is mine. Whoever dares to touch him will be courting disaster. A silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds. The boys scrambled out of the restaurant, tumbling over one another. Let us just forget it. We can't afford to provoke him. Jiang Sui maintained a composed demeanor, his shoulders trembling slightly as he shook off Alpha's hand. remarking that the establishment was devoid of customers. Chi Sui squinted, questioning whether a simple thank you was too much to ask. Jiang Sui's noble and aloof gaze remained fixed on him, silence enveloping the air. At just over 20, his appearance was immaculate, with a hint of youthful innocence still gracing his features, almost as if he were the one being wronged. Chi Sui persisted, adopting arrogace demeanor, refusing to let him leave without a word. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Sui finally uttered a curt thank you, turning away and retreating to the kitchen, his ears betraying a hint of crimson. He couldn't shake the disbelief. Chi Sui, who had been spreading rumors about him at school, was now aiding him, likely out of fear of having the video leaked. It had to be a strategic move. Chi Sui behind him let out a soft hum, somewhat pretentious. As Alpha retracted his pheromones, Song Jueyun gradually regained his composure, his gaze towards Chi Sui now tinged with curiosity. Sui, you and Jiang Sui. Song Jueyun warned, you'd best behave. The S1 class pheromones instilled a profound sense of unease within him. Don't think I am oblivious to your misdeeds. I simply choose not to confront you directly. It would be wise to understand your position. Song Jueyun's face paled. How could he possibly know? When had Jiang Sui entangled himself with Chi Sui? It was inconceivable. Chi Sui, disinterested in rehashing past grievances, settled onto a stool, methodically picking up chopsticks, casually stating, weren't we supposed to discuss work? Let us continue. Song Jueyun swallowed hard, complying. That evening, Jiang Sui returned home after his shift. After a refreshing shower, his gaze fell upon his phone resting on the bedside table. As he instinctively opened the private album, he pondered whether Chi Sui's assistance today was linked to this. The video played from start to finish, temptingly provocative. Chi Sui, though an alpha, possessed a beauty that rivaled any omega, with a slender waist and long legs, embodying a grace that was not effeminate but rather exuded an innate pride. Lying on the bed, Jiang Sui felt an overwhelming sense of pressure rising within him. His mind clouded. He began to feel unwell again, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he fixated on the intimate video, shadows intertwining against a backdrop of white. Suddenly, a message arrived, jolting him from his stupor. It took a moment for him to regain his senses. Upon opening it, he found it was from Chi Sui. Do you prefer A, O, or perhaps B? Oh, he had forgotten to delete that. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Sui replied, I'm introducing you to a boyfriend. Jiang Sui, with a cold expression, responded, not necessary. To curry favor, he resorted to such a cliché approach. After a pause, Chi Sui sent a sticker. Unleash the awesome mode. Once activated, you're no longer an ordinary person, but a remarkable one. Jiang Sui. What sort of impressive expression should he adopt? After a lengthy silence, the other party remained unresponsive. Chi Sui sat at his desk, waiting, and couldn't he help but recall the fierce determination Jiang Sui had displayed that night, shivering involuntarily. He then raised his hand to strike the keyboard. Allow me to introduce Omega, the creamy scented Omega. You can sense the pheromones, and I am certain you will take a liking to him. Jiang Sui entered the restroom to wash his hands, and upon returning, he noticed this message. He hesitated momentarily, intending to reply, I do not fancy him. Please refrain from introducing me to such individuals. However, his fingers slipped, inadvertently sending an animated emoji instead. Jiang Sui, little bani chuchu JPEG Jiang Sui, Kisui, eh. Although it somewhat shatters your persona, it can be construed as a form of consent, don't you think? Chi Sui promptly shared Jiang Sui's WeChat with the creamy scented Omega. With a daily remuneration of 50,000, the Omega, upholding an unparalleled dedication to his profession, immediately clicked to add him as a friend. Hi, big brother. Please accept my request quickly. I am your destined little bunny, naughtily sticking out my tongue, JPG. Jiang Sui. Damn it, is there not a single normal person around Chi Sui? Infuriated, Jiang Sui made a voice call. Chi Sui, I have no affection for Omega nor Beta. Do not push such absurd individuals onto me. It's utterly vexing. Chi Sui, his ears ringing, raised the phone high. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, during lunch at the restaurant, I heard them say your personal life is chaotic. I assumed you had other boyfriends besides me. After all, One more or one less makes no difference. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he awkwardly cleared his throat. His voice was heavy. I have no one else. Only you. Chi Sui. He was incredulous. That night nearly brought him to his demise. It hardly resembled a first encounter. Jiang Sui realized that this explanation was somewhat superfluous and, seeking to divert the topic, said, I will not leak the video. You need not worry about that. After a moment's thought, he chuckled in anger. Wasn't it you who spread rumors about my chaotic personal life? How could you possibly know if my life is disordered? Stop pretending to be oblivious. Chi Sui frowned, insisting it was not him. Who else could it be? Song Zhuiyun. Who? Song Zhuiyun. Are you hard of hearing? At this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Jiang Sui was momentarily stunned, caught off guard as if he had harbored resentment towards the wrong person all this time. Chi Sui scoffed lightly, suppressing the urge to confront him. Why would I, with no grievances against you, fabricate rumors? Simply because I am a university classmate of Song Zhuiyun? I have no interest in your tumultuous affairs. Chapter 33. The top alpha is coveted by a beta. For Jiang Sui furrowed his brows, maintaining a skeptical disposition. He was uncertain whether Chi Sui was deceiving him, perhaps attempting to shirk responsibility because he held a secret over him. He had intended to clarify, but thought better of it. He had no words. After training for 6 years at Kunlun Mountain, his heart had grown as cold as the snow upon its peaks. He hung up. Chi Sui was met with a cold shoulder. Jiang Sui hurled his phone onto the bed, struggling to regain composure for quite some time. He stormed into the bathroom to take a cold shower. Meanwhile, congratulations, host. The villain S darkening value is 10. Current villain S darkening value 88. Wow. Chi Sui set down his phone in disbelief, excitedly slapping the table. It must surely be due to my introduction of Omega that Jiang Sui's darkening disposition has diminished. Wouldn't you agree, Nyobo? Staying up late, I find myself drowsy while binge-watching. Indeed. The policy of conciliation proves effective. So long as I do not offend the antagonist and rely on Omega to influence him, his darkening disposition shall inevitably decline. Chi Sui felt a twinge of pride. He claimed to dislike Omega, but his words were mere bravado. With a grand gesture, he transferred a small gratuity of 100,000 to Omega. Thank you, boss. I shall certainly continue to strive. I will work diligently. Omega then sent a friend request anew. Hi, brother, please accept my request. I am your destined little bunny. After waiting for nearly half a month, Chi Sui intentionally allocated time for Jiang Sui and Omega to interact, yet the darkening disposition did not budge in the slightest. Upon inquiry, Omega replied, Boss, please remain calm. I am making efforts. Very well. One cannot rush a delicate endeavor. Chi Sui acquiesced. The little system, anxious, asked Sui. Are you truly not going to pursue the antagonist yourself? When will this end? I am the protagonist of this realm. It feels unreal. What if one day Jiang Sui finds me displeasing and eliminates me? Are you responsible for that? 681 hesitated. How should this be conveyed? It must lend a hand. After some time, Chi Sui maintained the trajectory of the protagonist's normal life and was invited to a certain business event. By the end, he was quite inebriated. Song Zhuiyun, accompanying him, offered to drive him home, only to be brusquely pushed aside by the intoxicated alpha. I don't need your assistance. I'll call for my driver. Song Zhuiyun disregarded this, assuming he was merely muddled from drink. Wait for me. I shall fetch my car from the garage. At midnight, Chi Sui found himself on an empty street, heavily under the influence. Leaning against a nearby utility pole, he squatted down, feeling uneasy and nauseous. He fished his phone from his pocket to call the driver. Hello, brotherly, are you asleep? Come pick me up. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback by the call. His previously weary eyes now sharp with clarity. Was this a wrong number? Chi Sui. Yes. Chi Sui, clutching the pole, repeated sluggishly, I am on Ingbin Road. Come pick me up. Not coming? Not coming? 666. To think that this distinguished S-Class Alpha would be subdued by a beta in public and now even defied by a mere driver at home. Is there no law in this realm? Chi Sui, fuming, cursed under the influence. I advise you to arrive here within 10 minutes. If you're late by even a second, you can consider yourself dismissed." With that, he hung up. "This is utterly outrageous, simply intolerable." Jiang Sui moved his lips. The words he intended to utter caught in his throat. After a moment, he rose and dressed. There was no other motivation than to witness the Alpha's embarrassment. Jiang Sui's home was nearby, and he arrived in merely 5 minutes. He found the once imperious Alpha now resembling a homeless puppy. Embracing the telephone pole, he mumbled incoherently, exhibiting a certain pitiable demeanor. Jiang Sui approached, catching a whiff of the pheromones emanating from the Alpha, which signified his discomfort and unease. For reasons unknown, Jiang Sui instinctively yearned to release calming pheromones, yet the flatness of his own glands reminded him of his reality. He was a beta, utterly devoid of pheromones and incapable of marking anyone. Suddenly feeling a surge of irritation, he grasped the Alpha's arm. "Chi Sui, get up, let us go home." Chi Sui crouched on the ground, dazedly fixated on a pair of white sneakers. "Jiang Sui, what brings you here?" Jiang Sui, unwilling to engage in idle banter, pulled him up forcefully. "Home." Leaning against the boy, Chi Sui began to slur his words. "That Omega, you must treat him well." Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. "Are you instructing me?" Chi Sui glared back. "I'm teaching you how to be a decent person." He reached out, hooking his arm around the boy's neck, bending him down slightly. "You mustn't bully an Omega. Do you hear me? He has a costly aide hired with significant funds. If you treat him poorly, all that money will go to waste, so much of it." The thought saddened Chi Sui immensely, for he felt it deeply. Jiang Sui listened, a faint sense of discontent brewing within him. Did Chi Sui harbor feelings for the Omega? Or perhaps he simply fancied sweet, creamy delights? But he was merely a beta. Contemplating this, Jiang Sui's grip around the Alpha's waist tightened instinctively, a gesture that felt both like a warning and an emotional release. "Ugh, ah," Chi Sui murmured, his scalp tingling from the sensation, tears welling in his eyes. "Jiang Sui, are you harassing me?" "Harassment?" The boy, now furious, chuckled incredulously at the Alpha's proud demeanor, wishing he were an Omega instead. He lowered his head, his dissatisfied lips sealing against the Alpha's own. "Now, that was harassment. Caught off guard. Chi Sui's eyes widened as the warmth on his lips dissipated in an instant, the alcohol-fueled haze abruptly exploding within him. Oh no! The villain was about to get him. In a panic, Chi Sui shoved Jiang Sui away, covering his mouth, his eyes glistening with tears, gazing at Jiang Sui with a mix of indignation and vulnerability. "What are you doing? Don't kiss me." Was this the fabled act of slapping someone only to offer a sweet treat afterward? Jiang Sui felt a flicker of amusement, leaning closer to tease the tipsy boy. "What else can I do here besides you?" Chi Sui's face flushed profusely, feeling increasingly dizzy. He was being teased. This beta was insufferable. Jiang Sui's lips curled into a smile, his broad palm enclosing the small Alpha's fingers. "Let us go home." Just then, a car approached on the desolate street and came to a halt beside them. "Jiang Sui." Song Zhuyin flung open the car door and stormed out, rushing toward the Alpha and yanking him away from Jiang Sui's embrace. "Get away from him. Keep your distance." Jiang Sui narrowed his eyes, reaching out to grasp the Alpha's other arm. "Let go. What are you doing?" Chi Sui protested. "You're pulling me in both directions. I might dislocate something." Song Zhuyin refused to relent, her gaze fixed intently on the young man before her. A cold laugh escaped her lips. "Jiang Sui, what audacity you possess. Unable to enter the gates of the Song family, you have now set your sights on Chi Sui. You, an inferior beta. Who do you think you are?" Jiang Sui, filled with indignation, felt a storm brewing within his eyes. "I have stated before, I hold no interest in the wealth of the Song family." However, Song Zhuiyun, inherently suspicious, dismissed his words as mere pretense. "The human heart is a labyrinth. Who can fathom your true thoughts? I never expected you to endure so well. The uproar surrounding you has not even driven you to withdraw from school." Jiang Sui's expression stiffened, his grip on Chi Sui's hand tightening. "So was you." Initially, when Chi Sui denied it, he was somewhat skeptical, yet he was taken aback when Song Zhuiyun herself confirmed it. And so what if it is me? In a fit of rage, Song Jueyun lost her composure, her S3 class aggressive pheromones intensifying. Release Chi Sui. I shall take him away. Were you even? Jiang Sui tugged the young man back. What are you doing? Let me go. Chi Sui was yanked back and forth, his stomach churning, almost on the verge of vomiting. Jiang Sui furrowed his brow and loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Sui tilted towards Song Jueyun. Song Jueyun steadied him. Chi Sui, I will escort you home. Jiang Sui clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an impulse to reclaim him immediately, yet mindful of his own position, his nails dug into his flesh. Madness. This sensation is truly unbearable. Get lost. Song Jueyun's face was a mask of malice. Do not let me see you near Chi Sui again. Jiang Sui gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the tumult within him. Just as he turned away, the dazed Chi Sui suddenly broke free from Song Jueyun's embrace, shouting, Do not leave. I am a dignified alpha. You simply sleep with me and leave without a word. What is that supposed to mean? Come back. Such an explosive declaration. An S-class alpha, unexpectedly entangled with an inferior beta? Song Jueyun was taken aback, still reeling from the shock. Yet, Jiang Sui had already snatched Chi Sui from her grasp, holding him tightly as a victor would. My apologies. Mr. Song, this is my alpha. Jiang Sui brought Chi Sui back to his residence, where the latter laughed all the way, babbling incoherently. You are intoxicated, Jiang Sui remarked. I am not drunk, Chi Sui protested, leaning pitiably against the beta, his eyes crinkling with laughter. You're the one who is drunk. Your face is flushed, even more so than mine. Do not laugh, Jiang Sui scolded, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. If you continue to laugh, there will be moments in the bedroom, on the balcony, in the living room, and in the kitchen that will silence you. Chi Sui, emboldened by the wine, was momentarily taken aback, unafraid to voice his thoughts. As the door swung open, he shoved Jiang Sui inside with a resounding thud, pushing him against the door. The tall alpha confined the beta within a small space. The two evenly matched. The room remained unlit, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. What are you doing? Jiang Sui inquired. You, Chi Sui replied. The invasive pheromones of brandy expanded throughout the confined space, saturating beta's gaze with a scorching essence. Jiang Sui furrowed his brow, swiftly turning to adjust his position. You are intoxicated. I am not drunk. Chi Sui raised his head to kiss him, perhaps dulled by the alcohol, struggling to discern direction. From the living room to the bedroom, Jiang Sui's ears burned with embarrassment. A shiver ran down Chi Sui's spine, inexplicably feeling timid, clutching his clothing tightly. No, it's too cold. I don't want it anymore. You have no choice. All night, Chi Sui felt on the verge of madness, constrained by Jiang Sui's fervor, who kept murmuring about the pheromones. In the cramped bedroom, the high concentration of brandy pheromones permeated the air, leaving one dizzy with intoxication. Chi Sui had visited the bathroom 3 or 4 times. The next day, Chi Sui awoke, his legs trembling, lips swollen, and body numb. Jiang Sui was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Chi Sui incredulously surveyed the chaotic surroundings, swallowing hard. Did I sleep with the antagonist? I drank too much last night, and now I'm in a state of disarray. But given the circumstances, things were rather intense. To be precise, it was the antagonist who took you, came the reply. Chi Sui exclaimed, Damn it, I've become the submissive again. This is a disaster. He felt tears welling up, slapping himself in despair, wishing for death. What should I do? Jiang Sui won't let me off the hook. Don't worry, your dark value has already dropped to 60. Such a dark value was utterly absurd. Chi Sui had no time to ponder further. He staggered out of bed, quickly dressed. He aimed to escape unnoticed by Jiang Sui. However, just as he reached the bedroom door, Jiang Sui unexpectedly emerged from the corner of the kitchen, carrying 2 plates. A chilling gaze fell upon him, narrowing his eyes. Intending to flee? In disheveled attire, the potent scent of brandy pheromones surrounded Jiang Sui, revealing the marks of their previous encounter. His lips, still slightly pouted from the kissing, left Chi Sui feeling guilty, his eyes darting away. Clutching his jacket tightly, he stammered, No, I have matters at the office. He resembled a scoundrel who had taken everything and fled. Jiang Sui snorted coldly, sitting down unceremoniously. He nodded towards Chi Sui, indicating, sit, eat before you leave. Can I leave without eating? After numerous revisions, I felt it was suitably restrained, yet it still didn't pass. I will be more cautious in the future. If confined in a dark room, there would be nothing left. Reviewers, look into my eyes. Let me pass. Chapter 35. The elite alpha is coveted by a beta. 6. Chi Sui dared not inquire further, fearing it would provoke Jiang Sui's dark value to rise again. He obediently pulled out a chair and sat across from him. They both began to speak about last night's events simultaneously. Jiang Sui smirked, you go first. Chi Sui cleared his throat, feeling an unusual tension. I drank too much last night, and if I did anything, it was certainly not my intention. Are you denying it? Jiang Sui's tone was displeased. Is this a matter of acknowledgement or denial? Chi Sui did not comprehend his line of thought. The crux of the issue was that he had been intimate with someone. The real question was whether the antagonist was angry about it. He was lost in thought when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Chi Sui picked it up to take a glance. Whose message is it? Jiang Sui inquired. Song Zhuiyun. Chi Sui replied casually. He then stood up and said earnestly, I won't be having dinner. What I meant earlier was regarding my issue from last night. Please don't take it too seriously. If you seek any form of compensation, feel free to approach me. As Chi Sui made his way toward the door, Jiang Sui abruptly grasped his arm. Are you going to find Song Zhuiyun? No, I'm heading to the office, to work. Jiang Sui's taut lips softened slightly, his gaze half smiling yet serious. I don't require any compensation. You must take full responsibility. Responsibility? For what? Chi Sui was bewildered. Could this possibly be a scheme devised by the antagonist against the male lead? He tentatively asked, is that creamy-scented Omega treating you poorly? Or do you simply dislike him? I could help you find another. Creamy-scented Omega. Creamy-scented Omega. Once again, it was about that creamy-scented Omega. Jiang Sui's patience woritin. Tightening his grip on Chi Sui's wrist, he exclaimed impulsively, I don't want a creamy-scented Omega. I want you. Chi Sui was taken aback. What do you want? Jiang Sui calmly regarded him. You. Chi Sui's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. It was over. The antagonist had set his sights on him. He had known that a single night of sleep would lead to trouble. Chi Sui swallowed hard, feigning composure. Jiang Sui, although we indeed shared a bed twice, that does not imply I harbor feelings for you. You are still young. In time, you will discover that there are many better alphas or omegas than I. No matter. I want you. Jiang Sui fixed his gaze on him, his deep black eyes resolute and insistent. It was akin to a child on the street demanding candy from their mother, throwing a tantrum if denied. Just then, his phone vibrated again. He had a meeting to attend. Time was of the essence for Chi Sui, who, in a fit of vexation, pushed Jiang Sui away, exclaiming, You want what? No way. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback. Was he scolding him? Chi Sui, convinced it was a scheme of the antagonist, carelessly muttered, I don't like betas, and turned to leave. With a loud bang, Jiang Sui finally realized that the alpha had indeed walked away, seemingly a bit annoyed, deep in thought, his lips pressed together. A beta he did not like. He preferred that creamy-scented Omega. At first, Chi Sui believed that brief interlude was merely a trick play by the antagonist, that Jiang Sui's declaration held no real significance. Until he saw the increased number of messages in WeChat, he found himself lost in contemplation. Jiang Sui, have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Have you slept? Do you miss me? Jiang Sui, liking you is my sentiment. You cannot dictate my thoughts. You are responsible for your beauty, and I am responsible for liking you. Jiang Sui, do you know what similarities exist between mineral water and your saliva? Jiang Sui, both are desirable for tasting. Damn it, it was so obvious. Was there truly no escaping this today? Chi Sui felt quite vexed. Nyobo, I feel he might be serious. Could it be true? 681 stroked his chin. It seems quite genuine. After much contemplation regarding my choice of words, I realize that the tragic fate of the antagonist is largely due to the protagonist's rigid behavior. There is no animosity directed towards him, and the core conflict has been resolved. If they were to be together, it would not pose a problem. However, I remain somewhat apprehensive. My perspective is too confined to the labels of protagonist and antagonist. I wish to make another attempt to redirect the antagonist's affections towards other supporting characters. If that fails, I reluctantly concede that I could consider being with him instead. After all, if Jiang Sui's feelings for him are genuine, it may not be entirely unfeasible. Yet, could we perhaps refrain from discussing this today? The plethora of emotional quotes I encountered online is utterly exasperating. Having reached the age deemed suitable for marriage, my family arranged numerous introductions with compliant and gentle Omega partners whose pheromones are highly compatible with mine. Although I initially intended to refuse, I pondered that perhaps this could provoke Jiang Sui into relinquishing his feelings for me. Consequently, I scheduled a meeting at the restaurant where Jiang Sui works. Jiang Sui, holding the menu, surveyed the two individuals before him, his brow furrowed, and the atmosphere around him thick with tension. He was utterly infuriated. His beloved was about to run off with someone else. With a smile gracing his lips, I introduced Jiang Sui to my potential partner. This is my suitor, Xiao Chu, a delightful Omega with a milk candy scent. I paused for effect. Our compatibility rate is an impressive 95. Jiang Sui se bretiched, and he turned away dismissively, fully aware of the implications of such a high compatibility rating, a truly rare companion. The milk candy-scented Omega was adorably charming, a pristine beauty that would undoubtedly captivate any alpha. As I engaged in lively conversation with him, Jiang Sui's expression darkened considerably. Is the milk candy Omega particularly fragrant? He mused, contemplating the allure of the scent, which could easily be likened to either cream or candy. Jiang Sui wandered nearby, idly holding a plate while eavesdropping intently. Suddenly, Xiao Chu remarked, "Mr. Qi, I'm quite pleased with you. My father and dad hope our families can unite, not only for familial gain, but also due to our pheromone compatibility. Therefore, Mr. Qi, would you grant me a temporary mark?" A temporary mark signifies that the Omega would become the alphas. I instinctively glanced at the eavesdropping figure beside me, who was sneaking about like a thief, and couldn't help but chuckle at his adorableness. Just as I was about to respond, my phone buzzed from my pocket. "Please hold on for a moment. I must take this call." Xiao Chu nodded obediently. "All right, Mr. Qi, I will wait for you." As I stepped away, a heavy shadow suddenly loomed over Xiao Chu, and he was startled by the sudden appearance of a strikingly handsome face. Omegas are easily frightened, and the unexpected encounter caused him to spill his tea. Jiang Sui, with his keen sense of smell, leaned in closer to inhale the scent of his pheromones, his throat tightening as he recognized the milk candy aroma. So this was the scent that she cherished. The Omega's large eyes widened as he gazed at the beta, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an alpha, nervously biting his lip. "Are you Mr. Qi's friend?" he inquired. "Boyfriend," Jiang Sui replied. Chapter 36. The top alpha is coveted by beta 7. Xiao Chu, is that what he means? Jiang Sui reached out to snatch the teacup from Omega's hand, his voice sharp and icy. "He is not your alpha. Why would you allow him to mark you?" Xiao Chu flashed a charming dimple on his cheek, responding earnestly. "Because our compatibility is as high as 95. We will inevitably be together, and once marked, I will not be coveted by other alphas." "No." Jiang Sui pressed his lips together, feeling a wave of grievance wash over him. "You cannot be with him. What should I do? Play the role of a third wheel?" Xiao Chu choked on his words. The inherent nature of Omega made him realize that this beta before him harbored intentions towards alphas, and a strong possessiveness brewed within him. "So he is a rival." He narrowed his eyes and calmly stated a fact. "But you are a beta, and Mr. Qi is an S-class alpha. If he enters his sensitivity period without the soothing pheromones of an Omega, he will go mad." Jiang Sui's gaze fell, the inferiority complex of being a lesser beta enveloping him, rendering him speechless. Why must alphas always match with Omegas? Can't beta suffice? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Chu added, "Beta, you must face reality. Mr. Qi will not have a future with you. He needs an Omega like me. I am the one best suited to be his future partner." Jiang Sui cast him a cold glance, causing Xiao Chu to shiver slightly. Goodness, why does this matchmaking feel like a battlefield? Footsteps approached from behind. It was Qi Sui returning from his phone call. Jiang Sui quickly glanced at the teacup in his hand, raising it. You. Xiao Chu thought he was about to be splashed and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. In the next moment, Jiang Sui poured every drop of water from the teacup onto his own face, droplets cascading down his dark hair. As Chi Sui walked in, he was greeted by this scene. What are you two doing? Xiao Chu was momentarily stunned, opening his mouth to explain. Jiang Sui swiftly shoved the teacup into Xiao Chu's hands, crying out with feigned innocence, "He splashed me." Xiao Chu. 6. Chi Sui's lips twitched. Was he blind? This was no place to linger. This little green tea was quite the performer. Xiao Chu wisely stood up to leave. Mr. Chi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until next time. Hey, Chi Sui wanted to retain him. The situation was far from over. Jiang Sui's jalousie surged, gnashing his teeth in frustration as he pulled the alpha's arm towards the staff changing room. The door slammed shut, and Jiang Sui pressed Chi Sui against the door, forcing his chin up, staring into his luminous black eyes. Do you really like omegas that much? If you don't like omegas, would you rather prefer an omego? Jiang Sui lowered his gaze, leaning closer, his tone softening. I'm sweet like cream. Only then did Chi Sui catch a whiff of a faintly sweet scent emanating from him, reminiscent of shower gel. Could it be that he mistakenly believes he likes that creamy omega simply because I've mentioned it in front of him before? Chi Sui couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiable sight that resembled a little green tea. He reached out to tousle the damp hair on his head. So, do you not fancy the creamy omega I introduced you to last time? I do not like omegas. Then do you prefer alphas? Well, I like you. Chi Sui exclaimed. For goodness sake, can we not have a normal conversation today? Jiang Sui pursed his lips, his eyes dimmed, devoid of his usual spiritedness, and murmured, must one necessarily like omegas? Cannot one favor betas instead? Implicitly, he questioned whether he could be liked. You can, Chi Sui replied without hesitation. Jiang Sui's eyes brightened. Then Chi Sui hesitated. Sui, don't hesitate. This is the perfect moment to pursue the antagonist. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. The darkening value is at 50. Any issues can be addressed later. Jiang Sui noticed his indecision, his possessiveness reaching new heights. Lowering his head, he bared his most vulnerable neck before the alpha. You can mark an omega, but you can equally mark me. Yet, how long will that mark last? Half a day? A day? Chi Sui pursed his lips, contemplating the need to stabilize his emotions first. He nodded, albeit reluctantly. Shall we give it a try? If he didn't yield now, he feared this little brat might overturn everything. So, you agree? Jiang Sui exclaimed joyfully. Finally, I've captured my beloved. In excitement, he leaned down to kiss him. But can you refrain from seeking other omegas? Regarding the scent of pheromones you like, I could try numerous kinds of shower gels. Chi Sui couldn't suppress a laugh. Are you attempting to marinate yourself in fragrance? What on earth is going through your mind? Jiang Sui embraced the alpha, his eyes filled with an overwhelming emotion. The sensitive phase was quite uncomfortable, but if it were the heat period, I could assist you. Chi Sui, TSK, this rascal still intends to dominate him. Infuriated, Chi Sui raised his fist, ready to strike. I am an alpha, not an omega. You cannot be above me. This was an absolute no-go. Jiang Sui caught his fist, nuzzling into his neck, laughter bubbling from his throat. You can also be above. Chi Sui frowned. There was something unsettling about that statement. He momentarily lost his train of thought. Hiss, Jiang Sui, you again. Jiang Sui interjected. Brandy, I like it. For half a month, life was peacefully uneventful. One could only say that Jiang Sui was exceptionally clingy, possessing a reckless beauty for his own well-being. For instance, during a meeting at the company, he suddenly made a WeChat video call, and after it was cut off, a message with a question mark quickly followed. Chi Sui replied, I'm in a meeting. Jiang Sui insisted, I don't believe you. Sneakily, he snapped a photo of the conference room and sent it over. Do you believe me now? We have not seen each other for 9 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds. Do you not miss me? 18 seconds, 19 seconds. 20 seconds. Is this a romance novel or a tale of a wealthy woman's grievances? Chi Sui, irritable thought, I do. Get lost. I am very busy. Jiang Sui was relentless. In your absence, I could only gaze vacantly at your videos, feeling miserable. That despicable pervert. Even after everything, he still refuses to delete them. Chi Sui, unable to endure any longer, declared, I shall return tonight. Wait for me. Jiang Sui, satisfied with this, eagerly responded, come back quickly. I will assist you. In a conference room filled with around 20 individuals, Chi Sui's hand trembled, causing the phone concealed beneath the table to fall unexpectedly to the floor. What the hell is going on? How shameless. Alpha, flustered and embarrassed, turned crimson from a teasing remark, burying his face on the table and biting his lip hard. Chapter 37. The Supreme Alpha is again desired by the Beta. 8. This little rascal is too shameful. No, this cannot continue. If it does, he might very well perish in bed someday. 681 kindly reminded, no pain, no gain, Sui. You aren't still hoping for other characters to pursue him, are you? Chi Sui, unwilling to accept defeat, began plotting with his phone. I have devised a final plan. 681 rolled his eyes. Go ahead and court disaster. Chi Sui firmly believed that everything would resolve itself in due course. But before that, he still needed to rest tonight. After a night of tossing and turning, the room was thick with the scent of brandy. Pheromones filled the air as Jiang Sui leaned against his shoulder, breathing softly. Chi Sui lay beneath the covers, growing increasingly agitated. He suddenly bit Beta's arm fiercely, venting his frustration. I am the Alpha. S-class. Why am I always being suppressed? Jiang Sui smiled at him, the corners of his eyes curving enchantingly, pulling the Alpha closer into his embrace. No, I am your Alpha. Chi Sui was infuriated, yet felt utterly helpless. He bit down harder, immediately worrying if it would affect Alpha. Logically, it should not, but once an inducive Beta gained the upper hand, their sensitivity could transform into a period of heat. Who knew what could happen? Having lived for thousands of years, how could he easily fall into someone else's hands? Jiang Sui leaned down to kiss his neck, providing reassurance. It won't happen. Alphas lack reproductive capabilities, even if I am an inducive Beta. After a pause, he added, even if it were true, I could still support you and our child. It's not as dreadful as you imagine. Indeed, it wasn't. As a 4-time scholarship recipient, a bright future awaited him in the imperial family business after graduation. I don't want that, Chi Sui replied. Jiang Sui lowered his gaze, gently nuzzling his face. I never thought about that aspect. Childbirth is painful, and you would suffer. So as long as you are by my side, that is sufficient. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he provocatively asked, do you really like babies? A Beta has half a reproductive cavity. If I were to... Chi Sui pouted, not finishing his thought. Forget it. After all, he was destined to hand him over to someone else. Why think about children? However, Jiang Sui caught on to this and pressed him into his arms, leaning down to kiss him again. All right then, let your brother pamper you. Chi Sui felt goosebumps all over. Expressionless as he pushed him away, stop seducing me. I've just recitedly saw, and I'm frighteningly calm. Once again, Chi Sui found himself at a loss for words. How foolish of him to broach such a topic with Jiang Sui. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chi Sui prepared to go to work. As he changed his shoes at the entrance, he casually mentioned, I won't be back tonight. I'm going to the hotel with Song Juiyun. Jiang Sui's hand, which was gripping the spoon, faltered, and his expression darkened instantly. What? Song Juiyun? A hotel? A rendezvous? A betrayal? I must go too. Jiang Sui could no longer remain seated. He was certain that Song Juiyun would speak ill of him behind his back, and he felt compelled to keep an eye on him. You're not allowed to go. Chi Sui shot him a glance. I'm going for work, not for leisure. There's social obligations afterward. At this, Jiang Sui's demeanor softened, and he sank back into his seat, his eyelids drooping, his voice dripping with feigned distress. I know I'm just a Beta. It's fine. If I were an Omega, you and T look down on me, would you? Chi Sui's eyes widened, nearly straining his waist in surprise. This little green tea, what nonsense is he up to now? Jiang Sui gazed at him again, a cryptic expression gracing his otherwise cool visage. Is it because my performance last night was lacking? Are you dissatisfied with me, Jiang Sui? Chi Sui, feeling bashful at such suggestive banter, turned crimson Be quiet. Keep talking, and I'll seal your mouth. Jiang Sui pouted. Well then, seal it with your lips. Chi Sui retorted with a scoff. Clearly, Jiang Sui's wit was still juvenile. Taking a deep breath, an idea struck Chi Sui, and he promptly relented. Fine, I will take you along. I'll return to the office first. Meet me at the International Hotel tonight. Call me if you need anything. He had learned that Jiang Sui responded better to a gentler approach. Jiang Sui couldn't help but chuckle, revealing two adorable dimples, relishing in his small triumph. By the way, darling, is your sensitivity period approaching? As Chi Sui adjusted his cufflinks while gazing in the mirror, he hesitated upon hearing this. In a couple of days, perhaps. Fever period? Impossible. I will send Jiang Sui off in the next few days. Jiang Sui smiled. No need to buy suppressants. That would be a waste. Chi Sui ignored him and turned to leave. See you later. Suppressants were still necessary, and an omega was to be found. Once outside, Chi Sui pulled out his phone and called his assistant, excitement bubbling within him. Xiaozhang, prepare 1, no, 3. Exceptional omegas. It doesn't matter if they're pretty, just as long as they're good at their work. I know, not me. Mind your own business. Deliver them to the International Hotel tonight. I'll send you my room number later. Don't be late. After hanging up, Chi Sui felt as if the air had become invigorating. Jiang Sui, relying on his status as an alluring beta, had kept him in check for too long. It was time to make him pay. That evening, the business conference commenced. Chi Sui had reserved a room upstairs in advance and sent Jiang Sui a message, instructing him to wait obediently inside and not to come out. Jiang Sui complied with a simple, "Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm all freshen up for you." Chi Sui rolled his eyes so clingy. At that moment, Song Zhuiyun approached, holding a glass of red wine. His gaze swept across the screen in Chi Sui's hand, and he smiled. Chi Sui, when did you start dating? Why was I not informed? Chi Sui lifted his eyes and discreetly tucked his phone into his pocket. Just a friend. My friend, do I not appear so? Song Zhuiyun is inherently suspicious, always harboring a degree of doubt towards the words of others. His gaze unconsciously fell upon the nape of Alpha, where the moon's spring mark glowed faintly crimson, leaving behind a circle of undiminished red imprints, a testament to the absolute dominance of the superior. Yet curiously, there was not a trace of pheromones remaining. This could only indicate that the one who overwhelmed the Alpha was a beta. A chill crept into Song Zhuiyun's eyes, as if a colossal stone pressed upon his heart. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You are together with Jiang Sui?" Chi Sui, seemingly indifferent, lifted his gaze, his voice casual. "Yes, we are together. You have lost your mind. He is a beta, without the comforting pheromones of an omega during the sensitive period. You will perish. Moreover, you..." Song Zhuiyun struggled to continue, his face flushing with indignation. Who could comprehend this? A dignified S-rank alpha, reduced to being a subordinate to a beta. Wouldn't this be the source of mockery? Chi Sui discerned his inner turmoil and felt a tinge of discomfort himself. How embarrassing. He swiftly shifted the topic. Since you are aware of my relationship with him, I suggest you abandon your sordid tactics, lest I take action against you. Do you not realize he is a bastard of the Song family? So what? The alpha narrowed his eyes, exuding a warning pheromone. That is your concern, not mine. However, should you dare to lay a finger on Jiang Sui, I will ensure your existence in the empire becomes untenable. With that, Chi Sui turned and departed. Song Zhuiyun remained frozen in place, then struck the table with a fist. Veins bulged on his forehead, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Jiang Sui's current association with Chi Sui only underscored his intentions to infiltrate the Song family for the sake of inheritance. Absolutely not. He could not allow it. Song Zhuiyun's eyes blazed with hatred, reaching a peak. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Jiang Sui waited in the room. Having finished a shower, Chi Sui was still absent, prompting him to send a message. Time waits for no one. I am quite valuable. Chi Sui replied, patience is a virtue. Wait for me. At this moment, Chi Sui was ensconced in a room 3 doors down, leisurely indulging in fried chicken and cola. Estimating the time, the 3 omegas were likely ushered in, overcome with desire. He doubted Jiang Sui could maintain control. 681 messaged, Sui, this is a terrible idea. If the antagonist finds out, you will certainly regret it. If you do not speak, and I do not speak, who else will? Chisui pondered, clicking the remote to switch to the channel of If You're the One. Whatever will be, will be. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. At worst, after a hearty meal, the alpha would wish to sleep. As soon as he laid down, Chisui inexplicably began to feel lightheaded. Blurry visions danced before his eyes, and his glands uncontrollably throbbed, releasing a surge of brandy attack pheromones. He became agitated in an instant, his glands swelling, and he overturned everything on the table. This is disastrous. Why did it come on so early? 681 exclaimed in alarm. Sway, what has happened to you? This situation was all too familiar for Chisui. Stumbling to his feet, he searched for the suppressants provided in the room. The susceptible period had arrived. Isn't there still 2 days left? I didn't know. Tears welled in Chisui's eyes as he hastily tore open the suppressant's packaging and injected himself directly. 1 dose was insufficient, so he administered a second, and then a third in quick succession. Yet, the tumultuous factors within him remained unrestrained, saturating the entire room with the potent pheromones of an alpha in estrus. Why weren't the suppressants effective? Detection reveals that the alpha is influenced by an induced beta, and irreversible genetic changes have occurred. Unless you confront the antagonist, you will not survive this susceptible period. Chisui felt dizzy, his glands swelling to the brink of explosion. No, he couldn't seek Jiang Sui now. Omega, the soothing pheromones of an omega. Driven to the brink of madness, Chisui disregarded the thin blood seeping from his arm and burst through the hotel room door. The pheromones of an S-rank alpha in estrus permeated the entire floor, causing lower-ranking AOs to writhe in agony. Damn it, who is it? Did my omega wife run off with someone? This pheromone overflow is unbearable. Can't the suppressants be effective? My wife is in tears. Chisui ran too swiftly, tripping and crashing against the wall. Clutching his engorged glands in pain, he gasped for breath. Approaching him was an alpha of the same rank, who upon seeing Chisui curled up against the wall, appeared intrigued. An S rank. He approached, squatted before Chisui, and whistled, "Hey Alpha, is that your omega wife? Get lost." The alpha raised an eyebrow, a sinister grin spreading across his plump face. It must be unbearable without the soothing presence of an omega during your estrus. Allow me to assist you, ha ha ha. An alpha in estrus is irritable and volatile. Chisui's eyes turned crimson as he seized the alpha's collar and lifted him up. Do you think I owe you something? Meanwhile, Jiang Sui, waiting in the room, was growing restless when the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Chisui, he eagerly went to open the door, exclaiming, "Wife." 3 omegas stood there, momentarily stunned, then chimed, "Oh, husband." Jiang Sui's expression darkened as he looked behind them, not seeing the person he longed for. With a curt tone, he asked, "Who are you?" "We are Omega service providers, dear brother." "You have the wrong person." Jiang Sui attempted to close the door, but 1 Omega stopped him, insisting, "No, this is the correct room number. President Qi sent us." "President Qi?" Jiang Sui gasped slightly. "He didn't come? He summoned others?" "Yes, he instructed us that the 3 of us must serve you well tonight." The Omega innocently held up 5 fingers. Jiang Sui gritted his teeth, suddenly enraged. "Get out. I don't need you." With that, he finished. The long corridor was swept by a storm of pheromones during Alpha's susceptible period, causing 3 low-ranking Omegas to succumb to the oppressive atmosphere and faint. The susceptible period, akin to potent brandy, sent a chill down Jiang Sui's spine. He dashed out, exclaiming "Sui," in a state of diminished consciousness. Chisui managed to subdue the individual before him, effortlessly tossing him into a trash bin. Hearing the commotion, he looked up to see Jiang Su sprinting towards him. Jiang Su, is he here? Does this signify the success of our plan?" Suddenly, Chisui found himself pinned against the wall, a sharp pain shooting through his back as Beta's fervent kisses rained down upon him, their sharp canines pressing into the nape of his neck. Induction, the heat period. Get away. Chisui's complexion flushed as he forcefully pushed the person away. Jiang Su, visibly provoked, bore the faint scent of Alpha's essence on his lips. "Chisui, what do you take me for? A mere plaything, summoned at your whim? 3 Omegas, and you wish to offer me up so easily?" Chi Sui averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? Jiangsu's cold laughter echoed, a peculiar and intense emotion rising from the depths of his dark eyes, veiling an obsession and madness. He spoke through gritted teeth. I truly wish to bind you, to keep you by my side forever. Warning. Warning. Villain's corruption level 10. Warning. Warning. Villain's corruption level 20. What the hell? The system's incessant notifications startled Chi Sui. Hyunsu. The 36 stratagems. The beauty stratagem. Grabbing the youth's arm, he stammered. I was wrong. Please, don't be angry. I'm so afraid. Chi Sui softened his tone, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Desperately enduring the torment of the heat period, he edged closer to the beta. The alpha, understanding the necessity of charm, opened his arms to embrace Jiangsu, resting against his chest like a wounded rabbit, whimpering, I didn't mean to. I was wrong. Please don't be upset. The heat period is unbearable. Jiangsu, help me. I promise I won't do it again. I will treat you well. Trust me. The youth's features were shrouded in a heavy frost, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious man behind the alpha, filled with resentment. He dragged him into the adjacent room. Chapter 39. The top alpha, once again desired by beta. 10. Jiangsu was driven to madness by an overwhelming possessiveness. Even towards his little alpha, he was less gentle than usual. Chi Sui, do you truly wish to push me away? What have I done wrong? Tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Why cast me aside? The alpha's rationality crumbled, cowering beneath him, repeatedly pleading for mercy. I won't do it again. There will be no next time. The agony of the heat period intensified, and the alpha's pheromones lacked the aggression characteristic of the susceptible phase. Jiangsu longed to leave a mark on him, one that would bind an alpha to an omega for life, an imprint that could never be erased. Yet, the inability of a beta to infuse pheromones signified that the alpha would never truly belong to him, driving Jiangsu to the brink of insanity. Thus, he deliberately tormented the alpha, repeatedly asking, Sui Sui, do you like me? I've already played the role of the submissive. Why even ask? Chi Sui was so infuriated that he felt an urge to strangle him. You have half a minute left. Do not push your luck. This statement delighted Jiangsu, who leaned closer to Alpha's ear, chuckling softly. Push my luck. Pray tell, how does one do so? Is it like this? Or like this? Chi Sui lost control. The Alpha's sensitive period lasted 3 days, as did the fever phase. During these 3 days, Chi Sui and Jiangsu remained in the hotel room, scarcely distinguishing between day and night. Brandy flowed freely, and all pinned-up negative emotions were unleashed in this moment. At this time, the Alpha was more obedient than ever before. Although he occasionally tested Chi Sui's limits, Jiangsu found it endearing. He was acutely aware of his desires. When the fever phase concluded, light flooded the room. Chi Sui, feeling gloomy, got out of bed and dressed, leaning against the headboard while leisurely munching on apple. 681 emerged from the small dark room, sighing, I told you not to act out. Now look where it's gotten you. Chi Sui, feeling numb, winced as his swollen lips made eating the apple painful. There won't be in next time. I've resigned myself to fate. Congratulations. Your dark value has dropped to 45. 3 days, mind you. Chi Sui retorted. Must you remind me so explicitly? Suddenly, the person behind him stirred, tightening his embrace. Chi Sui found himself encircled at the waist and pressed into the covers. Jiangsu leaned in close, whispering softly in his ear, causing Chi Sui's eyes to widen as he froze, clutching the apple in his hand. Reflexively, his legs weakened. Why are you awake so early? Jiangsu's voice was slightly hoarse, his head nestled in the crook of Alpha's neck, gently exhaling warm breaths. Chi Sui feigned a cry of pain. Jiangsu immediately leaped from the bed, flipping the alpha-like figure around in a panic. What does it hurt? My tooth. The apple jabbed it. Jiangsu paused, then exhaled in relief, enfolding Chi Sui in his arms. I'll be gentler next time. Chi Sui's face flushed slightly. That's not. Jiangsu could not suppress his laughter, teasingly scratching Alpha's chin, making soft cooing sounds like a playful kitten. Sweetheart, once your sensitive period is over, will you abandon me? I promise to treat you well, Jiangsu. I swear, I shall never become a scoundrel again, Chi Sui declared passionately, extending 4 fingers. Jiang Sui, bemused, silently pressed one of those fingers back down. He then leaned down to kiss him, his tone plaintive. You must not seek other omegas, nor shall you look for them. I want tea, I swear, he replied, only for his fingers to revert to 4 once more. Jiang Sui harbored doubts about the veracity of this promise. Suddenly, a notification chimed, an incoming call. Chi Sui answered, and Song Zhuiyun's voice resonated immediately. Sui Sui, where have you been? You haven't been to the company for days. Your parents have been frantic with worry. It dawned on Chi Sui that he had spent these days entirely with Jiang Sui, leaving no word for the outside world. It was indeed a lapse in his consideration. I'll head back shortly. Hearing this, Song Zhuiyun sighed in relief, his breathing gradually calming. That's good. I was worried something had happened to you. After a brief pause, a thought crossed his mind. Sui Sui, are you in your sensitive period these days? Have you gone out to find Jiang Sui? The volume surged abruptly, nearly deafening Chi Sui. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, casting a silent glance at the alpha. He lay on the bed, unclothed, and nonchalantly threw back the covers, standing up boldly. Though Jiang Sui was a beta, he possessed a physique that rivaled any alpha, his chest robust, muscles well-defined, exuding an undeniable strength. The words Chi Sui wanted to express lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless as his gaze involuntarily dropped. Astonishment washed over him. No wonder. Jiang Sui shot him a sidelong glance, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Curious? Come on, it's just 20. Damn it, this kid is seducing him. Hey, Sui Sui, are you listening? I am. Chi Sui's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly averted his gaze. Mind your own business. I'll head back at noon. We'll talk then. Upon hearing Chi Sui's stammering, Song Zhuiyun could likely guess the situation. All right, I'll wait for your return. He hung up the phone, frustrated. Jiang Sui dressed and glanced back at him. Are you leaving? I have to go to work, Chi Sui replied, bending down to put on his shoes. I've been with you for 3 days, and there are matters at the company that require my attention. I also need to return home. Jiang Sui understood that he should not press him further. Yet, hearing Song Zhuiyun's voice had left him feeling quite uneasy, a sourness swelling within him. Damn! Sooner or later, all 3 will strike together. It won't end well. As Chi Sui stood, he was suddenly swept into Jiang Sui's embrace. Just 20? Really not going to linger a bit longer? Damn it. Next time I'll come back. Jiang Sui was relentless. Chi Sui pursed his lips, realizing the little one was somewhat clingy. He needed to devise a plan. After a moment, he asked, Do you love me? I do. Is it a genuine affirmation? Indeed. Then declare it. A smile danced at the corners of Chi Sui's eyes, radiant as if blooming with flowers, as he playfully pushed Jiang Sui onto the bed and closed his eyes. What sort of romantic play are you indulging in, brother? If you speak sweetly, I want TV going to work today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled with mischief as he obediently closed his eyes. You said it. No backing out. I want tea back out, I swear. Chi Sui tiptoed back 2 steps, seizing the suit jacket from the coat rack. Close your eyes. Let us begin. Chapter 40. The top alpha is desired by a beta. 11. Chi Sui. My beloved wife. My destiny, Aphrodite. The spring waters of the Seine pale in comparison to you. The roses of Bulgaria are nothing beside you. You are a divine gift, a salvation bestowed upon me by the heavens, a beam of light amidst my dim existence. You are you, surfing on the shores of Hawaii, releasing sky lanterns in Chiang Mai, and rowing in the Melisani cave of Greece. I sprint, arms raised high, jubilant, tangoing on the balcony of the 21st floor, number 5. I declare to the world I love you. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Jiang Sui's expression froze as he opened his eyes. Damn it, my wife has run away. As June approaches, Jiang Sui submits his thesis and officially graduates from the empire's highest institution as an exemplary student. Countless prestigious enterprises have extended their olive branches, all of which he has resolutely declined. The young man, tall and slender, stands beneath the shade of a tree, clad in a pristine academic gown, his feet adorned with white sneakers. He lazily glances at his little alpha. Darling, Chi Sui, with a stern expression, irritably tosses a contract into his arms, reminding him to sign it. 10 years. If you dare to run away, I will break your legs. Jiang Sui smirks at him, his gaze lingering on the alpha's exquisite features. A playful smile gracing his lips, with a tone tinged with spoiled affection. Are you so eager to whisk me away that you fear I might be snatched by someone else? No, Chisui replies. I fear you might end up working the grueling 9 to 6 for someone else. And what if you collapse from exhaustion? Jiang Sui pouts, his expression one of helplessness. Does the alpha not care enough to utter a few sweet words to soothe his omega? Omega, Chi Sui brightens, clearly pleased with this self-designation, his eyes sparkling with joy. He steps forward, standing side by side with the young man, chin held high, exuding a spoiled demeanor. Since you put it that way, I suppose this alpha could reluctantly take his omega for a stroll around the campus. Over there is the cafeteria. Let me guide you. At that moment, a voice calls from behind, Sui Sui. Song Zhuiyun stands in astonishment. He had come today upon receiving a notice from the school to address the previous issue of false rumors circulating on campus. He had thought Jiang Sui's association with him was merely a fleeting whim of the alpha, yet he did not expect him to personally intervene on his behalf. Chi Sui squints, feeling displeased at the interruption. What is it? Song Zhuiyun clenches his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Sui Sui. Regarding the matter of the false rumors, it was my fault. I didn't think it through at the time. I've been meaning to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui's lips curl into a mocking smile. Apologize for what? A belated confession is worth less than grass. Song Zhuiyun thinks to himself. This insufferable brat. He takes a deep breath, deciding not to engage in a confrontation. I need to talk to you. Jiang Sui rolls his eyes and lightly remarks. You come here looking for trouble, and you're not afraid of the Song family's assets being coveted? Damn it. Song Zhuiyun grits his teeth, the turmoil in his chest nearly overwhelming him, and he shifts the conversation back to Chi Sui with a tone of frustration. Sui Sui, are you truly considering a relationship with this beta? Do you realize he is not only an inferior beta, but also a love child? The young man's eyes darken, his tongue pressing against the inside of his cheek. He has heard these words since childhood, enduring humiliation throughout his life. Every mention feels like a dagger piercing his heart, causing a deep ache. Yet, he finds himself unable to retort. Song Zhuiyun knows this is Jiang Sui's Achilles heel, the aggressive pheromones emanating from him. And he fixates on the young man, asking each word with deliberate weight. If I say, today it's either him or me, how would you choose? He does not believe that the bond forged over more than a decade between him and Chi Sui could be altered by the emergence of a beta. Song Zhuiyun confidently curved his lips into a smirk, his gaze laced with provocation. Yet, he found himself stifled by Chi Sui's words the very next moment. Ikuze Jiang Sui. Both Song Zhuiyun and Jiang Sui were taken aback. How could this be possible? Naturally, it was absurd to choose anyone but Jiang Sui. Was he out his mind? Chi Sui sighed, finding the question utterly foolish, and replied languidly, Do you wish to know why I chose him? Because I'm a romantic at heart. Jiang Sui and Song Zhuiyun exchanged glances, acknowledging the logic, albeit limited. Chi Sui shifted his gaze to the alpha, raising an eyebrow without any modicum of fluctuation. Song Zhuiyun, since matters have escalated to this extent, let us dismiss the past and part ways amicably. As for whether Jiang Sui is a love child of your esteemed family, I am unconcerned. Whatever he desires, I can provide 100-fold. What significance does the Song family hold? If Jiang Sui so much as glances my way, I would openly embrace him. Jiang Sui, perplexed, wondered, embrace. Right here in public? I might as well blindfold myself. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Chi Sui ran a hand through his tousled hair, emitting a disgruntled hum. Come, Xiao Zhang. Watching the two depart, Song Zhuiyun ground his teeth, fury and resentment consuming him. He yelled frantically, Chi Sui, you will surely regret this. This is too much. This beta is utterly despicable. How dare he, with the blood of the Song family coursing through his veins, aspire to steal away what rightfully belongs by his side? Chi Sui? Damn it, he deserves to pay for this. With a cold laugh, Song Zhuiyun maniacally repeated. Chisue, do not regret this. You must not regret this. Chisue furrowed his brow, glancing back at Song Zhuiyun. In the next moment, a slender hand from the youth before him grasped his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. What are you doing? Chisue's face was held firmly, his soft flesh compressing, his supple lips forming an alluring curve. Delightful to kiss, Jiang Sui remarked, suddenly leaning in to gently bite his lips. Jiang Sui. Chisue was on the verge of losing his temper, especially in the school environment with so many passers-by. Did this little rascal not understand the concept of decorum? Yet, Jiang Sui unexpectedly buried his head into Chisue's neck, resembling a wrong child, leaning forward to inhale the faint whiff of brandy pheromones. Seeking comfort, noticing Jiang Sui's unusual demeanor, Chisue instinctively released soothing pheromones and gently patted his head. Not happy. Not happy, Jiang Sui replied, his throat tightening as he recalled Song Zhuiyun's earlier words, his heart sinking into despair. He lamented, I may not have mentioned my relationship with Song Zhuiyun. We share the same father, but different mothers, bound by the blood of brothers. My father, a beta of the Song family, was deceived into giving birth to me and subsequently abandoned. As he spoke, Jiang Sui's voice faltered. The struggles faced by his beta father, who endured a life of suffering for the Song family, even sacrificing his life, left a profound shadow on young Jiang Sui's psyche. Consequently, he developed an intense aversion to alphas. Preview. Jiang Sui. Have you gone to find Song Zhuiyun again? Crazy, shouting, pounding chest, smashing wall. Chapter 41. The top alpha is once again coveted by a beta, 12. He had once imagined that he would eventually walk hand in hand into marriage with another beta, but never with an insufferable alpha. Until he met Chisue. Jiang Sui pouted, his eyes drooping as he asked with a hint of grievance. Will my alpha treat me well in the future? I will treat you well, trust me. I will take great care of you, Chisue replied, pushing Jiang Sui away gently. Mimicking Jiang Sui's earlier gesture, he cupped the boy's handsome face and said earnestly, I must tell you, your charm is one of a kind in the universe, truly exceptional and completely genuine. Your allure can captivate countless alphas, omegas, and betas, myself included. Therefore, we must be together forever. Complimenting him on his cuteness, Jiang Sui couldn't help but chuckle, leaning his forehead against the alphas. Darling, how are you so eloquent? Chisue, of course, I picked it up from my phone last night. Jiang Sui, that is a big 6. Chisue lowered his head, suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on him, then reached out to grasp the boy's fair wrist. Don't be unhappy. Come on, let us take your alpha out for a meal. Jiang Sui graduated and had to clear out his personal belongings from the school. After they finished dining, Jiang Sui went back to his dorm to pack, while Chisue parked at the school gate, waiting for him. With Jiang Sui's mood improving, Chisue felt uplifted as well, happily humming a tune by the roadside. Suddenly, the system's voice announced, Warning. Warning. The system has detected a presence of danger. Please eliminate it promptly to ensure the safety of the protagonist. Chisue's eyelids twitched as he glanced down, spotting the reflection of a certain alpha's profile in the car's rearview mirror. Song Zhuiyun sat inside the vehicle, his face dark and menacing, veins bulging on the hands resting on the steering wheel, glaring hatefully toward the university entrance. He loathed Jiang Sui, not merely out of fear of losing everything he deemed his, but also from the dread that one day Jiang Sui would rise to a height that overshadowed him. His pride and dignity would not permit him to be trampled beneath Jiang Sui's feet, even though he had verbally expressed his disinterest in the Song family. With crimson eyes, Song Zhuiyun thought frantically, if only Jiang Sui were dead, everything would come to an end. He must die, he just has to. Chisui smirked lightly. It seemed that as long as Song Zhuiyun remained, he would eventually pose a threat. Sui, what do you plan to do? The alpha's gaze fell upon a red truck parked at the side of the street, his mind sparking with an idea as a subtle smile graced his lips. Someone must pave the way for me. If that is the case, let him experience the sensation of brake failure. Chisui's gaze deepened. A surge of energy gathered in his palm, pure white flames dancing within. 20 minutes later, Jiang Sui emerged from the security office of the Imperial University, cradling a large cardboard box. He looked across the street at the tall figure of a young man. Sway, he called out, striding over. Chisui gazed intently, not hindering his approach. The concealed alpha gripped the steering wheel, fixated on the scene before him, the crimson veins in his eyes threatening to spill over. As the two drew near, Song Jueyun slammed the accelerator, hurtling forward with reckless abandon. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Jiang Sui must die. Simultaneously, the stationary red truck at the roadside roared to life, surging toward them at a breakneck speed. They were caught in a pincer movement, with no escape in sight. By the time Jiang Sui grasped the gravity of the situation, it was too late. His pupils dilated, his heart momentarily ceased to beat. The cardboard box tumbled to the ground. He dashed forward, intent on pushing the Alpha aside. Suddenly, an invisible force erupted from the air, overwhelming him with a tremendous push, sending him sprawling backward. In an instant, the Alpha vanished from his sight. Jiang Sui's mind blanked. The deafening crash of the two vehicles colliding reverberated through the air. A blinding fireball engulfed the street, sending pedestrians fleeing in panic. As the explosion erupted, he was thrust aside by that unseen force, crashing into the guardrail, his back colliding painfully against it. The searing sensation overwhelmed him, rendering him disoriented. Quick, call 120. Someone's injured. 119. Will you save the skeleton if the fire isn't extinguished? Jiang Sui gasped, disregarding his physical discomfort as he scrambled to his feet, determined to plunge into the inferno to find someone. A kind stranger seized him, saying, "Sir, please calm down. The flames are raging. A secondary explosion could be fatal. Get away." Jiang Sui shoved the person aside, only to feel another weight settle on his shoulder. Infuriated, he shouted, "I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Who are you telling to leave?" Chi Sui tilted his head, his previously relaxed brow now furrowing in concern. Jiang Sui turned in shock, locking eyes with the Alpha's striking gaze. His eyes welled with tears as he embraced him tightly, his voice tinged with distress, almost on the verge of sobbing. "Where have you been? Why did you push me away? What if you had been hit?" With a fire that large, the car exploded. It was so close, so very close. "I almost lost you." Chi Sui pressed his lips together, responding, "You would have died if I hadn't T-pushed you." Jiang Sui bit his lip. "Then what would happen to me if you died? Please. You are the main character in this narrative, shining with an undeniable aura. You cannot perish so easily." It was evident that Song Jueyun had not only aimed for Jiang Sui's life, but also sought his own. Had it not been for his prior preparations, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chi Sui glanced toward the accident scene. The fire truck arrived promptly, extinguishing the raging flames, while one lifeless black figure was carried from the vehicle, clearly on the brink of death, uncertain if he had succumbed. Even if he survived, it was likely he would spend the remainder of his life confined to a hospital bed. Chi Sui silently smirked, pushing Jiang Sui away. "It's all right, just go. Your clinginess is bothersome." His gaze fell, revealing the charred remnants of Jiang Sui's shirt, exposing the gruesome, bloodied flesh beneath. An alarming sight indeed. "What happened to you? Quickly, let me take you to the hospital. I'm Fine." Jiang Sui furrowed his brow, only then feeling the pain, as he turned to inspect the little Alpha's condition. "Are you all right?" "I'm an Alpha, very formidable," Chi Sui exclaimed with pride, then urged, "Stop dawdling. Let's go to the hospital." In the next moment, Jiang Sui's vision blackened, and he collapsed backwards. Jiang Sui awoke 2 days later. His body had been severely impacted by high temperatures, and his abdominal wound had become inflamed and infected, nearly requiring emergency treatment. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chi Sui entered to find Jiang Sui sitting on the hospital bed, leaning against the wall with a pallid complexion. "You're awake?" The Alpha lifted the small wontons in his hand. "Come eat." Jiang Sui pursed his lips, and when he looked up, the corner of his mouth had a slight abrasion. His tone was cold, yet filled with grievance. "You went to find Song Jueyun again, didn't you?" "No, I was at work. What do I need to find Song Jueyun for? He's half paralyzed, a vegetable now." He rolled his eyes, sitting beside Jiang Sui's bed, and began to open the small wontons. "Are you hungry? Come eat." Jiang Sui was unaware that it was Song Jueyun who had tried to run him over that day, He believed the little Alpha had been out gallivanting without him. Just 2 days, only 2 days. The young man felt a pang of sourness in his heart and muttered, "I just got a little hurt. I'm not incapacitated." "What nonsense are you saying?" Chi Sui's lips twitched, and in a fit of irritation, he raised his hand as if to punch him. But seeing the other in a hospital gown, he clenched his teeth and withdrew. "What are you thinking? The wound doesn't hurt anymore, does it?" Jiang Sui looked at him, silently grabbing the pillow beside him, his head lowered, as if he bore an immense grievance. "I know, I'm just a beta. Alphas don't like me. They prefer omegas. I understand, it's fine. If I were an omega, you probably wouldn't dislike me, right?" If only I were an omega," Chisui replied. "I don't like omegas. I only like you." Jiang Sui responded, "Oh, I don't believe you. You little rascal. Are you trying to play with me?" The Alpha clenched his fists, his glands emitting a warning pheromone, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Stop it. If you keep it up, I'll hit you." Jiang Sui gazed at him in silence, his eyes bright. He almost forgot. He was a beta. Pheromones were ineffective. Chi Sui bit his lip, feeling both frustrated and helpless. "Once your injury heals, I'll take 3 days off to keep you company, okay?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui immediately perked up. The earlier fragile demeanor vanished in an instant. He reached out and pulled the Alpha closer, pinning him against the hospital bed. "I miss you. Let me kiss you." Chi Sui was taken aback. "What are you doing? Does it not hurt anymore?" "It doesn't hurt. Get away. Even if it doesn't hurt, don't kiss me." He knew all too well that if the wound reopened, Jiang Sui would come crying to him, tormenting him. "I brush my teeth. Why shouldn't I kiss?" Jiang Sui rested his elbow on the bed, lazily observing the slight flush on the little Alpha's cheeks beneath him. Shy yet teasing, utterly adorable. I reached out, covering his soft lips with my hand. Gone was the pitiful look from before. Instead, he mischievously smirked, speaking words that were anything but pleasant, while gripping my neck to kiss me. "Kiss me again, and I shall bite you." Chi Sui attempted to rise, but was firmly pinned down, his ear receiving the warm, suggestive breath of the other. "If you don't kiss me, 3 days won't suffice. Make it 10. 10 days? That would be unbearable. Jiang Sui, you are insatiable." Cursed be the moment he awoke to tease me. He ought to end up like Song Zhuiyun, half paralyzed and a mere shell of a person, and then see how he desires. Chi Sui was furious, his glands instinctively releasing aggressive pheromones. Jiang Sui noticed, raising an eyebrow, and kissed the soft neck of the Alpha, chuckling lowly. "Are you angry? Do you wish to suppress me with your pheromones?" Chi Sui huffed, remaining silent. "Your pheromones cannot control me," Jiang Sui asserted, with a wicked curiosity as his head leaned closer to Alpha's ear. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of brandy, they became ensnared in a dense web of emotions, unable to escape the confines they had drawn around themselves. He murmured, "But loving you is my lifelong duty." "Chi Sui, do you hear me? I love you. Congratulations, host. The villain's dark value has dropped to 0. Congratulations, host, you've gained 10 points. The third-dimensional task has been successfully completed. Third dimension, complete. Volume 4, attention. The Little Mermaid Only Wants Kisses, Chapter 43. Attention. The Little Mermaid Only Wants Kisses 1. Extra update, beep. You have arrived at the fourth dimensional realm. Beep. Unlocking target information. Ji Xing. Part 4. You are my one and only pearl. The Ariston Strait winds and twists. A colossal ferry glides smoothly across the azure sea, churning up shimmering waves. The deck is bustling with a crowd, all sailors poised for action. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the sky, accompanied by crashing waves that disturbed the tranquil sea. "Quick, we have finally found it, a mermaid." "A mermaid? Silver hair and blue tail, do you see it? Hurry, reel it in. It's going to bite through the net and escape. Don't let it get away. Weapons, use the weapons." Chi Sui, hiding in a corner while secretly indulging in sashimi, immediately scrambled to the deck upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, over a dozen sailors were working together to capture something with a specially designed fishing net. With a splash, a massive blue and white creature leaped unexpectedly from the depths, casting a shadow over the bright sunny day. "Mermaid! It's a mermaid! Everyone look!" A tremendous crash resounded. Underneath the net, blue scales fell away, revealing a battered, nearly 3-meter-long mermaid sprawled on the deck. Warning, warning, the villain has appeared. The villain has appeared. Transmitting plot. The villain of this realm, Aurora, a siren from Atlantis, with silver hair and a blue tail, represents an unknown danger to humanity. Injured in the ocean, he had unwittingly fallen into the human fishing net. Thus began the nightmare. This vessel, a joint endeavor of Eastern and Western realms, was initially destined to seek him out, aiming to delve into marine biology and propel the advancement of human civilization. From that moment forth, Aurora found himself imprisoned aboard the ship, subjected to the grotesque experiments of deranged scientists. His animosity towards humanity accumulated through countless trials. Ultimately, in the final throes of death, he unleashed his full potential, summoning a tsunami that obliterated the ship upon the vast and boundless sea. Thus, he fell from grace, plunging into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Quick, take the mermaid away, first to the confinement chamber, then inform Mr. Brister of our discovery. The mermaid, injured and unable to resist, was hastily shackled with iron chains to prevent any escape. Aurora let out a warning growl, leaving a trail of ghastly bloodstains from his webbed claws upon the deck. His dark blue tail lay dejectedly on the floor as he raised his pale blue eyes. That androgynous visage exhibited a breathtaking beauty, both mysterious and profound, sharp and untamed, radiating the majesty of a ruler from the deep sea. His contemptuous gaze fixated on a frail youth at the edge of the crowd. Well, I'm a bit scared. She responded. The mermaid devours humans, one bite for each little one. Aurora, unable to grasp human language, uttered fragmented syllables that seemed to be a plea for salvation and the wrath of a king. He was taken away by the crowd to the upper confinement chamber. Warning, warning, villain's corruption level, 75. Current villain's corruption level, 75. Wow, increased so much. Chisui exclaimed wide-eyed. If it rises by 75 today, it could rise by 25 tomorrow. Pay attention. This person, or rather, this fish, named Aurora, was once a delightful inhabitant of the ocean floor. But humans have captured him for cruel experiments, truly heartless. 681 interjected, showcasing the unfolding drama, while Chisui felt an urge to toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Before he succumbed entirely to darkness, I must swiftly rescue him, Chisui resolved, dashing towards the confinement chamber above. How do you plan to save him? 681 inquired. Please, the original owner was a professional fish keeper. Both large and small fish, even shrimps, were fed to plumpness, so of course I will feed him, Chisui declared, slightly pleased. As the saying goes, to capture a man's, or rather, a fish's heart, one must first seize his stomach. I shall feed him at least 20 pounds. Upon arrival, Chisui found Aurora already confined within a massive 5-meter-high cylindrical water tank, ensnared by sailors. The sailors tossed him the key to the confinement chamber. Care for him, or else beware for your own head, they warned. Oh, with all this noise, I'll have you feeding the mermaid soon, Chisui retorted coldly, securing the key. Aurora was bound by chains at his arms, and the water was strewn with scales that had fallen from his body, his silver hair billowing gracefully in the depths. Sensing his approach, he began to grow restless, his eyes widening with fury as low growls escaped his lips. Human, how dare you? Though Chisui could not comprehend the words, he gazed through the glass pool at the merman, whose porcelain skin bore countless delicate scars inflicted by fishing nets. He intended to call out his name, yet the English pronunciation eluded him, as Chusi had never taught him this. Thus, he took the liberty of proposing, how about I give you a name? A beautiful one that can make one bleed from the nose. The merman regarded him thoughtfully, his splendid dark blue tail undulating gracefully in the water, poised for an imminent attack. It seemed that a single misstep from Chisui could cost him his life. After a moment's contemplation, Chisui drew a pentagram on the glass wall. Jixing, from Ji meaning blessing, and Xing meaning star. You should understand me, right? The merman remained silent, his thin lips pressed together. The youth before him was a delicate mix of Eastern and Western features, with soft, chestnut curls framing his face, seemingly devoid of any aggression. Aurora lowered his gaze, accepting the name Jixing. He tugged at the heavy iron chains binding him and let out a low, mournful growl. Human, release me. I wish to return to the ocean. What gibberish is this? Chisue frowned, glancing at the merman's battered body. He speculated that the sailors were likely celebrating outside and would not notice this scene. Thus, he climbed to the top of the cylindrical pool, intent on unlocking the chains. What do you intend to do? Zhixing, wary and defensive, thrashed violently in the water. Upon noticing the boy standing above him, seemingly reaching out to touch him, he became enraged. With a swift flick of his tail, he struck Chisue on the forehead. Damn it! Caught off guard, Chisue exclaimed a curse. He quickly realized he was airborne, crashing against the wall, his head buzzing and eyes sparkling. How dare you strike me? Do you believe I won't turn you into a spicy fish head stew? Chisue coughed, clutching his chest. It was utterly humiliating to be bullied by a fish at his age. Zhixing regarded him with a regal gaze from the water, his lips moving to utter a single word. Scram. Chisue thought. Chapter 44. Attention. The little merman only desires a kiss, too. Has he learned human speech only to master the art of cursing? Without needing to look, Chisue was certain a large fishtail imprint now adorned his forehead. A most comical sight indeed. He resolved to endure, reminding himself he was human and would not stoop to the level of a fish. He forced himself to stand and approached Zhixing once more. Who do you think you are? Just because you have more tails, you think you're impressive? I have 2 legs more than you. Chisue climbed once again to the top of the water column, looking down upon Zhixing in a provocative manner. Come, strike me again. Zhixing narrowed his eyes, raising his tail once more to deliver another blow to his forehead. This time, Chisue had learned his lesson. He reached out and seized the merman's tail, preventing it from retreating, no matter how much he struggled. Ha! A siren, yet so foolish. Zhixing was taken aback, exclaiming, Let go of me! The youth, gazing at him with a pitying expression, menacingly threatened, If you continue to be so arrogant, I shall sever your tail. Just imagine how hideous you will look when you return to the ocean, all bare and shorn. Upon hearing this, Zhixing's ear fins drooped instantly, and a flicker of shock appeared in his pale blue eyes. This human was undeniably fierce. Noticing his sudden compliance, Chisue leaned down and, under Zhixing's watchful gaze, unfastened the 2 iron chains binding his wrists. Why are you helping me? Zhixing inquired, momentarily startled, as he watched himself regain his freedom, his fishtail receding back into the water after being released by the youth. Was he not going to harm him? Chisue, ruefully rubbing his bruised face, replied with irritation. I merely wanted to alleviate your discomfort. The lock has been undone. If someone comes later, you must fasten the chains back yourself and unlock them when you leave. Do you understand? At these words, Zhixing emerged from the water's surface, his ethereal face reflecting clear confusion as he shook his head while staring at Chisue. You wish to know why I am helping you? Chisue surmised. Upon hearing this, Zhixing submerged again, revealing only half of his face, bubbles escaping his lips. The mermaid's beauty was a divine gift. His cerulean eyes concealed the vast ocean, seemingly capable of captivating any soul. Chisue smirked slightly, finding him rather foolish. Why I help you is of no concern to you. As I assure you, I shall not inflict harm upon you. However, should you dare to strike me with your tail again. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the confinement. Chisue? Just as Chisue intended to instruct Zhixing to secure the lock, he turned to find the little mermaid already back in chains. Chisue thought to himself, I must admit, this fish possesses some unique qualities. The individual entering was Hizue, the male protagonist of this realm, an Eastern individual, embodying the archetype of a goofy yet charming hero. As a student of Professor Brister, a marine biologist aboard the ship, he excelled in all matters of leisure and indulgence. He was also the sole survivor after the antagonist destroyed the ferry. Later, leveraging the research left by Brister, he catapulted into academic stardom, revered by many. Hizue, grinning broadly and carrying a platter of fresh salmon, immediately noticed the prominent mark of a fishtail on the youth's face and widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow, you got hit by that fish. Can't you show him a bit of respect? Chisue, feeling vexed, furrowed his brow and retorted, What brings you here? You skipped breakfast, so I brought you some sashimi. It's from the catch the sailors made yesterday. You must try it. It's delicious. Hizue offered the platter to him. Instinctively, Chisue glanced behind him. Jixing was fixated on their direction, his pupils constricting with disbelief as he gazed at the platter of raw flesh in Hizue's hands. Fish! It was a fish. His kin. They were consuming them raw. Jixing's agitation escalated, violently thrashing his tail against the glass walls, sending colossal waves crashing. Humans, cruel, parish. He cried out in frustration. Silence. Chisue shouted back at him, in a fit of exasperation, as he directly seized a piece of meat from the platter. With a fierce threat, he shoved it into his mouth, warning, if you shout again, I shall consume you as well. Jixing thought, this human is truly terrifying. I cannot provoke him. The little mermaid, feeling aggrieved, shrank her neck and dove to the bottom of the water. Chisue snorted coldly and turned to Hizue, inquiring, where is Mr. Burister? Burister, Hizue's mentor, was the most eccentric marine biology professor in history, personally leading all experiments on mermaids. The primary cause of the antagonistic upheaval in the world also lay with him. Hizue pondered before replying. The professor is currently preparing a report on mermaids. He is likely to commence experiments in a few days. He then glanced at the distinct tail mark on the boy's face and exclaimed, that mermaid is utterly despicable for daring to attack you. I shall fetch some medicine. What if it swells up? After saying this, he prepared to leave the confinement room. Wait, Chisue interjected. I will go myself. I need to eat something anyway, and I still have to feed the fish upon my return. You handle your own matters. After Chisue departed, Hizue approached the glass tank, curiously observing the blue mermaid within, whose stunning visage was astonishingly breathtaking. Marvelous, simply exquisite. What a pity she is a fish. If she were human, she would surely captivate both genders. Jixing raised her gaze, fixating on the sashimi in Hizue's hand. Frowning, she revealed her sharp fangs and emitted a series of angry growls. Are you insulting me? Hizue kicked the glass tank, angered at the memory of the fishtail mark on Chisue's face. Look at the state you've put Sui in. He is your caretaker. Are you dissatisfied with your meals? JSKK 6 and Jajk. Human villain, get out. Jixing roared in fury. Hizue, taken aback, retreated, feeling a shiver down his spine. Or fright. I truly fear he might leap out and swallow me whole. Upon finishing his tasks, Chisue returned and encountered Burister at the door of the confinement room. The middle-aged Western man, possessing a refined and cultured appearance, emanated an air of scholarly elegance. Hello, Mr. Burister, Chisue greeted. Burister glanced into the confinement room and then scrutinized the youth. In his dark green eyes lay an obsession and madness for science. From today onwards, you shall reside in the confinement room. Take good care of the mermaid. He must not escape. He then produced several syringes and vials from his pocket and handed them to him. This is a tranquilizer. The mermaid's emotions are unstable. If he exhibits any intent to attack, inject this into him. Are you certain this is wise? A 3-meter-long mermaid. He thought to himself, if he were to attack, one swipe of his tail could send a person flying into the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps the tranquilizer would be better suited for Burister himself. Despite his internal musings, Chisue maintained a polite smile. Sir, may I inquire when your research will commence? He was eager to devise a strategy to thwart the smooth progression of the experiment. At this, Burister's eyes glinted with a sharpness, and his expression darkened. Young man, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Chapter 45. Attention. The Little Mermaid only desires kisses. 3. This is science. Supreme, exalted science. Is it permissible for just anyone to desecrate? Burist let out a cold snort. His gaze filled with disdain as he turned to leave. Chisue pouted, carrying a bucket of fish as he walked inside. Dallin, it's time to eat. Jixing, however, remained motionless in the water, a frown etched on his face. Sitting at the edge of the pool, Chisue swung his legs lazily and beckoned to the Little Mermaid. Come here. I have some medicine for you. Gulu. Jixing emerged from the water, his gaze fixed curiously on the small vial in the boy's hand. Tilting his head in confusion. Medicine, Chisue reiterated, pointing at the scales that had fallen from Jixing's tail. You're injured and need to use this. Do you understand? Xing's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of disdain surfacing in his expression. Water and medicine won't work. The medicine will dissolve in the water. Did he think he was foolish? Offended, Qi Sui's temper flared. If you keep looking at me like that, I might just stew you. Feeling dejected, Xing submerged himself in the water, thinking, foolish human, unworthy of my words. You still have a temper. Qi Sui retorted angrily, tossing the fish from the bucket into the glass pool. Eat if you want. You disdain me, yet ignore me. It's utterly unforgivable. With that, the boy discarded the bucket and strode away with determination. Xing, submerged in the pool, gazed at the dead fish drifting on the water's surface. Unsure how long they had been there, they appeared unappetizing. Stretching out a fin paw, he gently nudged a clownfish. The clownfish wiggled its tail, miraculously revived. Xing seized it and devoured it in one gulp. Qi Sui lay in the confinement room adjacent to the glass pool, separated only by a transparent barrier. Each could see the other clearly, yet neither acknowledged the presence of the other. As night fell, the ferry glided over the calm sea. Suddenly, Qi Sui began to sweat profusely, an unbearable itch spreading across his face, prompting him to scratch instinctively, leaving horrific blood streaks in his wake. He jolted awake, turning on the light. He was startled by the reflection in the mirror. What is happening? Have I disfigured myself? System detection. At noon, the villain's tail struck you, causing the issue. His tail is toxic, leading to an adverse reaction. That little rascal. Qi Sui gritted his teeth in anger, hastily searching for the ointment beneath his pillow, planning to consult the ship's doctor in the morning. The mermaid in the glass pool had awakened at some point. With his finned paw caressing the inner wall of the glass, his beautiful blue tail hung gracefully in the water. His deep-set eyes fixated on the direction of the boy's bed. His lips parted slightly. Come here. Qi Sui paused in his application of the ointment. Did you call me? Xing nodded. That little rascal dared to provoke him. Qi Sui, unwilling to engage, pretended not to hear and continued applying the medicine while gazing into the mirror. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted beside him. The mermaid, agile as ever, leaped from the pool, his tail supporting him as he unexpectedly appeared in the cramped bedroom. Qi Sui gasped. What are you doing out here? As Xing approached, his silvery hair clung damply to his shoulders, leaving a trail of moisture on the ground he passed. Xing. Good heavens, he is merely a supporting character. After a mere exchange of words, the antagonist is ready to eliminate him. Stay away from me. What are you doing? Qi Sui retreated to the corner, seizing a pillow from the bed in preparation for battle. I warn you, dare to touch a single finger of mine, and you will. But before he could finish, he was abruptly yanked by his ankle. The little mermaid, with a focused expression and a clear intent, extended his webbed claws to cradle the soft, pale face of the youth. In the midst of Qi Sui's incredulous expression, Xing pressed his lips against the corner of his mouth. His light blue eyes remained fixed upon him. The mermaid possessed sharp fangs, and in his clumsy motion, Xing inadvertently pierced the tender flesh of his counterpart. A faint metallic tang pervaded their lips and tongues. Qi Sui swallowed hard. A fish, a mere fish. He was being forcefully kissed by a fish. Oh my heavens, the calamity of it all. Utter madness. Qi Sui's mind momentarily short-circuited, instinctively pushing the merman away. You scoundrel. You beast. You are a fish, and I am a human. There can be no outcome for us. Xing staggered back, his brows knitting slightly in a cold frown. The medicine is distasteful. If you can speak, then speak properly. If not, then remain silent. Qi Sui gasped for breath, raising his leg as if to kick him. Suddenly, he felt the stinging sensation on his face dissipate, gradually replaced by a soothing relief. Qi Sui was taken aback upon seeing Xing's expression of deep sorrow. He picked up a nearby mirror. To his astonishment, there was not a single trace left. The system promptly reminded, the mermaid's tail contains toxins, but saliva has healing properties. Qi Sui sighed in relief. Had he delivered that kick, the mermaid might not have perished, but he could have been left incapacitated. He feigned nonchalance. Oh, then I misunderstood you. Please, do not be angry. Xing's eyes brightened, his ear fins perked up. The little mermaid lowered his gaze slightly. tugging at the scales along his waistline and offering them to the youth. The scales served as the mermaid's armor in the ocean, and having already lost several due to injury, he risked becoming bald by shedding more. Qi Sui pressed his lips together. "What are you doing this for?" Ji Xing replied. "To sleep." "Sleep?" Qi Sui clicked his tongue. "You wish to use this as currency to sleep with me? Good heavens, this fish has some audacious ideas." Ji Xing seemed to sense his thoughts, a faint blush appearing on his pale face as he tossed the scales towards the youth. He swished his tail in irritation as he departed. Humans, so sordid in their thoughts. Qi Sui watched as the little mermaid leaped into the glass water tank, curling his tail around himself in a pitiful manner. Unable to resist, Qi Sui let out a soft snort. What a facade of innocence. I refuse to believe he is as pure as he pretends. Surely, he is a hidden perverse species. The system momentarily short-circuited, unable to refrain from reminding him. According to the system's investigation, mermaids are treasures in their entirety. Their scales, when placed beneath a pillow, can aid in achieving restful slumber. It is presumed that the antagonist wishes for you to sleep soundly. Qi Sui, Yapolujitse. Those with a heart perceive filth in everything, inflicting it upon themselves. A mermaid's injury, if recklessly experimented upon, could easily lead to deviations in data. Bursti's plan has been forced to delay, and he has only instructed Qi Sui to take good care of him. Early in the morning, Qi Sui brought freshly caught fish to the confinement chamber, only to be driven to madness upon witnessing the mermaid still sound asleep in the water tank. Sleep, eat, sleep, eat. Does he not possess any sense of urgency? This little ancestor spends his days indulging in slumber and feasting, and on several occasions, Qi Sui has awoken in the dead of night to find him perched at the bedside, staring intently at him. It nearly frightened him to death. Chapter 46. Attention. The little mermaid desires only kisses. Were it not for the nature of the task, he would surely like to experiment with the flavors of mermaid stew. Ji Xing had yet to awaken, and Qi Sui approached with a water bucket, calling out as he walked. Hey, are you awake? The one who rises at this hour is a future star, a pillar of the nation, a business mogul in urban novels, a disciplined individual engaging in self-reflection, and a charming guest on a matchmaking program. So are you awake? The noise was bothersome, and Ji Xing frowned in irritation. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a shadow looming overhead. Qi Sui held a bucket of water, a large squid clutched in his hand, grinning mischievously. Can you play frisbee? I'll throw you catch. Ji Xing. Do I resemble a dog on land? The little mermaid's eyes were filled with resentment, and he let out a huff from his nostrils. He had no interest. Don't be so quick to refuse, Sui Sui. Zui shouted, appearing outside the confinement chamber. Qi Sui pouted, pouring the fish from the bucket into the water tank before departing. If you don't want to play, then fine. I wasn't very keen on it anyway. Just a joke. You're really quite pretentious. Ji Xing. Zui had brought him breakfast, gazing at the languid little mermaid in the water tank, indignantly stating, Sui Sui. Why did you come to feed him on an empty stomach? You haven't eaten yourself. Why bother with this guy? Because I'm the caretaker, Qi Sui replied casually, accepting the lunchbox from his hands. The two sat on a bench, facing away from the glass tank. Suddenly, Qi Sui recalled something and asked, Is the mermaid's injury almost healed? Is Mr. Buriste preparing to commence the experiments? Zui nodded with little thought. It's probably happening in a couple of days. Ah, it's just a mermaid, and you've only raised him for half a month? Are you already feeling sorry for him? Qi Sui paused mid-bite, glaring at him. Shut your mouth and mind your own business. How can I not feel sorry? If the antagonist were to meet his end, my heart would bleed profusely. Zui sheepishly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In an instant, his eyes brightened with excitement as he excitedly shook the young man's arm, saying, The professor has created a navigation device based on the mermaid scales. This ship will reach Atlantis within a week. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled. This is a first. Humans are invariably filled with curiosity for the unknown, naively exploring and discovering, even at the peril of their own lives. Qi Sui curled his lips, mocking their foolishness, and inquired, Do you know who this mermaid is? Zui, perplexed, thought, Isn't it just an ordinary mermaid? An ordinary mermaid? That is none other than the siren, the king of Atlantis, a demigod birthed by the ocean, possessing the power to summon storms. The fact that he currently refrains from attacking humans is a testament to the divine mercy, granting humanity a moment of repentance. Once the darkness within reaches its zenith, divine retribution shall ensue, and sins will be unforgivable. Chisue, unwilling to elaborate further, figured it was futile anyway. He wouldn't perish. So let him remain blissfully ignorant in his corner. With a nudge of his elbow, he added, "Keep your distance." Zitingzia, finskivarat. And his pale blue eyes were fixed on the two figures conversing outside the glass pool. His lips pursed slightly. That person named Hizue was far too close. Why so near? He even smiled at that individual. Once, no, twice. His elbow had even brushed against him. The little mermaid's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he slapped the inner wall of the glass pool, producing a resounding thud in an attempt to draw attention. To his dismay, Chisue did not turn around, bellowing, "Are you so impatient to live? I'll heat the pool and steam you in a moment." Only Izue turned back, offering a benign smile. Furious, the king was utterly enraged. Humans, deceitful beings, betrayal in emotions. Just last night, he had perched at Chisue's bedside, murmuring his affection. And today, he was laughing and chatting with another man. Jixing bared his teeth and growled lowly, still lamenting Hizue's departure. Pearl, precious little Pearl, deceiver. After finishing his meal, Chisue noticed the dejected little mermaid within the glass pool, his tail languidly stirring the water. Curiosity piqued, he climbed over to the pool and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Jixing raised his gaze, swimming to the surface, his voice a dulcet rasp. "SHSHJ. Did it? Do you like him?" Chisue, unable to comprehend, retorted, "Speak in human language." Jixing hesitated, his face flushing, and the words he had struggled to articulate for so long finally tumbled out slowly. "You love him? Love whom?" Chisue was taken aback. Goodness, did this little creature actually think there was something between him and Izue? How absurd. Just as Chisue was about to refute, the words caught in his throat. Observing the little mermaid's pitiful expression, he felt a mischievous urge arise. "What do you think?" Jixing's ear fins drooped in resignation, the once sharp edges losing their luster, as he articulated each word with care. "Last night, you said you liked me." Last night, Chisue pondered, did that happen? The original owner had a habit of talking in his sleep. Surely, Jixing wouldn't misconstrue his mumbled preference for sashimi as affection for him. Chisue scoffed. "I was teasing you. You misunderstood." Huh? Jixing's pupils widened in disbelief. He had been fooled. A liar, more detestable than the slippery sea serpents. Regaining his composure, Jixing glared at the boy seated at the pool's edge, an enigmatic smile dancing on his lips, instantly inflaming his ire. With a swift motion, he grasped Chisue's ankle. "Ouch, what the?" Chisue tumbled into the water. The tranquil surface of the water erupted with a series of bubbling sounds. Chisue attempted to ascend, but was restrained by Jixing, who gripped him firmly, while the siren's deep blue tail coiled around his slender waist. The delicate tip of the tail prodded awkwardly between his thighs. Chisue stifled a gasp. Was this little rascal attempting to drown him? In the next moment, Jixing's flawless face loomed large before him, his webbed fingers lifting Chisue's chin. A cold, soft lip pressed against his own. Chisue momentarily forgot his struggle. Jixing's lips traced the curve of the boy's jawline, before sinking into the vulnerable flesh of his neck. Little Pearl, disobedient punishment. It was both a punishment and a manifestation of the Siren King's possessive obsession. How audacious! This little fish. Chisue grimaced in pain, ready to kick him away, only to suddenly realize he could breathe underwater. He let out a surprise bubble, bewildered. "What have you done?" Jixing watched in astonishment as the boy's skin, bitten and broken, gradually healed, leaving only a faint mark. He murmured, "King Mark belongs to me." A mermaid has but one lover, and is utterly devoted and loyal to them. Unless death intervenes, they shall never part. Chisue felt a lump in his throat, sensing an imminent threat. Unbelievably, he wrapped his arms around himself. "Frog spirit, you can't possibly be falling for me, can you? But I haven't done anything in this realm." I didn't entice or allure. I merely stood there, and this fish suddenly takes a liking to me? Preview. Ji Xing. Little Pearl, King, I desire you. Ji Xing. I shall use my tail to caress you. Chapter 47. Attention. The Little Mermaid only wants kisses. 5. Chi Sui felt he needed to take a moment to collect himself. Absurd, utterly absurd. He had never tasted fish in his life. Ji Xing regarded him, a look of delight gracing his exceptionally beautiful face. Pearl, mind you, beneath the sea, pearls shimmer at night, dispelling the gloom of the ocean depths. Mermaids adore pearls, believing them to be divine gifts bestowed upon the ocean, thus cherishing them as treasures. Chi Sui felt a chill in his heart, shaking his head vigorously. I'm not a pearl. You resemble a true pig. Fish of spines. Surely they are prickly to consume. I refuse to partake. Just as Chi Sui prepared to climb out of the pool, Ji Xing yanked him back. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from outside the confinement chamber. Hey, brothers, have you heard? The scales of a mermaid are quite valuable. They fetch a handsome price in the market. Really? Of course. Look, there's a mermaid locked up inside. With so many scales on him, it wouldn't hurt to peel off a few. As they spoke, several sailors swaggered in. The sight of Chi Sui being cradled in Ji Xing's arms was fully captured by their eyes. Breath caught in his throat. Chi Sui, what are you doing? My God. Look at them. One person, one fish. OMG, no one would believe this. Chi Sui thought to himself, this is disastrous. He quickly scrambled to the edge of the pool, shouting, I am innocent. I am more wrong than Do-yi. Do you know who Do-yi is? Chi Sui, your actions are utterly detestable. I shall inform Mr. Burist immediately, and he will surely impose punishment upon you. No sooner had the words left her lips than the door to the confinement chamber slammed shut with a resounding finality. Chi Sui stood momentarily stunned, aware that she possessed no divine powers. Suddenly, an overwhelming sound of rushing water filled her ears. Ji Xing erupted from the surface, her fishtail propelling her towards them. Fury blazed in the siren's eyes as she growled, Human, the mermaid has emerged. Help, help. She intends to slay us. Chi Sui was taken aback, unable to intervene in time. The mermaid appeared before the sailors in the blink of an eye, brandishing her razor-sharp tail, which ensnared their throats. Her clawed fins swiftly pierced their vulnerable windpipes. Blood gushed forth, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Oh no, this is disastrous. How will I explain this later? At that moment, those outside the confinement chamber heard the sailors' desperate cries and rushed in, only to be frozen in place by the sight of the bloodthirsty mermaid. Human, Ji Xing, cease this madness. The mermaid, her pale blue eyes filled with murderous intent, caused the glass water tank to churn violently, sending jets of water skyward that transformed into lethal water needles, aimed directly at the chamber's entrance. The mermaid has gone mad. Quick, flee for your lives. Just as Ji Xing prepared to strike, a syringe suddenly shot forth from the shadows, piercing the mermaid's arm. Ji Xing's vision blackened, and she collapsed to the ground. Burist entered from outside the confinement chamber, holding a tranquilizer, his gaze fixing on the boy perched atop the glass water tank. You boy, had better provide me with a reasonable explanation today. How could the mermaid go berserk and even kill our comrades? If I were to say that Ji Xing was provoked into a rage over their petty matters, leading her to attempt to silence them, would you believe me? Chi Sui found herself at a loss for words. After all the sailors privy to their secret had met a grim fate. She feigned injury, clutching her chest and collapsing to the ground in agony, lamenting, I beg your forgiveness, Mr. Burist. I am as bewildered as you are by this turn of events. Burist cast a cold glance in her direction before surveying the chaos within the confinement chamber. Angrily, he commanded, bring forth assistance to clean this mess. The audacity to provoke a mermaid in her confinement comes with a price. As for you, Burist turned to Chi Sui. Considering there were no other caretakers on deck, he dismissed the idea of feeding her to the sharks. As her caretaker, you are wholly responsible for this situation. He tossed a communicator onto the ground. This is an alarm. Should the mermaid lose control again, you are to sound the alarm and notify us. Do not bring me further trouble. With that, Burist stormed away in a fit of rage. Chi Sui sighed in relief, grateful that the matter had not escalated further. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious mermaid nearby. Later that night, as the effects of the tranquilizer wore off, Zhixing awakened in the glass water tank, her head spinning, still gasping for breath. Her attention was immediately drawn to the boy on the bed, her face flushing crimson. Chisue had her back turned, midway through changing her attire, when she sensed the intense gaze upon her from behind. Turning his head, he beheld the little mermaid nestled at the bottom of the water, shyly curling into a ball. With only a pair of eyes peeking out, unblinking and fixed upon him, Chisue paused in his act of dressing, ultimately deciding against it. He turned back, revealing the graceful curve of his upper body, the delicate collarbone barely concealed, captivating anyone who gazed upon him. A soft umiskept, Chisue esilips. A teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he beckoned to the mermaid in the pool. My dear, do you desire me? The mermaid's ear fins perked up, and her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Yet, Chisue added, you cannot have me. His initial intent had merely been to tease her. However, as he turned away, a sudden cacophony of splashing water erupted behind him. The mermaid, with her tail trailing behind, emerged from the depths, leaving a damp trail as she wrapped her strong arms around the boy's waist. Chisue gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The mermaid spoke, her voice laced with guilt. Forgive me, my little pearl. Humans should not be harmed. I apologize for the trouble. Chisue clicked his tongue, surprised that she would offer an apology. Yet, given his own nature, he couldn't fault her for it. Had he acted, those sailors would have likely met their demise without a trace. I do not blame you. Please let go of me. We can talk calmly. Obediently, she released her grip. Just as he exhaled in relief, the mermaid swiftly clutched his hand again, firmly. What are you doing? Are you being mischievous? He protested, bewildered that he was the one being accused of impropriety. In shock, he desperately tried to retract his hand. Little Pearl, she whispered softly. Her soulful gaze seemed to contain the entire azure ocean. The boy's fingers brushed against the mermaid's vulnerable abdomen, feeling the delicate scales with clarity. This is your weakness, she declared. Chisue was momentarily stunned. Was she pleading? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the dark blue tail coiled around him, pulling him back into her embrace. He fell into the cool, damp warmth. The mermaid leaned closer, whispering like an incantation into his ear. Little Pearl, the king desires you. I want to... Almost as soon as the words fell, he felt her tail tightly secure him against her shoulder, lifting him off the ground, leaving him no choice but to burrow into her arms, fearing he might fall. The two drew closer, the water from the pool soaking them both. The boy clutched his clothing, flustered and disordered, tears welling in his eyes, his face flushed with embarrassment. I think we may not be suited for each other. The mermaid lowered her gaze, her nose brushing against his cheek, the moisture clinging to his reddening ear. With a note of confusion, she murmured, The situation escalated, and Chisue's mind went blank. He blurted out, our sizes do not match. To his surprise, the mermaid laughed, her web claws encircling the boy's slender back, leaning in forcefully. Little Pearl, you will be deceived. The following day, Chisue stood on the deck, idly observing the sailors bustling about. In the twilight of spring, he donned a turtleneck sweater, half of his face tucked within its warmth, biting his lip in frustration. One day he would surely stew that fish. Tonight, he would strip it of its scales, transforming it into a bald fish, a wretched turtle. Angered, Chisue kicked the railing. When Hizue unexpectedly approached, Sway, Hizue beamed, pulling a pear from his pocket and thrusting it into Chisue's embrace. Look what I found in the cargo hold. You must try it. It's incredibly sweet. Chisue forced a smile. What do you want from me? Hizue raised his hand, pointing toward the sky. Look over there. Ahead of the ship, dark clouds swirled ominously, beneath which loomed a mysterious island, its silhouette shrouded in mist, as if it were a sacred place not to be desecrated. Atlantis. In just a few days, we shall arrive. A sense of foreboding surged within Chisue. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than an alarm blared. Warning, warning. Villain's corruption level, 25. Current villain's corruption level, 80. Why did the corruption level suddenly rise? He exclaimed. Izue. At that moment, a figure burst around the corner. A fellow student of Professor Burist. Breathless, they shouted, Izue, hurry to the laboratory. The mermaids have revolted, and the professor has been injured. What? Why weren't we informed that the experiment had begun? I don't know. You need to check it out. Izue turned to call out to Chi Sui, but the boy had already vanished from sight. Ji Xing. Chi Sui rushed into the confinement chamber, his vision instantly obscured by the crimson hue of the water tank. The scene before him left him aghast, causing his throat to dry. Ji Xing floated on the surface. A gaping, bloodied wound marring his tail, flesh laid bare. Crimson blood gushed forth, and scales fell like scattered fragments. Ji Xing, wake up! Chi Sui dashed to the edge of the tank, reaching out to grasp his arm. Can you hear me? Panic gripped him. Had something truly happened to that little fish? In just one morning, how could he have been taken for experimentation? Just as Chi Sui's worry escalated, Ji Xing parted his lips, his pale blue eyes fluttering open. Little Pearl. Ji Xing, the young merman, injured and frail, bore lips as white as snow, half of his body submerged in blood. It seemed he might sink to the depths any moment. He extended a trembling fin, yearning to touch the boy's face. Little Pearl, don't be sad. I'm fine. Look at the state you're in. That madman Burist dared to snatch you away for his twisted experiments while I wasn't paying attention. I'll go settle the score with him right now. Chi Sui seethed with rage, ready to confront the professor. But Ji Xing grasped his hand tightly. Little Pearl. He lowered his eyes, pressing his face against Chi Sui's hand, his voice a pitiful whimper. Stay with me. It hurts so much. Chi Sui esse anger deflated instantly, and he obediently sat back down. Fine, there is no need to rush. That old fool will meet his end sooner or later. Little Pearl. Whispering softly, Ji Xing gently brushed his cool lips across the back of the young man's hand, pressing his face reverently against his palm. My king, there is a connection, he murmured. Chi Sui's heart skipped a beat. You know, in an instant, he felt his question rather foolish. After all, he was a siren. How could he possibly be unaware? Atlantis? My subjects, my home. Ji Xing raised his gaze, his watery eyes shimmering with iridescence, reflecting the young man's image deep within his pupils. The clarity of his tone carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. I wish to take you back to Atlantis to be my queen. Chi Sui's cheeks flashed the crimson, an involuntary reaction that filled him with frustration. He clenched his fists, ready to strike. Do not utter such words. I am not your queen. Absolutely not. If you wish to be anything, be a pirate. Strip the scales from your body and sell them for coin. Ji Xing's eyes twinkled mischievously, a deep, intoxicating laugh rolling from his throat. Not a queen, yet still mine, my little pearl. Chi Sui pressed his lips together, falling silent. What was he to argue with a creature of the sea? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. I've heard we'll reach Atlantis in just a few days. Yet you're gravely injured. What will you do then? My king, self-heal, Ji Xing replied, his gaze falling. The fish tail in the pool sliced through the water with a sharp arc, concealing a chilling undertone. Atlantis is my realm. Humanity is off limits. Chi Sui's heartbeat faltered as he recognized the imminent danger. If this continued, the siren would inevitably destroy the ship. To prevent such calamity, he realized they must address the root of the issue. As he pondered further, his thoughts were interrupted when Ji Xing rested his head on his lap, drowsily closing his eyes. Little Pearl, I wish to sleep. Sleep? Even in such a state, you still desire my presence? How reckless. Ji Xing's expression turned slightly forlorn. Tell me a story. A story? Chi Sui smirked, unconsciously resting his hand on the siren's shoulder, patting him as one would a child. Listen closely. Once upon a time, in a lush forest, there lived a beautiful butterfly. It flew and flew, but accidentally fell into a muddy pit. It longed desperately to escape. Yet, in its struggle, it not only failed to climb out, but became covered in muck. Eventually, it fell asleep, glancing down at the earnest little siren. Chi Sui's lips curled into a gentle smile. Do you know the name of this tale? Golo. Ji Xing blinked innocently. Chi Sui leaned closer, tugging at his fin, unable to contain his laughter. The muddy butterfly has fallen asleep. Zhixing's expression mirrored confusion, while Qi Sui laughed heartily, doubling over in mirth. "Oh dear, how delightfully foolish you are. It is too much fun to tease you, my little pearl." With a wistful gaze, Zhixing tugged on the young man's sleeve, tilting his head with a playful smile. "Then I shall tell you a story as well." Qi Sui raised an eyebrow. "What tale might you share? Pray enlighten me." Zhixing furrowed his brow, carefully choosing his words. "Actually, I am not human. I know you're a fish. Indeed, I'm a type of shell by the sea." Qi Sui furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He observed Zhixing curl his lips into an exceedingly innocent smile, reminiscent of a naive cherub. The following day, Qi Sui remained in slumber. Suddenly, a figure entered the confinement chamber, announcing that Professor Burris sought him and urged him to hasten to the laboratory. As Qi Sui rose from his bed, his hand inadvertently knocked an object off the nightstand. It crashed to the floor with a resounding thud, shattering upon impact. It was the alarm device that Burris had recently gifted him. Qi Sui frowned, clearly perceiving a white protrusion among the shards, round and rotund, resembling a miniature listening device. His eyes narrowed, a chill creeping up his spine. Given the timing, did this not imply that everything that transpired between him and Zhixing was under Burris' surveillance, including that old wretch? Qi Sui seethed with barely contained rage and promptly seized the camera, making his way to Burris' cabin. He pushed open the large door to Burris' quarters, where the professor sat at his desk, meticulously inscribing experimental records, his expression one of utter madness and obsession. Despite having sustained severe injuries from a mermaid just the previous day, with wounds yet to scab over. "Mr. Burris." Qi Sui closed the cabin door and approached him. Burris halted his writing, a glint of sharpness flashing in his dark green eyes. "The caretaker, you have arrived." Qi Sui, dismissive of any idle chatter, tossed the camera onto Burris' desk. His voice was cold and grave. "What is this?" To his surprise, Burris displayed neither embarrassment at being discovered nor dismay. Instead, he seemed invigorated. He rose, crossed the desk, and grasped Qi Sui's hand. "Caretaker, this is a monumental discovery. The mermaid and humans can indeed form emotional bonds. It is simply astonishing. This signifies that there's so much more within the mermaid to explore. Its body, its emotions, including the ocean." "Enough." Qi Sui yanked his hand away. "You are a lunatic." "A lunatic? Ha ha ha. Oh God, to dedicate oneself to science is my mission. Science. All for the sake of science." Burris laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot and wild. Soon, he redirected his focus to Qi Sui, his countenance grotesque. "And what of you, caretaker? To my knowledge, you have even given him a name, have you not? You see, the mermaid cherishes you, obeys your commands. If you were to approach him and request that he lead us into Atlantis, he would surely not refuse." As he spoke, Burris leaned over the desk, his eyes wide with fervor. "Caretaker, let us collaborate. Without the mermaid's consent, we cannot enter Atlantis. But if he is willing to divulge the entrance, you shall attain unparalleled honor, wealth, and status." Before Qi Sui could respond, Burris flung open a drawer and retrieved a syringe, presenting it to the young man with palpable excitement. "Caretaker, you're the only one who can approach him now. This is a hallucinogen injected into his body, and he will reveal anything you wish to know. Go quickly." Qi Sui's gaze hardened, and in an instant, he tore open the syringe's packaging, the needle pointing upwards. Poised against the man's vulnerable throat, Bristol gasped, collapsing into his seat, his lips trembling in fear. "What do you want, keeper?" Qi Sui sneered, the sharp needle piercing flesh, drawing forth fine beads of blood. "Keeper? You do not even know my name, do you? Before you meet your demise, remember this. I am Qi Sui. No, please don't kill me." In the face of mortality, everything seemed so insignificant. Bristol shouted hoarsely, utterly disheveled. "Forgive me. I swear to God. Abandon the research. Cease the experiments." Qi Sui dismissed his pleas, better suited for deceiving children. In an instant, the sharp point of the needle pierced his throat. Bristol's eyes widened in shock. The continuous droplets of blood fell like severed threads. "Forgiveness is God's affair. My duty is to escort you to him. To destroy nature under the guise of science is a crime that warrants death." Chi Sui smirked. Mr. Bristol, I wish you a pleasant reincarnation. This place was no longer suitable for lingering. Chi Sui imitated Bristol's handwriting, leaving behind a note, and swiftly departed the scene of the incident. Chi Sui, soy impressive. Any thoughts? Chi Sui casually brushed his hair back, his expression cold. Do not confront me directly. I'm the one injured, while you risk your life. He had initially intended to return to the confinement room to find Ji Xing, but a reminder echoed. If you go back to the confinement room, no one will provide you with an alibi. Although your strength is at its peak, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Reflecting on this, he decided to seek Ji Xing, who was injured and required time to heal. Within mere hours, the news of Bristol's death spread throughout the ship, causing widespread panic. What happened? How could the professor be dead? No, I cannot believe this is true. Who killed him? The needle to the throat was a clear indication of murder. Who was so vicious, daring to commit such an act without facing the consequences? Chi Sui observed their chaotic scene with silent amusement. Someone shouted. The professor left a note. Everyone come and see. What did it say? Turning back, entry prohibited Atlantis, and releasing mermaids? The deck fell eerily silent. People exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. For heaven's sake, that was Bristol, a madman with an obsessive pursuit of science. No one could rival his passion for it. Now he is not only dead, but also forbidding us from seeking wealth. It was said that Atlantis was filled with ships that had sunk for millennia, laden with countless treasures, gold, silver, and ancient artifacts. They were mere days away from their destination. No, they could not possibly give up. They did not even contemplate the authenticity of the note, nor did they mourn Bristol's death. Instead, they sounded the horn, proclaiming, "Continue onward." To Atlantis. Chi Sui's expression darkened, his grip on the railing tightening. You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you force your way into hell. Everyone was lost in their fantasies, endlessly yearning for the boundless riches of Atlantis. He furiously struck the railing with his fist, still reeling from the death of Burist. Filled with grief and anger, he vowed to uncover the identity of his teacher's murderer and question their motives. Chi Sui cast a sidelong glance, uttering not a word. In a preview, Ji Xing affectionately remarked, "Darling, I want to be with you, Pearl." Chi Sui responded, "Then let me take the lead. Tonight, I shall grant you ample affection." In Chapter 50, heed this. The little mermaid only longs for kisses. To allay their suspicions, he remained by He Zui's side throughout the day, returning to the confinement chamber only after matters had settled. Ji Xing huddled in a corner of the pool, a pitiful expression on his face as he fiddled with the scales on his tail. The injury on his tail had healed, and aside from a hint of melancholy, he had nearly fully recovered. Ji Xing. Chi Sui climbed atop the glass pool. Upon hearing his name, Ji Xing perked up, his forlorn expression gradually replaced by a smile. Little Pearl. He swam up, resting his webbed paws on the edge of the pool, gently tugging at the boy's pant leg, his eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. You haven't come to see me all day, he lamented, resembling a child abandoned by their parents, evoking sympathy. I've been busy, but I'll come as soon as I'm done, Chi Sui replied, sitting down and reaching out to ruffle his hair. You haven't been secretly crying, have you? It's not like I don't want you anymore. Ji Xing pursed his lips, staring intently at him without blinking, candidly expressing his desire for affection. Kisses. I want to be with you, Pearl. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, deliberately nuzzling his nose against the boy's face. Oh, you adore kisses, don't you? Ji Xing's cheeks flushed slightly as he boldly confessed, I do, with you. Then allow me to take charge. Tonight, you shall receive plenty of kisses. Ji Xing understood and cast him a reproachful glance, pinning down his restless hand. Pearl, little rascal. Chi Sui laughed et artidi, embracing the little mermaid and planting several gentle kisses at the corner of his lips. Behave, and you shall be rewarded. Ji Xing shyly averted his gaze, but couldn't resist inching closer in response. However, he heard the boy say, I must return you to the sea. Huh? He blinked in confusion. Chi Sui hesitated to find the right words, attempting to be as gentle as possible. You are a siren. You must return to Atlantis to protect your people. Therefore, you need to go back soon, understand? Ji Xing lowered his gaze, tugging at a scale on his body. A blue one, shimmering beautifully in his palm. He earnestly turned it over, murmuring, "The kings, the subjects, my territory." His brow suddenly furrowed, and he looked back at Chi Sui. "And you, little pearl?" Chi Sui hesitated. He had not contemplated that question. He simply opened and closed his mouth, creating a grand vision. "Do not worry. I will come to find you." "Didn't Tiwi agree? You wanted to take you back to Atlantis to be your queen." "Atlantis queen?" Ji Xing's eyes brightened, his face radiating innocence as he nodded twice. "Listen, little pearl." Ji Xing's darkening emotions fluctuated. Once humans reached Atlantis, he would undoubtedly be enraged, and the destruction of the ship would merely be a matter of time. Only by sending him back early to establish barriers can humanity be prevented from intruding, and Ji Xing will not confront them directly. This was the only twofold solution that Chi Sui could conceive. As night descended, the sky loomed dark and boundless, while the tranquil sea stirred with gentle ripples. Most sailors were asleep at that hour, and Chi Sui stealthily led Ji Xing out of the confinement room and onto the deck. He nudged his back, urging him onward. "Ji Xing, return home." Ji Xing remained motionless, the sea breeze lifting the silvery hair of the Siren King, his pale blue eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Regret suddenly washed over him. At this moment, he should not have heeded the words of Little Pearl. "Little Pearl," Ji Xing called out, abruptly turning around, biting off the thin membrane connecting his web claws, reaching out to take Chi Sui's hand. "Come with me, let's go." "Oh, this unfortunate child." Chi Sui, fearing that their movements would attract attention, leaned in, cupping his face and giving him a couple of perfunctory kisses. "Is that better now?" "A farewell kiss. Hurry back." He added a warning, "Don't play that Titanic game with me. Be careful, or you might lose your throne and your queen." Ji Xing dejectedly lowered his gaze. Under Chi Sui's persistent prodding, the merman leaped into the air, plunging into the depths of the sea with a splash. Just as Chi Sui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter was settled, he turned only to be blinded by a flashlight shining from around the corner, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. He Zue led a throng of people, armed with an assortment of weapons, onto the deck. Before Chi Sui could escape, he was immediately surrounded. Hizue's pupils trembled as he incredulously gazed at the youth by the railing, his hand gripping the gun quaking. "Sui, it's you, truly you." Chi Sui furrowed his brow, certain that no one had seen him release Ji Xing, and was momentarily unclear about their intentions. "What is it with you? You killed the professor. You killed him." Hizue raised his weapon, aiming it in Chi Sui's direction, his grief causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. "Why? Why did you kill him?" Just then, as Chi Sui puzzled over how they had discovered the truth, a voice emerged from the crowd. "It was him. I saw him emerge from Mr. Burris's cabin that day. No one else could have done it." Chi Sui's gaze darkened, and the speaker was suddenly flung from the crowd, crashing against the railing with a thud. The crowd gasped. Hizue, momentarily stunned, lost grip of his gun. "Chi Sui spoke candidly. Indeed, I killed Burris. So what? Is it not justifiable to take a life when it is warranted?" Hizue's eyes reddened, his emotions overwhelming him to the point of choking on his words. "Chi Sui, I considered you my closest friend, yet you have killed my teacher. Are you even human?" The waves roared around them, echoing the chill of the night. Chi Sui gazed at him, revealing not a trace of remorse. He stated emphatically, "Hizue, I do not kill you because you still hold value for me. But to attempt to bargain with me is your gravest folly." The value of utility and folly coalesced as he gasped for breath, his mind a void. The indifferent words of Chi Sui pierced his frail heart like 1,000 needles, a harsh reminder that his affections were but a solitary wish. At that moment, a figure burst onto the deck, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Disaster! The mermaid has escaped. The confinement chamber is empty." A wave of terror swept over the crowd. "What has transpired? Was he not injured? Who released him? Without him, how shall we gain entry to Atlantis? If we cannot reach Atlantis, then all our toil has been in vain. Wealth, fortune, status gone." For a fleeting moment, the crowd regained their composure, only to swiftly turn their ire towards Shisei. "It must be him. He came to the deck to set the mermaid free. He is the mermaid's keeper. No one else possesses the authority to command her." They accused vehemently, "Keeper, how dare you betray us and release the mermaid?" The heavens will not forgive you. You shall pay the price. The price? Chisue scoffed, gesturing towards the tumultuous sea behind him. I command you now, turn back to land at once. Otherwise, when the storm descends, none of you shall escape. Chapter 51. Attention. The little mermaid only desires a kiss. 9. No one heeded his warning. Instead, they deemed him to harbor ulterior motives, brandishing their firearms. Do not believe him. The sea is calm. There will be no storm. He is merely a charlatan. With that, one individual pulled the trigger. The bullet raced towards Chisue with alarming speed. Clenching his fists, Chisue's gaze turned icy. Such ignorance was perilous. The bullet missed its target, slicing through the air and plunging into the sea. Meanwhile, the youth on the deck vanished, a shadow darting swiftly to reappear behind the one who had fired the weapon. With a swift motion, he seized the man's neck. Ugh! Chisue's expression darkened as he forcefully slammed the man to the ground. The crowd was in disarray, unable to comprehend the astonishing speed of the incident. Such swiftness was beyond human capability. Chisue raised his eyes, observing the moment when the man was suffocated beneath his grip. Coldly, he commanded, now at once, turn back to land. You must understand, I can extinguish your lives as easily as crushing an ant. The terror was palpable, compared to life. Wealth was utterly insignificant. Chaos erupted among them as they desperately rushed into the ship's cabin. Quickly, inform the captain. Halt the expedition to Atlantis. We must return to land immediately. There is a demon among us. Indeed, they responded only to force. Chisue let out a sigh of relief. Without heading to Atlantis, Zhixing would be safe, and the people aboard the vessel would likely evade death upon the waves. He released his hold on the man, rising to depart. Suddenly, the ship trembled violently. Accompanied by a flash of light, the waves tossed the vessel precariously. Before Chisue could comprehend the situation, a sharp dagger plunged into his flesh. He turned to find Izue behind him, his face contorted in fury, driving the blade with all his might deep into the youth's abdomen. Izue spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the deck. Damn it, he had been betrayed. Ah, how foolish of me to underestimate the situation. Indeed, novels are deceiving. Not every protagonist embodies virtue and beauty. Chisue clutched his abdomen tightly, blood soaking his entire body, a pool of crimson surrounding him. His mind was consumed with the thought, it hurts like hell. If I die, does that mean the mission was successful? Izue appeared to be struck by a profound blow, standing 2 paces away with sticky blood on his hands, murmuring frantically, Chisue, don't blame me. You killed the teacher and used me. This is the price you must pay. Your price. Chisue moved his lips, yearning to negotiate for mercy, though he knew he deserved this fate. Before he could speak, the ship trembled violently again. Suddenly, blinding flashes of light pierced through the dark clouds, mingling with terrifying lightning. A storm was approaching. Hurry, return ashore. The tempest is upon us. Alert! Alert! Chisue furrowed his brow, gazing at the ominous sky, exhaling heavily in frustration. Alas, my ill-fated tongue. But typically, storms are harmless, provided they are not incited by Zhixing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of light surged from the ocean surface. To everyone's astonishment, a silver-haired, blue-tailed mermaid burst forth from the waves, appearing on the deck amidst the towering waves. Zhixing. Chisue gasped in shock. How did he return? Wasn't he ordered to leave? The mermaid, he asked back. Quick! Weapons! Weapons! Sensing the human's intent to attack, Zhixing's gaze sharpened. Behind him, the tumultuous waves quickly formed a massive barrier, a storm brewing, embodying the ocean's wrath. You shall not harm him. At that moment, the waves crashed down with unstoppable force, engulfing the deck amid the panicked cries of the crowd. The ship trembled violently upon the ocean's surface. Chisue's heart raced. Zhixing, stop. The Siren King swiftly approached the youth, shielding him from the onslaught of the waves. Little Pearl, I must save you. His voice was hoarse as he extended his webbed claws toward Chisue's bleeding abdomen, as if he could staunch the wound this way. Chisue's heart was a tumult of emotions. Return, back to the sea. I'm not worth this sacrifice. You are worth it. You are mine, my ocean, my queen. Chi Sui parted his lips to respond when a thunderous cry for help suddenly emanated from the sea. Chi Sui had fallen into the water, struggling desperately to surface, while wave after wave forced water into his lungs, choking him. Warning! Warning! The male lead is on the verge of death. Please, host, save him quickly. What a wretched fate. Chi Sui gritted his teeth, tearing off a corner of his clothing, deftly wrapping it around his waist to stem the bleeding. He then pivoted and leaped. Under Ji Xing's watchful gaze, he plunged into the sea. Little Pearl. Ji Xing lunged, but grasped at empty air, his pupils trembling in shock. Regardless of the perspective, it is an immutable truth that Ji Xing harbors a profound disdain for humanity. He cannot compel himself to act against his own will to save Izue. Moreover, this is his task. He never intended to rely on anyone else. Thanks to the abilities bestowed upon him by Ji Xing, Chi Sui can breathe underwater, effortlessly retrieving individuals from the depths. Grasping a piece of the deck that had fallen from the ship, Izue lay sprawled upon it, still shaken from his ordeal. As he came to his senses, he looked incredulously at the youth before him, tears uncontrollably welling in his eyes. Why did you save me? For the mission. Chi Sui tugged at his lips, withholding his true thoughts. He didn't mind playing the emotional card. Izue, you have declared that you consider me your closest friend. I can comprehend your intent to harm me, yet I refuse to abandon you. The storm intensified, and many on the precarious deck were screaming in terror, soon to be claimed by the sea. Chi Sui admitted that, in that moment he wavered, whether in the divine realm or among the myriad worlds. They were all part of the living. The lithe figure of a mermaid leapt from the deck, her dark blue tail lifting the boy from the water, securing him tightly upon her shoulder. Ji Xing, with a hoarse voice, bore the compassion of the ocean in his gaze, his response unwavering. Little Pearl, you wish to save them. I could do it myself. Ji Xing clutched the blood-stained remnants upon the boy's form. The bloodlust in his eyes gradually morphed into an abyssal ink, sinking into the vast, unfathomable depths of the sea. This was the ocean's final chance granted to humanity. King, forgive them. Chi Sui's complexion paled, his bodily functions nearly depleted. He clung desperately to the last vestiges of his will, whispering against the Siren King's shoulder. Do you not hate them? Chapter 52. Attention. The little mermaid only want a kiss, and he ought to despise them. They were vile and pathological, imprisoning him in a dark glass tank for relentless experimentation, audaciously encroaching upon the king's domain. He should loathe them. Yet humanity is flawed, petty, greedy, encroaching upon the ocean, degrading life. But you, too, are human. You are mine. Little Pearl. The Siren King raised his head, the skies swirling with engulfing black clouds. The ship tilted and half-submerged, and the helpless cries of humanity echoed all around. Each element signified the fragility of life. Ji Xing's arm tightened as he leapt onto the deck, carrying the boy in his embrace. The sea calmed, and the ship ceased its trembling. The Siren King surveyed the panicked humans around him. The silver-haired, blue-tailed mermaid etched herself indelibly into the minds of all present. The storm served as a warning from the ocean. Atlantis is sacred. Provided you promise to cease your advance, I shall allow you to depart. Before nature, they were indeed minuscule, powerless to resist, with no means to explore the unknown. Izue looked up from beneath the ship, trembling as he uttered, I am willing. With that declaration, a chorus of promises resonated through the tempestuous night. Chi Sui stood atop the ship's cabin. The torn wound served as a grim reminder of his impending shock, his legs weakly buckling, relying on the railing for support. He braced himself, witnessing the tempest subside, the dark clouds parting to reveal a pristine, cerulean sky. Those who had fallen into the sea were returned to the vessel by the rising column of water. Miraculously, there were scarcely any casualties. It was over, all had concluded. Ji Xing had not completely succumbed to darkness, and the ship remained afloat. Chi Sui's knees buckled. In a moment, Ji Xing glanced back. He finally lacked the strength to turn and gaze upon the boundless ocean behind him. Little Pearl. Chi Sui felt as though death was imminent. After all, who among the good-hearted would bleed so profusely yet still flail about? If he perished, would the mission still be deemed accomplished? 681 provided an affirmative response. Oh dear, You cannot, my dear. You are dead, and the villain's corruption value has not diminished to zero. It's impossible to reap rewards without effort. He cannot die. Dying would render his efforts in vain. When Chi Sui rallied his strength to awaken, he was nearly blinded by the blinding light of his 24K titanium alloy eyes. What on earth? Still reeling, he was startled back into consciousness by the sight of a pair of thick lips looming before him. What the hell? He swung a punch, sending that grotesque figure sprawling aside. Where did this creature come from? Gulp. The puffer fish, infuriated, instantly inflated into a ball, contorting its face and flapping its diminutive fins. Charging toward him, bristling with spikes. Chi Sui, ready to retaliate, suddenly found a tall figure appearing from behind, webbed claws intercepting the furious spiky ball. Do not bully little Pearl. Chi Sui lifted his gaze, recognizing Zhixing. The pufferfish, fuming, released a flurry of bubbles from its mouth, as if denouncing the boy's recent misdeeds. The creature was indeed the beast, not him. Humans were truly vile. After exchanging a few words with Zhixing, the pufferfish begrudgingly departed. Chi Sui, unable to comprehend the language of the ocean, was certain that the spiky ball would tell Zhixing of his misbehavior. Thus, as soon as the spiky creature left, he reported back. That hideous thing just tried to steal a kiss from me. Zhixing paused, releasing a short, helpless laugh. His brow slightly furrowed as he checked Chi Sui's body to ensure he was unharmed. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and clarify. I did not intend to kiss you. I merely wished to see if you were awake. Zhixing's eyes ached for a moment as he gazed at the boy's fragile face, still haunted by the fear from the day he fell into the sea. Little Pearl, you have been asleep for a long, long time. Do not worry. I am not in pain anywhere now. My body is in perfect condition. Able to flaunt 5 grand octopuses. Zhixing. Chi Sui finally took notice of his surroundings. It appeared to be a sanctuary within the deep sea, shielded by seaweed, surrounded by luminous white pearls. I am not dead. I will not die. The king will not allow you to perish. The ocean heals all. He is the ocean's emissary. He shall protect his queen, ensuring she remains with him. Little Pearl, my queen. Zhixing smiled with the corners of his eyes, his pale face illuminated by the radiance of pearls. He spoke deliberately. The king's promise shall not be broken. Chi Sui pouted, his expression tinged with discontent. Surely, he wouldn't truly lock him away in the sea for his entire life, surrounded by stinky fish and rotten shrimp, not to mention that bothersome spiky ball. He poked at the seaweed-woven bed beneath him in frustration. Zhixing tilted his head, gazing at him for a couple of seconds, then extended his webbed hand, gently opening his claws to clasp the boy's hand, their fingers interlocking. Little Pearl, I can go to the land with you. Land? Chi Sui's eyes sparkled momentarily with excitement, only to be swiftly crushed by the harsh reality. Your fishtail would scare people to death. You'd end up captured for experiments, and it would be my misfortune. No way, that sounds like a hassle. Zhixing tilted his head, pondering for a brief moment before breaking into a smile. He leaned down, affectionately nuzzling the boy's neck. I will grow legs. How will you grow them? Chi Sui inquired. With a witch's potion. That scenario sounds oddly familiar, Chi Sui mused, but was interrupted as the merman seized his wrist, holding him tightly, a low, seductive laugh echoing in his ear. Little Pearl, give me a kiss. I want tea. Chi Sui turned his face away. I'm quite displeased with you right now. Zhixing's expression fell for a fleeting moment, just 2 seconds, before he resolutely lifted the boy's chin. His cool lips pressed against Chi Sui's directly. Ma. Chi Sui's eyes widened in shock. This little fish was no longer innocent. Breathless from the kiss, his oxygen shield was compromised, bubbles escaping his lips. Zhixing, his face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Have you ever tasted the iron plate's flavor of a merman? The boy's hand reached out, intending to tug at Zhixing's scales to tease him, but was firmly restrained behind him. The Siren King's eyes gleamed with desire, his voice both alluring and perilous as he seductively uttered, Little Pearl, spring has arrived. Chi Sui, suddenly aware of the implications, thought of lighting a cigarette, but found only turtles and soft-shelled turtles in the water. Frustrated, he reached for the bedside, hoping for some kelp. only to grasp a handful of pure white pearls used for illumination. Translucent and radiant, they would fetch a handsome price in the human market. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he turned to dangle the pearls in front of the drowsy Zhixing, curiously asking, "Do merfolk really like pearls?" "Yes." Zhixing opened his heavy eyelids, raising his beautiful dark blue tail to press against the boy, skillfully diving onto his lap. "I like pearls, but I prefer you more." Chisue, flustered and indignant, punched Zhixing's chest with a fist. "Speak properly. You've definitely been corrupted by that idiotic crew on the ship. You weren't like this before." He was such a pure-hearted little fish, now changed. Chisue was filled with exasperation, angrily tugging at a scale on Zhixing's tail. Zhixing whimpered softly, his eyes glistening with moisture as he lowered his head, affectionately nuzzling against the boy's face once more. He earnestly reiterated his previous statement, "I like pearls. Yet, you are my one and only pearl. Congratulations, host. The villain's dark value has diminished to 0. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points. The mission in the 4th dimension has been successfully completed. Preview. Sui. Do you man chuchi? He is my father. Do you believe it?" This does not affect the dimensional narrative, but it is worth a glance. Chapter 53. Chi Sui and Chu Ci. Birth, Extra 1. The task in the 4th dimension has concluded. Chi Sui's soul is weakened, and he returns to the space station to recuperate. The young man floats in the air, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a layer of blue and white light, resembling a transparent glass bead. Chi Sui lies in a state of unconsciousness, unaware of when he will awaken. 681 waits nearby, aimlessly spinning in circles, feeling utterly distressed. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly bursts into the space station, piercing through layers of gloom, descending like a deity beside the young man. The white creature, in a state of panic, senses the presence of the unexpected guest. An indescribable sense of oppression, coupled with an icy chill that penetrates to the bone, fills the air. The ancient deity, the revered lord of the gods, Chu Ci, who commands the divine realm, summons forth all beings, safeguarding peace in all directions. Upon hearing the call, the man in the azure robe and brocade turns his gaze. His breathtakingly beautiful face is adorned with a gentle glow. With 3,000 strands of hair cascading beside his temples, resembling jade branches and precious trees, resting in the southeastern corner. Unlike Chi Sui's ethereal beauty, which feels like a sacrilege to gaze upon, he embodies the delicate warmth of early spring sunlight. Each smile and frown resonates with divine tenderness. Little system, you have accompanied Sui through 4 worlds. Your efforts are commendable. The little system, taken aback, responds, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It's not laborious at all. Sui is my first host, and I shall treat him well. If not, would I be dismantled?" Chu Ci slightly raises his hand, and the boy, enveloped in light, is drawn towards him as if summoned. Those deep, abyss-like black eyes flutter with emotion. "I apologize for my tardiness." Chi Sui, a deity born atop the snowy peaks, has always appeared with black hair in the divine realm, but now, weakened, his hair has turned white. He appears frail and delicate. 681 quickly interjects, "Your Excellency, Sui is fine. He simply needs time to restore his soul at the space station." "I am aware," Chu Ci murmurs, his well-defined fingers enveloping the boy's hand, beginning to transfer divine power. 681, feeling anxious, hesitates before speaking. "Your Excellency, it seems Sui wishes to return to the divine realm. He has worked so hard on his tasks. Could he be allowed to go back early? As a system, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request." Chu Ci lifts his gaze. "Do not misunderstand, Your Excellency. I mean that Sui was once a war god. Although he made a grave mistake, he is now recognized his errors. Therefore I wish." The deity chuckles softly, a hint of imperceptible guilt and deep affection appearing on his nearly translucent face. "Little system, do you know why Sui came to the myriad realms?" 681, puzzled, responds, "Wasn't it because I bound him here? Because he has been lost as a god for 1,000 years. As he fell into darkness, the gods united to eradicate him, scattering his soul into oblivion. What remained in the prison was merely a fragment of divine consciousness that I had painstakingly guarded over countless millennia. What? The information is rather overwhelming. The 681 circuit board buzzed, and the CPU was on the verge of overheating. Are you implying that the celestial hierarchy concealed the truth for a millennium, claiming that the war god was alive merely to maintain public morale, while in reality he had long since been shattered? Then, who is his current host? A wandering spirit? Oh my goodness. The fallen deity, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm, must face the consequences of his actions as the war god to quell the wrath. He has already perished once, and, as his husband, I harbor selfish desires. Even if it means exhausting my cultivation, I shall ensure his remaining days are free from worry. The 681 system was taken aback. Although there had long been rumors in the divine realm of a romantic entanglement between the divine lord and the war god, witnessing such affection firsthand was rather blush-inducing. Chu Si retracted his hand, bowing his head, his cheek pressed against the young man's chest where a heart beat fiercely. I have erased part of his memory. He remains unaware of his divine demise. Throughout the past millennium, I searched for his 3 souls and 7 spirits, scattered across the myriad realms, solely to ensure his rebirth and return to the path of divinity. Each world he currently traverses is meticulously crafted by my own hands. Regardless of success or failure, he will discover a fragment of his soul entrusted to the task at hand, allowing him to reconstruct his divine form. The 681 system gasped, sensing the enormity of this grand scheme. Reflecting on the 4 worlds previously experienced, could it be that the villains encountered were mere avatars of this divine lord? Or, perhaps, manifestations of Chu Si himself, a reality akin to a tragic hero? How exhilarating! Now, with both divine and demonic natures coexisting within him, I cannot linger in this space station. I must proceed to the snowy mountains to safeguard his essence. In the forthcoming worlds, I entrust his care to the little system. My divine spirit shall await your arrival in each realm. The little white ball bounced with confidence, raising its head proudly. Rest assured, divine lord, he shall protect Sui Sui. As long as I have food, he shall not go hungry. We will face life and death together. Chu Si lowered his gaze and fervently placed a kiss upon the young man's lips. Sway Sway, wait for me. We shall meet again soon. The 681 system's eyes widened in astonishment. One explosive moment, just as it sought a camera to capture this instant. The young man in the blue robe transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from a space station. How swift! How could he be so fast? What will happen to Sway Sway now? Due to the transition of Chu Si's divine power, Chi Sui awoke earlier than expected, feeling more invigorated than ever. He felt as if he could devour 8 bowls of rice. Nyobo, I'm ready. Let us enter the next realm. No rush, no rush, the little system chuckled mischievously. The little white ball extended its hands and feet, bringing over pen and paper. Sway Sway, I want to hear some juicy gossip. Chi Sui shot him a sideways glance. What gossip could I possibly have? What is your relationship with divine Lord Chu Si? The 681 system asked directly. Chi Sui was taken aback, then flared up in indignation. Why do you want to know that? Can it be something else? You have nothing else worth gossiping about. 681 pouted, saying, come on, just this once. Chi Sui bent his legs, suddenly feeling a twinge in his mouth, as if it had been bitten by something. Yet, apart from 681, there was no one else in the space station. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Chi Sui pressed his lips together. He is my father. Do you believe it? 681 exploded in indignation. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why concoct a story to deceive me? If I gossip about this, who would believe me? Chi Sui shrugged. See, I told you, you wouldn't believe it anyway. All right, let us hurry and move on to the next dimension. Once we complete the task, I'll treat you to some oil. I would never eat oil. The white dumpling's face flushed with anger. In truth, Chi Sui was entirely lying. Although Chi Sui was a natural deity born from the snow-capped mountains, without father or mother, his existence in this world was solely due to Chu Si. Thousands of years ago, when he saved the lives of the people, he passed by the peak of the snowy mountains and, overwhelmed by the suffering of humanity, shed a tear. Chi Sui's inner thoughts. Goodness, what a dreadful tale. It's simply a result of the wind, deceiving my eyes. That tear, imbued with divinity and nourished by the spiritual essence accumulated over millennia in the snowy mountains, gave birth to the natural deity. Upon learning of this, Chu Si ventured to the mountains to safeguard the infant's growth and named him Chi Sui, wishing for all beings to have a smooth winter. Chapter 54. The Cross-Dressing Maestro Versus. The esports streamer. 1. Ding. You have arrived at the 5th dimension. Ding. Unlocking rescue target information. Zhou Su. Part 5. Dreams lie ahead, and you reside in my heart. Sui sui sui. Mommy esse darling. Dance. Dance hot. Dance spicy. Pole dance my heart. I'm utterly enchanted. In a live stream room, a female fan on the other end screamed with excitement. As she shouted, she crazily sent rockets, causing a delightful buzz in the ears, while little red hearts popped up incessantly. Money, all of it is money. The original Chi Sui, a small streamer on the Yuya platform, had captured the hearts of countless female fans with his cross-dressing persona, receiving fervent cheers. The comments were filled with enthusiasm. I'm rushing to Thailand. I want to reclaim everything that belongs to me. Where's my darling? Come back, baby. In my next life, I want to be a 188 athlete with dark skin. You're as beautiful as a painting. I want to learn illustration. I, Lin Dong, also adore this style. Chi Sui had streamed for 5 hours, changing outfits at least 7 or 8 times, donning various uniforms, school attire, and maid costumes, none of which were the same. Now, it was intermission. Chi Sui smiled, the cat ears atop his head, swaying adorably with emotion. Sisters, after dancing for so long, I'm exhausted. Let me take a break. His voice was pure and melodious. Woo woo woo, sway sway darling, you've worked so hard. Here, essay head pat. Wait for me to send you another carnival. Add me to the Ferris wheel. Chi Sui felt a bit distracted. After spending nearly half a month in this realm, he had successfully overcome his psychological barriers and adeptly embraced the identity of the original protagonist, a master of cross-dressing. However, the antagonist had yet to make an appearance, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a PK invitation popped up on his livestream homepage. Chi Sui swallowed hard, and without much thought, clicked to accept. Instantly, a large male face sprang onto the screen. Upon seeing him, the boy exclaimed with astonishment, "Wow, a girl. What a girl you are." Chi Sui maintained his composure and flashed a sweet smile. "Hello, big brother." The boy's voice was clear and crisp, soft yet devoid of any suggestiveness, unmistakably identifying him as male. Jianyu fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting in excitement again. "Wow, everyone look, it's that popular cross-dressing master. What incredible luck to have matched with him." The livestream chat exploded with comments. "It's the Starry Sports team. So thrilling. Jianyu is so handsome. Where's Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou is here. Look at the corner of his outfit appearing in the lower right of the camera. That's him. It's definitely him." The Starry Sports team. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. He had heard that this team had risen to prominence in the past couple of years, renowned for their exceptional skills and poised to become the dark horse of the esports scene, with a strong chance of clinching the championship in the Asia-Pacific region in the coming months. Jianyu, brimming with excitement, shook the arm of the boy beside him. "Boss, look, it's Chi Sui, the cross-dressing master." The barrage of comments in the chat went wild as Zhou Shun turned his head, revealing half of his striking profile, his high nose bridge and deep, slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, adorned with headset-style earphones. His gaze drifted lazily across the screen before he smirked. "I'm a straight guy. I have no interest in cross-dressing masters." He added a hint of smugness to his tone. Chi Sui felt a twinge of offense and blurted out, "Who are you looking down on? Mine is bigger than yours." The chat suddenly fell silent, and Zhou Shun's expression cracked slightly. A piercing sound echoed from the other side. Defeat. The silence that enveloped the world was deafening. "What do you mean by bigger? What nonsense is this?" Following that, a warning flashed. "Warning. Warning. Antagonist corruption value. 5. Current antagonist corruption value. 25. Damn it. What the hell?" Chi Sui's hand trembled as he swiftly raised the mouse. In a flurry of quick actions, he ended the stream within 3 seconds. Confirming his suspicions, he muttered, Nyobo, why didn't you warn me? It's right in front of me. With the corruption value rising, he grumbled, I'll dismantle you. The little white dumpling pitifully rubbed its face. I was shocked too. How dare you? Chi Sui, now agitated, kicked at the air, unable to maintain his previously harmless demeanor during the live stream. With a wave of his hand, he yanked off the fake long hair he was wearing. I'm so furious. Hurry up and transmit the plot. The antagonist of this realm, Zhou Su, captain of the Star Esports team, had a rather simple reason for his corruption. He was purely a lovesick fool, deeply hurt by the female protagonist of this realm, who had been playing both sides. In the end, not only did he fail to lead his team to victory in the Asia-Pacific Championship, but he also fell into despair, unable to recover. As a result of love turning into hatred, he brandished a knife and attacked the protagonist of the alternate realm, thereby jeopardizing his own future. Chisui scolded, deeming him utterly foolish. Look, not a single love-struck fool meets a favorable end. 681 lamented. Sway sway, shouldn't you seek out the antagonist now? His darkening aura is low, and he hasn't developed feelings for the heroine yet. You could seize the opportunity. No, Chisui firmly rejected. As he stretched his neck on the balcony to retrieve his clothes, for he needed to wear them during the upcoming live stream. Why would I provoke him and invite trouble? I'll address it later. There is still some time before I encounter the heroine. 681 responded with an understanding. Oh, after fetching his clothes, Chi Sui returned, only to be startled by the sudden blaring of the system announcement from the neighboring room. First blood, double kill, pentakill. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. It seemed his neighbor was quite skilled at gaming. The following day, the refrigerator at home stood empty. Although the original owner was a cross-dressing sensation, it was merely for the sake of live streaming, and he had no habit of wearing women's clothing in real life. Chisui, feeling lazy, simply donned a white t-shirt and stepped outside. At that moment, his neighbor returned, carrying several bags and fumbling for his keys. Chi Sui casually glanced over, only to be left frozen in place by the sight of a familiar profile. Wait, what? Zhou Su? How could he possibly be living here? Chi Sui gasped, the bun he was chewing momentarily lodged in his mouth, rendering him motionless. The other party seemed to notice his gaze, pausing in the act of opening the door, and cast a cold, piercing look in his direction. Instinctively, Chi Sui turned and fled. Wait, Zhou Su called out. Chi Sui stood rooted to the spot, his expression contorted as if he could crush a fly with it. No. He would recognize me, would he? Surely not. I was dressed as a woman during last night's live stream, looking so different that most people wouldn't recognize me. He couldn't possibly have such keen eyesight. Chi Sui straightened his back, reminding himself to remain composed. Zhou Su narrowed his eyes slightly, setting his bags down on the ground and approaching the boy who had turned his back towards him. With a soft chuckle, he said, Hello, neighbor. I just moved in a few days ago. What a coincidence to see you. Volume 5, The Cross-Dressing Sensation Versus. The Esports Streamer Chapter 55, The Cross-Dressing Sensation Versus. The Esports Streamer, 2. Chi Sui's back stiffened. Chewing on the bun, he mumbled indistinctly, what a coincidence. Zhou Su stipet gelo, extending his long arm to grasp the boy's shoulder and pull him around to face him. Chi Sui gasped, what are you doing? Before he could utter further protests, Zhou Su seized his arm and pinned him against the wall behind them. Chi Sui exclaimed in a panic. Suksu. Damn it. You know my name? What do you want from me? My grandfather has passed away. Who are you trying to mess with? Zhou Su tilted his chin up, a playful smile dancing on his lips, his teasing gaze roaming downwards. You want to show me something bigger? Chi Sui retorted. Show me then. Not going to show. Huh. Let me help you with that. Chi Sui felt a burning sensation in his ears. Zhou Su. This bastard. So serious. No wonder he thought about seeking revenge after being wronged. Zhou Su fixed his gaze on him, a subtle flame igniting in his eyes, and chuckled. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're in disguise? Shall we compete? This scoundrel. Chi Sui was tempted to slap him, to show him the harsh realities of society. Before he could act, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs. Shu Yi descended with a porcelain platter, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of two entangled figures around the corner. Zhou Su froze momentarily, instantly releasing his hold on Chi Sui, awkwardly clenching his fist and clearing his throat. Shui! Chi Sui was taken aback. Shui, isn't she the protagonist of this realm? When did they become acquainted? The plot never mentioned it. Shui awkwardly brushed her hair aside. What is going on here? Nothing, just a joke. Zhou Su quickly diverted the topic. What brings you here? Shui approached, balancing a platter brimming with macarons, and smiled gently. Thank you for helping me fix the water pipe the other day. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it. Chi Sui glared, begrudgingly biting into a bun. What a flimsy excuse. Zhou Su did not refuse. And as Shui stepped closer to hand in the platter, Chi Sui immediately reached out, snatching it away and stuffing his mouth. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Thank you. Kind soul, this is delicious. Zhou Su, Shui. A hint of skepticism crossed her mind, but not much. Chi Sui, in front of them, devoured 18 macarons, the sweetness overwhelming his stomach and causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. But didn't he matter? He must not allow any opportunity for feelings to blossom between them. Not even a little. Chi Sui returned the platter to Shui, allowed a polite burp. Thank you, it was delicious. Please invite me again next time. Something else off. Shui smiled thinly, finding an excuse to head upstairs. Zhou Su cast a complex glance at Chi Sui, as if looking at a fool. Are you all right? Chi Sui shot him a cold glare. I'm fine. With that, he descended the stairs. Zhou Su's right eyelid twitched, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Sure enough, the next moment, a loud voice echoed from the stairwell. Mine is bigger. It's definitely bigger. Zhou Su. Late at night, Chi Sui was jolted awake from his dreams by pain. Tossing and turning in bed, he recalled the original owner's toothache, exacerbated by devouring 18 macarons that morning, threatening his very existence. Damn, I forgot. Tears welled in Chi Sui's eyes as he rummaged through drawers for pain relief, feeling utterly distressed. After drinking several cups of warm water, the pain persisted. Turning his head, he noticed the light from the neighboring balcony. Zhou Su was live streaming, and upon hearing a knock, he assumed it was his takeout. When he opened the door, he found no one there. Suddenly, someone tugged at his pants leg. What the hell? Zhou Su recoiled instinctively, retreating a couple of meters, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Upon discerning the round figure huddled at the entrance, he swallowed hard. What are you doing? It's rather frightening at this hour. Chi Sui's face was swollen with pain. His eyes rimmed with redness. Do you have any painkillers? My tooth aches terribly. Zhou Su pursed his lips, stepping forward to assist him inside. Yes. Please sit for a moment. Despite Chi Sui's lack of self-awareness, he was undeniably a good person, one who would never abandon another in distress. During Zhou Su's brief absence from the live stream, the microphone remained on, their conversation flowing directly into the ears of the audience. Did a guest arrive at Zhou's home? A male. Must be a neighbor. Sounds like he's suffering from a toothache. That voice is so soft and has a hint of a sob. It's rather charming. Could it be? Don't jump to conclusions. Zhou has made it clear he's straight. Straight. Zhou Su returned with the medication, pouring a cup of warm water. Here. Chi Sui hurriedly accepted it, disregarding the bitterness as he crushed the pills in his mouth before swallowing. I'll never eat anything sweet again. It hurts so much. Zhou Su crossed his arms, observing Chi Sui's pitiable state, unable to resist teasing him. Are macarons tasty? At least you've taken your medicine. Chi Sui shot him a glare. This is none of your business. So, you're ungrateful now? Zhou Su chuckled silently, tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. Bemused by how quickly Chi Sui's demeanor shifted from near tears to defiance. Never mind, he thought. Recalling their earlier encounter, Zhou Su approached, draping an arm around the boy's shoulders and lifting him effortlessly. Are you out of your mind? Chi Sui felt a chill run through him as he was firmly seated at the dining table. He wore nothing but a thin white shirt that hung low enough to cover his knees, yet underneath, he wore very little. The cold air sent a shiver through him as he instinctively shuffled back, gripping the cup of water unsteadily. I warn you, don't get carried away. What are you warning me about? Zhou Su smirked, his smile laced with mischief, as if concealing a multitude of hidden daggers. He stretched out his hands, pinning Chi Sui firmly in place, asserting dominance. So, you're a little white-eyed wolf, are you? Unrecognizing after you've used someone? Just last night, you were boasting about being older than me. Show me. If you don't, how can I know who is truly older? Chi Sui shivered at the implication, feeling Zhou Su's hands settle on his thighs, pressing down. The delicate touch sent a tightness to his throat, rendering him momentarily frozen. The cup slipped from his grip, spilling warm water over him, revealing subtle outlines that accentuated his form. This is such a ridiculous trick. I assenti it. Fuming, Chi Sui felt his tooth pain flare up again, grasping Zhou Su's restless hand. I was just joking with you. Are you serious? Zhou Su tightened his grip on Chi Sui's hand, his enchanting eyes glimmering with an alluring curve. Every movement seemed designed to draw the other deeper into temptation. I was not jesting. I let you escape this morning, and now you've come right to my door. You're presented with two choices. Either take it out yourself, or allow me to assist you. Chapter 56. The Cross-Dressing Master Versus. The Esports Streamer. 3. Chi Sui finally experienced the true meaning of disaster from one's own words. What had possessed him to utter such a statement? Embarrassment flooded over him as he tightly pressed his legs together, his wrists painfully pinched. His hands were firmly held captive by Zhou Su. He raised an eyebrow in mockery. What are you holding back? Just let go. If you won't take it out yourself, then I shall assist you. That scoundrel. Chi Sui's face turned crimson. You certainly can't. To be frank, I must confess I am impotent. I have been unable for 2 years now. My pride compelled me to say otherwise. A rather explosive declaration. Zhou Su's expression cracked slightly, but he quickly retorted, I don't believe you. Not unless you show me. You pervert. Zhou Su, uninterested in his feeble excuses, began to slide his hand further up from where it rested on his thigh. I want to see just how impotent you are. Zhou Su. Chi Sui was terrified beyond measure. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhou Su's neck. Zhou Su's hand was stuck, pressed firmly against the soft flesh of the boy's thigh, rendering him unable to ascend or descend. Chi Sui, get down. You perverted fiend. Remove your hand. Zhou Su was prepared to take more drastic measures and pull him down. However, just then, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of his takeout. The timing could not have been worse. Zhou Su gritted his teeth. Get down. I need to go retrieve the food. Chi Sui clung on tightly, refusing to let go. He had a foreboding sense that this rascal would not relent. If he came down, he would undoubtedly be stripped bare. He had no interest in comparing sizes with anyone. The doorbell continued to ring incessantly, and the delivery person was clearly growing impatient. Fine. If you're not embarrassed, why should I be? Zhou Su held his breath and strode out with the boy still clinging to him. Hello, sir. Here is your... The delivery boy's words abruptly ceased as he was taken aback by the scandalous scene before him. Chi Sui was turned away, awkwardly hanging from Zhou Su's frame. His arms wrapped around the boy's slender waist. One side of his shirt hung askew, appearing as though it had been dampened. Meanwhile, Zhou Su held one hand beneath the boy's backside to prevent him from falling, while the other was wedged between the boy's thighs. What on earth were they up to? This couple certainly knew how to entertain themselves. The delivery boy chuckled awkwardly. Sir, your takeout. Zhou Su, lacking a free hand, gritted his teeth. Just hand it to me. Chi Sui extended his hand backward, and the delivery boy placed the bag into his grasp, wishing him a pleasant meal. Aren't you coming down? Once the door closed, Zhou Su severed the delivery boy's prying gaze. Chi Sui tossed the takeout onto the table and began to mumble complaints in his ear. Don't blame me. It was you who wanted to take it out. Zhou Su found it amusing, leading him directly to the bedroom. So you won't come down, huh? You claim to be impotent? Perfect, I am not. Chi Sui felt a chill run down his spine, still processing the situation. In an instant, he was pressed down onto the soft bed. With a sudden release of tension, he let go of Zhou Su's confinement. Before him loomed a handsome face. The room saturated with an intense, almost intoxicating aura of hormones. Zhou Su grasped his ankle, lifted his chin, and provocatively asked, Why did you stop squeezing? Chi Sui, leaning back on his hands, retorted, Wait, didn't you claim to be straight? The very utterance of this statement had prevented him from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Bending a straight man was, after all, rather unethical. Yet what was transpiring now? Zhou Su regarded him from above, responding with utmost seriousness. Straight? I am a scoundrel. Qi Sui was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Su, with a playful smile at the corner of his lips and a mischievous arch of his brow, quipped, well, since you're not aroused, you have no need for that. Why not try the other end? As the words left his mouth, he abruptly tugged at the boy's ankle, pulling him downward. You pervert! Let go of me! Qi Sui exclaimed, alarmed, raising his hand as if to strike. At that moment, from the computer desk across the bed, vibrant flashes of light erupted from the screen, nearly blinding them both. Thanks to Wenzhou for the sunglasses. With shades on, no one can resist. My big brother is the most handsome in the room. Thanks to Ji Yunyan for the hot air balloon. Wishing my big brother moves from a bungalow to a high-rise. Thanks to Wu Sa-Ran for the precious gem. Wishing my big brother enjoys roasted suckling pig every day. Both Qi Sui and Zhou Su were momentarily stunned. Qi Sui stiffly turned his head towards the live streaming room, where the barrage of comments flooded the screen. And the online viewership surged to 800,000. Qi Sui felt a chill run down his spine, maintaining a half-hearted posture, too embarrassed to move, feeling utterly humiliated. Did you forget to mute the mic? And the camera is still on? Zhou Su, attempting to mask his unease, fidgeted with his loosely fitting clothing and sheepishly said, You should head back. I'll handle the aftermath. He had initially intended to frighten him, completely oblivious to the implications of a live broadcast. If they proceeded, it would be no different from a live adult film. Qi Sui, at that moment, felt utterly unfit to face anyone. Oh no! Now it seems the entire internet knows about the sordid affair between Zhou Su, captain of the Starry Sports team, and the cross-dressing streamer Qi Sui. I only came to take some medicine. It was you who insisted I show it to you. What kind of twisted preferences do you have? Zhu Su Gonset Anzai. It's my fault. I'll take the blame. Qi Sui, fuming, swiftly distanced himself from this scandalous situation. Before leaving, he snatched Zhou Su's takeout. Still have the appetite to eat? Don't. Zhou Su returned to the computer desk, his face flushed with embarrassment. The comments rolled in unison. Oh my, is this truly something I can watch? I'm dying here. Zhuan, Sui Sui really went to Zhou Shen's place. It was so close. If only you hadn't T-tipped. I could have seen the live show. Didn't T Zhou Shen just say he was straight last night? Please, he was the one who tackled our Sui Sui. Over 200,000 people are watching. So Zhou Shen, do you truly like Sui Sui? If you do, just go for it. Don't hesitate, or you might miss your chance. Zhou Su paused in the midst of concluding his live stream, an inexplicable anxiety gnawing at him as he found himself confronted with an unexpected predicament. It was indeed his responsibility, entirely his fault. Pressing his lips together, he resignedly murmured, I will take responsibility. With that, he shut down the live stream. Following the incident, Qi Sui's private messages were bombarded, leaving him so frightened that he refrained from broadcasting for nearly half a month, even avoiding Zhou Su in person. Adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, he desired solitude. However, his darkening disposition escalated. Qi Sui felt utterly dejected and ultimately resolved to revert to his previous strategies. One day, he was invited to join a few nearby streamers for an outing, specifically donning women's attire to blend in with them. By the time they returned, night had fallen. At the foot of the apartment complex, there was a fruit shop, and with his refrigerator empty, Qi Sui decided to purchase some items. Inside the shop, aside from him, there was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s. Preview. Zhou Su. You let him touch you just like that? Qi Sui. What if I don't let him touch? I'll only let you, okay? Chapter 57. The Cross-Dressing Master Versus. The esports streamer for today. Qi Sui adorned himself in a bare-shouldered short dress, paired with black stockings and high heels, his makeup exquisite, capturing the attention of all who passed. The man, originally selecting watermelons nearby, let his gaze wander over Qi Sui, and then approached him with ill intentions, grinning slyly. Hey there, you look quite enticing. Qi Sui raised an eyebrow. What did you say? The man, upon hearing the voice, sensed something amiss and stammered. Are you a man or a woman? I am a ghost. You. Damn it. The man, feeling offended, raised his fist, ready to strike. Qi Sui's expression darkened as he contemplated disarming the man. Just then, He caught a glimpse of a shadow descending from above, a tall figure blocking his path. Zhou Su intercepted the punch, retaliating with a kick to the man's knee. Get lost. You'll pay for this. The man, realizing he was outmatched, scrambled away. Chi Sui gazed at Zhou Su, still clutching a few round lychees in his hand. Their eyes met for a few moments before Zhou Su, unable to contain himself, furrowed his brow and inquired. You let him touch you just like that? Touch. From Zhou Su's previous angle, it seemed he had misunderstood. Chi Sui contemplated retorting that it was none of his business, but he swallowed the words, instead offering a sweet smile. What if I don't let him touch? I'll only let you, okay? Zhou Su muenta fo. His mind short-circuiting. What? Let him touch. Touch what? Touch where? Chi Sui, delighting in his cleverness, smirked as he paid for the lychees and headed toward the apartment. Delivered an ingering Zhou Su. It was merely a playful tease, yet he had taken the bait. Zhou Su, recovering from his stupor, rushed to catch up, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he rubbed his nose. I noticed you haven't tea-streamed in half a month. Is it because of that incident? Chi Sui feigned ignorance, strolling leisurely ahead. I will stream tonight. Zhou Su lowered his gaze, observing the thigh-high black stockings beneath the boy's ultra-short dress, the deliberately smaller size accentuating the curve of his thigh. Zhou Su silently cursed under his breath, feeling a surge of frustration in his chest. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It was rather inconvenient to be out and about, especially in women's attire. What kind of inconvenience? Attracting unwanted attention. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chi Sui paused as he observed Shui descending the stairs. Zhou Su continued to speak. I believe it's unsafe to be out alone. Without anyone by your side, with those delicate arms and legs of yours, how could you withstand a few strikes? He turned to Zhou Su, offering a harmless smile. Zhou Su, are you not a straight man? Why are you so concerned about me? Zhou Su raised an eyebrow, hands tucked into his pockets, regarding him with an air of nonchalance. Why? You don't actually think I'm interested in you, do you? As Shui went downstairs to discard the trash, she happened to overhear Zhou Su's remark. All right, let us just say I'm interested in you. I apologize for what happened during the last live stream. I told them I would take responsibility for you. Will you give me a chance? Chi Sui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. He had merely made a basic move, yet this fellow had unleashed a full-blown attack. But why would Zhou Su be interested in him? Surely he didn't expect him to reveal anything? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Zhou Su continued with flair. Besides, I haven't even seen what you have to offer. How could I possibly let this go? Goodness. Indeed, this guy is utterly perverse. She stood 2 meters away, hearing this twisted conversation, and steadied herself against the wall to avoid collapsing. She gasped, Zhou Su, do you prefer men? Help. Hadn't he always proclaimed himself a straight man? Zhou Su glanced at him, nodding without any expression. She felt as though the sky was about to fall. The object of her secret affection actually fancied men. Had all her efforts been in vain? Chi Sui felt a sense of discomfort. Since the female lead had realized there was no possibility with the antagonist, he could consider his task halfway accomplished. Not wishing to linger, he dashed upstairs. Chi Sui. Zhou Su attempted to pursue, but was abruptly pulled back by Shui. Zhou Su, you can't be serious about him, can you? No matter how well he dresses. He is still a man. What you need is a woman. Zhou Su shook her off, his expression cold. I don't need one. I'm a scoundrel. After a moment's contemplation, he added with a sense of righteousness. Let us keep our distance from now on. Also, your plumbing keeps breaking down. The repairs cost 300 each time, and you haven't given me a dime. Furthermore, if Sui and I end up together, remember to contribute your share for the neighborhood gatherings. Don't skimp on it. With that, Zhou Su sprinted upstairs. Chi Sui, Chi Sui, Sui, Sui Sui, Sui 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 Sui. Scoundrel, truly a scoundrel. Scoundrel to the core. She was furious. How could she have been outmaneuvered by a cross-dresser? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could something so shocking occur? She lost her composure, throwing her trash aside in frustration. Who is it? Who would throw garbage at me late at night? It stinks. I can't take it anymore. She lamented. It's been nearly half a month without live streaming, and the fans are growing restless. As a means of survival in this world, Chi Sue is unwilling to relinquish this hard-earned opportunity. Thus, after completing her tasks, she commenced a live stream. Clad in her fans' favorite maid outfit, her makeup immaculate and features exquisitely beautiful, the cat ears atop her head bobbed playfully. Upon entering the live room, a certain streamer with a verification badge burst in. Chi Sue glanced at the name above, captain of the Star Event team. How brazen. Chi Sue, it's Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou is here to watch your live stream. Oh wow, the CPI ship is real. Chi Sue, aren't you neighbors with Lord Zhou? Go to his place. Live stream together. I'll shower you with gifts. With money no longer a concern, he cherished his own well-being even more. Chi Sue maintained a serious facade while playfully fibbing. No, his plans tonight and isn't home. Moreover, we aren't that familiar. Not that familiar? Who would believe that? They've already shared their weapons. The audience chuckled silently. Chi Sue engaged in casual conversation with the viewers for a moment and then randomly selected a passerby for a PK. Just as the match was about to commence, her top fan suddenly chimed in on the barrage. Chi Sue, I guarantee you'll win this PK. I'll send you 5 rockets. First, show me a spicy dance. Chi Sue, mommy loves you. Dance for me. My darling can't possibly lose to him. Dance. Mom has plenty of money. It won't crush him. Go big. Chi Sue laughed. All right, it's just a dance. She casually switched to an upbeat song. At that moment, someone in the live room posed a question. Will Lord Zhou really not be upset watching his wife dance for another man? Lord Zhou, the mid laner of the national server, berates his jungler for a lack of rhythm. Watching his wife dance for someone else must have him green with envy. Indeed, their speculations were accurate. Zhou Su sat at his desk, observing the screen where the youth in a maid outfit danced passionately to the rhythm of the music. The vigorous movements inadvertently exposed a glimpse of his pale waist, and the expression on his face was one of indescribable desire. Damn, he is really dancing. I've never seen anything like it. My teeth are about to shatter. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhou Su abruptly stood up, shouting at the top of his lungs to the adjacent room. Chi Sue. Preview. Zhou Su. Weren't you just shaking it pretty well? Keep shaking for me. Chapter 58. The Cross-Dressing Master versus the Esports Streamer. 5. As Chi Sue was in the midst of her dance, she paused at the sound of his voice. Suddenly, she witnessed a large rat darting from the balcony. What on earth? The glass door to her bedroom was ajar. Realizing Zhou Su had already barged in, she had no time to mute her microphone and hurriedly grabbed a nearby garment to cover the camera, shielding the screen from the unruly scene behind her. ISNT this trespassing? Do you believe I want to call the police? What? Hold tight? Zhou Su was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, stepping closer. Holding tight sounds good. Quickly, hold me tight. Chi Sue, something seems off here. Oh my gosh, is that Lord Zhou? That's definitely Lord Zhou's voice. Help! Zhou is here to capture my wife. Quickly, clear the way so I can see. Roaring, howling, smashing walls. Let me in. Zhou's facade has crumbled. He is not the straight man he pretended to be. Sweetheart, hurry and show him what you've got. Mother believes in you. You must be bigger than him. Zhou Su glanced at the computer screen, his gaze landing on the boy's obedient and sweet visage. Anger surged within him. Wasn't he just shaking things up? Keep shaking for me. They call for you to jump, and you jump. ISNT that what being number one is about. Besides, he and T even had the chance to see it. Why should others get to see? What is with all this anger? Chi Sui sat in the chair, confidently crossing his legs, smoothing the wrinkles in his skirt. He chuckled. Do you understand the value of being number one? It's a fortune. If I don't stream, will you support me? Zhou Su shot him a sidelong glance, suddenly pulling out his phone. As he unlocked it, he stepped closer to the boy. Chi Sui sensed danger. Just as he attempted to rise, Zhou Su pressed him back into his seat. Zhou Su approached him, his broad palm resting firmly against the boy's slender waist, his long fingers teasingly scratching. The heat of his breath lingered near Chi Sui's flushed ears. So what if you're number one? Anyone can achieve that. I not only want you to jump, I want to see it live. You love wearing women's clothing, don't you? Then tonight, wear every piece in your wardrobe for me. Chi Sui. The moment the words left his lips, the computer screen erupted with notifications. Thank you, Star Su, for the 10 carnivals. Thank you, Star Su, for the 20 luxury yachts. Thank you, Star Su, for the 30 Ferris wheels. Wait, what? In just a minute, Star Su surged to the top of the leaderboard. The previous number 1 plummeted to second place, widening the gap significantly. Enough. This is too much. Chi Sui grasped Zhou Su's hand, watching in disbelief as his streaming room ascended to the number 1 spot on the trending list. Stop it. With the platform split, you might as well just transfer the money directly to me. Zhou Su squinted, reaching up to tug at the cat ears atop Chi Sui's head. So soft and adorably delightful. All right, you perform live for me, and once that's done, we'll take care of business. Business? What business? Zhou Su's arm tightened around the boy's waist. Lifting him slightly, Chi Sui instantly felt goosebumps rise on his skin. You're bold. Still thinking about me? Aren't you supposed to be straight? Straight. You bent too quickly. Get lost. I haven't even turned off my microphone yet. You have no shame. I still have my dignity. Only then did Zhou Su notice the rapidly increasing viewer count in the streaming room, along with a flood of bizarre and twisted comments. Sweetheart, how could you get married? Maybe I'm just too sexy, and my eyes are watering. Why does Zhou Su deserve this? It's so unfair. Is it just because I lack something? I'm out for good. And you, my friend Zhou, are a real man. Chi Sui, how could things have developed in such a manner? Everyone usually claims that they would marry him even if he wore a fake one. Zhou Su's thin lips curled slightly as he reached for the mouse. Apologies, everyone, but the broadcast ends here. I must attend to my wife now. Chi Sui? So Su, are you serious? Zhou Su navigated back to the computer screen, grasping the young man's arm and leading him toward the adjacent bed. Come now, dance for your number 1 brother. Whatever you've got, bring it on. You pervert. What is so great about being number 1? Are you out of your mind? You really ought to visit a mental institution. Zhou Su interrupted him, wearing a look of delight. Go ahead, continue to curse. When you berate me, I perceive it as flirtation. Chi Sui, this is bad. I've truly encountered a pervert. My defenses are shattered. Chi Sui momentarily lost his train of thought, suddenly feeling the hem of his skirt lifted. What are you doing? Show me. The alarm bells rang in Chi Sui's mind as he swiftly flipped positions, pinning Zhou Su firmly to the bed. Do you really think you can overpower me? Zhou Su nestled in the bedding, his hair tousled, his hand resting on the young man's thigh, inching ever higher, teasingly brushing the edge of his white stockings. In all seriousness, he declared, if you can't win, then come on, ruin me. Chi Sui. Very well, confirmed by the glint in his eyes. He was a man who could not be easily subdued. However, being with him would undoubtedly sever Shu Yi's aspirations. Chi Sui's eyes darted around, nodding in appreciation. You have this awareness, which is commendable. But let me be clear, I shall be on top. So surredili agred, splendid. Yet, once the lights were extinguished, everything transformed. You claimed you were impotent. Yet, I see you are quite capable. Chi Sui bit down on his shoulder, tears welling up. You liar. I will never trust you again. You deceived me first. Zhou Su. See, it's not deflated, is it? Zhou Su grinned mischievously, clutching the young man's adorable plush cat ears, using his fingertip to wipe away the glistening tear that had slipped down his cheek. You're crying. Now tell me, between us, who is larger? Chi Sui. I can't take it anymore, truly. Chi Sui had yet to recover, and as soon as he opened his eyes, the person in front of him cupped his face and planted a fervent kiss. His mouth felt even more sore. So laughed, a look of carefree mischief on his face. Good morning, my wife. Chi Sui felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, cocooned in the blankets like a rice dumpling, revealing a soft, pale face. He stared at Zhou Su in a daze for quite some time, his mind swirling with thoughts of how that scoundrel had tricked him into being a bottom last night, and engaged in those indescribable acts. So Suizmirkiv, an expression of roguish delight. Why do you keep staring at me? Chi Sui replied dismissively, You're handsome. Are you with me simply for my looks? Then what do I gain from you? Your flamboyance, your flirtation, or the fact that you won't let me be on top? Why are you still fixating on this matter? Unable to restrain his laughter, Zhou Su pulled the rice dumpling into his embrace. Don't be angry, my wife. Let's go shopping. The body wash is truly ineffective. Chi Sui ground his teeth in frustration, sometimes truly contemplating calling the authorities. He scolded. Can't you be a little more gentle at night? It truly hurts, it hurts. Zhou Su stared at him, a youthful dimple appearing on his cheek. Yet, the little bird in question was anything but small. Chi Sui thought, I met my match. I truly cannot compete. Preview. Zhou Su said, Sui, I think we should invest in a humidifier. Zhou Su continued, seeing you wake up several times throughout the night pains my heart. Chapter 59. The Cross-Dressing Master versus the Esports Dreamer. 6. Later. The two arrived at the chain supermarket downstairs in their community. Seizing the moment when Zhou Su was distracted, Chi Sui darted to the snack aisle, eagerly filling his basket with various treats. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Su had approached with a shopping cart and placed the bag of cotton candy he had just picked up back on the shelf. He remarked, Still daring to eat sweets, huh? Your teeth don't hurt anymore, do they? You can't have this. I bought you sugar-free yogurt instead. Not that I eat it often. Chi Sui pouted, glancing into Zhou Su's cart. Honeysuckle extract and lubricant. This pervert came straight to the living area for this. Zhou Su raised an eyebrow. Not fond of this brand? How about honeysuckle water? Chi Sui, not wanting to engage further, huffed and made his way to the checkout. Zhou Su called after him. Sui, I think we should really buy a humidifier. Why buy a humidifier? Isn't the air conditioning sufficient? Seeing you wake up several times last night truly pains my heart. Chi Sui thought that if it weren't for the context of Zhou Su's words, he might have taken them the wrong way, perhaps leading to thoughts of a more intimate nature. Wait, no purchase, let us go. He felt he might not have misinterpreted, and hurriedly pulled Zhou Su toward the checkout. The cashier, who had overheard their entire exchange, couldn't contain her amusement, her smile nearly reaching the solar system. As they checked out, she politely inquired, Excuse me, gentlemen, do you need any contraceptive supplies? Chi Sui caught sight of the items tucked in the corner and shook his head vigorously. No, isn't honeysuckle extract and lubricant enough? What a disaster. The cashier ignored his outburst, beaming at Zhou Su instead. Sir, would you like some? Yes, let's get everything. Give me the largest size, 10 boxes. Chi Sui exclaimed, What? Zhou Su, in a fit of anger, he wanted to strangle him. Why don't you just disappear? Zhou Su smiled with his eyes crinkling, thoroughly enjoying Chi Sui's irate expression, which was utterly adorable. The shopping bag was overflowing. The insightful cashier discreetly stuffed the last 2 boxes of contraceptives into Chi Sui's arms. Sporting a knowing smile, Sir, I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Not pleasant at all. Not in the slightest. Chi Sui, feeling embarrassed, abandoned Zhou Su and hastily rushed out of the supermarket. In his haste, he collided with a woman entering the store. Ouch! Shu, he exclaimed, feeling the sting. Sorry. Are you all right? She initially intended to say she was fine, but upon recognizing who it was, she fell silent. Seeing Zhou Su approach from behind, she grasped Chi Sui's hand and inquired, Did that hurt? Shu, he felt a knot in her chest. She had set her sights on Zhou Su first. Yet he had been intercepted by Chi Sui. 2 men, indeed, 2 men. Shu Yi's gaze flickered and caught sight of the 2 boxes in Chi Sui's hands, her expression shifting slightly. What you two up to? Chi Sui shivered all over, adhering to the principle that one should never lose face in public. Hastily stowing the items into his pocket. You misunderstand. These were given to me by someone else. Hardly had he explained when Zhou Su interjected. You are indeed mistaken. We purchased the strawberry-flavored Panther 3L. Shu, he responded. Chi Sui exclaimed, My silence is deafening. Are you out of your mind? This is your purchase, not mine. What nonsense is this? Chi Sui, instantly flustered, retrieved the items and tossed them into Zhou Su's arms. Take your things and leave me out of this. Chi Sui fled, leaving Zhou Su standing there with several large bags in hand. He contemplated pursuing him, but Shu he immediately blocked his path. Zhou Su, let us have a word. Zhou Su halted, towering over her at 189 centimeters, and replied coolly, What is there to discuss? Shui nervos de colenchet herpalms. Glancing at her reflection in the glass behind her, she had always held a certain confidence in her appearance. Flashing a sweet smile, she said, Zhou Su, I believe you may have been momentarily bewitched. Given your attributes, you could undoubtedly seek a better partner. Zhou Su scoffed, You mean you? Shu, he was taken aback, not expecting such bluntness. She nodded slightly. I do not consider myself lacking in any way. Moreover, I can sense that prior to Chi Sui's arrival, you held a certain fondness for me. Zhou Su lowered his gaze, examining the large bag of snacks in his hands. Within, Chi Sui had stealthily stuffed in numerous sweets while he was distracted, and he could only imagine the dental repercussions later. After a pause, he slowly elaborated, I apologize. Miss Xu, you have misjudged. You are indeed quite remarkable, stunning, and capable. However, I do not harbor feelings for you, and it cannot be forced. Xu, he furrowed her brow. I refuse to believe that. No one has ever rejected her throughout her life. This must be some feeble excuse. A ploy of desire mixed with denial. Zhou Su shrugged. If you choose not to believe it, that is your prerogative. I am too weary to explain. With that, he attempted to walk past her, but after a few steps, he turned back. Oh, by the way, Miss Xu, as we agreed last time, I am now with Sui Sui, and, as neighbors, do remember to offer a gift. Until next time, wait, are you out of your mind? Xu, he was infuriated, her temper boiling over. Zhou Su, I see you are truly bewitched. You will regret this. Surely something is amiss. How could a perfectly fine person like him suddenly change? It must be some trick of Chi Sui's. Zhou Su was merely captivated by a fleeting novelty and would soon come to his senses. No, the person she had set her sights on must be won over. Even if he truly had changed, she would ensure he returned to the right path. There is a month to go. Soon Zhou Su will participate in the Asia-Pacific competition, and he has been busy training at the base, returning home late. Chi Sui, as usual, had locked the glass door to the balcony, fearing Zhou Su might experience night terrors. Nonetheless, on several occasions, I awoke in the dead of night. The curtains drawn aside, only to find Zhou Su seated on his balcony, engrossed in a game on his phone. It startled me. One night, Chi Sui was roused from his slumber by a toothache, and upon waking, he spotted Zhou Su curled up in a corner of the balcony, resembling a docile and fluffy plush dog. He got up and fetched a cup of hot water from the kitchen before returning to the bedroom. Zhou Su, having stood up unbeknownst to him, gazed through the glass door and pointed to his own face. Chi Sui opened the door, only to hear Zhou Su frowning and asking, Is your tooth hurting again? Chi Sui had no intention of concealing the truth. He had indulged in a cup of milk tea earlier in the day. Little rascal. Zhou Su, slightly irritated, took his hand and led him outside the bedroom, saying, Come to my place. I have painkillers. The light from Zhou Su's phone illuminated the space, and the voice of Jiangyu could be heard. Brother Su, Lin is sleeping now, so I'm bringing a girl in for a trio. I want to play either. Sui's tooth is hurting. Chi Sui tugged at his sleeve and murmured, You keep practicing. I'll be fine. Just need to take some medicine. Zhou Su furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he opened the door, tossed his phone aside, and rummaged through the bedroom for the medication. Jiangyu, growing impatient, shouted, Brother Su, say something. Are you coming or not? Don't keep that girl waiting. Chapter 60. The Cross-Dressing Sensation versus the Esports Streamer, 7. Chi Sui covered his face and glanced toward the bedroom, where Zhou Su was searching through drawers. He picked up the phone on the table and spoke to the person on the other end. You can go ahead. I'll return after I take my medicine. You all continue practicing. Jiangyu paused, then exclaimed, Ha, sister-in-law? Chi Sui, perplexed, responded with a reluctant sister-in-law. He is clearly my older brother. Jiangyu replied, All right. Since sister-in-law has spoken, I'll bring Xu Yi in. Wait, which Xu Yi are you referring to? Chi Sui was taken aback. Jiangyu had already invited a girl with a pink avatar into the room, casually responding, My cousin, Xu Yi. You two should know each other, right? I heard you live upstairs and downstairs from one another. You must have crossed paths. What a tangled web of relationships. At that moment, Xu Yi's voice rang out. What are you doing here? Where is Zhou Su? Call him over. We're about to start the game. Chi Sui pursed his lips, his expression despondent, remaining silent. Zhou Su emerged from the bedroom, carrying a glass of water and handing him the medication. Here, take this. I can see your eyes are red from the pain. Zhou Su, Xu Yi called, You're here. Let us get started with the game. Huh? Zhou Su turned to Chi Sui. Chi Sui returned his phone, expressionless, saying, I agreed. You should go. Zhou Su studied him for 2 seconds, then took the young man's hand and led him back into the bedroom. What are you doing? Zhou Su pressed him down onto the bed, retrieved a can of unsweetened milk from the drawer, popped the tab, and placed it in his hand. You can sleep here. I'll finish this round and come down. Sleep here? How does that sound so unreliable? Chi Sui's eyes widened with disbelief, his face a mask of skepticism. Zhou Su felt the weight of his gaze and, scratching his nose, walked over to turn on the computer. Don't worry, I'm not that lustful. Chi Sui curled her lips in disdain, her contempt evident. It was merely a distinction between beasts and well-dressed beasts. Zhou Su opened the game on his computer, waiting for it to load. Jiang Yu, grinning mischievously from the other side, suggested, Brother Su, how about just one game? You used to play all night. Just one game. My teeth are hurting. I need to sleep soon. I understand. Is your bronchitis acting up? Gisu, sit beside Zhu Su. Swallowed her medicine and took a sip of milk, observing Shuyi's movements. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, she could no longer hold back. Jiang Yu, what are you talking about? Wife control is a term that describes the dynamics between men and women. You can't just misuse phrases like that. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Then how about husband control? Shuyi chimed in, Is that what you mean? Chi Sui couldn't suppress her laughter, but it made her teeth ache again. Zhou Su leaned over, playfully tugged at her hair, and remarked, Will you still eat sweets next time? A head can be severed, blood can flow, but one's hairstyle must remain intact. Chi Sui's expression fell, and she raised her hand, ready to punch him. Shui Sautet, Zhu Su. The game has started. Hurry up and confirm. TSK. This female lead is quite something. Zhou Su usually played mid lane, while Shui took on the role of marksman. Jiang Yu decisively locked in the blue-haired collectible version of Han Xin. Remembering something, he burst out laughing. Brother Su, I recall there was a saying online that those who play mid lane are generally not straight. You don't believe it? Yo su silently selectet yang guifi, responding. I am quite straight. My sexual orientation is just a bit off. Impressive. Shui, controlling Lu Ban number 7 as she moved to the bottom lane, remarked sarcastically. Is it really so? Just because one plays mid lane, they're labeled as bent? You all believe such nonsense these days? Chi Sui realized that Shui had come to flirt with Zhou Su, but to her surprise, he was there instead. Zhou Su did not engage with Shui at all, silently providing support to the top lane. Shui, overwhelmed in a 1v2 situation in the bottom lane, could not help but ask, Zhou Su, could you please come help me? They keep ganking me, and my support isn't coming. Busy jungling, Jiang Yu quickly added, Brother Su, go help my sister. I'm taking the dragon. Zhou Su furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Chi Sui, who was curiously scrutinizing the computer screen and slowly made his way to the bottom lane. Why wasn't he speaking? At that moment, Chi Sui thought he should have said not to help her. If he had said so, she would have immediately turned around, not even sparing him a glance. She wanted to see him get jealous, but it seemed that was not the case. After he went to the bottom lane and was ambushed by several players, resulting in his demise, Chi Sui finally spoke up. Why is Yang Guifei's damage so low? Zhou Su replied, You mustn't speak ill of my sister Hua. Chi Sui commented as Shui respawned at the fountain and hurried back to lane, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, Zhou Su. I've caused you trouble. The bottom lane is just too dangerous. You know it's dangerous, yet I won't help you. Shui retorted, straight, really straight. Straighter than the telephone pole at the entrance. Frustrated, Shui pounded the keyboard, going utterly insane. No, the previous emperor's venture must not fail halfway. Soon she calmed down, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Zhou Su, you need to develop. Let me yield my lane to you. Zhou Su paused for a moment, then responded with enthusiasm. Shui, I swear this is the most frustrating game I've ever played. Zhou Su, you can take this river crab too. I'll scout the bushes. You stay behind me to reap the rewards. There's someone over there. Quick, run. Chi Sui narrowed her eyes. The female lead truly possessed something special. And Zhou Su, was he really swayed by a few waves of minions? What a lack of ambition. Chi Sui, feeling exasperated, set down her milk carton and stood up. Zhou Su. Zhou Su was engrossed in the team fight. Huh? A hug? Chi Sui approached, not waiting for his reaction, and sat on his lap. Face to face. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in the crook of his neck, nuzzling softly. Zhou Su's hand trembled. They had lost the team fight. Oh dear. My wife is so proactive. I'm going to lose my mind. Zhou Su swallowed hard, feeling anxious. He awkwardly patted his back. Does your tooth still hurt? Not anymore. Chi Sui murmured indistinctly in his ear. It tickles. Thoughts went awry. Zhou Su's breathing quickened, his hands trembling over the keyboard. The faint scent of the boy in his arms, mixed with a subtle hint of milk, was driving him wild. Frantic, Chi Sui noticed the effect she was having and leaned closer, brushing her lips against his moving Adam's apple. How much longer are you going to play? At that moment, Jian Yu shouted, Brother Su, what are you doing? You've already lost 2 team fights. You're not playing well today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Su slammed down his keyboard. I'm done. My wife needs me. Jiang Yu. Shui, Du Su. Is the game more important to her? Before she could finish, Zhou Su had already logged out of the game. The next moment, Chi Sui found herself swept into his arms. Chapter 61. The Cross-Dressing Master Versus. The esports streamer. 8. You're not playing anymore? Nope. Zhou Su carried her towards the bed, his expression melancholic, overwhelmed by desire. If I keep playing, I might not be a man anymore. Are you deliberately teasing me? Where does it itch? My gums. What are you thinking? Chi Sui wriggled free and dove into the blankets, wrapping herself tightly. Not tonight. I need to sleep. Not allowed. What's wrong? Presenting his face to her. With a mischievous grin, he said, then give me a kiss. Like a child asking a parent for candy. He wore an expression full of charm. Chi Sui couldn't help but chuckle. Not kissing. I'll go take a cold shower instead. Zhou Su sighed, expressing his discontent. Soon, I'll be off to a competition. We won't see each other for at least half a month. Don't you want a moment of romance with me? Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. Zhou Su quickly added, You're the hero, and I'm the concubine. Chi Sui laughed, leaning in to cradle his face, giving him a quick peck before pulling away. That's your reward. With that, she curled up, wrapping herself tightly like a glutinous rice ball. Zhou Su pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath to suppress the surge of desire within him as he headed to the bathroom. He could endure. He would endure. Impatience is a poor companion when it comes to enjoying hot tofu. One cannot lament toothaches while cooking. Zhou Su finished a shower, turned off the lights, and climbed into bed, casually retrieving the soft, white bundle from the corner. Come out. Don't suffocate yourself. Chi Sui, feeling drowsy and enveloped in sleepiness, heard the man's faint, labored breaths near him and reached out from under the covers. Mumbling, Can you still sleep if I don't bring it out? Zhou Su replied, Chi Sui. Is it uncomfortable? Zhou Su felt his hand wandering, rekindling a smoldering desire that had not yet been extinguished, driving him to the brink of explosion. He grasped Chi Sui's hand firmly. Are you doing this on purpose? If you continue, I'll retaliate. I'd rather not. Chi Sui chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand and turning his back to sleep. Damn it, this is definitely intentional. Zhou Su's face flushed crimson as he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. In the end, he was left tossing and turning all night without rest. Early the next morning, Zhou Su went to the training base. Chi Sui, after waking, livestreamed for a while before heading out to take out the trash. Still clad in a one-shoulder, sultry short skirt and high heels, his long, slender legs were on full display. Upon opening the door, he encountered a man descending the stairs. Initially thinking he was merely a resident from upstairs, he found a man standing on the second step, intently gazing in his direction. Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. Am I that attractive? Chun Chi paused, awkwardly scratching his head. Yes, indeed, very handsome. Chi Sui smiled slyly, but chose not to engage further, carrying the trash downstairs. Chun Chi immediately stepped forward, unceremoniously snatching the bag from Chi Sui's hands. I happen to be going downstairs as well. Let me help you with that. It's no trouble at all. I enjoy being helpful. Chi Sui frowned, glancing towards the stairwell, feeling that something was amiss. What is your name? My surname is Chun. Chun from the east, and Chi means neat. Chun Chi, the other party in the original plot's love triangle involving the female lead. While it was the female lead who initially acted disloyally, she later suffered consequences at the hands of the antagonist, who abandoned her after she was imprisoned due to her own wrongdoing, an unreliable partner in the end. At this point, Shu Yi and he had likely been together for only a few days. Chi Sui chuckled, reaching to reclaim the trash. You should get some rest. If your mind is unhealthy, your body must be well. Oh, it's fine, Chun Chi, what are you doing? Suddenly, a furious female voice echoed from the stairwell. Shu Yi, looking impeccably made up, presumably heading out for a date, rushed down the stairs with a handbag, knocking the trash from Chun Chi's hands onto the floor. Shu Yi, what are you doing? Chun Chi exclaimed, his embarrassment turning to anger. Who are you flirting with here? Do you know he is a man? Just because he is dressed in women's clothing and looks alluring doesn't mean you should be so smitten. Have you donated your eyesight? Chun Chi's expression shifted, feeling the sting of humiliation. I know he is a man. Can't you hear his voice? He is your neighbor. I was only trying to help him. You can help anyone you want. Just not him. Shu Yi was on the brink of madness, as every young man around her seemed to be fervently vying for Chi Sui's attention. Were they all out of their minds? She turned her ire towards Chi Sui, sneering. What is the matter? Is having Zhou Su not enough? Now you're trying to seduce my boyfriend? Have you no shame? It was clearly Chun Chi who had made the first move, while she had done nothing at all. Yet, the true instigator appeared unwilling to offer any explanation. A useless coward. Chi Sui maintained a frivolous smile. So what? Go ahead and report me. I'll inform Zhou Su. He is out training while you're here being promiscuous at home. I will ensure he sees your true colors and breaks up with you. As she spoke, Shu Yi reached for her phone. Halfway up, she realized she seemingly lacked his WeChat contact. Her expression froze, and she silently lowered her hand. Damn it, what a blunder. Chi Sui found her foolish demeanor utterly amusing, laughing heartily. Why do you keep treating me as a rival? Do you have a persecution complex? You, Shu Yi, unable to counter, felt her face flush with a mix of anger and frustration. Before storming off, she declared with fierce determination, don't celebrate too soon. I will definitely tell Zhou Su and reveal your true self. You will break up with him sooner or later. Chun Chi opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Shu Yi shouted from downstairs. Aren't you leaving? Has your soul been taken away? The echoes of their voices faded in the stairwell. Chi Sui glanced at the litter scattered across the floor, snorting derisively, thinking that scoundrels and foolish girls deserved one another. None of them were worth anything. Downstairs in the community, Shu Yi hurried down the steps, shaking with rage. Chun Chi caught up from behind and grabbed her hand. What are you making a fuss about? Isn't he your neighbor? I merely helped him take out the trash. Is that really necessary? One would think I was cheating on you. Let go of me. Chun Chi held on tightly. Shu Yi, unable to contain her anger, slapped him hard. The sound echoed, leaving Chun Chi momentarily stunned. Do you think I'm blind? Just now, in the stairwell. You were practically glued to him. Who is your girlfriend? Him or me? Shu Yi had a fiery temper. Were it not for the law against murder, she would have buried this man, unable to control his lower impulses. Right then and there, Chun Chi grit his teeth, his face stinging from the slap. You shrew. I don't need a girlfriend like you. Let us break up. With her temper flaring, Shu Yi kicked him again. Fine. Break up. You only have eyes for wildflowers outside. You're not even as good-looking as Zhou Su, and you're as thin as a rake. You're just an average guy. Do you really think you're something special? To be continued. Chi Sui, you are a disobedient. Chapter 62. Cross-dressing master versus esports streamer. 9. Is he not capable? As soon as Chun Chi heard this, he could no longer contain himself. Who do you think you are? Say that again. Fueled by anger, he raised his fist to strike. Shu Yi screamed, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. The anticipated pain never came, as a tall figure stepped in front of her. Zhou Su kicked Chun Chi's knee, shouting, "Get lost!" Chun Chi glared at Shu Yi with a sense of indignation before departing in a dejected manner. Zhou Su returned home early today. Upon seeing someone leave, he decided not to linger and turned to walk into the community. So Su, Shu Yi called out from behind him. The young man halted, but did not turn around. Shu Yi anxiously clenched the chain of her bag, her face slightly flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, managed to utter a simple thank you. It was merely a trivial matter, Zhou Su replied, hurriedly making his way home to find his girlfriend, brushing off the exchange. Shu Yi's expression stiffened as she recalled the earlier incident in the stairwell and shouted, Chi Sui was flirting with my boyfriend. Are you not concerned? At this, Zhou Su turned around, finally meeting her gaze. What did you say? That person earlier. He was my boyfriend, but we've broken up now. Chi Sui was behaving inappropriately in the stairwell. Zhou Su raised his eyebrows slightly, recalling the man's appearance. To be honest, he found him rather unimpressive and lacking in taste. He would sooner believe that He was exaggerating about Chi Sui playing with a dog on the street than accept that he would actively flirt with someone of such poor caliber. Noticing the skepticism on his face, He felt no desire to elaborate further. Regardless, this is the situation. If you think I'm deceiving you, there's nothing I can do about it. She turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something and returned. With a light mockery, she said, I truly don't understand what is so appealing about Chi Sui. You're not afraid of being with someone like him? Shui, Zhou Su said coldly. Mind your words. Shui felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively retracting her neck. Yet undeterred, she added, Zhou Su, mark my words. I will eventually make you see Chi Sui's true nature. Zhou Su dismissed her words, thinking her behavior was peculiar. Recently, Chi Sui had been feeling down. Zhou Su was often busy and rarely at home, leaving Chi Sui alone to ruminate on various thoughts, from the vast history of China to the depths of the ocean. That night, he lay in bed with 681, a plush cat, nestled by his pillow, while Chi Sui rested a hand on it, causing it to meow. Drowsily, Chi Sui asked, Nyobo, how much longer do I need to accumulate points? This is already the 5th dimension. He longed to return home, to the divine realm, and to see 681. The cat rolled over, exposing its white belly for him to pet. Its expression was one of mild frustration. I might be 200, or perhaps 300. The system had not clarified the matter. Chi Sui playfully patted the cat, closing his eyes and frowning slightly. Why are you a cat? Where's my rabbit? What? Each system has a form suited for 3,000 realms. If not a cat, then what a dog? A dog gathering firewood? Not a cat. A rabbit, my rabbit, Chi Sui murmured, gradually falling silent. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by 681's fluffy tail, covering his nose, stifling him. Damn you. Nielbel. 681 remained asleep. Infuriated, Chi Sui tugged at its tail and tossed it off the bed, exclaiming, Are you trying to murder me? Go sleep on the floor. Meow. It was not intentional. Chi Sui prepared to continue sleeping, but, as he raised his gaze, noticed a shadow pressed against the glass on the balcony. Zhou Su sat with his back against the door, his head bowed low, resembling a pitiful little beggar on the street, utterly still. It felt as eerie as a ghost story on a late night. Chi Sui murmured, wondering what was wrong, why he had come to my place instead of sleeping at home. He rose and unlocked the sliding glass door to the balcony, intending to send him back to rest. Suddenly, a strong waft of alcohol struck him, and scattered beside him were several crushed cans. Zhou Su, have you been drinking? Chi Sui checked his forehead, relieved to find no fever, then shook him gently. Why come here to drink? Go home. Zhou Su, with a dazed expression, opened his eyes, his face flushed from intoxication. A faint, silly smile gracing his lips. Sui Sui. Ah, Sui Sui. He gazed at him for 2 seconds, supporting himself on the ground, slowly leaning closer. Chi Sui wondered what he was about to do. In the next moment, he lunged at him like a crazed wolf, pinning him to the ground. The scent of alcohol wafting between them. Zhou Su, are you out of your mind? Get off me. Chi Sui, infuriated, clenched his fist to strike him. But Zhou Su was oblivious. They tumbled from the balcony to the bedroom. Zhou Su, what are you doing? Chi Sui was bewildered, his back pressed against the wall. Completely at his mercy. It's deep. You promised to listen to me, and yet you're not keeping your word. Tears brimmed in Chi Sui's eyes. His lips aching. He bit Zhou Su's shoulder. You're disobedient. Zhou Su, heavily intoxicated, his gaze shrouded in a thick layer of gloom, exuded an aura he typically did not possess. He whispered seductively in Chi Sui's ear, If I obey, I'll just be bullied by you. I want to declare my sovereignty. I miss you so much. I miss you. The original self could not drink. The scent of alcohol easily made him faint. Chi Sui could hardly bear it, his mind growing foggy, transitioning from passivity to initiative. In his muddled state, he vaguely called out, Chu Ci, rabbit mine rabbit. Chu Ci, you're disobedient. Zhou Su's eyes flickered, his head lowered, nestled in the warmth of the youth's neck, responding fervently. The entire night felt like drowning, each breath a struggle, his lungs overwhelmed, suffocating every inch of space. He dreamt of falling into the Yao Qi of the divine realm at the age of 3. Chu Si ignored him, merely watching the spectacle until his soul was nearly sent back to the snowy mountains to meet his great-grandmother, before finally rescuing him. Enraged, he cried out, throwing a fit. I'm dead. I'm dead. I won't spare you even as a ghost. I'll haunt you day and night until I bite you to death. Chu Si took a handkerchief nearby and stuffed it into his mouth, his expression one of restraint, as if he could hardly endure it. Have I not told you not to go to the Yao Qi to tease fish and catch shrimp? Not only did you ignore me, but you also roasted them all. The Star Lord came to complain, and every time it's me cleaning up your mess. Chi Sui snorted coldly. He wouldn't listen. He argued, you pick me up, so you have to take responsibility. With a sigh, Chu Si went the next day to the Rabbit Star Lord, bringing back a rabbit for him. From now on, you're not allowed to go to the Yao Qi anymore. If you're bored, the rabbit will keep you company. Sui Sui. Chi Sui felt as if awakening from a dream, his eyes still glistening with warm tears. Ouch, it hurts so much, my heart aches, my back hurts, everything hurts. Zhou Su sat at the edge of the bed, clutching a large white cat in his hands, perplexed. Where did this creature come from? Did you buy it? The cat, with its 4 short legs flailing in the air, meowed with dissatisfaction. Chi Sui's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, I forgot to return him to the sea of consciousness last night. He was left out here. This creature couldn't have been watching the live broadcast the entire time. Could it? Feeling embarrassed, Chi Sui irritably pulled the blanket over himself, pondering the origins of this stray cat and wishing to cast it away. Help! It's going to ruin everything. This is disastrous. Surely, 681 would rush back to the data realm and gossip with that chaotic bunch of data lines. Embellishing the story beyond recognition, Zhou Su grasped 681 by the scruff and opened the bedroom door, tossing it out with a decisive flick of his wrist. Upon returning, Zhou Su reached for the small mound on the bed, gently pushing aside the fluffy head concealed beneath the covers. I prepared breakfast. Come and have some. Chi Sui felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. He peeked out from under the blanket, revealing a pair of glistening eyes, which fixated on the figure before him for a considerable moment. You, Zhou Su? Chi Sui blinked, bemused, as the person before him suddenly merged with the silhouette from his memories, seamlessly intertwining. Zhou Su. Chi Sui's fingertips trembled as he cupped Zhou Su's face, leaning in closer, initiating a fervent kiss that escalated into a passionate exchange, leaving a taste reminiscent of rust and salt. Zhou Su. Chi Sui found himself forcibly pushed onto the bed, the youth's lingering resentment marking him with indelible traces, drawing blood that would not fade for days. Just as the reality of the situation dawned on him, he exclaimed, Bastard! Get off! Chi Sui raised his hand and delivered a punch to Zhou Su's forehead. Dazed, Zhou Su collapsed onto the bed, gasping for air. It always escalates like this, yet you never take responsibility. Is this intentional? Zhou Su gritted his teeth, lying flat, gripping the bedsheet beneath him. Chi Sui tossed aside the blanket, swiftly getting out of bed to dress. Let me warn you, if you dare to drink again, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhou Su tilted his head to observe him, lips stained with a faint trace of blood, a low chuckle escaping his chest. Go ahead. Kill me now. I am at your mercy. Chi Sui stood on the bed, goosebumps prickling his skin. He felt an overwhelming urge to stomp down, wishing to eradicate him completely. Looking down with a firm tone, he commanded, Do not call me master. Remember, in the new China, there are no slaves. Zhou Su deeply. It's quite red this early in the morning. In the living room, Chi Sui leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, glancing at someone emerging from the bathroom. He casually inquired, When is your competition? I've seen the online buzz lately. They claim your team, Star, is sure to clinch the championship in the Asia-Pacific region. Zhou Su, towel in hand, wiped the droplets of water from his hair, his expression one of discontent. It's about the events of the past couple of days. Do you want to accompany me? Can you come along? Chi Sui's eyes brightened. He had hardly stepped out recently, having been cooped up at home to the point of boredom. The prospect of going out was indeed delightful. As a result, the next moment, Zhou Su declared, "No." Chi Sui's expression fell, and he buried his head in his breakfast, muttering, "Oh, I wasn't particularly eager to go anyway. What's the big deal?" Zhou Su chuckled, approached him, and playfully ruffled his hair, leisurely adding, "You can't bring a companion, but family members are allowed." Damn it, being teased again. "Tonight, I will take care of your luggage shortly." Chi Sui nodded, his spirits lifted as he polished off 2 hefty bowls of rice. Zhou Su went inside to pack, and suddenly, Chi Sui's phone on the dining table vibrated, followed by a persistent buzzing. Thinking it might be urgent, he picked it up to take a glance. One was a friend request, and several were messages from Jiangyu. Bro, my sister needs to talk to you. Accept her friend request. Hurry up. Bro. Did you see the messages? It's urgent. What sort of mischief was Shu Yi up to this time? Chi Sui became intrigued and accepted Shu Yi's friend request. Immediately, several photos were sent over. They were screenshots from the surveillance last night, depicting him and Chun Shi in the stairwell. From this angle, it indeed appeared as if he was the one initiating contact with Chun Shi, pulling and tugging in a rather ambiguous manner. Shu Yi sent another message. "See, just as I mentioned yesterday, Chi Sui is flirting with my boyfriend. Here's the evidence. Believe it? TSK. This girl truly knows how to stir up trouble." Was Zhou Su's fierce demeanor last night a result of her instigation? Chi Sui lost his appetite, deleted the messages, and promptly blocked her, preferring not to see or think about it. Rising, he intended to resolve this nuisance upstairs. Just then, Zhou Su emerged from the bedroom, holding several pieces of women's clothing, asking him, "Should I take these? I noticed you often wear them during your live streams. Why would I take these when going out?" "No, I'm not taking them." "Come on, take them." Chi Sui raised an eyebrow. "What are you plotting now?" Zhou Su's eyes crinkled in a smile. "The skirt, it's so easy to tear." Chi Sui mused. Indeed, this fellow harbored no good intentions. "Suit yourself." Chi Sui, feeling dizzy with anger, flung the door open and retorted, "I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Remember to wash the dishes." "Ah, okay. I'll wait for you to return, master. Male fox spirit." Chi Sui stormed upstairs with great determination. Just as Shu Yi was about to bite into a piece of bread, surprised that Zhou Su had deleted her, she was perplexed when Chi Sui entered. "You, how did you get in?" The door was locked, and she hadn't heard the sound of it opening. "What does it matter how I got in? I'm here to settle the score," Chi Sui replied with a disarmingly soft smile, his fair face appearing almost harmless. However, Shu Yi felt an unsettling chill deep within her bones. Swallowing hard, she grew anxious. "Chi Sui, murder is illegal. I advise you not to harm me." "Who said I was going to kill you?" Chi Sui sneered, advancing toward her. Shu Yi had never faced someone alone before, and she began to feel fear. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him was impossible to ignore. Chi Sui chuckled softly, lifting her chin with a deliberate grace. "If I truly wished to end your life, do you believe you would still be standing here now? Were it not for her status as the heroine of this realm, she would scarcely merit even a glance from him." Shu Yi winced as her chin was pinched, tears welling in her eyes. What do you intend to do?" Fear gripped her heart. She genuinely feared he might kill her. Chi Sui's smile was light and teasing as he examined her face. "Shu Yi, were I to adhere to my former disposition, those who engage in such matters as you would scarcely see the dawn of another day. However, my mood is rather pleasant today, and I have no desire to complicate your existence. Moreover, you should consider yourself fortunate as the master of this realm. All shall pave the way for you. Thus, in the days to come, tread carefully. With that divine power, surge forth." Shu Yi was seized by terror, her complexion draining of color. "What did you say? I did not comprehend." Chi Sui grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his clear eyes resembling an endless abyss. Drawing one in irresistibly, the youth's lips curled into a smile, uttering an incantation-like murmur. "Zhou Su, Chun Shi, and I shall henceforth be unconnected with you." After concluding his dealings with Shu Yi, Chi Sui descended the stairs where Zhou Su awaited at the entrance. A flicker of unease washed over him as he slowly made his way down. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Su hoisted the 2 suitcases in his hands, a sincere smile gracing his face. "Waiting for you." Shisue pressed his lips together. Why did you not inquire what I was doing upstairs? What could you possibly be doing? Would you dare to confront her? Zhou found the question somewhat foolish. He had never regarded Shuyi as a significant threat. The harsh words spoken were clearly intended to sow discord. He draped an arm around the youth's shoulders, guiding him downstairs with enthusiasm. Hurry, let us head to the competition venue. I want my wife to witness me claim the championship for the Asia-Pacific region with my own hands. The sun hung high, casting its golden rays, while the leaves filtered the light into beautiful halos, painting the air with softly swaying glimmers. Two tall figures walked side by side at the end of the path. Zhou carried 2 suitcases, while Shisue ambled beside him, sipping on his sugar-free yogurt. His spirits evidently lifted, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Curiously, the youth inquired, Zhou, what inspired you to pursue esports? It seems so exhausting. Zhou pondered seriously for a moment. It has been a dream of mine since childhood. I cannot pinpoint when it became so deeply rooted. I simply envision myself bringing home a trophy to conclude my journey on a fulfilling note. Chisue's eyes sparkled with mischief as he posed a rather childish question. Which is more important, the game or me? Zhou halted, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the soft, obedient figure beside him. Growing increasingly fond, with a swift motion, he pulled the youth into his embrace, lowering his gaze to place a tender kiss upon the boy's delicate brow. Why compare yourself to a game? There is simply no contest. My dreams lie ahead, while you occupy my heart. Congratulations, host. The villain's corruption value has decreased to 0. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points. The 5th Realm mission has been successfully completed. Into the 5th Realm, Volume 6. Saving the Little One in the Campus, Chapter 64. Saving the Little One in the Campus. 1. Beep. You have arrived at the 6th Realm. Beep. Unlocking the target information. Lu Yin Part 6. Not just on Christmas Eve, I desire your safety every night. Sui, don't sleep, wake up quickly. Brother Xiaoran has sent us to the Wutong Alley to intercept someone. Huh? Chi Sui had just transmitted into the dimension, still sprawled on the table in slumber. In an instant, he was seized by the arm and dashed out of the classroom. The body surged ahead, while the mind lagged behind. Intercept? Intercept whom? Have you forgotten? It's Lu Yin. We had agreed with Brother Xiaoran beforehand. What kind of memory do you have, forgetting? Xiang Heng tilted his head, reaching out to grab the backpack on the boy's shoulder to carry it for him. What should have been a 10-minute journey was accomplished in merely 5 minutes to reach Wudong Alley. Detecting the appearance of the antagonist, currently transmitting the plot, Lu Yin, the antagonist of this dimension, an 18-year-old university student. Orphaned at 16, he bore the burdens of life alone, despite his excellent academic performance. He caught the attention of the wealthy protagonist Su Xiaoran, leading to nearly 2 years of torment. Lu Yin adhered to the principle of yielding and tolerance. Yet this only fueled Su Xiaoran's relentless bullying. Ultimately, as the climax approached, the accumulated hatred of the antagonist erupted, dragging the protagonist into the river, leading to their mutual demise. Upon arriving with Xiang Heng, several boys were encircling someone in the middle, shoving him against the wall. Their demeanor was arrogant and debauched. Oh, ISNT this Lu Yin. Do you still dare to come to school? Have you forgotten the lesson Brother Xiaoran taught you recently? So your leg is healed, and it doesn't hurt anymore, huh? With the upcoming exams this week, you dare to come to school and compete with our Brother Xiaoran for rankings. That's outright defiance. The leading boy wasted no time, raising his fist to strike. Lu Yin had no time to evade, receiving a heavy punch to the face, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Warning, warning, antagonist corruption value, 5, current antagonist corruption value, 80, oh no. Chi Sui immediately shouted, the police are coming, the police are coming. Upon hearing this, the boys scattered in panic. Hey, I was just joking, we're on the same side. Xiang Heng attempted to pursue, but was instantly halted by Chi Sui. With an innocent smile, he calmly explained, I was merely making a joke, they're too timid. Xiang Heng's expression was complex as he glanced at the boys struggling to stand against the wall. Feeling troubled, Brother Xiaoran instructed us to take pictures of Lu Yin being beaten for him, and we haven't taken any yet. I'll go take them. Chi Sui fished out his phone from his pocket, shaking it. You head back first. Report to Su Xiran. I'll be right back. Well, all right then. Xiang Heng nodded foolishly, naively strolling out of Wudong Alley. Lu Yin, having taken a heavy punch to the face, bore a bruise on his lip, with a faint trace of blood, appearing pitiful beyond measure. His disheveled hair concealed a glimpse of barely perceptible ferocity in his eyes. Lu Yin, is it? Chi Sui approached him, pulling out a few adhesive bandages from his school uniform pocket, offering them. Here. Lu Yin's expression darkened slightly as he raised his gaze to the boy before him. His slender lips curled into a low, mocking laugh. What's this? A new trick this time? A sweet date followed by a slap? He remembered that, like the boys who had just bullied him, he too was one of Su Xiran's lackeys. However, his disposition was feeble. He often lurked in the background, merely spectating without directly participating in the humiliation. His tone was unkind, and Chi Sui had no desire to engage in lengthy explanations with him. He thought that a youth of this age should possess more compassion for the weak. Resolutely, he thrust a band-aid into the boy's arms, winked, and feigned a pitiful expression as he said, Lu Yin, I was wrong before. I should have stood by while Su Xiran bullied you. He forced my hand. I apologize, but starting today, I wish to stand in solidarity with you. Such sincerity. Chi Sui was almost moved by his own words. Yet, Lu Yin merely glanced at him dismissively, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Do you take me for a fool? He picked up his backpack from the ground and left without a backward glance. Just days prior, he had been injured in the leg by Su Xiran and his gang, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp, appearing particularly disheveled. Chi Sui's lips twitched in frustration as he kicked over a nearby can, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart. How unfortunate. The original host witnessed this commotion, yet Lu Yin completely disregards my goodwill. How am I to reduce his darkening tendencies? 681 yawned in boredom, expressing disdain. Sui. Your performance is too contrived. I can hardly bear to watch. You're right. So I plan to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. How will you do that? Isn't the original host quite wealthy? I will hire some thugs to rob him. Then I'll appear as the hero, willing to sustain injury to protect him, leaving him utterly moved. 681 clicked his tongue. Somewhat skeptical, are you serious? This plan feels eerily familiar. Chi Sui was resolute. That was precisely how he would proceed. Nyobo, quickly assist me in locating him. We shall conclude this matter swiftly. A 20-year-old lad. Surely, it would be a piece of cake. Chi Sui brimmed with confidence as he strode out of Wudong Alley. Lu Yin lived alone, relying on part-time jobs to cover his daily expenses. When not in class, he would typically assist at a bustling street food stall, earning a meager wage to sustain himself. Eventually, Su Xiran learned of this place and deliberately caused a ruckus, leading to Lu Yan's dismissal, which was a significant factor in his transformation into a villain. As night fell, the streets were alive with traffic and the ethereal essence of human existence. It was uncertain when Lu Yin would finish work. Chi Sui squatted outside the food stall, sipping on a fruit soup while observing the throngs of people passing by, plotting his robbery. Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed above him. Lu Yin had emerged from the establishment, clad in faded athletic shoes and a red apron tied around his waist, exuding an almost comical air of a home cook. Chi Sui was momentarily taken aback, still chewing on a piece of mango, as he looked up in a daze. It's you? Lu Yin frowned, his bruised cheek giving him a more menacing appearance. What are you doing here? I'm not causing you any trouble. Chi Sui stood up, swallowing the morsel in his mouth. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he promptly replied, I'm not here to trouble you. See, I came alone. In a couple of days, there will be an examination, and my grades are dismal. Could I possibly borrow your notes for a glance? It's all a ruse. He has already set an ambush for the unsuspecting Lu Yin on his way home from work, waiting to accompany him to retrieve the notes and deliver a shocking surprise. However, Lu Yin is highly vigilant, frowning at the innocent-looking youth before him, which only serves to deepen his distaste. It is utterly nauseating. The slight ache in his body serves as a reminder of the recent incident where he was cornered by a group of people, as vivid as if it were yesterday. The youth clenches his fists, emotions surging, his cheeks puffed out in indignation. Once again, it is this tiresome bunch resorting to their petty humiliations. He turns to leave, but Lian calls out, "Hey, Sway Sway, what brings you here?" Chapter 65. Saving the Poor Soul at School. 2. Chi Sui attempts to grasp Lu Yan's hand but misses. Xiang Hung unexpectedly appears from nowhere and grabs his arm. "Sway Sway, what are you doing at the food stall? Didn't T Brother Shiron ask us to take pictures? Have you finished your photos?" He has forgotten. Even if he hadn't T, it would be impossible to present a live photo shoot to Lu Yan. That would surely incite his wrath and elevate his darkened disposition. Chi Sui hesitates, but Xiang Hung instantly pulls him outside. "Brother Shiron is waiting for us over there." Before he finishes speaking, Chi Sui's eyes widen as he sees the imposing figure of Su Shiron approaching, while Lu Yin is seen returning. The collision between these two will undoubtedly escalate tensions. "Xiang Hung, I'm feeling unwell. You go tell Su Shiron that I'll send him the photos tomorrow. I need to leave." With that, Chi Sui struggles free from the boy's grasp and dashes toward the food stall. Lu Yin, carrying 2 plates of barbecue, is just stepping out to serve the customers at the outer table when someone suddenly appears before him. Chi Sui seizes the opportunity, pushing him back inside. "Sui Sui." Xiang Hung chases after him. "When did your family move to the food stall? I wasn't aware." "Sui Sui. Hey, where are you?" "Su Su Dan In Gui." "Where's Chi Sui?" "He said he felt unwell and left." "PLL, send the photos later." "All right." Their footsteps gradually fade away. Chi Sui, still gripping Lu Yan's mouth, has not released him, pressing his fingertip against the wound at the corner of his lips, causing him to frown in pain. In frustration, he bites down. "Ouch." Chi Sui glares and releases him. "You dog, get away from me." Lu Yin, unable to tolerate his incessant meddling, which severely disrupts his work, walks away with a cold expression. Chi Sui catches up, wiping his hands on Lu Yin's clothes as they walk. "Didn't you hear Su Shiron's voice just now? If he finds out you're here, do you still want to keep your job? This little brat. Why is he so stubborn? Has he closed his heart to love?" Lu Yin is not deaf. He is acutely aware that Chi Sui has assisted him, yet he refuses to believe that Chi Sui harbors any noble intentions. It must be a scheme, undoubtedly a scheme. His eyes flash with anger, and he turns back, elbowing Chi Sui away from him, pushing him several steps back. "I don't need your help. How are you any different from that group of people? Regardless, this wretched life of mine is of no consequence." Chi Sui grimaced in pain, watching Lu Yin enter the shop. He walked with an unsteady gait, the injury on his leg evident. Chi Sui lowered his gaze, tugging at his lips. "Niu Bo is not as easily swayed as I had imagined. I initially thought that an 18-year-old high school student, with the innocence of youth, would be more easily moved, but it turns out to be quite the opposite. At 18, in that peak of youthful arrogance, he is also an orphan, having endured bullying to such an extent that psychological distortion is inevitable. He simply does not believe that I could be kind to him." Chi Sui, feeling vexed, stole a glance into the shop. "This lad is indeed heavy-handed. He nearly broke me. So, do we continue tonight, or head home first?" "Obviously, we continue. I am most familiar with the tactic of relentless pursuit. Moreover, the thugs I hired for 2,000 yuan are still loitering at his doorstep. What would happen to my money if I were to abandon this halfway?" The autumn night was chilly as Chi Sui waited outside the shop, sitting on the stone steps, drowsily yawning, utterly exhausted. Lu Yin emerged multiple times, yet he did not leave. When he thought to shoo him away, the words stuck in his throat. What an irritating fellow. The food stall usually closed around 2 in the morning. Lu Yin removed his apron, exchanged pleasantries with the owner, and prepared to head home. As he passed the entrance, he caught sight of a youth whose head was buried between his knees, seemingly asleep from waiting too long. Lu Yin parted his lips, turned to leave, but paused after a couple of steps, recalling something. His knuckles whitened from the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Chi Sui." The boy awoke, his eyelids heavy and reluctant to open. "Huh?" Lu Yin commanded. "Come home with me." "What? Home?" Chi Sui jolted awake, scrambling to his feet. "Home? To your home? You are inviting me to your house." Lu Yin found the wording somewhat narrow and slowly added, "Aren't you going to retrieve your notes?" "Oh, I nearly forgot about that." Lu Yin's expression turned frosty as he warned, "Consider this a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance. From now on, we are even. and do not bother me again. Chi Sui chose to selectively ignore him, feigning deafness. He backed away, standing in front of Lu Yin, their eyes locking, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lu Yin, let's make a deal. You stick with me, and I guarantee Su Shiron 1T lay a finger on you. Initially, Lu Yin dismissed him. Yet upon hearing those words, a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze as he observed Chi Sui's delicate features, seemingly frail. To be honest, given how he typically cowered while watching Su Shiron, this proclamation sounded more like a boast than anything else. Get some rest, Lu Yin suggested. Chi Sui noted that Lu Yan's home was in a nearby dilapidated residential building, a 10-minute walk away in a desolate area. As they walked, Chi Sui continued to chatter away, when suddenly, a few burly figures emerged from the shadows, shouting, "Robbery! Hand over your money!" His hired help had finally arrived. Chi Sui instantly transformed into a dramatic performer, positioning himself in front of Lu Yin without hesitation, blocking him from behind with a flawless 360-degree shield. They are merely after money. You should leave. I will handle this. Lu Yin. He has fallen into the familiar trap of causing embarrassment for others. The leader of the red-haired group brandished an iron rod, pointing at them and bellowing. Stop dilly-dallying. Be sensible and hand over all your money. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. A commendable performance deserves a reward. Chi Sui pushed the young man back, his expression tense. You go first. I will give them the money, and it will be fine. They won't harm me. He believed he was acting quite well. He thought Lu Yin would respond with politeness, or at the very least, feel a twinge of gratitude. But Lu Yin merely cast a cursory glance before turning to leave. Just like that, he walked away. Why is he deviating from the expected script? If they want money, they should approach him. I am utterly broke. Even my neighbors complain about my disturbances. Lu Yin did not look back, his voice calm and deep. A miscalculation, indeed. I overestimated this fellow's compassion. Chi Sui was infuriated, gesturing at the group ahead, signaling them to hurry and chase after Lu Yin to bring him back. Yet, the few of them stood there like fools, merely holding their clubs and trembling in nervousness. Even after Lu Yin had departed, they remained in a stupor, exchanging blank stares. What a bunch of imbeciles. Chi Sui could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward, delivering a punch to the red-haired leader's head, jabbing his finger into his forehead. What the hell is wrong with you? My eyes are about to twitch from blinking so hard. I told you to chase after him. Are you blind and incapable of understanding? Who the hell do you think you are talking to? The red-haired leader's eyes turned cold as he viciously seized Chi Sui's hand. Chapter 66. The Rescue of the Pitiful One in the School. 3. Chi Sui. You take the money and yet refuse to work, and still have the audacity to be angry? At that moment, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the corner of the residential building, clutching makeshift utensils, shouting from across the street, "Boss, you got the wrong person. We're the ones you paid for." Tom seemed to freeze. So, he had indeed encountered real robbers? The red-haired leader laughed arrogantly, gripping the young man's hand, and with his other hand, he slapped the boy's face. Who were you calling boss just now? It seems you are quite wealthy. How much do you have left? Hand it over, he threatened, waving the iron rod menacingly, having spoiled his plans. How dare he act so brazenly? Chi Sui's expression darkened. In a swift motion, he flipped the man onto the ground, stepping on the red-haired leader's chest and grinding down hard. Is robbing you a game? Do you think I am easy to bully? The red-haired leader's head hit the ground, letting out a pained wail. What are you all waiting for? Come at me. His followers immediately surged forward, brandishing their clubs. Without Lu Yin around to hinder him, Chi Sui overpowered them effortlessly, leaving them on the ground, wailing in agony. Chi Sui crouched down, mimicking the earlier actions of the red-haired leader, slapping his face. Weren't you just so arrogant? Show me your strength now. He then pulled out his phone, taking a few casual pictures, utterly disdainful. Just like you, being ugly is truly impressive. Do you still dare to rob? No more, no more. You are my father. No more. The red-haired youth, trembling with fear, fumbled in his pocket and produced a crumpled 50-yuan bill along with a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Here, take it all. With that, the group scrambled to their feet and hurriedly fled. What a stroke of bad luck. Chi Sui rose, irritably brushing off the dust from his clothes. 2,000 yuan gone, just like that, without a hint of tangible progress. What a foolish endeavor. Never mind. I will find another way to approach Lu Yin another day. Just as he took a couple of steps, a cool, clear voice interrupted him. Chi Sui, Lu Yin? Chi Sui turned around to see the boy standing beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, clutching a thick notebook and a small, indistinguishable bottle. Why are you back? It's late. A wounded heart feels like shards of glass. Lu Yin approached, handing over the notebook with an unwilling tone. Here, it's for you. After staring at him for a couple of seconds, he added slowly, next time, don't waste money hiring someone to act. It's rather embarrassing. Chi Sui's face darkened. Did he really act that poorly? Lu Yin lowered his gaze, noticing something. Without hesitation, he grabbed Chi Sui's hand. During the scuffle, he had been struck by the sharp end of a wooden stick, leaving a shallow cut. Lu Yin pursed his lips, shoving the small bottle and a roll of white gauze into Chi Sui's embrace. Iodine? Chi Sui inquired. It seemed this kid had known all along that the group of fools were genuine robbers, intentionally putting him in an awkward position. TSK. Lu Yan's jaw tightened slightly, his expression flat as he replied, take it back and clean it up. Don't come looking for me again. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Chi Sui tugged at his sleeve, exposing his wounded hand. I did help you today. It's not too much to ask for you to help me patch this up. Is it? Don't be unreasonable, Lu Yin frowned. You take advantage and still act coy. Chi Sui remained silent, holding his hand aloft, exuding a stubbornness that conveyed. If you don't help me today, don't think you can walk away. Lu Yin relented, roughly pulling him aside and seating him on a bench beneath the streetlight. With a stern face, he unscrewed the cap of the iodine and began to wrap the gauze around Chi Sui's hand, showing no gentleness at all. Chi Sui observed Lu Yan's cold, expressionless face, his jaw tightly clenched, resembling a reluctant bride being coerced. He smirked and teased. Why don't you smile? Lu Yan replied. Because I'm not naturally inclined to smile. Then let me tell you a joke. Chi Sui, disregarding whether Lu Yan was interested, began, What disappears in autumn? Lu Yan remained silent, diligently wrapping the gauze. Earthworms. Autumn hides them. Chi Sui laughed uncontrollably, slapping Lu Yan on the shoulder. Don't you think that's funny? Lu Yan raised his eyes, gazing at him coldly. Could you be any more tedious? Always doing embarrassing things. You Haven team moved me. You've only amused yourself. Chi Sui's laughter faded away. He could confidently assert that this was undoubtedly the most embarrassing moment he had ever experienced, akin to being able to excavate a Barbie dream mansion with his toes. Lu Yin was utterly unyielding, his warm demeanor met with cold indifference. He conceded defeat. After tending to his wounds, Chi Sui quietly stood up, retrieving the 50 yuan he had just pilfered from the red-haired boy along with a strawberry-flavored lollipop. After a brief pause, he extended the lollipop towards Lu Yin. All right, I shall no longer intrude upon you. With that, Chi Sui did not request a notebook from him, opting instead to walk away alone, feeling abandoned and solitary. Lu Yin sat upon the cold metal bench, watching the slender figure of the boy gradually fade into the obscurity of the night. His gaze lowered, lost in thought. His palm instinctively tightened around the strawberry-flavored lollipop Chi Sui had given him. Chi Sui, is this how it ends? Have you abandoned your mission? Chi Sui, feeling helpless, realized that rescuing Lu Yin was not hindered by the male protagonist's oppression, but rather by the accumulated resentment of the past 2 years. However, it mattered not. I could approach Su Shiran in the same manner, preventing their conflict and ensuring that the villain's darkening value remained unaltered. After all, Lu Yin harbored no affection for him. Out of sight, out of mind, why endure unnecessary discomfort? As he turned the corner of the residential building, the system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, villain's darkening value, 10. Current villain's darkening value, 70. In a matter of days, the inter-school competition examinations commenced. Su Shiran, hailing from a wealthy family, possessed an immense sense of pride, always aspiring to be first and never permitting anyone to overshadow him. Lu Yin was the sole rival he had encountered in all these years, consistently outshining him academically. And Su Shiran was unwilling to accept this. In the corridor outside the classroom, Xiang Hung held a small camera, twisting in his hands with a complex expression. Brother Shiran, it broke as soon as I turned it on. Su Shiran, irate, flung the camera aside, lamenting the quality of cheap goods. I was counting on it to help me solve the physics problems. How much did you pay for it? Xiang Hung inquired. 38. Chisui, biting the straw in his mouth, couldn't help but chuckle. What a bargain for a 250 yuan item. Hearing this, Su Shiran's gaze fell upon the boy, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Chi Sui, the last time I asked you to take pictures, you only provided a few blurry shots to appease me? He referred to the indistinct images of robbers Chi Sui had captured. One could hardly discern a face, let alone a single hair. Chi Sui shrugged. I took the photos. Is it my fault that the camera's resolution was poor? Leaning against the railing, the boy tilted his head back slightly, the blue and white school uniform lending him an aura of vitality and freshness, devoid of his usual timid demeanor. Su Shiran felt something was amiss, but could not quite articulate it. Just as he contemplated unleashing a tirade, Xiang Hung abruptly tugged at his sleeve, excitedly pointing towards the staircase. Brother Shiran, look, it's Lu Yan. Chapter 67. Saving the poor little soul of the campus. 4. Lu Yan? Su Shiran raked his fingers through his hair, spitting onto the ground in disdain. Does this kid not understand the lesson he should have learned? He dares to return. What audacity! How could he not come? The recent joint examination is crucial for securing recommendation spots. Failure to attend will result in disqualification. Su Shiran approached with the intent to create trouble, blocking Lu Yan's path and exchanging a few words in a push-and-shove manner. Chi Sui did not intervene. Su Shiran had not yet become audacious enough to resort to violence in public. As the examination commenced, students surged into the classroom in waves. Chi Sui occupied the last row against the wall. With the invigilator yet to arrive, he leisurely extracted a piece of chocolate from his pocket and began to savor it. Shortly thereafter, Su Shiran entered, chatting companionably with Xiang Hung. Lu Yan better be sensible. If he dares to withhold the answers to the major questions, he will regret it. Chi Sui recalled that in the original narrative, the male protagonist had similarly threatened the antagonist. However, Lu Yan, with his stubbornness, had provided him with false answers, ultimately leading to a confrontation in Wudong Alley. How amusing! Chi Sui could not help but chuckle. This fellow was as obstinate as a mule. A tall youth passed by him and suddenly took a seat at the front. Lu Yan turned around, casting a vague glance at the youth behind him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, eventually fixating on his right hand, which had recently shed its bandage. The observation was unabashed, as if he were appraising his own possession, showing no inclination to avert his gaze. What are you doing? Chi Sui felt a pang of nervousness. He glanced at the remaining half of his chocolate and, without much thought, offered it. Would Lu Yan really accept it? To his surprise, he extended his hand and took it. Thank you. Chi Sui, somevat absurd. Had Lu Yan's mind been muddled? Chi Sui's astonishment lingered until the examination concluded. Xiang Hung approached him to compare answers. Sui, what did you write for the third question in reading comprehension? Sun Wukong's 3 battles with the white bone spirit. What? Xiang Hung was a bit bewildered. Isn't it Sun Wukong biting Lu Dongbin? A male student at the neighboring desk leaned over. What are you two discussing? I saw someone on my diagonal desk write Sun Wukong passionately kissing the black bear spirit. Xiang Hung clicked his tongue. What did you write? I wrote that Sun Wukong joined spicy girl soldiers, but ultimately changed it to Sun Wukong getting his period at midnight. Sui. Xiang Hung, quite impressive, very challenging to evaluate. At that moment, Su Shiran erupted in anger, clutching a piece of paper, and slammed his fist heavily onto the desk. That brat Lu Yan tricked me. Damn it. All the answers are wrong. The key was that he had copied everything. This time, his ranking would undoubtedly drop by more than 1 tier. Su Shiran, seething with rage, glared at them. You two, come with me to find him. Dare to fool me, and you won't know who your father is. Chi Sui eyelids twitched. He grabbed his backpack and bolted for the exit. Sui, where are you going? Stomach ache, going to the restroom. You don't need to wait for me. A mere phone call later. In the original narrative, Lu Yan was cornered and beaten as soon as he arrived at Wudong Alley. His still recovering leg was further aggravated, leaving him with a lingering ailment that ached on rainy days. Chi Sui dashed out of the school, discarded his homework on the ground, and picked up a brick from the corner, stuffing it into his backpack. By then, the sky had darkened, and Lu Yin would inevitably pass through Wudong Alley on his way home. When Chi Sui arrived, several youths were gathered by the wall, smoking, their arms adorned with chaotic tattoos, a clear indication that they were not the most amiable of characters. Upon noticing his approach, they cast a fleeting glance in his direction, but quickly diverted their attention. Carrying his backpack, Chi Sui strolled towards them, his demeanor disarmingly cheerful. "Brothers, are you waiting for someone?" Sensing the unfriendly atmosphere, the leading tattooed youth furrowed his brow, pressing against the wall to extinguish his cigarette. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Chi Sui scoffed, playfully rolling the words on his tongue. With a sudden grip, he tightened his hold on the shoulder strap of his backpack and swung it towards the youth's forehead with a decisive thud. "My surname is Gao. Who do you think I am?" Meanwhile, Lu Yin, delayed by unforeseen circumstances, was en route to Wudong Alley, where anguished cries echoed from the alley's entrance. Soon after, he heard the clear, youthful voice of a boy. "Is Su Xiran really that wealthy? Does he require a maid to chase after him for his shoes when he enters without removing them? Forgive us, Brother Gao. We were wrong. We promise not to trouble Lu Yin again. Please spare us. We won't dare again." Chi Sui finally lifted his foot from the tattooed youth's vulnerable spot, looking down at them with disdain. "You better keep your word. Otherwise, beware of your descendants. Quickly, let us get out of here," one of them exclaimed, their heads bandaged and retreating in utter disarray. "Chi Sui, you're so cool. I'm going to sell newspapers in the realm of gods to spread your name." Chi Sui weighed the heavy object in his backpack, elegantly tousling his hair, and mused, if the world were to collapse one day, there would be no need for speculation. It would undoubtedly be because I was too stunning. As he turned to exit Wudong Alley, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Yin's cold, piercing gaze, causing him to instinctively shrink back. The brick from his backpack fell to the ground, shattering into two pieces. Damn, it really did explode. Initially, Chi Sui had intended to maintain a facade of weakness to elicit sympathy from Lu Yin, but now his ruse had crumbled. Embarrassed, he fumbled, causing his backpack to fall. "I didn't mean to hit them. They came after me, and there was a brick right there," he awkwardly explained. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, a lingering smile dancing at the corners of his lips, intrigued by the boy's theatricality. He stepped forward, picked up the filthy backpack at the boy's feet, and said nonchalantly, "I'll clean it for you and return it tomorrow." Chi Sui's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity. "Then if I help you, don't you think you should repay me?" Lu Yan's brow arched slightly as he noticed a speck of dirt on the boy's cheek. His curiosity piqued. "What kind of repayment?" Chi Sui pondered for a moment. "How about you treat me to a meal?" Though he longed to suggest something more intimate, he feared it might frighten Lu Yin away. Lu Yin quickly agreed. "All right, congratulations. Host, villainous corruption value 10. Current villainous corruption value 60. Nearby Wudong Alley lay the bustling Nanning Street, which came alive at night with vendors and throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Chi Sui specifically brought him there. Lu Yin appeared somewhat uncomfortable. "Is this all you eat?" In his recollection, although Chi Sui often mingled with Su Xiran, his family background was not inferior, and he too was a young master accustomed to a life of luxury. Initially, he intended to take him to a restaurant. Chi Sui countered, "Well, should I eat? Do you expect me to have instant beef noodles from a convenience store?" "No." Lu Yin averted his gaze, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest, an uncomfortable sensation that refused to dissipate. Preview. Lu Yin, will you always treat me like this? Chapter 68. Saving the Poor Soul in the Campus 5. Chi Sui chose a roadside grilled fish restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. Lu Yin settled into a seat, only to hear the young man inquire, "Do you drink beer?" Before he could respond, Chi Sui had already approached him with a can of beer in hand. It seemed that the inquiry was merely a formality. It was he who truly desired the drink. Lu Yan's eyes flickered, his lips forming a slight pout, while the strands of hair falling over his forehead obscured the slight upward curve of his eyes. The grilled fish was served. Chi Sui boldly pulled the tab and thrust the beer into Lu Yan's hands, exclaiming, "Here, drink." Lu Yan blinked, cautiously stealing a glance at Chi Sui's expression, and awkwardly asked, "Why are you helping me?" Because I'm a good person, Chi Sui declared with righteous fervor, patting Lu Yan's shoulder. From now on, do not fear Sushiron. Stick with me, and you will have 3 meals a day. Lu Yan lowered his gaze, his palm gliding over the smooth surface of the can, his heart racing as he became ensnared in the sincerity of the young man's words. Will you always treat me like this? He softly inquired, leaning slightly on his hand, his throat hoarse, a tentative first step into uncharted territory. Chisue paused mid-drink, then slammed his hand on the table. I want to allow you to speak such disunited words. He reached out, grasping Lu Yan's shoulders firmly, his gaze intense and resolute. Trust me, I will take care of you. As long as I have a meal, you won't go hungry. We are brothers for life. Lu Yan felt a twitch in his eyelid, but remained silent. With the spirit of brotherhood, Chisue raised his can to clink against Lu Yan's and proclaimed, Cheers, brother. The two drank rather excessively, only realizing it was time to head home when the grilled fish restaurant was closing for the night. Throughout the evening, Chisue had been weaving grand tales, and by the end, he was so disoriented that he could hardly recall what he had said, swaying slightly as he walked ahead. Chisue. Lu Yan hurriedly settled the bill and chased after him, grabbing hold of the boy who was about to jaywalk. Don't run off. Stay close to me. Lu Yan. Lu Yan. Chisue gazed at him with bleary eyes, his stomach suddenly churning, and he leaned against a nearby sycamore tree, retching. Lu Yan frowned. You've had too much to drink. Let me get you some hangover medicine. Just as he was about to leave, Chisue tugged at his shirt. Crouching on the ground, he looked up with pitiful eyes. I don't need medicine. I'm fine. Fine? Look at how drunk you are. You probably would help others count their money even if someone sold you. Lu Yan hesitated, then crouched down to meet his gaze, reaching out to brush aside a stray tuft of hair from Chisue's forehead. With a gentle coaxing, I shall escort you home. Chisue shook his head, raised his hand, and pressed down on Lu Yan's head, drawing him closer. He mumbled, Lu Yan, why aren't you smiling? If you're not smiling, let me tell you a joke. Lu Yan's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the boy's cheek, tantalizingly close yet inescapable, his breath growing heavier. The little drunkard began to speak. One day, Xiao Ming went for an interview, and he had to fill out personal information, but he filled it out randomly. Thus his identity became a secret. Do you know why? Why? Lu Yan inquired anxiously. Because Chisue elongated the word, suddenly reaching out to pinch the boy's chin. In a foolish, unguarded moment, he began to sing, filling it out randomly. It quietly passes by, leaving a little secret. Lu Yan fell into silence, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Chisue rubbed his face, looking dazed. Isn't it funny? It's funny, Lu Yan replied stiffly, managing a tight-lipped smile his laughter forced. Ha ha, ha, it's hilarious. At that moment, no words could encapsulate his feelings. Ha 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 ha. Chisue was utterly delighted. How adorable. He pinched Lu Yan's chin and leaned in, soft and sweet. I'll reward you. Lu Yan was taken aback, instinctively trying to retreat. What was he doing? Just a second ago, they were talking about being brothers, and now he was being drawn in so intimately. Don't pull away, Chisue insisted, firmly gripping Lu Yan's chin and pulling him closer. Lu Yan's breath quickened. The boy's lips were soft and warm, inching closer to his own, mingling with the intoxicating scent of alcohol between them. The night in Nanning was crisp, the traffic lights flickering rhythmically, as the silhouettes of the two boys converged beneath the sycamore trees. Chisue's hand descended, his thumb pressing against Lu Yan's prominent atom's apple. Lu Yan choked, his body trembling, instinctively swallowing. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally bit the boy's lip. Ouch! Lu Yan winced, confused by the unexpected response. His breath quickened, a flush creeping to the corners of his eyes, and in a flustered panic, he stood up, his mind blank. You're drunk. I'll take you home. After escorting Chisue home, Lu Yan remained in a daze on his way back. His mind was filled with thoughts of Chisue kissing him. Why did he kiss him? And so fiercely? Lu Yan was immensely frustrated. In the late autumn of November, he felt utterly heated, his eyes tinged with a burning blush. A light still shone around the corner of the residential building's staircase. An 18-year-old boy sat on the steps, engrossed in working with a crochet hook and yarn, crafting a scarf. It was his roommate. As Lu Yan approached, Jiangsu turned at the sound of footsteps. Aren't you working today? You're back so early? Yeah, took a day off. Jiangsu didn't press further. Luyan lingered for a moment, clutching the blue and white backpack belonging to the boy. Suddenly, he hesitated and spoke. Jiangsu, I think I've developed feelings for someone. Jiangsu, without looking up, seemed unsurprised, continuing to knit the scarf, shrugging nonchalantly. If you like him, pursue him. Be brave and don't be a coward. What is the big deal? Luyan bit his lip. After all, he is a boy. Jiangsu pauset momentia. Tilting his head back, a pair of gentle dimples blossoming on his face. So what if he is a boy? Affection knows no gender. The peaceful night before Christmas is approaching. Go for it. If you miss this chance, there may not be another. Luyan pressed his lips together. His gaze lowered to his shoelaces. The softness of their previous encounter lingered, and he yearned for it so deeply. Time was slipping away. Jiangsu rose to his feet, shaking the pure white scarf in his hand, ascending the rusty staircase. Has Su Xiaoran and his gang been bothering you lately? Remember to defend yourself. If they come after you again, call me. I'm just a phone call away. Luyan smiled faintly, clutching Chi Sui's backpack tightly to his chest. All right, there's another exam tomorrow. Chi Sui stood in the corridor, absently nibbling on a bun, still feeling the haze of a hangover. Xiang Heng held a chemistry book, bringing it closer as he said, Sui, let me quiz you on the displacement reaction formula. If it appears on the exam, that's an extra 10 points. 10 points. Exams are already annoying. Chi Sui shot him a glance. Scram, I only accept the Party S tests. Xiang Heng replied, there is still plenty of time before the exam, and there aren't too many students outside the exam hall. Suddenly, Su Xiaoran emerged from some corner, seizing the chemistry book from Xiang Heng's hands and smashing it against Chi Sui. Veins bulged, fury ablaze. Chi Sui, you had better give me a reasonable explanation today. Both parties are of legal age. College students, not minors. Chapter 69. Saving the Poor Soul on Campus. 6. Su Xiaoran's appearance was abrupt. Catching Chi Sui off guard, the spine of the book struck his arm, leaving a deep red mark, both sore and swollen. The bun in his hand fell to the ground. Chi Sui frowned. What the hell is your problem? Xiang Heng, alarmed, quickly intervened. Brother Xiaoran, what are you doing? What is wrong with Sui? Su Xiaoran, in a fit of rage, barely restrained the impulse to attack Chi Sui, thanks to Xiang Heng blocking his path. He sneered. What is this? After not seeing Brother Gao for a while, you're pretending here to be oblivious, forgetting your exploits in Wudong Alley? Those thugs mentioned a boy with a fair appearance and a blue and white backpack. That backpack was stuffed with a brick. It was Chi Sui who fled the fastest yesterday. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. Who would have thought that the coward who once hid behind me to watch the show would dare to fight so many for Luyan? Does he still not regard me highly? Chi Sui remained expressionless, offering no explanation. It didn't matter. If they were to fall out, so be it. Su Xiaoran's character was unworthy of respect. Xiang Heng, in a state of urgency, tugged at his sleeve. Sui, you must explain to Brother Xiaoran. There is no way you went to Wudong Alley yesterday. You weren't the one who beat them up. Su Xiaoran gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and wild, resembling a fierce wolf ready to pounce. You're not going to say anything, huh? Fine. You're doing splendidly, Chi Sui. How dare you assist Luyan? Not only will I ensure he fails today's examination, but I will also make certain he cannot survive in this school from now on. With that, Su Xiaoran retrieved his phone from his pocket, seemingly intent on making a call. Chi Sui's pupils constricted. If Su Xiaoran intervened and prevented Luyan from taking the exam, he would undoubtedly forfeit his chance for admission and continue to endure bullying in this institution. Wait, Chi Sui took a deep breath, rapidly formulating his words. Indeed, it was I who confronted that group in Wudong Lane yesterday. I confess to that. However, my intention was never to sabotage your plans. Su Xiaoran lowered his phone, squinting with disinterest. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Chi Sui pinched his aching arm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he casually replied, Don't you find the notion of striking at the heart of one's enemy far more entertaining? What does it truly mean to fall from grace? Luyan must have never experienced that. Has he? Su Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe such words had come from the lips of the timid Qi Sui. He chuckled, raising his fist to give the boy's shoulder a playful punch, praising, "Qi Sui, you've got some spirit. I hadn't even considered that tactic." Before he could finish his sentence, something suddenly flew through the air. A blue and white backpack descended from above, landing squarely on Qi Sui's face. Who the hell did that? Qi Sui fumed, infuriated. Who did he offend today? He looked up to see a boy at the corner of the staircase. Lu Yan's eyes were slightly reddened, his lips bitten to the point of whiteness. Fists clenched tightly at his sides. He stared blankly in Qi Sui's direction. Warning. Warning. Villain corruption value. 20. Current villain corruption value. 80. Lu Yan. Qi Sui suddenly choked. His heart sinking. It was over, completely over. What a ridiculous plot twist this was. Su Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, laughing maliciously. Lu Yan, did you ever expect this? Tell me, how do you feel now? Lu Yan fixed his gaze on Qi Sui. His expression was hollow, devoid of any spark. His entire body trembled, chilled to the core. He had been deceived. Qi Sui had lied to him. It had all been a facade. Lu Yan's voice quivered as he turned to leave. Lu. Qi Sui did not chase after him. With Su Xiaoran present, pursuing Lu Yan might reveal his intentions. And Lu Yan would certainly lose the opportunity to take the exam. The blue and white backpack was impeccably clean, having been washed and dried by Lu Yan the previous night. The small compartment felt stuffed, as if it contained something. Qi Sui stealthily opened it to find a few strawberry-flavored lollipops and a folded white envelope. The boy's handwriting was sharp, reflecting a significant resolve. The entire letter was a heartfelt confession, each stroke carefully considered. Qi Sui's gaze fell upon a line in the corner. Lu Yan likes Qi Sui. Damn it. The duck that was almost in my grasp has flown away. Qi Sui lamented, looking up to meet Su Xiaoran's malicious grin as a hand rested on his shoulder, squeezing it firmly. Well done. Lu Yan is surely heartbroken this time. Qi Sui wished to ignore him. He discreetly shrugged off the hand and walked into the examination hall. The darkness of despair has returned to its origin, rendering all efforts in vain. Lu Yan will never trust him again. Qi Sui, feeling increasingly wronged, furiously scrawled across the exam paper. That wretched Su Xiaoran. Sooner or later, he would send him to meet his ancestors. Lu Yan and Qi Sui were in the same class, yet he typically avoided school to prevent encounters with Su Xiaoran, attending only essential classes. Qi Sui had not seen him for an entire week. He had specifically searched for him in the residential building and the bustling food stalls, hoping to clarify what had happened that day, but he was nowhere to be found. One could not tell if he was deliberately avoiding him or if it was merely coincidence. The city of Jiang in December was frigid, with a persistent drizzle that had soaked the ground, leaving a layer of frost. The original owner had a Samoyed that required daily walks. On this day, with the nanny on leave, the arduous task fell upon him. Exhausted, he wondered how this dog could run so fast. Qi Sui decided to loosen the leash, allowing the dog to roam freely. He sank onto a bench in the park, gazing up at the sky in melancholy. Thinking it would be easier to walk the dog than to deal with Nyobo suddenly, 681, almost leaping from his consciousness, exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm not a dog. I'm a cat, the kind that meows." Qi Sui opened his mouth, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure in a newsstand at the park's edge. Lu Yan. Startled, Qi Sui sprang to his feet, confirming he was not mistaken. It was indeed Lu Yan. His brow furrowed. Had he taken a different part-time job to avoid him? He felt increasingly that Su Xiaoran was despicable. Go for it. Sui, this is a pivotal moment. Urged 681. Lu Yan was still tidying the chaotic newsstand, methodically sorting the papers, when a pair of clean white shoes appeared before him. Assuming it was a customer, he did not look up. "Hello, may I help you with something?" Lu Yan. Lu Yan froze, his hand suspended in midair. He did not dare raise his gaze, his lips pressed tightly together, breath now erratic and suffocating. Why had the deceiver returned to seek him out? Lu Yan. Qi Sui's throat felt dry, his voice muffled. "You are avoiding me, aren't you?" Lu Yan's long eyelashes obscured the tumult of emotions in his eyes. His voice was calm. "I do not wish to speak with you right now." Preview. Lu Yan. "But you said you would treat me well." Lu Yan. "You deceived me." Chi Sui, you tricked me. Not cruel, not cruel. Believe me. Chapter 70. Saving the Poor Soul on Campus 7. I will wait for you. Chi Sui casually grabbed a magazine from the shelf, embodying the persistence of an unwelcome guest. I'll speak when you're ready to talk. Lu Yin choked on his words, finally lifting his gaze to meet Chi Sui's. At that moment, his eyes were somewhat reddened, emotions long suppressed hidden within his trembling hands, his throat parched. Chi Sui, do you find amusing to deceive me? Do you think I am worthless, that I am foolish, like a clown to be toyed with? All of his vulnerabilities, all of his distress, lay bare before him. Yet reality cruelly reminded him that all of this was merely an illusion. He has been deceiving him all along. Lu Yan's sharp retort left Chi Sui at a loss. His magazine crumpled in his grip. Clenching his fists, he boldly proposed, "Let us make a wager, Lu Yan. You must believe me when I say my words that day were not sincere. If I score higher than you, can we start anew?" In truth, the original owner's academic performance was rather mediocre, ranking near the bottom of the class. Yet it mattered little. He had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Yin smoothed the wrinkles of the newspaper, the corners of his lips curling into a scornful arc as he scoffed. "What do you mean by starting anew? We were never together." Chi Sui parted his lips, then discreetly retrieved a strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket, a treat Lu Yin had slipped in his backpack last time. With a hint of grievance, he remarked, "Look, I haven't even eaten the candy you gave me. I haven't squandered your gift." Lu Yin's gaze turned icy. He swiftly snatched the candy from Chi Sui's hand, his tone sharp. "You don't even deserve to eat it." Chi Sui was left in disbelief. Not only was he unable to appease Lu Yin, but he also lost a piece of candy. Feeling dejected, Chi Sui remained rooted in place, utterly frustrated. Lu Yin ignored him, maintaining a stoic demeanor, treating him as if he were invisible while he busied himself with his own affairs. Chi Sui, however, was unperturbed. He lingered outside the newsstand like a mascot, going nowhere. The winter in Jiangxing was biting cold, with the breath of passers-by transforming into thick clouds of white mist. Standing exposed outside the newsstand, Chi Sui shivered in his thin attire, his hands turning a deep shade of red from the chill. It was not until 10 o'clock at night, when a Samoyed came to tug at his pant leg, urging him to return home, that the newsstand finally closed for the day. Lu Yin was locking the door when Chi Sui timidly approached and tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Let me walk you home." Lu Yin paid him no mind. Chi Sui, undeterred, slipped his hand from Lu Yan's sleeve down to his pocket, asserting it's warm in here. Lu Yin, securing the door, glanced back at him with disdain. "What trick are you trying to pull now?" No sooner had he spoken than the fluffy Samoyed barked twice at his feet, playfully tugging at his pant leg and dragging it towards Chi Sui. "Woof woof, woof woof." Lu Yin frowned, finding the dog just as troublesome as its owner. Seizing the moment, Chi Sui leaned in closer, grinning warmly. "It's cold. Let me lean against you. I'm walking you home, so it's a fair trade, right?" Lu Yin hesitated, his gaze evasive, remaining silent as he continued walking ahead. Chi Sui kept his hand nestled in Lu Yan's pocket, following closely. "Lu Yin, you must believe me. What you overheard between Su Shiran and myself was intentionally said for his ears. I never anticipated you would misconstrue my intentions. Furthermore, I've been searching for you everywhere at school to explain, but you've been deliberately avoiding me. Yet I still miss you." With his long legs, Lu Yin moved swiftly, leaving Chi Sui, who was half a head shorter, struggling to keep pace, panting slightly as he spoke. Suddenly, Lu Yin came to a halt, forcing Chi Sui to stop as well. Lu Yan's expression was one of restraint, his eyes rimmed in red, as he gazed intently at the boy before him, as if bearing the weight of immense grievance. The weight in his pocket felt burdensome, and his heart seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Yet, you promised to treat me well." Lu Yin gritted his teeth, recalling that piercing remark, an utter betrayal that stabbed directly at his heart. "You deceived me, Chi Sui. You misled me." Chi Sui's complexion turned pale, revealing his unease. "So, you intend to ignore me for the rest of your life. You neither believe my words nor trust me." Lu Yin remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. Chi Sui's expression froze, fearing any unsavory words from him, then pouted, saying, "If you don't believe, then forget it. But you kissed me that day. You owe me. Lu Yin was taken aback, his heart racing to his throat. Oh, you what? Chi Sui pouted and pointed at his lips. He acknowledged that he was a cunning boy, deliberately teasing him in a state of mild inebriation. Yet this fellow was so naive that even a kiss was beyond him. As expected, Lu Yin's face flushed to the tips of his ears, stammering, his voice barely audible. You kissed me, you kissed me. Chi Sui emphasized, playfully pinching Lu Yin's waist with a mischievous hand. I was drunk at the time. You were the one with ulterior motives. Don't try to argue. Chi Sui smirked, tilting his head and intentionally blowing warm air near Lu Yin's ear. You've kissed me. Aren't you responsible for your actions? Lu Yin wanted to explain, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. How could he reason with a little rascal? If he didn't return the favor, he shouldn't ignore me and must trust me. Lu Yin stared at him, thinking this demand was utterly unreasonable, completely conflating the matter. After some internal conflict, he decided that a short pain was better than a prolonged one. If I return the favor, will you stop bothering me afterward? Chi Sui shrugged, sure. Lu Yin puffed his cheeks, his mind warring for a brief moment before he lowered his gaze, leaning in closer. Chi Sui startled, turning his head away. Are you really going to kiss me? He thought Lu Yin was merely joking, but this fellow was genuinely considering it to sever ties with him? How earnest? Lu Yin, with a serious expression, questioned. Didn't you say that after the kiss, you wouldn't pester me anymore? Chi Sui choked on his words. Did he actually take it seriously? That was impossible. Things should remain as they were. Yet, upon reflection, why not embrace the kiss? So, he moved his face closer, feigning reluctance, saying, Go ahead, kiss me as much as you like. Lu Yin's ears flushed crimson, his heart racing almost to the point of bursting. In December, the chill of Jiansheng was palpable, his trembling fingertips betraying his anxiety. Lu Yin lowered his gaze, cautiously inching closer to the cool cheek of the boy, testing the waters. Gradually, he descended until his lips brushed against the boy's soft ones. It was a gentle kiss, careful not to overstep any boundaries, carrying the boy's unique vulnerability and fragility, inching closer for fear of desecration. Chi Sui frowned. How could this guy be so hesitant even for a kiss? Just as he contemplated pressing the boy's head down, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his lips. Lu Yin had bitten him, catching him off guard and breaking through his defenses, a wave of warmth flooding in. In a moment of unguarded vulnerability, Chi Sui found himself ensnared by a deep kiss, his defenses shattered by Lu Yin's fervent embrace. The action had yet to commence, and Chi Sui's intentions to turn the tables were swiftly quashed. The kiss, fervent and insistent, bore the weight of repressed emotions, leaving Chi Sui breathless and on the verge of tears. Let go, I don't want this. He gasped, but Lu Yin remained unyielding, pinning down the hand that fidgeted in his pocket, igniting a surge of heat within him. In the cool night, beneath the dim glow of streetlights, their exhalations mingled into ethereal wisps of fog, enveloping them in a cocoon of fervent kisses. Chi Sui's breath grew shallow as Lu Yin's moist lips trailed down to his vulnerable throat, eliciting a shiver that made him feel dizzy and weak. His lips, stained with moisture, betrayed his distress, eyes glistening with unshed tears. You bastard! Chi Sui longed to retaliate with a punch. What a bitter taste it was to be the passive participant in this encounter. Lu Yin buried his head in the crook of Chi Sui's neck, his chin grazing against the boy's collarbone, where he bit down lightly, leaving a faint mark. Chi Sui furrowed his brow. Are you done yet? We agreed on a kiss. And yet you've taken it too far. Not done, Lu Yin replied, his voice muffled, his throat dry as he continued. You tricked me first, so I'm reciprocating. We're even now. With that, he rubbed his chin against Chi Sui's collar, looking almost pitiful, as if he were the one wronged. You said you'd treat me well, yet you won't even let me kiss you? Deceitful. Chi Sui clicked his tongue, sensing an odd dissonance in the air. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yin straightened, a flicker of desire crossing his pale features, yet his defiance remained intact. Let's leave it at this. Don't bother me anymore. Hey, are you all right? Chi Sui snapped, anger bubbling within him at the abruptness of Lu Yin's departure. Lu Yin, with half-closed eyelids, regarded him, a faint trace of crimson on his luscious lips, responding with a calmness that belied the earlier chaos. I'm fine, how about you? Chisui, exasperated, could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. With a resigned expression, he retrieved the dog leash from the ground, tugging the Samoyed and turning to leave. Goodbye. Wait. Lu Yin suddenly called out. Chisui's eyes brightened, his hidden excitement evident as he turned back. Have you changed your mind? Do you believe me now? Not at all, Lu Yin replied, his expression impassive as he retrieved a strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket, extending it toward Chisui from a distance. Here, this is for you. Chisui, indignant, stepped forward and snatched the lollipop, tugging the dog leash as he turned, delivering a veiled admonition. Remember, you can't be a rogue with girls. Woof woof. Lu Yin stood rooted to the spot, watching as Chisui and the Samoyed disappeared from view, blinking as if awakening from a dream. Not reconciling, not reconciling, not reconciling. He will take the initiative to make amends. A kiss once, surely there will be a second, perhaps a third, or even a fourth, and then many, many more. Congratulations, host. The villain's darkening value is 30. Current villain's darkening value, 50. On the way back to the residential building, Lu Yan's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat friend request, succinctly introducing himself as your former good brother. Lu Yan. The profile picture was that silly Samoyed dog he had seen in the park, and it was clear who the owner was without a doubt. Upon accepting the friend request, Chisui immediately messaged him. And don't forget the Band-Aid I gave you that day. You still owe me that. It was unused, still intact at home. Lu Yin replied swiftly, not returning it. Question mark. Lu Yin pressed his lips together. Looking up, he saw the familiar silhouette of youth on the iron staircase, struggling with a crochet hook as he knitted scarf. Lu Yin, what you gave me is mine. Chisui, then how about me? Why don't you Sam yours too? I'll give you two choices. Either return my Band-Aid, or agree to my previous condition. If I score higher than you in this league, we'll start over. Indeed, the word about not clinging to him were nothing but empty promises. However, he could deceive him with this. Lu Yin smirked, his mood elevated. Just as he was about to respond, the youth on the staircase suddenly spoke up, leaning over the railing to look at him. Lu Yin, are you in a relationship? He used to hardly smile, but now his grinning face was absolutely suspicious. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Not really. Not in a relationship. Just a bit closer, perhaps they would date. Oh, I see. Jiangsu pondered, stroking his chin, his beautiful tear mole at the corner of his eye dancing upwards. Don't worry, I bet you'll definitely be together by Christmas Eve. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, taking it as a mere jest. Noticing the soft white scarf on Jiangsu's lap, he mentioned, aren't you done yet? You've been at it for quite a while. Jiangsu smiled, almost. I'll finish it by Christmas Eve. His phone vibrated again, the little rascal impatiently urging him. What have you decided? Lu Yin, all right. Chisui was quite confident in his relentless pursuit, firmly believing there were no icebergs that couldn't thaw, only unwilling Antarctic glaciers. Lu Yin was often absent from school, so he took his books to his part-time job, humbly seeking guidance. Although he always feigned reluctance and often complained about being foolish, his body was remarkably honest, absorbing the teachings. Chisui increasingly felt he was nearing his goal. However, gradually, Su Xiran began to notice something amiss. What was Chisui up to lately? Why was he rarely seen? Xiang Heng was Chisui's best friend at school, usually inseparable in all endeavors. But now, Chisui was often absent, slipping away right after school without mentioning where he was headed. Xiang Heng shook his head. I'm not sure either. It is rather peculiar. Lu Yin, too, has not been seen around the school much since his encounter with Chisui in the corridor the other day. He used to appear at least a few days a week. Su Xiran's unease grew with every thought. Chisui had always trailed closely behind him. How could he simply vanish without a trace? Recalling that moment in the hallway, Lu Yin had been holding Chisui's backpack. How did it come to be in his possession? And that subtle expression. Furthermore, he has been disappearing frequently. A bold hypothesis surged in Su Xiran's mind. No way. Could Chisui be involved with Lu Yin? Xiang Heng, who was drinking water, nearly choked. What did you say? Su Xiran's fist struck the cold ceramic wall with a resounding thud. His chest heaved, veins pulsating on his forehead. How could he have believed such nonsense? The notion of betrayal loomed large. He had been deceived. Damn it. Come with me. We're going to find Chi Sui. I will not let him get away with associating with Lu Yin behind my back. Both parties are of legal age. Of legal age. Chapter 72. Saving the poor soul in the campus. 9. As dusk approached, Lu Yin, who was working part-time at a food stall, had little time to spare, and the promised tutoring session was temporarily shelved. Chi Sui pretended to engross himself in a book draped in Lu Yan's coat, lazily shaking his legs and humming a tune. At last, Lu Yin found a moment of respite, emerging from the shop to gently squeeze the cool hand of the youth. Is it cold? Indeed, Chi Sui replied, lifting his hand towards Lu Yin, feigning an attempt to burrow into his sleeve. Warm me up a bit. Lu Yan's ears flushed slightly as his long, delicate fingers enveloped the youth's hand, moistening his lips. It's chilly. We should head back. I'll come find you another day. The warmth of his hand lingered. Chi Sui tilted his head back, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Then kiss me, and I'll go home. He relished the sight of Lu Yin flustered and at a loss. The latter appeared entirely inflamed. Such an innocent boy was simply too adorable. Lu Yan's gaze lifted, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the fragmented light below. His lips parted slightly, no kiss. They had previously agreed to resume their relationship after the competition. Yet their current ambiguous interactions bore no distinction from a romantic affair. Fortunately, the night enveloped them, concealing all his embarrassment. As Chi Sui began packing his backpack, a smile lingered on his lips. Today, I was exceptionally good to you, and you won't even give me a kiss? Lu Yin remained silent, his expression awkward. Chi Sui tossed his backpack into the air, securing it on his shoulder with ease. Really not going to kiss me? If not, I shall take my leave. I have no time, yet I see you have a mouth. Come give me a kiss. Lu Yin thought, this little rascal is infuriating. His cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was the wind or the adrenaline surging through him. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly found himself captivated by the soft face of the youth, the warmth of their lips fleeting. Chi Sui's clear laughter echoed in his ears as he nuzzled his nose against Lu Yan's chin. I applied lip balm. Isn't a good reason to kiss? Lu Yan felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly slipped into the shop, leaving the others behind. How innocent he was! Chi Sui, in high spirits, walked along the street with a lightness in his step, feeling warm even in the winter chill. Sui Sui, be careful! Came a sudden shout from the street, catching Chi Sui off guard. Before he could react, a brick flew through the air, hurtling straight toward his forehead. Quick on his feet, Chi Sui dodged, but not entirely. The heavy brick grazed his right hand, leaving several bloody marks on his fingers. Su Xiaoran, filled with rage, swung a fist at Xiang Heng's chest, furious at him for the warning. Who the hell told you to remind him? Are you opposing me as well? Chi Sui rushed over to help the boy who had fallen to the ground. Su Xiaoran's eyes glinted with mockery, each word dripping with scorn. Chi Sui, you really are something. How disgusting, getting involved with Lu Yin. Two men. I saw you two outside the food stalls, embracing each other like lovesick fools. It's absolutely appalling. As Chi Sui helped Xiang Heng to his feet, blood dripped steadily from his injured hand, splattering onto the ground. With a fierce glare, Chi Sui concealed his contempt. Who I associate with is none of your concern. I'm not dating your father to become your stepfather. So, keep your nose out of my business. Su Sudan and they looked around for something to use as a weapon. Anyone who dared defy him would not escape unscathed. Xiang Heng, pale and panicked, pleaded Brother Xiaoran. Sui didn't he mean it? Please forgive him. It must be Lu Yin stirring things up. Su Xiaoran's violent temperament meant he struck hard, and Chi Sui's slight frame was no match for him. Someone could get seriously hurt. The bustling street was not the place for conflict, and Chi Sui, mindful of this, suppressed his rising fury. He spoke calmly. Su Xiaoran, don't forget to weigh your own status before you act against me. The Su family was well off, holding a significant position in Jiangsheng, but the Qi family was no pushover either. If their dispute became public, Su Xiaoran would surely face consequences. Su Sudan hestita, his body stiffening as he considered this. His violent emotions simmered beneath the surface, leaving him unsatisfied. His nails dug into his flesh, drawing thin lines of blood. Very well. Chisui, you think you can threaten me? Fine. If I can't touch you, I can still go after Lu Yen. Chi Sui narrowed his eyes dangerously. What do you intend to do? Su Xiaoran loomed over the two, his jaw clenched tight with rage, his expression twisted. Isn't Lu Yen concerned about that guaranteed admission? He thinks he can escape my grasp just because of it. Let me tell you, that's impossible. I will ensure he cannot take that exam and will live forever in my shadow. He will never, ever find peace. In just a few days, it will be Christmas Eve, the day of the Jiangxing No. 7 High School League competition. Lu Yen had performed exceptionally well in the previous exams, and this was the final hurdle. Success is paramount. In the latter half of the year, he shall no longer need to attend school, receiving direct admission instead, thus escaping any further bullying. Lu Yan's future must not be jeopardized by this lunatic. Uncertain of when Su Xiaoran would make his move, Chi Sui felt anxious and had been shadowing him closely. He had not sought out Lu Yen for several days. Lu Yen felt an emptiness within, and unable to suppress his feelings, he sent a message to Chi Sui. Have you been busy at school lately? Hours later, Chi Sui replied, School isn't busy, but I have matters to attend to. Lu Yen did not deny that he might be missing him, perhaps more than just a little. When can you come and see me? Or I could come and find you. I've compiled some notes that should aid you in your league. Chi Sui responded, No, perhaps next time. He had been so preoccupied with tracking Su Xiaoran that he collapsed in his sleep as soon as he returned home, leaving no room for thoughts of Lu Yen. He figured it would be fine to wait until after the league concluded. After a moment of silence, Lu Yen sent another message. If I give you a kiss, will you still not come? Chi Sui's eyes widened in surprise. He barely had time to comprehend before the message was retracted. Goodness, could this little rascal be showing off? Just the other day, he was shy and awkward, like a blushing flower maiden. Slowly, Lu Yen replied, I also bought lip balm, strawberry flavored. Would you like to try it? Chi Sui laughed uncontrollably, feeling a delightful ache in his stomach. Why complicate things with odd excuses when he simply missed him? Chi Sui texted back, Then you can apply it on your lips, and I'll try it later. Lu Yen fell silent, presumably hiding in some corner, shyly avoiding the conversation. Late into the night, with no reply from Lu Yen, Chi Sui, exhausted, exited the game and sent him a voice message. Good night, Lu Yen. Sleep early. Lu Yen had not yet gone to bed. He replayed the voice message over and over, cherishing the sound. The corners of his lips had not returned to a neutral position since. His phone rested against his racing heart as he whispered, Good night. Chapter 73, Saving the Little One on Campus. And, on Christmas Eve, the final league match of the university took place. The delicate snow of December fell softly, blanketing the sycamore trees lining the streets of Jiangxing. The world was enveloped in tranquility. Lu Yen, Chi Sui had waited at the school gate for quite some time. Fearful that if he let his guard down, Su Xiaoran and his gang would drag him into an alley for a beating. Lu Yen, sharp-eyed, noticed the bandage wrapped around Chi Sui's hand from several meters away. It was from the time Su Xiaoran had struck him with a brick a few days prior. What happened? Lu Yen frowned, grasping Chi Sui's hand. How had he been injured in just a few days? It's nothing. I just bumped it accidentally, Chi Sui dismissed, pulling Lu Yen towards the school, chattering with concern. Today was the final examination. They must be utterly diligent. This was a matter of securing a place for admission. A lifetime decision. What about you? Lu Yen inquired. In the biting chill of winter, Chi Sui often found himself with icy hands and feet. Lu Yen had long recognized this peculiarity and instinctively took his hands, tucking them into his own pocket with a firm grip. What? Chi Sui inquired. Didn't you say that if you scored higher than me in the league, we would start anew? I agreed to that. Chi Sui nodded thoughtfully, his expression indifferent, acknowledging the matter without much concern, suggesting they would discuss it later. Betting seemed too trivial to him. He typically preferred to employ cunning tactics. The legendary forceful advance. Lu Yen parted his lips, as if to speak, but reconsidered and swallowed his words. Weren't we supposed to be together? Why the sudden change of heart? Chi Sui accompanied Lu Yen to the examination venue, where Su Xiaoran and a few others were already waiting, arms crossed and exuding an air of arrogance. They eyed Lu Yen with disdain. Oh, isn't that Lu Yen? Have you come to school? Lu Yen cast a cold glance. subtly pulling the youth behind him to shield him from their sight. Observing this, Su Xiaoran smirked, chuckling derisively. Lu Yin, you've certainly grown bold, daring to confront me now. Have you forgotten how you used to cower? Lu Yin maintained his composed demeanor, exuding an aura of indifference, devoid of any emotional display. In a cold voice, he warned, Su Xiaoran, do not test my limits. Your limits? What limits could you possibly have? Before he could finish, the examination bell rang, silencing Su Xiaoran. He shot Lu Yin a glare before entering the room. The morning examination proceeded uneventfully, and as midday approached, everything remained calm. Qi Sui doubted that Su Xiaoran would simply relent. He was surely plotting something in the background. Indeed, midway through the exam, Su Xiaoran abruptly set down his pen, raised his hand to signal a need for the restroom, and his usual companions followed suit, all rising to exit the classroom. The insufficient time meant forfeiting their chance at the league qualification. Qi Sui glanced at his exam paper, still half-filled, and then at the boy sitting upright in front. He raised his hand. Teacher, I also need to go to the restroom. Qi Sui was a moment too late. He had no idea where Su Xiaoran and his companions had vanished. Leaning against the wall, he breathed heavily, feeling lost. A delicate girl approached, exuding a gentle fragility reminiscent of a porcelain doll, with translucent amber eyes. She appeared to be a second-year student. Qi Sui waved her over. Excuse me, could you tell me if you've seen a few boys just now coming from the third teaching building? Where do they go? The girl halted, clutching a few thin sheets of paper, the words self-reflection faintly visible on the top sheet. She pondered for a moment before pointing towards the direction outside the school. It seems they went out towards Wudong Alley. Thank you. Qi Sui elegantly brought his fingers together in a salute before swiftly making his way outside in pursuit. Su Xiaoran was determined that even if he could not secure a direct admission, he would ensure that Lu Yin faced dire consequences. He conspired with a few unruly friends to ambush Lu Yin after the exam as he passed through Wudong Alley, planning to cover him with a sack and unleash a brutal assault, ensuring he would be unable to attend the examination the following day. When Qi Sui arrived, they were inside gathering sticks, their burlap sacks already prepared. Xiaoran, look, it's Qi Sui. Su Xiaoran's expression darkened abruptly as he turned to gaze at the youth standing at the alley's entrance. The snow on Christmas Eve fell whimsically, blanketing the branches and high walls in a sea of white. Yet the heart within his chest remained warm. Qi Sui tightened the bandages around his hands, faint traces of crimson seeping through, as pure white flames flickered within. Su Xiaoran, we have some accounts to settle. There were 20 minutes left until the exam's conclusion. The boy behind him had vanished, and Su Xiaoran had also disappeared. Lu Yin was engulfed in an unsettling anxiety that cloaked him heavily. The paper, which he usually completed in an hour, had taken him until now just to barely halt his pen. Unconsciously, he had etched deep grooves into the paper with the names Sui, Sui, Sui Sui, Sui Sui, Sui Sui. Teacher, I wish to submit my paper. Lu Yin dashed out of the school. By then, winter's night had descended. The scattered white flakes under the street lamp danced alluringly, the chill biting sharply. And the pain in his thigh was momentarily unbearable. The ground was slippery, and Lu Yin stumbled. Struggling to rise, he made his way toward Wudong Alley. He knew Qi Sui was there, undoubtedly there. Su Xiaoran and his group of 7 were overwhelmed by Qi Sui, their strength suppressed beneath his relentless assault, issuing cries of anguish. Qi Sui, you will be held accountable for this. You are breaking the law. Let me go, let me go. Wudong Alley was serene and pristine, with a nearby tank filled with water. Qi Sui seized Su Xiaoran by the hair and dragged him there, forcefully pressing him down until he could barely breathe before lifting him again. Breaking the law? Now you realize it? Did you ever consider the law when you bullied others? Su Xiaoran, do you think you possess the strength to challenge me? Bullying. Do you even comprehend what that truly means? Qi Sui pressed him into the tank once more. The icy temperature of the snowy day penetrated to the bone, and the water within the tank was frigid. Gurgle. Qi Sui, let me go. Ugh, Qi Sui. Let go. Water surged into Su Xiaoran's nostrils, flowing down his throat. He was on the verge of drowning. Su Sudan, I warned you. Stay away from Lu Yin and do not provoke me. Do you believe I am still the coward who merely followed you around? Chisue's eyes burned crimson. The pure snow could not erase the rage swelling within him, intent on bringing Su Xiuran to the brink of death. Su Sudan, bullying Lu Yin, bullying Xiang Hong, and others. Have you tasted the bitterness of your actions? Chisue, spare me. I was wrong. I will never dare again. The wrath of the divine was overwhelming, and mortals could not escape its reach. Blood trickled down the youth's hands, flowing along his wrist and dripping onto Su Xiuran's head, seeping into his eyes. Outside Wudong Alley, a disheveled figure stumbled through the heavy snowfall, resolutely heading in a certain direction. Chisue. Lu Yin appeared. Chisue froze, seeing a figure emerge from the ground. The dazed boy, regaining consciousness, seized a nearby iron rod and aimed it at Chisue's head, ready to strike. Lu Yan's speed was nothing short of miraculous as he swiftly grasped the young man's arm and pulled him aside, shielding him protectively. The assailant, caught off guard, brought down his iron rod with a resounding thud upon Su Xiuran's head. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, after which the world fell eerily quiet. Chisue led Lu Yin out of Wudong Alley, leaving chaos in their wake, grumbling with dissatisfaction. What are you doing here? Have you finished your exam? You must check that your recommendation quota is secure. Ignoring the remarks, Lu Yin seized the boy's hand, noticing the bandage soaked in crimson, blood staining his clothes. You're injured. We need to go to the hospital. It's just a minor injury. Why go to the hospital? I harmed someone. Aren't you afraid I might end up in a police station? Chisue teased with a playful smile. Lu Yan's eyes flickered, his voice caught in his throat. It has nothing to do with you. I did it. They bullied me for so long. I had ample motive. But they will accuse me. And while Su Xiuran won't die, he will forever be a vegetable. He will never be able to bully again. Lu Yin raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with anguish, nearly gasping for breath. I will not let you go to jail. It's impossible. You did nothing wrong. They were the aggressors, and they deserve their fate. I will not abandon you. Never, ever. Lu Yin. Chisue's expression suddenly turned serious as he embraced the boy tightly, emphasizing each word. You must remember, tonight, neither of us went to Wudong Alley. It was their mutual destruction, and they brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with me, nor with you. Their futures will be shattered here. And you, my Lu Yin, you will be recommended. Your future is bright, forever basking in the sunlight. No bullying, no humiliation, only me. So, let us be together forever. Lu Yan's heart throbbed, overwhelmed by words akin to a confession. Words he had never heard in his 18 years. He wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, pulling him closer. Sway, it's over. Everything is over. The boy's soft sobs echoed faintly in his ears, laden with 2 years of resentment and hatred, now lost in the swirling snow of December. Don't be sad. Why grieve for them? Chisue pushed him away, the corners of his eyes lifting playfully. Lu Yin, it's Christmas Eve. We should eat peace apples, or do you have a wish to make? Lu Yin lowered his gaze, reaching for the young man's blood-stained right hand. His heart ached. Will any wish come true? Chisue nodded confidently, of course. I am a god. A smile flitted across Lu Yan's lips, a rare expression of joy dancing in his eyes. Without much thought, he leaned down, placing a tender kiss upon Chisue's ear, a manifestation of the boy's suppressed affection. I want to make a wish, not just for Christmas Eve. I want you to have peaceful nights every night. Congratulations, host. The villain's dark value has decreased to 0. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points. The 6th realm task has been successfully completed. In the 6th dimension, concluding the narrative, the 7th volume, The Apocalypse, raising a little zombie who is not quite obedient, Chapter 74, a side story of Chisue and Lu Yin. In the first half of the year, Lu Yin successfully secured a recommendation for further studies and had scarcely visited school thereafter. After the examinations concluded in the latter half, Chisue and Xiang Hong arranged a retreat to a vacation resort for relaxation. Lu Yin expressed his desire to join them, forming a group of 6. However, upon their arrival at the resort, he found himself abandoned. Chisue and the others set off to the nearby creek to catch fish and shrimp, reveling in their merriment. While Lu Yin stood on the bank, a mere spectator, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, as if he were unwelcome. Xiang Hung glanced over, unable to bear the sight of a youth's forlorn expression, and patted the boy beside him. Chisue, aren't you concerned about Lu Yin? Look at that pitiful face of his. Chisue snorted, gripping a wriggling crab in his hand, indifferent to his plight. He deserves it. After all, he was up to mischief the night before he came. Let him stew in his own juices for a night. I'll take him out to have fun tomorrow. Xiang Hung clicked his tongue. Seems like Lu Yan's just out of luck then. Consequently, that night, Lu Yan was once again left alone, languishing in solitude within the vacant room, while Chisue and the others descended to the bar for karaoke, indulging into the late hours. When Lu Yan ventured downstairs to fetch them, he encountered Chisue emerging from the private room, intoxicated and leaning heavily on Xiang Hung for support. The two were inebriated beyond measure, hands tightly clasped, their faces a portrait of reluctant parting. Xiang Hung, let me tell you, brotherhood means everything. In the future, I would brave mountains and seas for you. If I have a bowl of soup, I shall never let you have the meat. Xiang Hung, dazed, did not grasp the logic of his words, but raised a thumbs up, well said, good brother. Chisue, however, was not pleased. Lu Yan frowned, unable to tolerate their intimate display, feeling utterly disregarded. He strode over, pulling the youth into his embrace with a tone tinged with jealousy. Come on, let us head back and sleep. What are you doing? Chisue protested loudly, clutching Xiang Hang's arm, refusing to part. He is my brother. I would dismantle 10 temples rather than ruin a marriage. Are you trying to break us apart? Lu Yan, is that how that phrase is used? His expression soured, his gaze sharp as a wicked stepmother in a fairy tale, reminiscent of one who extracts hearts. Xiang Hung, startled, recoiled slightly, regaining some clarity, and hastily extricated himself from Chisue's grip. Good brother, see you tomorrow. Take care. Chisue insisted, I want to sleep with you. Lu Yan's face darkened at such nonsensical declarations, and without further ado, he swept the youth away towards the stairs. How dare he flirt in front of him? Did he not value his presence at all? Lu Yan, I want to find Xiang Hung. I like him. Chisue mumbled, wrapping his arms around the young man's waist, his cheek pressed against his chest, employing a blend of coaxing and whining. Find him? You like him? Lu Yan's lips pressed into a thin line, slightly vexed by the drunken antics of the little troublemaker. You can't go looking for him. What about me? Are you planning to sleep with him? What about me? HM? Chisue, dazed, tilted his face upwards, his cheeks flushed from intoxication, grinning foolishly at him. I'm just playing with him. With you, it's the real deal. Lu Yan, in a fit of anger, forced a smile, lowering his gaze as he cradled the boy's face and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. All right, let's go back inside and play. But you were bullying me last night. Chisue felt increasingly aggrieved. Each time he was deceived, once was insufficient, and there was always a second time. Resolutely, he decided not to let Lu Yan off easily. Chisue bit down harder, thinking of revenge. Lu Yan bent down and laughed, not shying away, allowing Chisue to manipulate him as he pleased, even as his lips broke skin and blood oozed forth. He remained unconcerned. A deep, rich laugh escaped his throat, a charming little tease. They had booked a twin room for the summer, which was stiflingly hot. Chisue, drenched in sweat after a night of excitement, headed straight for the bathroom upon entering the room. The bathroom door remained ajar, and Lu Yan, concerned, gathered his pajamas and took them inside, casting a glance at the tub, which was completely covered in white foam. He reached in, pulling Chisue up. What are you doing, curling up like that? Aren't you hot? Chisue shook his head, eyes closed, and sat up, somewhat dazed. Mifine. Lu Yan, feeling uneasy about Chisue being alone in the bathroom, initially intended to wait for him to finish before showering himself. However, after a moment's consideration, he opened the door to the adjacent wet and dry, separated bathroom. Without drawing the curtain, he disrobed in front of Chisue. The sound of a shower began to echo softly. Chisue, still tipsy, opened one eye and was instantly awakened by the stunning sight before him. It was simply too explosive. Lu Yan stood sideways, water droplets cascading down his sculpted chest, his lines sharp and aesthetically pleasing. The firm contours of his muscles exuded an undeniable sexual tension. Having only experienced such moments in dim light, Chi Sui had never witnessed such a scene. The remnants of past encounters marred Lu Yan's back, chaotic and devoid of pattern, yet brimming with meaning. Chi Sui peered over the edge, water dripping from his hair. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he leaned against the bathtub's edge with a playful smile. Lu Yan, I want to see more. Show me. Lu Yan glanced back, standing under the light in all his glory. Suddenly, he felt a bit flustered. After a brief silence, he awkwardly coughed, his fist clenched. You little rascal. Pretending to be innocent. 3 months prior marked their first encounter. Chi Sui had believed Lu Yan to be obedient and gentle, eager to impart an abundance of knowledge about their roles, only for the misfortune to befall himself. Chi Sui, feeling dizzy with anger, found the alcohol exacerbating his frustration. With a weary voice, he said, Lu Yan, come help me wash. I'm tired. Lu Yan's eyes flickered as he turned off the shower. He stepped closer to the boy. The bathtub was spacious enough to accommodate both. After closing his eyes for a moment, Chi Sui felt the water level suddenly rise, spilling over and splattering the bathroom. Lu Yan, surprised, leaned back against the warm, white porcelain wall and nervously asked, What are you doing? Didn't I say I'd help you wash? Lu Yan replied earnestly, sitting opposite him. With the water rising, he grasped Chi Sui's arm, pulling him into his embrace. A low, seductive smile graced his lips as he lured Chi Sui further into his trap. Didn't we just say we were playing? How do you want to play? You like hung, but what about me? Do you like me? The steam of the bathroom rose, enveloping them in a chaotic white mist. Chi Sui was utterly captivated, lost in a daze. Lu Yan's son, with intent, stirred the still waters beneath them aimlessly. In an instant, Chi Sui felt as if his mind had shut down, unable to push away the sensations overwhelming him. Lu Yan's breath was heavy, and he could only mechanically repeat the words. I like you. I like you only. What about this? Lu Yan asked, Do you still like me? I like you, Chi Sui whimpered, clinging to his shoulder, murmuring incessantly. They had plans to venture out tomorrow. He must not allow them to discover their secret. Drowning in his emotions, Chi Sui felt as though water filled his lungs, and every attempt to struggle was thwarted by an unrelenting current. Breathless, his mind turned blank. Let them find out then. I like you, Lu Yan declared. Lu Yan, Chi Sui responded. Chapter 75, in the Apocalypse, raising a little zombie who is not quite obedient. 1. Ding. You have arrived at the 7th dimension. Ding. Unlocking rescue target information. Huolin, Part 7. Then judge me, along with my love for you. Management Bureau malfunction. System survey failed. Temporal distortion. Temporal distortion. Host, please respond promptly. In the year 2037, a full-scale zombie outbreak occurred, leading to resource scarcity and the establishment of bases in all directions. The world was plunged into a crisis. When Chi Sui was transmitted to this dimension, he was met with devastation. The streets lay desolate, shelves collapsed, and refuse littered the ground. Remnants of the chaos that had unfolded. The air was thick with the stench of blood. As dusk approached, the dilapidated doors and windows surrounded him in solitude. Chi Sui's forearm bore a grievous injury, 2 ghastly wounds oozing dark purple blood, and he had no supplies. Nyobo, what is happening? 681 shook his head, trembling in fear. Chi Sui, the main system has encountered a bug. The transmission was miscalculated. Gritting his teeth, Chi Sui decisively tore off a piece of his pant leg, biting one end and wrapping it around the wound on his right hand. Will this be fixed? Please, this is the apocalypse. Leaving me in this wretched place. A moment's inattention, and those grotesque creatures will devour me. Is this not a deliberate attempt to make my situation worse? 681 was uncertain. Chi Sui, we must hold on for a while. You're only 3 years away from your actual transmission time. It will come soon. Chi Sui was speechless. The priority was to survive. The original owner of this body was a top-tier ability user at the southern base, endowed with both water and healing abilities. Logically, he should not have been abandoned here. However, the southern base had recently undertaken a secret mission. They had received news that a certain scientific family had developed a serum capable of preventing zombie mutations and sought to monopolize it. Unexpectedly, they were beset by a zombie attack. The original owner was unfortunate enough to be bitten, and during his unconsciousness, the base abandoned him. Regrettably, the zombie virus had already infiltrated his system, and his own healing abilities were insufficient to cure himself. He could only await his demise. The nights in the apocalypse were perilous, and before he succumbed, Chisue prepared to find a safe place to await his fate. Anxiously, he inquired, "Nyobo, when will I turn into a zombie?" His words hung in the air, uncompleted. The moonlight shimmered gently, casting an ethereal glow as the ground beneath trembled violently, causing the dilapidated structures around to sway precariously. At that moment, he found himself at the epicenter of the impending disaster. The consequences of a collapse would be dire. Just as Chisue prepared to flee, a piercing scream erupted from behind him. A low-level zombie appeared seemingly from nowhere, its grotesque visage dripping with repulsive green saliva, intent on devouring a youth clad in a black cloak. A human untouched by the infection. With a surge of energy, Chisue dashed forward, yanking the boy back just in time. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, the building began to crumble, heavy stones cascading down like shards of debris. "Follow me," he commanded, shielding the boy beneath him as more of the structure fell, transforming into an irreparable ruin. In the fleeting moment of escape, a massive rock plummeted from above. With no time to evade, Chisue shoved the boy out of harm's way, suffering a crushing blow to his back. Darkness enveloped him. When Chisue regained consciousness, dawn had yet to break. Flames danced nearby, their flickering light accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. In a world ravaged by chaos, meat was a precious commodity. Initially believing he was dreaming, he disregarded the pain in his back, flipping over to meet the boy's gaze. "You're awake?" The youth, adorned in a mysterious black cloak, appeared to be around 16 or 17, with red flames illuminating his pale jawline, rendering him strikingly beautiful. Upon noticing Chisue's wakefulness, he offered him a piece of roasted meat. "Here." "Huh? For me?" Chisue replied, momentarily taken aback. "Yes," the boy confirmed. Without hesitation, Chisue accepted the offering. After such a long period of hunger, he felt it was well-deserved. The boy's eyes, a captivating blend of gray and white, suddenly narrowed in disapproval. "Who told you to run around recklessly?" "Huh?" Chisue, still chewing, blinked up at him, curiosity piqued. "Do you know me?" There were no memories of this boy in the original host's recollections. The boy smirked, his pupils narrowing mischievously, displaying a maturity beyond his years. "I saved your life. How can I not recognize you?" Furrowing his brow, Chisue honestly admitted he had no recollection of such an event, suspecting a flaw in his memories, yet he did not dwell on it. Suddenly, he focused on the wound on his wrist. "You must not have found refuge yet, right? I was bitten by a zombie during my mission. I will likely turn soon. You should leave quickly." The boy, expressionless, replied slowly, "I'm not afraid." Chisue found himself at a loss for words, attributing the boy's bravado to youthful ignorance, and continued, "I am Chisue, a member of the Southern Base. Go there and mention my name. They will protect you." The boy's gaze sharpened, yet he remained silent, his demeanor drooping as he poked at the fire with a stick. After a moment of contemplation, Chisue felt a surge of concern. "You're still so young, and you haven't awakened any abilities yet. What if you are attacked by zombies on your way to the base?" The boy lifted his eyes, his cool gaze piercing through the shadows of his cloak. A cryptic smile graced his lips. "What if I am older than you?" What a jest. The original host was already 23. This child appeared no older than 16 or 17. How much older could he possibly be? The youth suddenly rose to his feet, his height barely reaching 1.80 meters, lacking any imposing presence. Yet the black cloak he donned added an air of mystery. He extended his hand. Before Chisue could react, his shirt was torn away. "What are you doing? What does this little brat intend to do to him on such a dark night?" Startled, Chisue attempted to rise, only to be forcefully pushed back down by a grip as strong as that of an adult. The boy's voice was calm. "You are injured." Immediately, a chilling sensation surged across Chisue's back. He produced an unknown ointment from his pocket, meticulously applying it to Chisue's wounds. Chisue admitted to himself that he was overreacting. His ears flushed with warmth, and he felt increasingly restless. He could not help but remind the boy, "I've been bitten by a zombie. It's only a matter of time before I turn. Using your supplies on me is a sheer waste." The youth stood, his half-gray eyes shimmering with a cold light. Without warning, he leaned down, whispering softly into Chisue's ear, his lips grazing the reddened earlobe. It felt both accidental and deliberate. "You saved me. How could I be ungrateful?" He mused. "You agree, don't you?" "Chisue." The boy chuckled softly, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Chisue's spine, reminiscent of being trapped in a dark room. Chisue turned away from him, anxiously lying down. "Get some sleep. When you wake, I will take you to the southern base." "That's a lie. Perhaps in a few days, the main system will be restored, and this body is likely just temporary. Once I am transported 3 years into the future, I will be fine." Why concern himself with this little creature? It was uncertain that he would even reach the southern base before succumbing to zombification. Let nature take its course. The apocalyptic world was fraught with danger, the low growls of zombies echoing in the night. As the temperature plummeted, the boy had somehow rolled from the other side of the fire to behind him, his bare arm wrapping around Chisue's waist. Chapter 76. Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not quite obedient, too. The grip around his waist tightened, as if the boy regarded him as a mere toy, completely encircling his slender torso. This little brat is taking advantage of him. Chisue, in a half-dream state, nearly suffocated under the pressure. He elbowed the boy away. The youth murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowed. His hand instinctively grasped at the air before finally clutching the hem of Chisue's shirt that had fallen to the ground. "Do not escape." Sitting up, Chisue was drenched in cold sweat. The bandage on his forearm was soaked through, and the gaping wound was oozing dark blood. The ground was stained with filth. He could feel himself nearing zombification. The boy showed no signs of waking, clinging tightly to Chisue's shirt. It seemed that he would have to fend for himself. Chisue, at a loss for words, pried the boy's fingers away and unsteadily stood up as the morning light began to break outside. Dawn was approaching. Chisue picked up a charred stick from the fire and hastily wrote the words "Southern Base" on the ground, a reminder for the boy to ensure he would go. Finally, just before the zombie toxin completely infiltrated his lungs and clouded his consciousness, he departed. He lost track of how long he walked. After all, the main system had yet to be restored. He approached a tranquil lake in a state of delirium, his mind clouded, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the water. When Chisue regained consciousness, he found himself engulfed in darkness, the ground beneath him damp. An indescribable metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, a foul stench. He shifted his body, only to be met with the clanking of chains above his head, chains thicker than his wrists. "What is this?" Chisue gasped in shock. "Nyobwa. Where am I?" 681 replied. "It has now been 3 years. Your corpse has been retrieved from the lake. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, isn't it? Thrilling, perhaps? Curse you." Chisue retorted, "I didn't inquire about that. I meant to ask about these chains. No one dared to use chains on me, even in the divine prison." As he moved his legs, he discovered his ankles were also bound, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Before 681 could respond, steady footsteps echoed from the entrance of the basement. The rhythm was methodical and graceful. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the room, and Chisue noticed a grotesque zombie specimen standing before him, its bulging eyes fixed upon him. The floor was littered with various dismembered organs from the decaying corpses, repulsive. Chisue could not contain his nausea. "Warning! Warning! The antagonist has appeared." Huolin approached, his golden-rimmed glasses framing eyes that were long and enigmatic, as he calmly removed the white rubber gloves from his hands. "Chisue, it has been a while." The man's breath was tantalizingly close, his warm lips brushing against Chisue's sensitive earlobe, reminiscent of the boy from the ruins. "Who are you?" Chisue exclaimed, his limbs restrained, fury rising within him. "If you dare, release me. I could easily defeat you tenfold." Huolin chuckled, his grayish pupils concealed beneath long lashes. "I neglected to mention, my name is Huolin." He reached out, delicately gripping Chisue's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze as he coldly stated, "Did I not warn you before?" Do not attempt to escape. You have been infected with corpse poison, yet you survived 3 years, thanks to me. I owe you nothing. Get lost. Chisue shot back, infuriated, kicking wildly on the bed, causing the chains to clatter loudly. Just then, warning, warning, antagonist darkening value. 5, current antagonist darkening value. 85, Chisue fell silent, blinking, gazing deeply at the refined man before him, saying, truthfully, I have never been able to forget you. I often think of you at night. Huolin. Chisue composed himself and began to scrutinize the man before him. Compared to the youth he had been 3 years prior, Huolin had evidently matured significantly. No, it appeared he had transformed beyond mere maturity. You a programmer? You hardly look like you're just 19. Huolin smirked, loosening his grip on Chisue's chin. He explained leisurely, 3 years ago, in an attempt to evade capture by your southern base, I consumed a youth serum. Then I encountered you, who was infected by corpse poison. I warned you not to escape, yet you disobeyed. Unfortunately, you are now in a state of semi-zombification, devoid of any abilities. A chill ran through Chisue, leaving him momentarily dazed as he contemplated the weight of those words. In the southern base, was there a pursuit for him? A potion? Abilities? The mission assigned to the southern base was to obtain a vaccine from a scientific family that could inhibit the mutation of zombies. However, they refused to surrender it, claiming the vaccine was not sufficiently perfected. Just as the base decided to forcibly seize it during a zombie attack, the vaccine was shattered, and the entire family met with their demise. At that time, Huolin was not present. He was the sole survivor of his family. Eventually, he encountered a time slip and rescued him from the ruins. Presumably, out of gratitude, he injected him with the vaccine that could counteract the zombie virus. A long-conceived plan indeed. Chisue swallowed nervously and inquired uncertainly, So you were the one who pulled me out of the water? Huolin smirked. Of course. You're a water ability user and were not decomposed due to the virus. I knew how to treat you. Who knew you would run away first? Currently, 681 had not transmitted the plot, leaving the backstory of the antagonist unclear. Chisue's mind raced as he glanced at the 4 heavy chains binding him and nervously asked, "So you're afraid I might run away again?" MHM? Huolin remained non-committal. Was he out his mind? If he feared him escaping, this was not the way to go about it. Chisue felt frustrated. Teeth clenched in anger. When I first saw you, you were only 16 or 17. How old are you now? 30. Oh, 30, damn, 30. At 30, you still don't know the law. Do you realize that kidnapping me is illegal? Chisue felt the urge to kick him. No one dared to treat him this way. Huolin looked down at him, his elegant fingers gliding across Chisue's cheek and tracing downwards, ambiguously resting on his prominent Adam's apple. This made Chisue shiver sensitively, unable to resist. Huolin teased, a sly smile playing at the corners of his eyes as he chuckled softly. Darling, didn't you just say you missed me? How much did you miss me? I miss your ancestors. Chisue retorted swiftly, feeling a strange nuance in Huolin's feelings toward him, twitching slightly. You can't possibly like me, right? Huolin remained silent, pushing up his fallen golden-rimmed glasses with an ambiguous smile. Chisue felt uneasy, tugging at the chains binding him, straightening his neck defiantly. You can't deny it. Liking me is quite normal. After all, I am tall, handsome, outstanding, humorous, and charming. Huolin raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. He lowered his gaze, the cold frame brushing against the softness of the man's cheek, his gray pupils deepening under the dim light. Well said. It seems you have a clear understanding of yourself. So don't think about flirting outside. Stay in the basement and behave. Chapter 77. Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not very obedient. 3. After saying this, his expression darkened, and he ascended the stairs without looking back. Huolin, don't leave. I won't scold you anymore, woo. There's zombies here, I'm scared. Huolin. The basement door slammed shut. The beauty trap failed. Chisue's expression fell instantly. With a forceful tug, the chains fell from the wall, freeing him from restraint. Lubo, transmit the plot. 681 received. 681 is at your service. In this dimension, the antagonist, Huolin, was also the only survivor left by the scientific family 3 years ago. The reason for the descent into darkness and the destruction of worlds lies in the covert mission executed 3 years ago to seize vaccines, in which the male protagonist Chun Wenyu was involved. Ho Lin, leveraging his prestigious background in scientific research, infiltrated the southern base under the pretense of studying vaccines and assumed the role of a professor there. Every intention was rooted in revenge for the southern base's previous theft of the vaccines, their indifference in the face of death, and their failure to rescue those besieged by zombies, which left no one unscathed. Ultimately, his plan was uncovered, and he was fed to the zombies by the male lead. How tragic it is for Ho Lin. The southern base was hardly virtuous, stealing vaccines without offering protection to the people. Chi Sui shook his head repeatedly, and before leaving the basement, he kicked over the zombie specimen before incinerating the remnants of limbs and bones. He ascended the staircase leisurely, reflecting on Ho Lin's earlier demeanor, feeling somewhat conflicted. Could it be that he had meticulously plotted to save me out of genuine affection? 681 was so excited that he performed 10 consecutive backflips, nearly leaping out of the sea of consciousness like a little white cat. Of course, my Sui, you are the radiant moonlight in the villain's life. He is infatuated with you, wild for you, recklessly charging ahead for you. 3 years ago, you rescued him from the ruins. He injected the vaccine into you. Waiting 3 years, all for your resurrection, my beloved. Chi Sui halted mid-motion as he reached for the door, his eyelids twitching violently. Realizing the implications, he kicked the door in frustration. What did you say? His moonlight. I am his moonlight, yet he locks me away? Is this guy out of his mind? 681 pointed out, there's indeed something peculiar about him, but with the moonlight buff, the conquest will be somewhat easier. This was true. Chi Sui felt a bit better as he ascended from the basement, opening a door to reveal a simply decorated room, fully equipped in every aspect. Clearly, the owner held a significant status in this post-apocalyptic world. With Ho Lin absent, Chi Sui made no plans to leave. He rummaged through the fridge for some compressed biscuits and nestled on the sofa, munching absent-mindedly. It was not until midnight that Ho Lin returned, holding a syringe and several vials of medicine. He paused momentarily upon seeing the drowsy figure on the sofa and the food remnants scattered on the floor. Without uttering a word, he removed his lab coat and entered the kitchen. Considering that Chi Sui had been submerged in the water for 3 years without food, the aroma of the food was irresistibly enticing, drawing him uncontrollably toward the dining table. Ho Lin sat beside him, leisurely serving a bowl of rice accompanied by chopsticks. He then inquired, "How did you manage to get out?" Chi Sui, devouring his meal, mumbled indistinctly, "I flew out with my floury hands." Ho Lin's gaze lingered on him, and his previously furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. He cautioned, "Once you finish eating, return and stay put. Do not come out." Chi Sui could no longer contain himself and glared at him. "Why should I stay in that disgusting place? Don't you like me? Can you bear to let me remain there?" The primary concern was that the place had been destroyed. Where would he even sleep? Ho Lin displayed a pained expression, his hands intertwined in a gesture of distress. "My room is not very safe. It would be inconvenient for you to stay here. In the haste of bringing you back, I will promptly tidy up the basement." Chi Sui discerned the implication in his words. It seemed this fellow had stealthily rescued him from the water and returned him to the base. He casually inquired, "Why? 3 years ago, I was also a member of the base. What is the big deal about it?" Upon hearing this, Ho Lin's expression shifted slightly. A scornful smile curled at the corner of his lips, and an eerie light flickered in his eyes behind the lenses. "You mentioned 3 years ago. Do not forget, when you were bitten by a zombie, it was your so-called comrades who abandoned you, discarding you without a second thought. Do you truly believe your existence holds any significance to them?" His words were undeniably reasonable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Chi Sui lowered his gaze, silently nibbling on a piece of meat. Ho Lin assumed he had overstepped, that Chi Sui was upset. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. "It won't be long. I will take you away from the base. Once the situation is resolved, he would lead him to a safe haven, free from the burdens of resources, allowing them to live out their lives in peace." Before long, Ho Lin returned, equipped with a prepared syringe. Grasping Chi Sui's hand, he unceremoniously injected it. "Chi Sui, still mid-meal, was startled by the sudden action, his mouth full, rendered momentarily motionless. The serum coursed into his body, and only then did Huolin leisurely explain, "The zombie toxin within you has not been entirely eradicated. This is a vaccine to control the balance of the toxin in your system. Next time, could you please inform me before administering such things?" Chi Sui retorted, retracting his arm with a hint of annoyance. "I will not return to the basement. I want to sleep in the bed." Huolin paused momentarily, then adjusted his glasses. "Very well, come sleep in the bed." 10 minutes later, Chi Sui entered the bedroom, contemplating the lone, large bed. "So, are you intending to sleep with me?" "That question should be directed at you," Huolin replied as he removed his glasses, revealing his strikingly half-gray irises under the light. "Are you asking me if you may sleep with me?" His demeanor unmistakably suggested, "Come, sleep with me." Chi Sui rolled his eyes. What was there for two grown men to feel embarrassed about? Without further ado, he lunged forward, wrapping himself in the blanket, closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. As the bedroom light dimmed, a depression formed beside him. In the profound stillness, a strong, powerful arm encircled Chi Sui's waist, just as it had 3 years prior, firmly restraining him. Huolin whispered in his ear, "If you sleep in my bed, you must accompany me in slumber." The grip around his waist tightened, and his voice turned hushed. "I warned you not to escape. It need not have taken 3 years. Disobedience will result in confinement, ensuring you remain by my side for the rest of your life, never permitted to wander elsewhere." Chi Sui felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly found himself less inclined to sleep in the bed. Engaging in conversation with that zombie specimen in the basement seemed rather appealing. Anxiously, he turned around, only to meet the faintly discernible half-gray gaze in the dim light. "Huolin, why are your eyes half-gray?" In this apocalyptic world, typically only zombies possessed grayish-white eyes, devoid of any self-awareness. Yet his half-gray hue was subtle, often obscured by his glasses, unnoticed unless one looked closely. Huolin suddenly closed his eyes, a tone of mockery escaping his throat. "What if I were to say that I am a zombie?" In Chapter 78 of this post-apocalyptic narrative, titled Raising a Little Zombie, he is quite disobedient, his grip around the waist tightened abruptly. The man's lips unexpectedly drew near, his breath hot against the chin of the other. "As an ability user, would you kill me?" Chi Sui instinctively recoiled slightly and inquired, "Would you consume me?" "No. Why would I kill you? Do I have nothing better to do? Is the antagonist suffering from paranoia?" Chi Sui removed the man's hand from his waist and lamented, "I shan't converse with you any longer. I wish to sleep." Huolin, this time, refrained from further advances. His breathing became even and tranquil, and before long, he vanished into the depths of the night. Chi Sui pondered the implications of his prior statement. A zombie? Yet how could one from a family of researchers possibly be a zombie? Even if he were, how would he evade the rigorous scrutiny of the base to attain the position of a professor? These systems provided no answers, and after 5 minutes of contemplation, Chi Sui succumbed to sleepiness. For 3 or 4 days, Chi Sui had been treated like a little sparrow, sleeping through both day and night, successfully transforming into a lazy fish. Occasionally, he would hear the personnel from the base training their abilities downstairs, and he longed to venture out. However, each time he reached for the doorknob, Huolin's voice would echo through the surveillance. "If you dare to go out, you'll be confined to the small black room." Haha, this is truly a life-or-death situation. Huolin typically returned promptly at 6 in the evening to prepare him dinner, but today, as the clock approached 8, he had yet to return. Chi Sui stood beneath the surveillance, calling out several times. Usually responsive, the silence today was unsettling. Could something have happened? Feeling anxious, he donned a hat and mask, ready to investigate when suddenly, the door swung open. Huolin's white lab coat was soaked in blood, a large tear exposing his right arm, and his face bore several glaring wounds. Meanwhile, shouts from outside the corridor pierced the air. "Quick, level 1 alert. The zombie specimens in the lab have revived. We need the healing ability user here. We have injured." Chi Sui's pupils constricted, his lips parting beneath the mask. In the next moment, he was forcefully pushed back by the man before him. He stumbled, retreating until he fell onto the sofa behind him. "Huolin, the door is not closed." The hat atop his head was yanked off, and the mask was pulled down. The man's grayish eyes ignited with a bizarre red glow as fervent kisses rained down, overwhelming his body. Huolin, the door is not closed. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and Huolin, in a frenzy, pinned him down, his hands firmly restraining him on either side. Relentless kisses fell upon his vulnerable neck, sharp teeth piercing into flesh. Was he feeding on him? What professor? What professor? The zombie specimens have revived. Captain Shun requires your presence in the lab. The door is not closed. As base personnel burst in, they were met with the sight of two intertwined figures on the sofa, exuding a palpable tension. Their eyes widened in shock. What professor? Huolin's gaze turned frigid, panting heavily as he seized a glass from the coffee table and hurled it. Get out! The glass cup shattered, and the personnel at the base were momentarily stunned. Quickly regaining their composure, they retreated outside and shut the bedroom door behind them, calling out Professor Hua. Hurry up! Team Chun is waiting for you. Chi Sui observed Huolin as he collected himself, a trickle of blood staining his lips, while the abnormal redness in his eyes gradually faded to their customary muted gray. Huolin rose from the floor, retrieving his golden-rimmed glasses that had fallen. He wiped the blood from his lips and coughed softly. Apologies. I must prepare a meal for you first. Still reeling from the recent upheaval, Chi Sui anxiously inquired, Huolin, what has happened to you? I am fine. Huolin replied, furrowing his brow as he removed his white lab coat, revealing a gruesome wound on his right arm, evidently inflicted by a zombie. The thought of the stranger's earlier words sent a wave of anxiety through Chi Sui, prompting him to reach for Huolin. You are injured. You must receive the anti-epidemic vaccine. I will not be infected, Huolin stated, his gaze steady as he pressed one hand against the bleeding wound. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I was just poisoned by the corpse toxin. I require human blood to suppress it, which is why I inadvertently bit you. It was unintentional. I know you do not harbor fond feelings for me, and I share that sentiment towards myself. Huolin turned his gaze away, standing tall yet appearing pitiable, akin to an unwanted child. He had always known that Chi Sui was brought back against his will, imprisoned in the basement without the freedom to leave. Just moments ago, he feared Chi Sui would come to despise him. Huolin pursed his lips and stepped into the kitchen. Huolin, I like you. I truly do, came the slightly hoarse voice of the man behind him. Huolin's spine stiffened abruptly. Chi Sui's neck continued to bleed slightly, though the wound was not deep. He grasped his collar to apply pressure, rummaging beneath the coffee table for a medical kit, and gestured to the nearby sofa. Come and sit. Initially reluctant, Huolin insisted. I will prepare a meal for you first. Chi Sui rolled his eyes. What are you planning to do without bandaging? Cook while bleeding? Your blood will contaminate the food. Would you eat that? Oh. Huolin obediently approached, the previous shadows on his face dissipating, replaced by a slight lift at the corners of his eyes. Chi Sui cast a sidelong glance. Speak, what transpired? Huolin had no intention of concealing the truth. The zombie specimens in the lab were resurrected. It was my doing. His tone hinted at a touch of pride, which made Chi Sui's eyelids twitch. He disinfected Huolin's arm and wrapped it in gauze. And how did you manage to resurrect them? With my blood, though the dosage was excessive. After coming back to life, they injured me. The corpse toxin in my body is in disarray, necessitating human blood to restore balance. Chi Sui paused, locking eyes with Huolin's half-gray irises, recalling the words he had spoken that fateful night. So you truly are a zombie? Huolin did not deny it, merely gazing at him. How terrifying, Chi Sui thought. The southern base had eradicated countless zombies since its inception. If they were to discover that a zombie had infiltrated their ranks, especially one as pivotal as the vaccine professor, chaos would surely ensue. Nonetheless, Chi Sui found himself unafraid. He pressed on with his inquiries. Then, are you a high-level zombie? I am a hybrid, half human, half zombie. Huolin maintained a calm demeanor as he picked up a wet wipe from the table, gently erasing the dried blood from Chi Sui's face. A soft smile gracing his lips. I had been bitten by a zombie in my childhood, but the family's vaccine had thwarted my complete transformation, akin to the one seized by the southern base 3 years ago. However, my body underwent certain changes. For instance, my pupils. And although I could not be infected by the zombie virus, I required human blood to maintain a balance. Huolin deliberately paused, the blurred shadow of the man reflecting in his eyes, a low, chilling laugh rumbling from his throat. My blood possesses the power to resurrect zombies, including the ability to control low to mid-tier zombies. I hold sufficient power to command a horde of zombies to ravage a city. Such a terrifying ability rivals that of a zombie king, does it not? It is no wonder that the zombie detection instruments fail to reveal this. Chi Sui instinctively recoiled slightly, feeling an unsettling impression that Huolin might consume him. Chapter 79. In the Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not very obedient. 5. Observing his movements, Huolin's eyelids drooped, appearing rather aggrieved. I too despise this half-human, half-corpse existence. It is a torment, and should anyone discover my true nature, I would undoubtedly be scorned. But fear not, I will not harm you. You profess your affection for me, and I expect you to honor your word. I shall also keep my promise. I will take you away from the base, far from this apocalypse. Is this the destructive power of a pure love? Chi Sui swallowed hard, wrapping bandages around Huolin's arm, expressing a wish that he possessed a healing ability, which would allow him to mend Huolin swiftly. Does it hurt? Huolin chuckled softly, lowering his head, his nose brushing gently against Chi Sui's cheek. It does not hurt. He extended his hand, softly caressing Chi Sui's face, trailing down to his bloodied neck, whispering, "You will always like me, won't you?" Chi Sui's heart remained steady as he replied affirmatively. The poor soul craved security, and he would provide him with ample reassurance. Huolin was appeased, instinctively yearning to kiss him, but refrained at the crucial moment. Rising, he headed towards the kitchen. "I shall prepare a meal for you." Chi Sui frowned, feeling that something was amiss with Huolin. I can't shake the feeling that he is rather peculiar. Is he concealing other matters from me? 681. Sui Sui, love is about restraint, not indulgence. While sincerity is indeed a lethal weapon, being sincere from the outset can be perilous. How bold he had become, daring to contradict him. Chi Sui's expression stiffened. "Oh, you should go to the little black room then." A lethal weapon indeed. 681. The resurrection of zombies occurred in Huolin's laboratory, where Chen Wenyu erupted in fury, demanding an explanation from Huolin. The base had suffered significant damage, with several ability users injured, interrupting the planned mission. That night, Huolin attended a meeting and did not return until the next day. When the doorbell rang, Chi Sui initially thought it was Huolin returning, and promptly rose to answer the door. He was taken aback upon encountering a stranger's face on the threshold. Chen Wenyu was equally stunned, instinctively parting his lips. Sui? Chi Sui's mind raced to recall memories of him. Chen Wenyu, the male protagonist of this realm, also serves as the captain of the leading team at the base, a comrade in arms of the original host. To say they were merely comrades would be an understatement, for it was he who guided the southern base through numerous obstacles, heralding a new epoch in the apocalypse. Chen Wenyu's eyes glistened with emotion as he fervently grasped the hand of the man before him. "Sui Sui, it truly is you. You are alive." Chi Sui appeared momentarily taken aback, responding, "Yes, it is indeed me. Where had you been all these years? When you were bitten by a zombie, I feared you would never return. I never imagined that after 3 years, I would see you again. You are alive, yet why did you not return to the base? I long to see you once more." As he spoke, Chen Wenyu's voice trembled, his eyes reddening, revealing emotions that seemed undeniably genuine. The original host had suffered a zombie bite solely to protect him. Chi Sui, maintaining an impassive facade, withdrew his hand from Chen Wenyu's grasp. A forced smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "At my age, there is no need for such heartfelt confessions. Financial support would suffice." Chen Wenyu's tears were instantly quelled. After all, Chi Sui was not the original host and held no feelings for him, bluntly stating, "How is it you? Where is Huolin?" "I came to find him." "Huolin," Chen Wenyu replied, his expression shifting slightly as he glanced towards a room behind Chi Sui. "Last night, the specimen revived, and I sent someone to search for him. I heard he was with a man." Chen Wenyu's cheeks flushed, and he noticed the suggestive marks upon Chi Sui's neck, his tone growing colder. "That man I sent you, is it?" "It is," Chi Sui answered candidly. albeit with a hint of unease. The circumstances were complicated, but the specifics depended on the context. Chun Wenyu clenched his fingers, his breath quickening. How could this be? They had once. Enough, Chi Sui interjected, unwilling to linger on the matter, attempting to close the door. Huolin is not here. We can discuss this another time. Chun Wenyu obstructed his movement with his leg, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sui, it's been 3 years. Now that you have returned, why not visit Ali and the others? They have missed you dearly. Seeing Chi Sui remain immobile, he added, perhaps Huolin is also present. Chi Sui had no intention of becoming entangled in the affairs of the base. Yet now that he had been discovered, he could no longer conceal himself. He acquiesced, allowing Chun Wenyu to lead him to the laboratory. Along the way, Chun Wenyu incessantly inquired about Chi Sui's whereabouts. He offered vague responses, letting the questions drift in one ear and out the other. Sensing Chi Sui's cold demeanor, Chun Wenyu obediently fell silent. Huolin was in a laboratory, diligently recording vaccine experiment reports. Upon seeing someone at the door, his pen faltered, leaving an unsightly ink blot on the paper. His half-gray eyes, concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses, narrowed dangerously as they fell upon the man beside Chun Wenyu. Chun Wenyu, he sneered, I went to find you in your room, and to my surprise, you were hiding a paramour. Huolin flung the report aside, advancing to seize Chi Sui's arm and pulling him behind himself protectively. Who permitted you to go to my quarters? He barked. Chun Wenyu's expression hardened as he too grasped Chi Sui's other arm with considerable force. How else would I know that Professor Hua has a penchant for harboring illicit lovers? Chi Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. WTF? Illicit law. Damn it. He has never even held hands with the original owner. Yet he has become a husband. And to him, warning, warning. Villain's corruption level 5, current villain's corruption level 90. Huolin was filled with anger, the atmosphere around him dropping several degrees as he glared at the man grasping Chi Sui's arm. Remove your filthy hands from him. How dare such lowly beings touch what belongs to him? Chun Wenyu remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout recklessly. Sui, you are from the southern base. You should come with me. His concealment of your existence must be driven by ulterior motives. The tension between the two men was palpable, neither willing to back down. Huolin's jaw tightened, his eyes darkening. After a brief moment, he suddenly relaxed, a polite smile replacing his previous anger. Captain Chun, I must inquire. 3 years ago, when Sui was bitten by a zombie, you abandoned him. Why did you not claim him as a member of the base? Chun Wenyu was taken aback. How do you know about this? Huolin had arrived at the base 3 years ago, long after Chi Sui had disappeared. How could he possibly know? How I came to know is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether Sui wishes to return to the southern base. At this, Chun Wenyu turned his gaze to the man hiding behind Huolin, releasing his grip from his arm, his tone softening. Sui, what do you think? Chi Sui remained silent. Of course, he would choose to follow Huolin. There was no future in aligning with Chun Wenyu. Believing Chi Sui was hesitating, Chun Wenyu hurriedly added, Sui, I understand Huolin is coercing you, but if you return to the base, I assure you he won't dare harm you. Chi Sui looked at Huolin, as if asking for his opinion. Huolin casually remarked, I will cook for you. Yes, he said he would cook for me. Chi Sui decisively declared, I choose Huolin. Chun Wenyu realized he had finally experienced what it meant for a husband and wife to stand united. Chi Sui had never intended to align with him. He forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his focus to Huolin. Huolin, do not rejoice too soon. Sui is merely momentarily enchanted and is accommodating you out of gratitude for saving him. Huolin, leisurely adjusting his rubber gloves, wore a nonchalant smile, gazing at him like a victor. Chun Wenyu felt a surge of frustration, then angrily retorted, Huolin, do you have any idea how many comrades we lost when the specimens revived last night? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Huolin replied, genetic mutations, environmental infections, and human factors could all be involved. Do you think I possess the ability to resurrect zombies? Huolin deftly sidestepped the issue, infuriating Chun Wenyu further. Coupled with the matter concerning Chi Sui, He seized a row of test tubes from the table and smashed them to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Huolin. Professor Hua, the base has provided you with ample resources and crystal cores. When can we expect a vaccine to prevent human zombification to be developed? Captain Chun. In contrast to Chun Wenyu's volatile temperament, Huolin appeared remarkably composed. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke slowly. The vaccine requires time, especially the corpse vaccine. Without sufficient time and resources, how can one speak of a new era? Chun Wenyu's eyes reddened, veins visibly pulsating with frustration that enveloped him. At that moment, a figure burst into the laboratory, breathless, hands resting on his knees. Captain, the wounds of the ability user injured yesterday have become severely infected. We are running low on medication. Chun Wenyu's expression darkened. What about the healing ability users? The base had only 3 healers. 2 were out on missions, and the last had exhausted their powers and could no longer provide aid. How could this happen? Momentarily stunned, Chun Wenyu's gaze shifted to the man behind Huolin. Sui, you are a healer. Chi Sui realized Chun Wenyu's intent and immediately felt a chill, hiding behind Huolin and reacting strongly. I see you're Aristotle's sister. Jenny Master, I refuse. If he discovers my powers have vanished, who knows what trouble may arise. I absolutely cannot go. Sui, do not act impulsively. They are your former comrades. They are injured and need your healing. As he spoke, Chun Wenyu reached out to grab him. Chi Sui stepped back. What ability? Do you want to use your fists? Seeing that force would not work, Chun Wenyu restrained himself, attempting to soften his tone. Sui, I remember you are a healer. Please accompany us to the medical room. We truly need you. A thought struck him, and he narrowed his eyes, the atmosphere turning tense. Has your ability vanished due to the corpse toxin? In this apocalyptic world, nearly everyone had awakened their abilities. Those few without abilities seeking the base's protection had to undergo corpse toxin screening, with remnants of the toxin still in his body. Being summoned for inspection would undoubtedly make him a target. Chi Sui swallowed hard. Where there is a will, there is a way. Unprepared, he stepped forward. I will go. Sui. Huolin grasped his wrist. It's fine. I will return once I finish. With that, Chi Sui exited the laboratory with the newly arrived personnel. Chun Wenyu's gaze fell on Huolin, his tone laced with disdain. Huolin, I do not care how you know Sui, but I must express my gratitude for saving him. Huolin smirked. No need for thanks. She is my wife, of course I would save her. Chun Wenyu retorted. I have never encountered anyone so shameless in my life. He left the laboratory, casting a highly ambiguous remark as he departed. Huolin, do not rejoice too soon. When Sui and I were in our passionate phase, you were still in the dark. Huolin's gaze was mocking as he watched the man's silhouette fade from the laboratory, then picked up a surgical knife from the table. Slowly, the sharp blade pierced into flesh. Even without abilities, Chi Sui had connections. 681 had urgently rushed back to the divine realm to procure an array of healing elixirs, the kind that would restore health with a single dose. In order to prevent them from realizing their lack of abilities, they first incapacitated the individuals before administering treatment. After a day's work, the injured had mostly been attended to. Cieli stood in a corner, incredulously observing the busy man ahead, and asked in a daze, I can't be mistaken, can I? It's Sui, it truly is him. Indeed, it was him. Yet 3 years prior, had he not been bitten by a zombie? How could he now stand here and skate? Who had rescued him? Having just engaged in a confrontation with Huolin, Chun Wenyu began to ponder this matter as he calmed down. Logically, once the zombie toxin enters the body, most individuals would succumb to zombification. It was indeed astonishing that Chi Sui stood here, unharmed. Chun Wenyu shook his head, feeling uneasy, and said, I found him with Huolin, but I'm not clear on the specifics. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that Chi Sui seems somewhat different than before. This thought remained unvoiced, merely a conjecture. They had once fought side by side as friends. Chi Sui's return naturally filled Cieli with overwhelming excitement as he rushed to his side. Sui, it really is you. You've returned. Chi Sui, stealthily extracting a pill, was startled by this exclamation, causing him to fumble and turn rigidly. Cieli, is indeed me, Sui. I never expected you would truly come back. Where have you been all these years? How is it that you have not been infected? The questions were too numerous, and Chi Sui did not wish to reminisce. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of impatience. That's enough. Any further discussion will only be a nuisance. Xia Li's expression faltered. Where had the gentle Sui he once knew gone? He hesitantly approached, seizing the man's arm in a moment of surprise, rolling up his sleeve to reveal two faint scars, marks left by zombie bites. What are you doing? Chi Sui nipped, pulling his arm back to conceal it behind him. Xia Li, you crossed the line. Xia Li's lips twitched, his tone betraying a blend of astonishment and inquiry. Sui, you are the first person I have encountered who has survived zombie toxin infection and possesses abilities. Realizing the implication in Xia Li's words, Chi Sui halted his tasks, his demeanor turning unfriendly. What do you mean? My toxin has been completely purged. There is no possibility of zombification. Are you doubting me? Xia Li clenched his fists, his shoulders slightly lifting as he extended his palms in a gesture of peace. His smile was sincere. Sui, please do not misunderstand me. I speak this for the sake of the base. Since you have remained uninfected for 3 years, I trust that you will continue to be a normal person moving forward. Correct? Preview. Huolin, coax me, give me a kiss. Chapter 81. In the Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not very obedient. 7. Chi Sui huffed coldly, turning his head away to ignore him. Xia Li had been the one with the closest relationship to the original character, aside from Chen Wenyu. And precisely because of this, he cherished this bond even more. He could not emulate the original character's compassion and would not linger here for long. He planned to find an opportune moment to escape with Huolin. Having completed his tasks, Chen Wenyu approached and said, Sui, are you free tonight? It has been so long since we last met. Let us gather for a meal. It would be perfect if you stay to the southern base from now on. We can protect the refugees together and search for resources. What do you say? Chi Sui's eyes flickered as she coldly replied, let's talk later. Xia Li then interjected, Sui, why not join us for a meal? The cafeteria is serving your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. No, Huolin is waiting for me. He will cook for me. She declined, shaking her head and attempting to leave the treatment room. Chen Wenyu's expression stiffened, and a surge of anger flared within him. Sui, are you truly prepared to entangle yourself with Huolin? The higher-ups in the base were beginning to harbor doubts about his identity, and once this was clarified, he would inevitably face repercussions. Chi Sui paused in her steps. Huolin's plans had been hastened by his presence, which also aroused suspicion regarding the resurrection of zombies within the base. If this continued, Huolin's fate would surely be dire. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to observe the situation unfold. Together with them, Chi Sui ventured to the cafeteria, engaging in a superficial exchange for quite some time. The discussions revolved around probing whether she was indeed the true Chi Sui, repetitively revisiting past trivial matters. Growing weary of the incessant questioning, she glanced at the time and realized it was already 10 o'clock at night. Huolin would be asleep by now. Let us leave it at this for now. We can discuss it tomorrow, she declared. Sui, Chen Wenyu grasped her arm. Do not return to Huolin's side. I will prepare a room for you. You can stay there. Chi Sui tugged at her lips and promptly shook off his hand. No need. Resources at the base are scarce. I will manage to squeeze in with Huolin. As she was about to depart, Xia Li hastily called out, Sui, we have a mission tomorrow. You should come with us. Chi Sui did not respond and walked away. Behind her, Chen Wenyu and Xia Li exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Xia Li spoke first. How could Sui be entangled with Huolin? Wenyu, didn't you mention this before? Chen Wenyu, feeling agitated, ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what has happened. It's only been 3 years since we last met. Perhaps she has truly changed her heart. It's all Huolin's influence. Xia Li expressed his worry. Huolin is now under scrutiny from the higher-ups. If Sui stays with him, she will undoubtedly be implicated. Let us take it one step at a time, Chen Wenyu replied with a shake of his head. Chi Sui contemplated how she would clarify everything to Huolin upon her return. However, as she descended the cafeteria stairs, she spotted a tall figure waiting at the bottom. The man was clad in a loose beige trench coat, leaning against the wall with his hands tucked into his pockets. One finger, wrapped in bandages, was visible, Huolin, Chisue exclaimed, rushing down. How did you injure your hand? The bandages were already seeping with blood, indicating a serious wound. Huolin lowered his gaze, the frames of his glasses brushing against his long eyelashes, giving him a somewhat pitiful appearance. It happened after you left this morning. It was Chun Wenyu. What? Chisue's anger ignited. I'll go settle the score with him. You didn't provoke him. Why should he hurt you? With that, she turned to ascend the stairs back to the cafeteria. Huolin quickly pulled her back, enveloping her within the wide fabric of his trench coat, as if shielding a child. There's no need to confront him. It's not worth wasting time. Just comfort me instead, he mumbled. How should I comfort you? Huolin leaned closer. Just give me a kiss. Chisue raised an eyebrow. I want to kiss you. Are you disdainful of me? Disdainful of my imperfections. I am aware of your sentiments. I'll quiche. Perhaps not. The desire has waned. Oh, how you vex me. Chisue, worn down by circumstances, longs to strike a decisive blow. Who has cast disparagement upon you? Even if you were a mere specter, I would not turn away. In truth, the notion of a diminutive zombie is rather endearing. I find such charm appealing. Huolin's gray eyes blinked slowly. Small? Where do you derive that notion? In terms of age, I surpass you, and you have yet to experience the depths of such discourse. Chisue chuckled, observing the seemingly refined exterior of this individual. Yet beneath it lurked a more chaotic essence. With a firm grip, he urged the other up the stairs. Come now, let me witness your true measure. If you fall short, your penance shall be self-inflicted. What are your intentions? Huolin inquired. To engage with you. I am tasked with a mission tomorrow, and shall likely be absent for a week. Let us conclude our business tonight. Typically, he would jest, but for once, it was Huolin who felt a twinge of anxiety. What to do when your partner is so forward? As Chisue pushed him onto the bed, the realization of his intentions dawned, prompting a swift repositioning. Infuriated, Chisue exclaimed, just give me this chance. I can manage. This is a matter of principle. Chisue sprang up, intent on retaliating. He could not allow himself to be subdued again. He kicked out defiantly. I want to take the lead. Just once. Huolin seized his ankle, removing his glasses and tossing them aside with a smirk. Before you assume that role, you must first profess your love for me. Chisue, grappling for leverage, retorted, Love? My affection for you is akin to a tractor ascending a hill, rumbling fiercely. I adore you beyond measure. Now let me take charge. Huolin tugged at his ankle. Very well, you may take the lead. You scoundrel. Not in that manner. Chisue exclaimed in exasperation, nearly losing his composure. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he cursed himself for proposing such an idea, later curling up in bed, feeling utterly despondent. Next time, I must exercise restraint. This is too painful. He wiped away tears, his shoulders trembling. I shall not reside with you any longer. I will move out. In the dimly lit room, an atmosphere of tension lingered, fragrant and thick with unspoken desires. Huolin stood behind him, his long, robust hand reaching forth, voice low and menacing. What do you intend to relocate? To Chun Wenyu's place? Memories of the morning's conversation with Chun Wenyu darkened his gaze, fingers digging into flesh. Indeed, it seemed safer to remain ensconced in the confines of their shared space. Pausing, Chisue murmured, I shan't go there. What purpose would he have in seeking Chun Wenyu? It was tantamount to courting danger. Huolin, still simmering with possessiveness, pressed his injured finger against the bare skin of the man's arm, drawing a sharp breath as blood began to surface. If I were to perish one day, what would you do? Chisue had never contemplated this scenario. He would ensure that such a fate never befell him. Exhausted, he offered a half-hearted reply. It matters not. I shall revive you after watching a 20-second advertisement. Huolin, Chapter 82, The Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not quite obedient. 8. What initially seemed to be a grave matter transformed into something utterly charming the moment it escaped his lips. Huolin's tone was laced with tender melancholy, his throat tingling. His forehead rested against Chisue's back, emitting soft murmurs. Why must we return to the base? I do not wish for you to undertake such arduous tasks. Would it not be better to stay by my side? Yet, if he refrained from fulfilling his duties, it would raise suspicions. At that point, not only Huolin, but even his own safety would be in jeopardy. Chisue refrained from voicing these thoughts, stifling a laugh, and shrugged, Are you a child who requires my company? I am not a child. You are, Huolin retorted. He reached out, his slender fingers grazing the nape of Chi Sui's neck, scratching gently while a low chuckle escaped him. I want to raise you to be plump and healthy, so you need not suffer from hunger in this apocalypse and then consume you. Chi Sui, bewildered, asked, What do you mean by consume? Do you mean the kind of consumption that leaves one bare? He swallowed hard, unwilling to dwell on the implications. Dawn was approaching. Chi Sui felt utterly drained, struggling for quite some time before he managed to throw off the covers and sit up, retrieving his clothes from the floor to dress. Fortunately, they were not torn. Huolin nestled within the blankets, his restless hand reaching out to caress Chi Sui's thigh gently, sending a shiver of electricity coursing through him, tantalizing and maddening. Darling, soon I shall be unable to see you. As a parting gift, grant me a farewell kiss in advance. Chi Sui playfully restrained Huolin's wandering hand, teasing, Why the rush? Do you believe you will not live to see that day? Huolin replied, Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Though Huolin felt slightly affronted, he still found his beloved irresistibly adorable. Then I shall patiently await your return, and you must not get too close to Chenwenyu. As Chi Sui pressed the buckle of his belt inward, stepping onto the bed with one leg, he intentionally provoked Huolin. After all, 3 years ago we were comrades in arms. If something were to transpire between me and Chenwenyu during this mission, what would you do? Huolin's gaze darkened slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice remaining as calm as ever, though the ominous tone belied the jest. I would kill him, and then you. Chi Sui responded. That's rather ruthless. Huolin's affection was obsessive and profound, yet he concealed it well, never displaying it in a manner that would make Chi Sui uncomfortable. However, such bluntness was a bit overwhelming. It left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chi Sui remained silent, his expression cold. Huolin propped himself up, hands clasped beneath his chin, gazing at him innocently, chuckling lightly. What is it, darling? I was merely joking. Were you frightened? Not exactly, Chi Sui replied, bending down, his warm breath brushing against Huolin's lips as they shared a lingering kiss, reminiscent of a devoted spouse reluctant to part. Huolin found it difficult to restrain himself, longing for more, but he abruptly withdrew. He planted a peck on Chi Sui's cheek, a farewell kiss, and left, urging, Wait for me to return. With that, he seized a wrist guard from the bedside table and dashed off. Huolin's chest rose and fell slightly, his lips still glistening with a subtle moisture as he licked them away. The moment the door clicked shut, the faint smile in his eyes vanished. Chi Sui accompanied Chenwenyu and others into the northern forest in search of crystal cores, not returning to the base for several consecutive days. Though lacking supernatural abilities, there remains a semblance of divine power to navigate through difficulties. However, it is quite a nuisance to traverse between the realms of the 681 divine realm and the 3,000 realms to pilfer celestial herbs, leaving my little engine nearly smoking. That night, the group set up a tent in the forest, surrounded by a crackling bonfire, preparing to embark on their journey back to the base the following day. Chi Sui poked at the fire with a stick, utterly bored. Chenwenyu approached from the other side, offering him a bottle of water and kindly inquiring, Chi Sui, are you tired? The food will be ready soon. Let us wait a bit longer. He silently accepted the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Are we returning home tomorrow morning? Chenwenyu nodded and, after a moment's contemplation, asked with a hint of acidity, How many times have you asked? Do you miss Huolin? Chi Sui lifted his gaze, responding dismissively, Why would I miss him? I do rather think of you. It is truly unfortunate that he possesses such an unattractive appearance and lacks any semblance of charisma. Chenwenyu's expression stiffened, his fingers tapping nervously as he cast an awkward glance at the side of the young man's face. Chi Sui, I have always wanted to ask you why you could so easily change your affections. It has only been 3 years since we last met. How long have you known Huolin? How did you suddenly become involved with him? I have been pondering this for years. With a sudden motion, Chi Sui tossed the stick into the fire, the flames reflecting a fierce glow in his eyes as he turned to face the man beside him. Chenwenyu, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Let me ask you honestly, if I were not a rare healer in this apocalyptic world, would you regard me with any respect? Chenwenyu's complexion paled. Chi Sui continued, 3 years ago, when the zombies besieged us, I stood before you and shielded you from his bites. Yet due to the words of others, you abandoned me amidst the ruins. Chen Wenyu found himself momentarily speechless, staring into those dark, penetrating eyes that served as a mirror to his own guilt. Chisue, but you were infected with the zombie virus. If you were to return to the base, many would perish if you turned. Chisue's expression hardened as he stood up, lifting his leg to deliver a forceful kick to Chen Wenyu's chest. Chen Wenyu let out a grunt, collapsing to the ground and nearly tumbling into the nearby fire. Unbelievable. Chisue threw. Before he could finish, Chisue poured the contents of the water bottle over his head, drenching him entirely and leaving a chill coursing through him. His tone dripped with scorn. Since you have already forsaken me, what gives you the right to expect that I would still be as obedient to you as I was 3 years ago? Wake up. It is truly disheartening for the original owner to invest so deeply, only to be met with such a scoundrel. Cieli rushed over upon hearing the commotion, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He hurried forward to help Chen Wenyu up, exclaiming, Chisue, what are you doing? How could you treat you this way? Chisue cast a glance at him, dismissing him as nothing more than a worthless entity, too apathetic to engage. Chen Wenyu shook his head, signaling for him to remain calm. It is merely a matter of the past. I take full responsibility for my mistakes. Cieli, however, only believed what he witnessed, his anger surging as he shouted, Chisue, we do not know what you have endured these past 3 years. Indeed, we were at fault initially, but that is all in the past. Since your return, you have become a completely different person. What kind of enchantment has Huolin cast upon you that you have forgotten our bond? The words spoken were nothing short of reckless. Chisue glanced around, failing to find a suitable weapon. In a fit of anger, he seized the water bottle in his hand and hurled it at Cieli's forehead. You dare to preach morality? Where is your so-called compassion when it comes to your undead brethren? If you try to abduct me again, I will feed you to the dogs. Cieli, taken aback, thought to himself, he has truly lost his mind. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Chisue, do you genuinely believe we brought you along on this mission out of necessity? Do you think we are bereft of a healer? A foreboding announcement echoed. Huolin, just standing there, doing nothing, is enough for me to love you. In Chapter 83, titled In the End Times, Raising a Little Zombie Who Is Not So Well-Behaved, Ali shook Chen Wenyu's arm, urging him to remain silent. However, Cieli, fueled by anger, unleashed a torrent of words. The higher-ups at the base are already aware of Huolin's identity. He is the sole survivor of the Hua family from 3 years ago, a genetic anomaly, half human, half zombie. They know about your relationship with him and have deliberately sent you away from the base. They plan to pass judgment on Huolin in the next couple of days. That's enough, Ali. Stop talking. Chen Wenyu shouted. Chisue felt a jolt through his body, his heart skipping a beat. He understood all too well the implications. Should Huolin's true nature be revealed, especially after his last incident where he resurrected a specimen and subsequently acted on his nefarious intentions, the southern base would undoubtedly seek to eradicate him. There would be no waiting until morning to return to the base. Determined, Chisue turned to leave the safety of the campfire circle, intending to traverse the dense forest. Noticing this, Chen Wenyu rushed forward. Sui, there's still a significant threat of zombies beyond the forest. Where do you think you're going? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for Huolin? Let go of me. Chisue spat, shaking off his grasp with clear disdain. Don't impose your feigned concern on me. Sui, you cannot go back now. Just then, a series of ominous growls resonated from deep within the forest. The sound waves from the zombies stirred the dry branches at the treetops, causing leaves to fall, a harbinger of impending danger. Chen Wenyu, keenly aware of the situation, felt his pupils constrict. This is bad. A horde of zombies is gathering. They are coming towards us. Instantly, the other ability users within the campfire circle became tense, hastily donning their gear in preparation for battle. A large wave of zombies, growling with ferocity, maneuvered through the intricate terrain of the forest and surrounded the campfire circle, eyes fixed hungrily upon them. Chen Wenyu pulled Chisue back, and the group huddled together, adopting a defensive posture. Sui, you see it too. We are surrounded by zombies, and there is no immediate escape. Who among us wishes to continue as comrades? Chi Sui clenched his fists, elbowing backwards, shoving the others away. This is your problem. I'm done with it. No sooner had he spoken than they witnessed the horde of zombies breach the barrier of the campfire circle, lunging toward them with outstretched claws. These zombies fear not fire. Lightning affinity, prepare. Fear not fire? Chi Sui's brow furrowed as he summoned a surge of energy into his palm, igniting a brilliant white flame. Determined to break through the oncoming threat, as he was about to strike, the two zombies before him seemed oblivious to his presence, lunging fiercely towards the supernatural being behind. Chen Wenyu, observing the unfolding scene, momentarily froze in disbelief. Sui, why are the zombies not attacking you? The fact that zombies refrain from assaulting humans implies two possibilities. Either the individual is deceased or one of their own kind. Xieli, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming realization wash over him. Chi Sui, he exclaimed. Chi Sui tempered the energy in his palms. Given this situation, there was no longer any reason to linger. He swiftly fled deeper into the dense forest. I wish you the best of luck. The zombies, Chi Sui, had already succumbed to their state. He had been lurking among us, hiding in our base. Xieli shouted incredulously from behind, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Chi Sui, are you returning to the base now? Isn't it a bit premature, considering the antagonist hasn't faced judgment yet? Huolin's objective was to manipulate the zombies to annihilate the entire base in vengeance for their past indifference. If I were to persuade him to accompany me, would he agree? Huolin's personality was intricate and convoluted, his emotions concealed beneath a stoic exterior, a quintessential figure who preferred to act in silence. He, too, was uncertain whether the emotions cultivated over time would suffice for him to relinquish his hatred. Chi Sui, have faith in yourself. I can't speak for other antagonists, but yours is undoubtedly a rare breed of romantic. Chi Sui, somewhat breathless from running, failed to catch the words. What? Realizing his mistake, 681 quickly covered his mouth, nervously fiddling with the data cable. What I meant was, believe in your charm. You got this. Chi Sui, the terrain in this post-apocalyptic world is treacherous, and the paths are remote. By the time Chi Sui reached the outskirts of the base, the horizon was tinged with the faintest hint of dawn, heralding the arrival of morning. He knocked on the base's door, and the guard cautiously opened a small crack. Whoa, where's Huolin? Chi Sui panted, still catching his breath. Before he could recover, the guard suddenly shouted, Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! It's Chi Sui from Team 3, a human who has undergone zombification. Chi Sui was taken aback as a bright beam of light shone down upon him, making him the target of scrutiny. Numerous supernatural beings emerged from within the base, surrounding him. The leader issued a command, declaring that, since he exhibited no hostile intent at present, he should be confined to the underground prison. Chi Sui? Throughout the ordeal, Chi Sui remained in a state of confusion, unaware of the circumstances leading to his predicament. It was only upon being imprisoned that he regained his senses. Grasping the supernatural being responsible for his confinement, he earnestly inquired, Brother, what is going on? How did I end up here? The supernatural being, nonchalantly pocketing the prison key, clearly had no intention of engaging with him. Chi Sui narrowed his eyes. I remember you. Didn't I treat you before? Have you forgotten your gratitude? The supernatural being's face flushed red, pausing for a moment before explaining. You are a zombified human, and at any moment, you could launch an attack on us. We have to lock you away. Chi Sui was perplexed. Who informed you that I had turned into a zombie? His thoughts drifted to the motley crew in the dense forest. Surely, these individuals wouldn't take the time to betray him in the midst of dealing with zombies? The psychic cast a glance at him, suddenly bursting into malicious laughter. Chi Sui, I used to think your relationship with Professor Huo was quite close, but it seems it's not as significant as I imagined. Chi Sui retorted, what do you mean? Are you still unaware? Your identity as a corpse-transformed being was disclosed by Professor Huo himself to the leader. Your blood was sent for testing, and it indisputably contained the DNA of corpse toxin. Whose fault is that? The psychic departed, leaving Chi Sui alone in the damp underground prison. The corners, overgrown with moss, exuded a putrid stench, and the sound of dripping water echoed throughout, Certainly not a place meant for human habitation. Leaning against the wall, Chi Sui embraced himself, engulfed in confusion. It took him a moment to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What the hell? I've been betrayed. Huolin has backstabbed me. 681 quipped. Your realization took a bit too long. Why on earth would he do that? I was merely away for a week, and he chose to handle things so ruthlessly? Is he lacking common sense? A potential notion crossed his mind. Could it be that Nyobo, Huolin, has found a mistress at the base, abandoning his revenge plans and locking me away to please his new paramour? 681 responded. Is that even a possibility? It must be. There's no other explanation. Frustrated, Chi Sui kicked the prison door, his teeth grinding in anger. Abandoning a spouse is utterly incomprehensible. No, I must confront him immediately. I was so worried about him. Fuming, he thought he would first deliver a couple of punches upon exiting, just as he prepared to kick down the door. Familiar footsteps echoed from the staircase corner of the prison. Upon hearing the sound, Chi Sui peered through the iron bars. A man clad in a black cloak, tall and slender, seemed to merge with the prison's dimness. Huolin dared to approach him. Chi Sui's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists. As the man drew near, Chi Sui swung his fist through the gap in the bars. However, instead of landing a blow, the man grasped his hand. With elongated fingers, he slowly kneaded the back of Chi Sui's hand, playfully chuckling. Darling, are you upset? Huolin. Chi Sui retracted his hand and kicked at him. Don't come at me with that smirk. Just moments ago, he was worried about him, and now he was locked away. Chi Sui, are we that familiar? Don't call me that. Chi Sui turned away, squatting against the wall in a posture of deep grievance. Huolin appeared as though he were visiting a prison, holding a box in hand. He opened it, and the aroma of food wafted through the damp air of the prison. After a night of travel, Chi Sui's stomach audibly protested. How embarrassing. Huolin, recognizing the situation but choosing not to comment, left the box outside and smiled gently at him. If I don't call you Chi Sui, what should I call you? Call me handsome. Huolin chuckled lightly. Then let us eat first, little handsome. I've been busy all night. At least give me some face. I refuse to eat. Chi Sui pursed his lips. Yet, 2 seconds later, he snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Huolin's hands and stuffed a glutinous rice ball into his mouth. Muttering indistinctly, he remarked, You are the one who sought my assistance. I didn't particularly desire to eat. Huolin gazed at him, a hint of amusement shimmering in his half-gray eyes. Take your time. I prepared in abundance. Midway through the meal, Chi Sui sensed something amiss. Was he truly swayed by a mere meal? Huolin. Chi Sui hurled the dessert aside, seething with the urge to slap that face. Am I merely a pawn in your game? Why did you divulge that I am a corpse-turned-human? Are you out of your mind? Locking me away just to observe me. What amusement do you derive from that? Sui Sui. Huolin lowered his gaze, his tone lamentably pitiful, attempting to reach for his hand through the iron bars of the prison. Chi Sui harshly rebuffed him, irritable. Speak. I have no desire for your affections. Huolin inhaled deeply, slowly gathering the scattered porcelain plates from the floor. His voice remained calm, devoid of fluctuations, as he stated. Last time, the incident with the revived zombie specimen drew attention, revealing my identity. They're likely to take action against me soon. You are safe for now. Once I resolve everything, I will come to escort you away. It was no wonder, given his temperament, that he allowed Chi Sui to undertake missions with Chun Wenyu. He had foreseen this possibility. He had also prepared an escape route, considering that Chi Sui might return, and after leaving, submitted his blood report to the base. Upon his return, he was immediately imprisoned. Chi Sui felt a pang in his heart, a sense of discomfort swelling within. What do you intend to do? I have already developed the anti-corruption vaccine they desire. I will deliver this vaccine on behalf of the Hua family to humanity. But the Souther base's inaction 3 years ago must be repaid. My dear, just imagine the expressions on their faces when the zombies besieged the base, leaving them isolated and helpless. Huolin remained as gentle as ever, even while uttering such lethal words, betraying no hint of malice. Yet, his enchanting gaze instilled a sense of dread. Chi Sui's heart trembled, and he murmured, So, you merely wish to confine me here? Huolin reached out his cool, soft fingers brushing against Chi Sui's forehead. This place is relatively safe. The zombies won't harm you. However, should you venture outside, those blind superhumans might inadvertently injure you. It will be all right. It won't be long. Once everything is settled, I will take you away from the base, far from the apocalypse, to seek our new era. Chi Sui averted his gaze, his expression darkening. Stop spinning grand tales. What if you die? In the original narrative, Huo Lin was indeed betrayed by Chun Wenyu while controlling the zombies surrounding the base, ultimately meeting a tragic end. It was quite dismal. Huo Lin furrowed his brow, having never considered this possibility and could not find an answer. Through the prison bars, Chi Sui tugged at his sleeve, asking pitifully, "What will happen to me if you die? Will you abandon me?" "They won't spare me." Huo Lin remained silent, his fingertips trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Sui pressed on. "Last time you asked if I loved you, what about you? Tell me, do you love me?" "I love you," Huo Lin replied, taking a deep breath and responding almost without hesitation. "Just standing there, doing nothing, I love you." Chi Sui inquired, "So what now? If an unforeseen event occurs and you perish, what shall I do?" "They will not spare me. Have you considered this matter?" Huo Lin was utterly taken aback, his gaze dimming. The line of his jaw, concealed in shadow, tightened with an intensity that weighed heavily on his heart, rendering him breathless. He withdrew his hand from Chi Sui's grasp and rose, retrieving the neatly arranged food box from the floor. His customary indifference resumed. "Let it be for now. I shall visit you later." He turned and departed. "Huo Lin, did you hear what I said?" Chi Sui shouted after him, her voice piercing through the confines. "What will I do if you die? Have you thought of me? Huo Lin, do not seek death. We can leave together. Let us not remain in this cursed place. You must come with me." "Huo Lin." The man offered no reply, his heavy footsteps gradually fading around the corner of the staircase, leaving the damp basement vacant once more. Chi Sui sank to the floor in despair, pulling at the roots of grass in the corner. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she lamented, "What shall we do? Huo Lin may perish. Chun Wenyu will return soon. By then, it won't just be Huo Lin in peril. With the zombies encircling us, many within the base may meet their demise here." 681 pouted, gesturing with his fingers. "I believe the antagonist is wavering. If we employ a slight ruse, he will surely comply and accompany you." "What ruse?" 681 replied, "By forceful persuasion. Je suis counted." The antidote for the zombie virus remains in the antagonist's possession. The base dares not act against him just yet, so you must negotiate with this leverage. This is of little consequence. What matters is Huo Lin himself. Sui. Trust me, the antagonist will comply. He has a soft spot for you. This is a guarantee from me. 681. Is that your assertion? 681 affirmed resolutely yes. Chi Sui clenched her fist, drawing courage from an unknown source, and immediately rose from the ground to pry at the prison door's lock. Very well. The main mission is to reclaim lost charisma. For the time being, Chi Sui could not reveal herself. After exiting the prison, she hid in various corners of the base. Passing by the restroom, she overheard hushed whispers. Chapter 85. In the Apocalypse, raising a small zombie, he is not very obedient. 11. Hey, have you heard? Professor Hua's laboratory has been sealed. He has been summoned to the leader's office and has yet to return. Isn't that rather normal? Wait, what did you say? Professor Hua's laboratory has been sealed? The individual was astonished. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, he is the sole survivor from the Hua family's ordeal with the zombies 3 years ago, and only he can develop the family's antidote. However, I recently heard that Professor Hua is half human, half zombie. Whether this is true remains uncertain. The sound of water in the restroom abruptly ceased. The ability users found it hard to believe. Half human, half zombie, nearly 80 years into the apocalypse. There has never been such a case. How does this differ from a high-level zombie? The distinction is unclear, yet if it were true, would the base allow Professor Hua to remain unharmed? After all, the last time, the zombie specimen revived. Before the thought could conclude, an abrupt alarm blared throughout the base. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Zombies are encircling. Fire-type ability users, please step forward promptly. Stone and water types remain on standby. 2 extraordinary individuals rushed out of the restroom. What? A zombie siege? How could this happen? Quickly, to the terrace. Chi Sui, bewildered, watched the waves of panicked individuals fleeing. each bearing the tension of an impending apocalypse. The alarm continued to blare. Chi Sui suddenly realized that Huolin had indeed acted. Nyobo, quickly locate his position. The base was in utter chaos, completely devoid of order. All the extraordinary individuals were on high alert, with no time to spare for Chi Sui, who was running amidst the crowd. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Help! Zombies have breached the base. Zombies! Someone has been scratched. Healers! Where are the healers? The base had descended into complete turmoil, years of dedication teetering on the brink of collapse. Chi Sui alted, momentari stand. The anguished wails of the suffering echoed, reminiscent of a cataclysm that had transpired a millennium ago in the divine realm. Life was in ruins, desolation reigned. Clenching his fist, a flash of white light flickered across his palm. A pouch of collected pills materialized in his hand. He seized a passing, extraordinary individual, thrusting the pouch into their arms. With a look of bewilderment, he explained, "The base's healers are overwhelmed. This medicine can treat zombie bites." The individual, still dazed, accepted the pouch and hurried off to the infirmary. Chi Sui promptly set off in search of Huolin. Huolin's location was constantly shifting, from the upper offices to the rooftop terrace, erratic, as if evading capture. The most recent trace led Chi Sui to the underground prison. It seemed Huolin had been there. A large pool of blood marked the entrance. He appeared to have sustained grave injuries, blood staining the ground in a vivid crimson. Panic surged within Chi Sui. This was dire. Huolin might bleed to death. What about his mission? Chi Sui was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears threatening to spill as he raced along the path marked by the locator, feeling akin to an abandoned child. Huolin, my Huolin! How could such a formidable figure be injured, yet still manage to escape? Sob, sob, sob. In this moment, he could not distinguish whether his distress was for Huolin or the mission. Huolin's locator signal had ceased moving. Chi Sui hurriedly pursued. Along the way, he heard someone shouting excitedly, "Quick, quick to Hall 1. Captain Shun and the others have returned. We are saved." Chi Sui found Huolin in a room. He was drenched in blood, slumped against the sofa, his shirt torn open, exposing horrific wounds. Clearly, this was the work of the base's higher-ups. "Huolin, Huolin!" Chi Sui rushed over, quickly helping him up. Testing for breath, he shouted in excitement, "You're alive! You actually survived!" Huolin slowly opened his eyes, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. "Do you wish for my demise?" "No." Chi Sui hurriedly denied it. He then moved to cover Huolin's chest wound, his heart aching profoundly. "Huolin, how could you be so grievously injured? You seemed fine just yesterday. And what a horde of zombies outside." Huolin's brow furrowed tightly, the pain rendering him speechless. After a while, he finally caught his breath, his blood-red fingertips grasping the hem of Chi Sui's garment, giving it a gentle tug. "I wish to barter the corpse vaccine for our opportunity to escape. He had clearly promised me, yet he turned his back, claiming I was half human, half corpse." Huolin coughed again, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Chi Sui, gazing at the large pool of blood on the ground, felt tears welling up. "Are you out of your mind? Do you actually believe what they say? If we give them the vaccine, then there truly will be no hope left." Huolin nestled in his embrace, a faint smile gracing his pale face. "Then, it seems we must resort to a desperate gamble. Chi Sui, you still have some ambition? I really want to slap you." Huolin clutched his garment tightly, trembling from the pain. He murmured, "Chi Sui, I am dying. What will you do if I perish? We promised to leave together. If you truly die, will you blame me? Don't worry, with so many people at the base to accompany me in death, I shall not be lonely. Chi Sui, this farewell is absurdly twisted. Shut your mouth. Save your strength for the coffin." Chi Sui, unwilling to indulge his sentimentality, struggled to help him up. With the chaos at the base, he needed to hurry and get them out. Otherwise, once the zombies settled, it would be too late to leave. Just then, urgent shouts from the ability users echoed from outside. "Quick, search this way thoroughly. Huolin must not have gone far. We must retrieve the vaccine from him. Captain Shun, we've already searched here and found no one. We haven't checked Huolin's room yet." Chen Wenyu's voice rang out, "You lot, follow me." A chill coursed through Chi Sui's heart, and sweat formed in his palms. Chen Wenyu had always been at odds with Huolin, If he discovered Huolin's whereabouts, it would surely spell disaster. Huolin sensed this as well. His body swaying precariously, pushing against his arm, his breath shallow. He said, "Chisue, you should hide. They only want to find me. It has nothing to do with you. Wait for the right moment. Shut up. Don't get sentimental." Huolin, Chisue scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the bookshelf against the wall. Behind it lay Huolin's basement. "Follow me." When Chen Wenyu pushed open the door and entered, the two within had already vanished without a trace. However, the conspicuous blood on the floor was too glaring to ignore. Chen Wenyu tightened his brow. "Captain, this blood must belong to Huolin. With such good airtightness in this room, he might still be inside." Chen Wenyu commanded, "Find him. We must obtain the vaccine." "Yes." Chisue, hiding with Huolin in the basement, was drenched in cold sweat, his heartstrings pulled taut. He listened intently to the sounds from the staircase, so tense that he could barely breathe. "Do not be discovered. Whatever you do, do not be found." Chapter 86, in the Apocalypse. Raising a little zombie who is not quite obedient. 12. Huolin furrowed his brow, his icy fingertips clasping Chisue's hand. In a soft voice, he spoke to him. "Chisue, perhaps you should hide first. As long as they find me, you will be safe." Chisue gritted his teeth, his face contorted with frustration. The fist he had intended to throw at him halted midair. "Do you think you are worth something? Can selling you ensure my survival? Will knocking on your forehead yield gold coins?" Huolin remarked with a serious demeanor. "There is no need for jokes at such a critical moment." The heavy footsteps above resonated, accompanied by a sharp tapping sound, as if testing the hollow of the bookshelf. Chisue swallowed hard, suddenly recalling something, and hastily reached into Huolin's chest, avoiding his wound and groping aimlessly. Huolin narrowed his eyes, panting as he spoke, "Sway. You needn't be this proactive at such a time. I'm searching for a scalpel." Huolin had a habit of carrying a scalpel with him, and just then, a subtle light flickered in the stairwell. "Come quickly. There's a basement here." Chen Wenyu instructed, "You all wait up here. I'll go take a look." The footsteps grew deafening as they descended the stairs, drawing closer to their position. Chisue tightened his grip on the scalpel, holding his breath. Whatever transpired in the basement would surely be known above in no time. Unless everyone here perished, their whereabouts would inevitably be exposed. But Chen Wenyu, the male protagonist of the realm, Chisue's mind blanked for half a second. The man's warm, moist lips unexpectedly brushed against his ear, the tip of his tongue teasingly lingering on the earlobe, accompanied by a sultry chuckle. "Darling, I'm not afraid. To die with you, I'd willingly endure any torment. If we can't escape, let us meet our end here." Chisue exclaimed, "Damn it, I don't want to die. I'm scared." Huolin continued, "If we had just locked you in the basement and not let you out, would we have already left this place?" They were so close to it. A shadow emerged from around the corner, accompanied by the flames of an ability user's palm, drawing ever nearer. Chisue gripped the blade tightly, remaining silent and still. The instant Chen Wenyu approached, the sharp weapon was thrust forward, aimed at his throat, slicing through the air. Yet the opponent was faster than he had anticipated. Retreating, he missed his mark. Sui. Chen Wenyu grasped his wrist, astonished. Chisue intended to strike again when a shout from the stairs echoed. "Captain, is there anything down there? Do we need to assist?" "Chen Wenyu, dare you?" Chisue coldly retorted, tightening his fist. Should he utter even a single detrimental word, even at the risk of mission failure, Chisue would not hesitate to take his life. Chen Wenyu stared at the man before him, clearly seeing the surging killing intent in his eyes, intense and fervent. He was no longer the Chisue he had known 3 years prior. After a pause, Chen Wenyu moved his lips. "There's no one below. You all should search elsewhere." The footsteps above receded, leaving only the 3 of them in the basement. The atmosphere eerily silent. Huolin, clutching his chest wound, immediately pulled Chisue closer upon realizing the situation. "Chen, when you shot him a glare, taunting Professor Hua. You have your moments too." Huolin remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Indeed, quite a predicament. However, I'm curious. How many people perish in your base?" "So it was you." Chen Wenyu gritted his teeth, gathering his powers to strike at him, but was immediately intercepted by Chi Sui, a scalpel pressed against his throat. If you dare to touch him, you shall not leave here alive today. Chun Wenyu, filled with indignation, retracted his abilities and muttered, "Useless pretty boy." He then turned to Chi Sui, his heart aching. Sui, Huolin is half human, half corpse, manipulating zombies to enter the base. He is also being hunted by the base. Are you truly prepared to stand with him? Chi Sui looked at him coldly, articulating the truth with each word. Then you must also understand that the corpse poison within me remains unchecked, and I could succumb to zombification at any moment. Is there any hope for my survival at the southern base? Can you truly protect me? Chun Wenyu fell silent, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. 3 years ago, he had forsaken Chi Sui, and 3 years later, he found himself equally powerless. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand at them. "Forget it, you may leave. I shall pretend I never saw you." "Wait." Huolin coughed, calling out to him from behind. His blood-red hand delved into his tightly secured pocket, retrieving a transparent medicinal vial and a densely written sheet of paper. "This is the vaccine, along with the formula dosage. The zombies besieging the base are an act of vengeance for the southern base's indifference 3 years ago. This vaccine is my atonement, not for the southern base, but for humanity in this apocalypse." Chun Wenyu was momentarily stunned, turning back to Huolin in disbelief. "Are you willing to give me the vaccine?" Huolin replied, "There is a condition. Take me and Sui away from here. Nothing is more important than saving humanity with this anti-zombification vaccine." Chun Wenyu immediately nodded. "I promise you." Huolin was gravely injured, and his prolonged stay at the base would soon lead to his discovery. The next day, Chun Wenyu secretly arranged a route to help them escape. Before the base's gate, Chun Wenyu hesitated and called out to the figures ahead. "Sui, Chi Sui alted." Turning back to him, "Is there something you need?" Chun Wenyu glanced at Huolin beside him. "I wish to speak with you alone." Huolin immediately seized him, forbidding him to go. He must be plotting something. Chi Sui brushed aside his hand, reassuringly saying, "It's fine, he won't harm me. We shall only speak for a couple of minutes." Without waiting for Huolin's agreement, he stepped forward. Huolin was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. How had the zombies not killed him back then? The stench of blood from yesterday's battlefield hung heavily at the base's wall, the foul odor creeping upward, causing one to furrow their brows. Chun Wenyu gazed at the man before him, wrestling with his thoughts, before finally asking, in such chaotic times, "Have you decided where to go?" Chi Sui nodded. "Huolin will take me away. That place will be very safe." Chun Wenyu pressed his lips together, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly. A bitter smile emerged, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Sui, I am truly sorry for what happened 3 years ago. I had no power to obstruct the base's decision to abandon you amidst the ruins. But the original owner had long perished in that desolation." Chi Sui moved his lips, but ultimately remained silent. "You need not feel remorse," she said softly. 3 years ago, Huolin saved me, and I am thriving now. The future holds even greater promise." Chun Wenyu took a deep breath, her smile strained. With a touch of self-mockery, she added, "I understand that my mistakes cannot be rectified, nor can I blame you for choosing Huolin. With that in mind, I wish you and Huolin a life of peace." Chapter 87. In the dystopia, raising a little zombie, he is not very well behaved, and Chi Sui glanced back at the anxious figure waiting behind, his gaze filled with a longing that seemed to pierce through Chun Wenyu. He suppressed the upward curve of his lips, his expression cold and indifferent, as if to say, "Should fate allow, we may meet again." Chun Wenyu's eyes brimmed with tears, responding with difficulty, "Farewell, Sui." Yet she knew they would never cross paths again in this lifetime. Beyond the towering walls of the base, 2 tall silhouettes receded into the distance. The cold wind lifting strands of hair, merging into the desolation of an autumn night. Chun Wenyu stood rooted to the spot, dazedly watching their figures disappear. In her palm, the vaccine was clenched tightly. "Huolin, where are you planning to take me?" After a long day of travel, night had fallen as they reached the mountainous forest surrounding the southern base. Crossing through the woods, they approached a town that existed before the world fell apart. Huolin's wound had yet to heal. His complexion remained pale, his half-gray eyes hidden beneath long eyelashes, glimmering with faint smiles. The Hua family established an underground city before the apocalypse. It is stocked with ample supplies, and I wish to take you there. They would not linger for long. Once the anti-zombie vaccine is successfully developed, humanity would step into a new era. Chi Sui rummaged around, gathering a pile of branches to build a fire, languidly asking, "Aren't you afraid the people at the base might change their minds and strike back?" Huolin settled beside him, their backs against the tree trunk, gazing up at the rustling leaves overhead. His voice was low, a mix of jest and sincerity. "We shall simply hide you away, refrain from wandering about, and they will not discover our presence. We can live our lives in secret. Are you suggesting to confine me in the basement again? What a peculiar obsession." Chisui exclaimed, "Playfully pinking Uolin esse weist. You dare? Beware. I might curse you to remain a bachelor forever." Such explosive words. Huolin could not contain his laughter, his eyes alight with a fiery glow. He affectionately leaned his head against Chi Sui's shoulder. "Very well, you are my husband, and I shall be your little wife, shall we?" Their fingers intertwined tightly, a bond unbroken. The forest was alive with the incessant chirping of insects. As the wind danced among the leaves, Huolin murmured, "Sui, truth be told, I am a villain, a very wicked one. My purpose in the southern base is to overturn it. They do not deserve to bask in comfort while the world crumbles around them. Yet then you appeared. How sweet, how sentimental." Chi Sui scoffed, withdrawing his hand from Huolin's grasp. He picked up a branch and poked it into the fire, snorting softly. "Do not think your words will absolve you of the scheme to imprison me. Had I not seen your injuries, I would surely have put an end to you." Huolin raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer, his cheek brushing against his. With a playful nudge, he asked, "My dear, what must I do for your forgiveness?" "Here we go again." Chi Sui, unable to escape, playfully bit his lips. "I warn you, charming me will not suffice. I still intend to curse you." The night was illuminated only by the faint moonlight, a chill creeping through the air, while the flames at their feet flickered like the light of a dying world, casting reflections in their half-gray eyes. Huolin reached out, cradling Chi Sui's soft face, his lips warm against Chi Sui's flushed skin. Their heated breaths mingled, landing softly upon their fervent souls. "Then judge me, alongside loving you." "Congratulations, host. The villain's corruption value has decreased to 0. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points. The 7th dimension task has been successfully completed." 7th dimension, complete. Volume 8. The Rough Man's Wild Desire Tempts. The beautiful youth can hardly bear it. Chapter 88. The rough man's wild desire tempts. The beautiful youth can hardly bear it. One ding. You have arrived at the 8th dimension. Ding. Unlocking rescue target information. Meng Sheng. Part 8. Born in turbulent times, only to walk hand in hand towards dawn with you. The scorching sun blazed in August, as the rivers babbled endlessly along the way, and the wheat in the fields drooped wearily. Come now, comrades who have just arrived this month, settle beside Antly S. Pigsty. Quickly, the village committee head, dressed in formal attire with a steel pen pinned to his chest and a military green cap atop his head, exuded authority. Chisui, burdened with a large bag of belongings, tossed it onto the bed, promptly claiming the best spot. Accompanying him were 3 other youth. Upon surveying their surroundings, they pinched their noses in discontent, complaining, "Village committee, can't you provide us with a different location? Indeed, this is right next to a pigsty. We can smell it through the walls. How are we supposed to sleep at night?" The village committee head chuckled at their grievances. Hands on his hips, he retorted, "You city students are quite finicky. In these times, how can you be choosy? If you don't stay here, there's south no other place for you. You must adhere to the party's orders. Everything is for the revolution. Hurry and get settled. We head to the fields to plant rice tomorrow." With that, he swaggered away. "What kind of people are these? Clearly uneducated," muttered the youth, deriding the villagers. "They deserve to remain in this village for life." The group spat on the ground, then, with faces full of reluctance, dragged their belongings inside. Chi Sui had already begun to make the bed, neatly arranging his clothes to one side. Currently, the villain had yet to appear, making it impossible to transmit the plot. He contemplated wandering the village later, hoping for some unexpected discoveries. Wang Cheng placed his iron cup down on the wooden table beside him and glanced at the tidy young man organizing the bedding. Sui Sui, are you going to the cafeteria for a meal later? You've been on the road all day. You must be exhausted. Chi Sui stood up, casually waving his hand. No. What time is it? There will only be leftovers. With that, he headed outside. Sui Sui, where are you going? Just to wander. Wang Cheng initially intended to accompany him, but upon seeing him already out the door, he resignedly sat down. The other two educated youths couldn't help but laugh. Ah Cheng, what's the matter? Why is Chi Sui ignoring you? Not gonna work out, huh? What does it have to do with you? Wang Cheng glared at them. Having grown up with Chi Sui, their parents were friends who had toiled through hardships together. Could outsiders truly comment on their relationship? Chi Sui departed from Aunt Lee's courtyard, pausing at the entrance to gaze at the slogans on the brick wall that inspired the educated youth to venture forth and settle in rural and border areas. After a moment, he made his way directly to the educated youth canteen, where the leftover food. He had never experienced the humiliation of hunger. The canteen merely served as a facade. In reality, it was a chaotic mix of rough men. Upon his arrival, a group of individuals sat amidst swirling smoke, drinking and boasting, the atmosphere nearly suffocating. He wished to see if any buns or steamed bread remained. Suddenly, an older man behind him, clutching a cigarette, bellowed, Meng Sheng. Villain detected. Host, prepare yourself. Chi Sui halted mid-step, glancing back at a man in a white t-shirt approaching, with a buzz cut and sharp features. His sun-kissed skin radiated strength, rendering him quite handsome. Meng Dehua, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took a swig of liquor and angrily exclaimed, I told you buy me some alcohol. Where's my drink? Chapter 89. The Rough Man's Wild Desires. The beautiful, educated youth can't bear it, too. The man held a burlap sack, presumably on his way to work. Meng Sheng cast a disinterested glance his way, his voice hoarse as he replied, Dad, you might have a cerebral thrombosis. Perhaps you should drink less. I didn't buy it. What? Upon hearing this, Meng Dehua immediately became agitated. Fueled by alcohol, he carelessly swung the still-lit cigarette towards Meng Sheng's arm, causing him to flinch and redden slightly. The onlookers quickly intervened, attempted to mediate. Old Meng, what are you doing? Ah Sheng is worried about your health. If he was so concerned about his father, then why didn't he listen when I suggested he foster a relationship with that educated girl named In? Saying this, Meng Dehua threw off his canvas shoes, aiming them at Meng Sheng. He did not evade. His gaze lowered as the shoes struck his face, leaving a faint smudge of dust, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Enraged, Meng Dehua shouted, Get lost. Get the hell out of here. Warning. Warning. Villain's corruption value 10. Current villain's corruption value 60. So soon. Chi Sui felt a jolt in his brow, glancing around before seizing a broom leaning against the wall. With a swift motion, he brought it crashing down upon Meng Dehua's head. Damn it, who did that? The youth, with a delicate appearance clad in black student attire and a fair complexion, clearly appeared to be a pampered city boy. Chi Sui smirked. Uncle, quickly hide. The garbage collector has arrived. Meng Dehua was taken aback, taking a moment to grasp the insult embedded in her words. He was being called trash. He picked up the broom from the ground, ready to charge forward. What the hell? What does an educated youth have to boast about? Aren't you just going to obediently work on our farm? The nearby individual, apprehensive of a confrontation, hastily intervened, calling out, Lao Meng, do not quarrel with the boy. Chi Sui, unperturbed, stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the crowd outside. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, Indeed, you possess no capacity for pretense. Do you see the sack in your son's hands? You are even less substantial than that sack. Meng Dehua, intoxicated and flushed, urgently directed Meng Sheng. Why are you standing there like a fool? Do you not see your father being bullied? Meng Sheng's gaze fell upon the youth's face, who merely tilted his chin in a dismissive gesture. He stepped forward, only to walk past Chi Sui towards the cafeteria at the back. In a voice as coarse as sandpaper, he called out, Wang Ma, please give me 2 steamed buns. Certainly, came the reply. A faint scent of soapberry wafted from Meng Sheng as he passed by, carried by the wind, a pleasant aroma. A muffled thank you barely escaped his throat, fleeting as a whisper. Without sparing a glance at Qi Sui, he took the buns and departed. Behind him, Meng Dahua erupted in a torrent of curses. Bastard! How'd I end up with such a worthless child? Clearly not my own, for he does not take after me at all. Transmission of the plot in progress. In this narrative dimension, the antagonist is Meng Sheng, an ordinary farmer from Caixia village. In the original storyline, his despicable father, Meng Dahua, adopted him out of vanity, hoping that Meng Sheng would court a young intellectual from the village named Jing. He envisioned that once Meng Sheng moved to the city, he could bask in the ensuing benefits. However, Meng Sheng harbored no feelings for Jing, who was enamored with the male protagonist, Zhang Jiahui, and they reciprocated each other's affections. Consequently, Meng Dahua consistently suppressed Meng Sheng, insisting that he compete for Jing's attention, which gradually warped Meng Sheng's psyche. Ultimately, when Jing ended up with Zhang Jiahui, Meng Dahua, unable to contain his fury, took Meng Sheng to demand an explanation. When Meng Sheng could endure no more, a heated argument ensued, resulting in an overturned stove that set the protagonist's house ablaze, leading to both father and son being imprisoned. A great injustice, Qi Sui commented. 681. Pertinent, sincere, and accurate. There is no rush concerning the antagonist's affairs. Qi Sui first inquired if there was any food remaining. Wang Ma, having packed up the large pot, shook her head and replied, "No, the last 2 buns were just taken by Ah Sheng. Come back for dinner." Contemplating this, Qi Sui hastened to catch up. Not far from where Meng Sheng had just departed, he was halted by the call of a fair-skinned youth, Meng Sheng. Qi Sui approached, his gaze fixated on the white buns in Meng Sheng's hands. After a long day of travel, he was indeed quite famished. Yet, he composed himself and introduced himself, "Comrade." "Hello, I am." Meng Sheng interrupted, his tone indifferent. "Do you wish for a bun?" Qi Sui blinked, admitting, "I do not particularly desire one." "Do not feign," Meng Sheng retorted. "Your eyes are practically glued to them, akin to a starving ghost." Meng Sheng then offered him one, saying, "Here." The ease of the exchange caught Qi Sui off guard, leaving him momentarily astonished. Was this not the moment for a dramatic refusal, igniting a chase where he would flee and Meng Sheng would pursue, both unable to escape their fates? Meng Sheng glanced at him, saying nothing, preparing to leave. Qi Sui stuffed the bun into his mouth and hurried after him. "Where are you going?" "I will accompany you." Fearing that he might seek out tranquility and inadvertently precipitate a tragedy, Meng Sheng turned around, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Comrade, I don't believe we have met before. You must be one of the educated youth who arrived this month. You needn't come to my home or assist me." With a mouthful of steamed bun, Qi Sui mumbled indistinctly, "I don't belong to your household, but I could belong to you." Meng Sheng furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misheard, his grip on the burlap sack tightening unconsciously. "What did you say?" Qi Sui smiled sweetly, his cheeks slightly puffed, exuding an air of innocence. "What I mean is, I am new here and not yet familiar with the village. Would you kindly guide me to do some work?" Meng Sheng was momentarily taken aback. The typical response from newly arrived educated youth was to cry, create a scene, or even threaten self-harm. To hear someone express a desire to work was as rare as encountering a toad in the fields. Observing the youth's soft visage, he nodded gloomily. "Follow me." Qi Sui beamed, having finished one steamed bun but still feeling peckish, his eyes eagerly drifting back to the bun in Meng Sheng's hand. Without uttering a word, Meng Sheng cleared his throat. "I'm not hungry. You can have it." "You haven't eaten yet," Qi Sui remarked, then, with a pitiful expression, added, "It's all right. I'm not very hungry either. I'm just adjusting to the new environment." Meng Sheng noted that this hint was more blatant than when Miss Zhang from the village presented him with a floral handkerchief. After a brief pause, he sternly extended half of his bun. "Here, you can have this." "Thank you, comrade. You are truly a good person," Qi Sui exclaimed, overly dramatic. Meng Sheng scoffed. Qi Sui, unabashed, accepted the bun, dividing it in half, and handed the larger portion back to him, speaking in a soft, gentle tone, "I eat very little. This half is for you." As Meng Sheng accepted it, he felt the delicate touch of Qi Sui's pale fingertips graze his wrist bone, seemingly accidental, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Qi Sui's eyes curved into crescent moons, Brother, please take me along. Meng Sheng's pupils constricted, instinctively withdrawing as if shocked. A strange feeling began to churn within him. Awkwardly, he turned his face away, a flush creeping up to his ears. No, don't call me that. It sounds unpleasant. Then how would you prefer I address you? Chapter 90. The rough man's wild temptation. The beautiful educated youth can hardly endure. 3. Meng Sheng, a rugged man from the countryside, was known for his lack of pretension and straightforwardness. Yet, he found himself stirred by a mere educated youth he had just met, and a male one at that. This left him somewhat vexed, and with an irritable tone, he retorted, I am Meng Sheng. Did you not say you would accompany me to work? Come on. Je suis stay for dalaf. All right. Ah Xing. Meng Sheng's back stiffened, and he quickened his pace with the burlap sack in tow. Nyobo, my skills are improving, aren't they? You must be feeling shy, right? It seems this situation will be easy to navigate and conquer. Meng Sheng initially thought Chi Sui truly intended to assist him with work. However, he soon realized that Chi Sui merely stood by the ridge, watching him, occasionally calling out brother, to the point where Meng Sheng's legs felt numb. It was exasperating. As night fell, Chi Sui promptly departed, busying himself with dinner in the cafeteria. After his meal, he returned to Aunt Li's home, where Wang Cheng awaited him outside with a flashlight. Hurriedly approaching, Sui, where have you been? I just wandered around the village and couldn't find you. Nothing much. Just a casual stroll, he replied, feeling quite uncomfortable living next to the pig pen, especially after a day of running about, drenched in sweat. Glancing around, Wang Cheng noticed his discomfort and pointed to a large red bucket in the corner. I've already prepared some water for you. You can wash off in the yard later. Life in the countryside, indeed, lacks the conveniences of the city. Sui gazed silently at him. Wang Cheng promptly turned off the flashlight and retreated inside, declaring, there is no need to hide. I still have some reading to finish. Sui raised an eyebrow, sensing yet another infatuated fool. It felt as if he had been unwittingly cast in a melodramatic script. The rural facilities were rudimentary, lacking a dedicated shower. Gritting his teeth, Sui prepared to make his way to the adjacent pig pen for some company. The thought of having to engage with those lifeless pigs made his face contort in a way that could rival the expression of a startled swine. Just as he lifted his foot, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his thigh, akin to something burrowing into his flesh, voraciously siphoning his blood. What the hell is this? Sui's heart raced as he distinctly felt whatever was crawling up his thigh, soft, slimy, and digging deeper into his flesh. Oh no! Oh no! Their SA ran my pants, and it's biting me. Ack! The pain was excruciating, as if his blood were being drained. Meng Sheng, returning from the fields, passed by Aunt Li's yard when he heard a piercing scream. Turning around, he saw the youth trembling as if struck by a fit, his hands comically flailing over his legs. He paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and rushed inside. Just as Sui was in a state of panic, someone suddenly appeared beneath him. Meng Sheng yanked down his pants, shouting, take them off, quickly. Sui exclaimed, what? Say that again. Take off my pants? Is the countryside really that open-minded at night? I said, take them off. Meng Sheng didn't wait for his consent and forcibly pulled down the pant leg, exposing his bare legs. Meng Sheng, Sui shouted in embarrassment and anger. He admitted to having flirted with him that morning, but it was merely playful banter. He never anticipated it would come to this. As the pants were removed, a large, glaring patch of blood appeared on his thigh, along with a mass of something soft and sticky. Meng Sheng grabbed it, yanking it off and tossing it to the ground before stomping on it twice. It was a leech. Meng Sheng sighed in relief, glad it hadn't burrowed into the flesh. I got it off. You're fine now. Get the hell off me. Sui gritted his teeth, his hand resting on the man's shoulder, tears welling up in his eyes. He was standing, while Meng Sheng knelt before him in a position that could be misinterpreted. Meng Sheng seemed oblivious, looking up at him. Let me clean the blood off your leg first. Then we'll apply some salt. Meng Sheng, did this guy have no sense of propriety? He asked gay, but Meng Sheng paid no heed, grabbing a plastic ladle from the red bucket and splashing water on his Sui's leg. Cold shivers coursed through Chi Sui's body, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Don't move. Stop being so melodramatic. Meng Sheng's broad palm grasped his thigh, the soft flesh indenting under the pressure, leaving behind crimson imprints as he bellowed in displeasure. Chisue, mortified, bit his lip tightly, his hands tugging at his shirt in a desperate attempt to cover his modesty. This was utterly humiliating, far too humiliating. Hurry up. Really? This feels so strange, so bizarre. Meng Sheng meticulously cleaned the blood from his leg, then borrowed a bit of salt from Aunt Lee's house. He fetched a stool for Chisue to sit on, his slender fingers coated with salt as he applied it to Chisue's leg. Having spent years toiling in the fields, Meng Sheng's fingertips were rough, causing Chisue to tremble with each stroke against his youthful, smooth skin. Heat surged to Chisue's head, his face burning crimson. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Have you no sense of decency?" Meng Sheng glanced up, casting a dismissive look his way. "What are you being so dramatic about? Two grown men here." Once the wound was tended to, Chisue felt his legs weaken. Meng Sheng touched the pants that hung loosely around Chisue's ankles, now damp. Chisue instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furious and embarrassed. "Who got it wet? Are you out of your mind?" Meng Sheng, slightly choked up, felt his ears grow warm. "I meant your pants are wet. You were too hasty. Couldn't control the water scoop." Chisue seethed, "Just kill me now. I don't want to live anymore." Meng Sheng's gaze shifted upward, his heart racing as he stammered. "What are you looking at?" In retaliation, Chisue kicked him in the chest, desperately trying to cover himself. "Get out. If you don't leave, I'll call for help." Inside, Wang Cheng, engrossed in a book, stood up at the sound. "Sway, sway. What is happening?" Meng Sheng, startled, caught sight of a figure emerging from the room. In a flurry, he turned his head and grabbed a piece of clothing from the drying line, tossing it over Chisue. "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." By the time Wang Cheng exited, Meng Sheng had already scrambled out of Aunt Lee's yard. A glance back revealed Chisue struggling to pull his shirt down, concealing the lower half of his body. His face was a vivid shade of red, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn pervert." Wang Cheng approached, noticing the faint blood on the ground, alarmed. "What happened? Are you injured?" Chisue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he shouted back, "Get inside. If you come near me again, I'll throw you into the pigsty." At that moment, Aunt Lee from a neighboring yard, fanning herself, chuckled. "What is wrong with Ashen? Running so fast? Out of breath, are we?" Did he stumble upon a girl bathing? As Wang Cheng turned to enter the house, he cast one last glance at the awkward youth still seated in the yard, his brow furrowed. Ashung, was that who just entered the yard? He swallowed hard. Yet the question remained unspoken. The following day, the village assigned their group of newly arrived youth to assist wherever there were labor shortages. The sun blazed overhead, casting a golden hue over the wheat fields. Surrounding the area, the persistent chorus of cicadas and frogs resounded, accompanied by the reluctant wails of youth along the ridges. Must we toil in the fields? In this sweltering heat, with an abundance of insects, are we not entitled to live? Why is it that some have been assigned as scorekeepers while we are left to labor in the fields? What kind of arrangement is this? Upon hearing such grievances, the village committee secretary was visibly displeased, a patch of red fabric sewn onto his sleeve, exuding an air of authority. "You young intellectuals, reveling in your urban comforts, fail to appreciate the arduous labor we endure in the countryside. Enough hesitation. This is the call of the nation, urging you to assist us in the fields. If you are dissatisfied, take your complaints to the provincial office." The clamor echoed. Chi Sui stood at the edge of the field, a sickle in hand. Clad in simple cloth attire with sleeves rolled to his elbows, a straw hat shielding him from the harsh sun, Wang Cheng extended a water cup toward him. "Sway, sway. You must be thirsty. Have a sip. I shall fetch more for you later." "I do not wish to drink." A group of young intellectuals, unable to defy the village committee secretary, were organized into lines and sent into the fields, baskets in hand, tasked with weeding the wheat. Wang Cheng, working alongside Chi Sui, was unfamiliar with the sickle and resorted to pulling the weeds by hand, resulting in cuts from the sharp blades. His brow furrowed tightly as he muttered, "How long must we labor?" Chi Sui paid him no mind, swinging his sickle while glancing periodically at the ridge, anxious not to be caught slacking. "Sui Sui, called Wang Chung, extending his palm to reveal a plump, black beetle. Look, what insect is this? I've never seen such a creature in the city. Chi Sui glanced back briefly. It's a canthrid. What? Wang Chung scratched his head, puzzled. When did such insects appear? Chi Sui adjusted the brim of his hat, humming a tune as he sang leisurely. If a canthrid comes, I would choose Li Bai. Wang Chung responded, that's too avant-garde. I cannot comprehend it. At that moment, a boisterous voice from the ridge called out, Ah Sheng, you've returned to the city? Why so soon? What did you go to do? Chi Sui looked up, his gaze colliding with Meng Sheng's from several dozen meters away, entangled, fervent, and unmistakably purposeful. A sudden pang shot through Chi Sui's thigh, and he lowered his head. Feeling flustered, Meng Sheng held a plastic bag, its contents unknown, and after exchanging a few words with the village committee secretary, he leaped down from the ridge, disappearing among the towering wheat stalks. As Chi Sui sensed an approaching figure beside him, he had yet to react when his sickle was swiftly snatched from his grasp. Without warning, the plastic bag was thrust into his arms. Turning his face away, he awkwardly muttered, "This is a bomb I bought in the city. It works better than salt. Apply it morning and night, and the pain will soon subside." Why did those words sound so peculiar? In an instant, Meng Sheng's gaze wandered, his voice low and husky as he continued, "I'll help you with today's work as an apology for my offense yesterday. I don't need your help." The memory of the previous evening's awkward encounter made Chi Sui wish he could disappear. His cheeks puffed slightly as he attempted to seize the sickle from Meng Sheng, who deftly evaded him and snatched the basket from behind. Glancing at the row of wheat ears that had fallen beside the youth, one purses their lips. What kind of work can you do? If you're cutting grass, you've gone and chopped down the wheat. Witnessing this, Wang Qing's expression turned slightly grim. No need, comrade. We can manage our own tasks without trouble. Meng Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, I never said I would assist you. Chi Sui stiptazide. Observing the man deftly wielding a sickle in the wheat field, gathering handfuls of verdant grass into a basket. Never mind. He was hardly eager to labor. Chi Sui opened a plastic bag to take a look inside, discovering not only ointment, but also a box of hibiscus cakes from Fujai Building, something only sold in the city for 2 or 3 yuan a box. A smile tugged at Chi Sui's lips. Well, he could forgive him. When mealtime arrived, the village committee secretary shouted from the ridge, Comrades, head to the cafeteria. Those who haven't finished can return in the afternoon. Meng Sheng straightened up from the field, sweat-soaked, his white shirt clinging to his physique, outlining a robust chest. His sharp brows and eyes carried the earthy essence of the countryside, breathing in rhythm beneath the scorching sun. We're nearly done. After lunch, I'll help you tidy up the rest of this area. Before he could finish, someone suddenly called from the ridge. Meng Sheng, what are you doing? Get up here. Meng Dehua stood above, barking orders with a flushed face and a bundle of black cloth in hand. Meng Sheng frowned and ascended. Seeing this, Chi Sui worried that Meng Dehua might say something provoking and decided to follow. Wang Chung grabbed her arm. Sui, where are you going? I'm going to find Meng Sheng. Aren't we going to eat together? Wang Cheng's tone was displeased. He couldn't fathom how, after just one day, Chi Sui had already forged a connection with the villagers. After all, they had come to the countryside together. Recalling the cry of Ah Sheng from the yard the previous night, Wang Chung felt a surge of resentment. It must have been this person. Chi Sui shrugged off his grip, her expression indifferent. You go ahead. I have matters to attend to. As Meng Sheng approached, Meng Dehua hurriedly stuffed the cloth bundle into his embrace, patting it with a smile that held ill intent. Meng Sheng, this is a meal prepared by Dad himself. Take it to Njing and remember to eat together. At these words, Chi Sui's heart sank. In the original plot, Meng Dehua had laced the food with drugs, which an unsuspecting Meng Sheng had taken to Njing. After consuming it, they nearly became intimate, only to be interrupted in time by Zhang Jiahuai, preventing the tragic incident. The villagers, upon learning of this, harbored extreme discontent towards the Meng family, gossiping maliciously behind their backs. With a grim countenance, Meng Sheng glanced at the bundle. Dad, I've told you I don't like Njing. Why must you insist on this connection? What do you know? Meng Dehua raised his hand and slapped him on the head, growling a female, educated youth. She's a cultured girl. Once she returns to the city, Her family can provide a considerable dowry. Dad, Meng Sheng protested reluctantly, knowing resistance was futile. At this moment, Chi Sui reached out and snatched the cloth bundle away. With a beaming smile, she declared, "Uncle, rest assured, this matter is on me. I assure you, I will make certain that Meng Sheng delivers the lunchbox to Enjing." Chapter 92. The rough man's wild desires and the beautiful youth's inability to endure. 5. It was only then that Meng Dehuan noticed the youth behind him. His expression darkened. "You look familiar." Yesterday, Meng Dehua had been drinking, and in his inebriated state, he could not recall anything clearly. Chi Sui, wearing a pli fulgrin, attempted to change the subject. "Uncle, I am a newly assigned youth in the countryside and a good friend of Meng Sheng. Rest assured, I will handle this." A youth in the countryside? How wonderful! Meng Dehua's eyes brightened instantly, casting aside his earlier doubts as he eagerly grasped Chi Sui's hand. "Since you are good friends with Meng Sheng, do support him often, and do not forget him when you find prosperity." Chi Sui managed a stiff smile and withdrew his hand. Meng Dehua then pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket and forcefully pressed it into Meng Sheng's hand. With a stern expression, he stated, "This is the eye medication Jing gave me a few days ago. Remember to return it to her. Don't forget." Meng Sheng remained silent, and once Meng Dehua had conveyed his message, he departed. "This father truly is extraordinary in his negligence," Meng Sheng thought, his expression souring. Chi Sui tilted his head to gaze at him. "Are you really going to find Jing for dinner? Can't you skip it?" Meng Sheng's eyelids twitched. He felt that Chi Sui's tone bore a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a wife abandoned by her husband. "I'm going to return the eye medication, not to have dinner with her." He hesitated. "You don't speak like that." He then straightened his demeanor and declared, "A man must stand tall. If one cannot achieve a task, so be it. We should not behave like delicate girls." "Do you think I am delicate?" Chi Sui was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging that there was indeed a touch of petulance in his earlier words. But was it truly